2241 full takeover. 1. The incident in front of the Grand Temple spread throughout the Believers' continent in the shortest time possible. No one would pity those guys who were beaten to death, because there was no need to make such a big deal out of it from the beginning. In the end, this group of believers just had to make a big deal out of it and even wanted to directly attack the Grand Temple. They simply did not know what death was. The believers' participation in the sea war was voluntary, not forced. The Grand Temple had always hoped that the believers would be willing to offer themselves to the God they believed in. From the day the believers entered the God's kingdom, the Grand Temple had never issued any forced missions. Everything was up to the believers' free will. Even in the face of the grave crisis of the Allied sea monster army, the Grand Temple still did not issue any mandatory missions. Everything was as usual. Perhaps the Grand Temple was powerless and could only place all their hopes on the cultivators in Lusheng. Believers were different. They were in a special environment like the Divine Kingdom. If they did not have any battle points, they could not cultivate and live normally. Therefore, even if the believers were unwilling, they had to take the initiative to participate in the war and earn the daily required war merit points. Things came quickly and left quickly. The believers had already seen that this change was purely a result of someone deliberately fanning the flames and gathering a group of people who were hoping to get lucky. They were indeed bold enough to think of extorting the Grand Temple for the benefits they should not have. As expected, most of the believers never returned, and no one knew where the rest had escaped to. Their current status was equivalent to the traders of Scandinavia, and their following days would definitely be extremely difficult. Although this matter had come to an end, the believers were on guard. It turned out that the enemy had already infiltrated their side. Many believers sighed. Too many terrible things had happened recently. First, a group of traders attacked the Grand Temple, killing until blood flowed like a river, almost breaking into the core of the Grand Temple. Immediately after, a group of defense area commanders joined forces and tried to assassinate Tang Zhen halfway, but they were killed by Tang Zhen instead. The moment the Sea Monster Coalition army came aggressively, there was a rebellion. This increased the pressure on the believers. At first, they thought that they were all united, but in reality, they all had their own thoughts. Moreover, there were still an unknown number of traitors and spies hidden among them. The believers had become more and more confused about this war. They didn't know if they could win the final victory. There was another thing that had yet to be resolved, and that was the transportation tools used by the Grand Temple. They were indeed so terrible that one could not help but criticize them. Those believers were not making trouble for no reason, and the actions of the Grand Temple were indeed chilling. In particular, compared to the warships in the 153rd Defense Area, this primitive water transportation was so simple that it was unacceptable. If this matter could not be resolved, it would inevitably cause a huge blow to the enthusiasm of the believers, which would then affect the outcome of the entire war. Most of the believers were helpless about this. While they were discussing, they thought of the 153rd Defense Area and the omnipotent Tang Zhen. If this matter was handed over to Defense Area 153, they might get a satisfactory answer. If it still didn't work, then the believers could only accept their fate. More and more, believers entered the Grand Temple and uploaded their requests, hoping to get the attention of the Grand Temple. Of course, they didn't have much hope. As the Allied army of sea monsters approached, the war would break out at any time, and the believers had reached the final deadline to go out to sea. In fact, most of the believers who had participated in the war were now ready to go, waiting for the moment of their final fate. The 153rd Defense Area was busier and might not have the time to deal with them. To the believers' surprise, the 153rd Defense Area responded as soon as they made their request. One by one, the cultivators of Lusheng City rushed to the major defense areas. After arriving at their destination, they quickly gathered the believers in the defense areas to carry out the transformation work. After knowing the purpose of the Lu Cheng cultivators' visit, the believers in the major defense areas actively cooperated, hoping that their means of transportation could be better. Cultivator Lu Cheng displayed his high efficiency. The originally simple and crude plant floating island began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The first improvement was the toughness of the plant platform. Although this plant had super toughness and recovery ability, it could not meet the needs of war. Cultivator Lu Cheng used a special powder and scattered it into the ocean, which was quickly absorbed by the floating island. After the modification, the floating island of plants had become harder and more flexible, and its appearance was no different from a rock. Some curious believers tested it and found that they could not leave any traces on the plants even when they attacked with all their might. In terms of defense, the armor they were wearing was probably not as strong as the plants on the floating island. This made the believers secretly envious. If possible, they even wanted to cut off the materials from the floating island of plants and make a set of armor for themselves. However, it was just a thought. Even a guy who liked to take advantage of others would not dare to cause trouble at this time. After completing the basic modification work, the next step was the power modification work. These floating islands had the ability to move, but they were too slow to meet the needs of war. Cultivator Lu Cheng took out a ready-made propeller. This was an item produced in the Holy Dragon Warzone and could be installed and used directly. There was already fuel stored inside the propeller, so it could be used immediately after activation. It was also very convenient to operate. The propeller could provide power for all three vehicles, and its performance was excellent. The floating plant island could not leave the sea, which was equivalent to giving up its own advantages, so it was not advisable to transform it into an aircraft. At the same time, they also needed to install more thrusters, but the actual combat effect might not be ideal, so it was directly rejected. In the end, the floating plant island was still built in the model of a ship, with 4 thrusters installed. Coupled with the power of the floating plant island itself, the speed was not much slower than a real warship. Currently, its biggest weakness was its lack of mobility, which made it very inconvenient to operate. This was something that could not be helped. After all, his foundation was too poor, and he could only make do with it. It was already quite good to be able to do this. At least the believers were able to accept it in their hearts and did not feel that it was perfunctory. In fact, the real purpose of the floating island was to provide a place for the believers to stay, not a weapon of war. After the Lu Cheng cultivators completed the transformation, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they stayed in the various defensive areas. There were still many things to be done. Whether it was the control of the floating island of plants or teaching the believers how to operate weapons, they all needed to be done by the cultivators in the building. The big battle was about to arrive. Tang Zhen no longer cared about personal gains and losses. He started to distribute weapons and ammunition to the various major defense areas free of charge. Weapons were distributed to all the defense areas. This was not a small amount, and it also caused the Holy Dragon City's inventory to be emptied again. The gunpowder weapons that had been stored in the warehouse for many years were finally put to use. The cultivators in charge of managing the supplies rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, packing up the things that had long been useless and sending them directly to the God Kingdom. In a very short time, all the major defense areas had completed the upgrade of equipment. The muffled sound of gunfire was like thunder, ringing out non-stop. 2242 The entire army strikes. 1. In the technology plane, gunpowder weapons could only be considered a transitional weapon, but their destructive power was beyond doubt. As a product that required the support of large industries, the rise and fall of firearms and weapons even represented the progress of civilization. If they could master gunpowder weapons, it would mean that the war would enter an era of large-scale killing, and life would become more fragile. Forsaking gunpowder and weapons meant that they had entered a higher-level civilization. At this time, the chances of internal wars breaking out would become smaller and smaller. Instead, they would have to be wary of natural disasters that could strike at any time. The slightest carelessness would result in the tragic end of the extinction of the entire race. The life forms of the technology plane would never have thought that when the world's origin discovered that the indigenous creatures had the ability to destroy the world and discover the truth of the world, it would automatically activate the extinction mode. The extinction mode of some technology planes had even been activated dozens or hundreds of times, but the indigenous creatures were not aware of it at all and were always kept in the dark. Therefore, when a technological civilization reached this stage, they would either enter the universe and become a higher-level civilization to avoid invisible killing, or the entire species would be exterminated, leaving behind only a few traces of civilization, which would make the new master of the dimension suspicious many years in the future. In the vast void, there were countless dimensions, but there were not many dimensions that used gunpowder weapons. Most of Holy Dragon City's firearms came from the original world, with the exception of a small number of war spoils. In the early stages of the Holy Dragon City's rise, these weapons and equipment accompanied the cultivators in the city. They were used in war after war, causing countless deaths. There was no right or wrong in the invasion of the cultivators in Lusheng. It was just like the law of the jungle in nature, which was completely normal. As the Holy Dragon City's strength continued to increase, new weapons were continuously developed and equipped. These old gunpowder weapons gradually left the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, these weapons should have been destroyed and recycled, with no further value. However, to the world of towers, ordinary metal resources were extremely cheap, and there was no need to recycle them. If there was a need, the cornerstone platform could provide a large number of raw materials, as many as he wanted. One should never guess how much the cornerstone platform had in storage. It was a bottomless pit that had devoured countless resources from the plane. The number of cornerstone platforms in the 3,000 battlefields added up to an unimaginable astronomical figure. The power of the world of Lusheng could be seen from this. Firearms did not need to be recycled, and they could not be discarded at will. Therefore, these firearms became the dumped goods of the Myriad World Mall, which also exchanged for a lot of precious resources. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon City did not lack storage equipment. They only needed to store it properly and it would not take up much space. As a result, after the War of God's Kingdom began, guns and weapons were used again. They were brought into God's Kingdom by cultivators of Lu Cheng and then distributed to the believers. The early experiments in the Holy Dragon City had already proved that if guns and cannons fell into the hands of the cultivators in the city, their power would be fully displayed. It was the same for believers. In a short time, the believers had mastered the use of guns and weapons, and there was no problem for them to fight on the battlefield. However, this was only the most basic requirement. In a real sea battle, the sea monster race had a huge advantage and could completely launch an attack under the cover of the sea. The power of guns and cannons was greatly reduced at this moment, and they couldn't even hurt the sea monster in the water. Guns and weapons were not the key to determining the outcome of the war. There was no other way. He could only think of other ways to prevent the enemy from launching an attack from the bottom of the sea. However, with the strength of the floating island, ordinary sea monsters could not destroy it at all, unless it was a super sea monster. There were also believers who specialized in killing such super sea monsters, and they would never let them get close easily. When everything was ready, the believers began to land on the floating island of plants in batches, and then slowly left the major defense areas. In the following time, the believers would gather at sea and wait for the next order. The distance between the various defense areas was not particularly far, especially on the open and calm sea, where they could see each other. This was a good thing for the believers. When they were in danger, they could help each other. When seen from the sky, the floating island of plants was like a long dragon, which was extremely spectacular. Of course, this kind of snake-like scattered formation was definitely not advisable on the battlefield, so when they had advanced a certain distance, the floating plant islands would reorganize. The moment these floating islands entered the ocean, the fleet from Area 153 also entered the ocean, following the floating islands. The combat personnel on the warship were all real cultivators of Lusheng City. Due to the lack of transportation, they could only go out to sea on the warship. For these cultivators, warships were not the only combat platform. If needed, they could fly into the sky or enter the sea. In addition to the fleet on the ocean, there were also hidden cultivators of Lusheng City in the sky. These were all true experts in charge of monitoring the entire battlefield and dealing with any unexpected situations that could occur at any time. Just as all the believers were mobilized, the Grand Temple finally conveyed the order and appointed Tang Zhen as the supreme commander of the war. Tang Zhen's appointment had long been within the expectations of the believers and did not cause much of a commotion. During this period of time, the 153rd Defense Area had always been at the heart of the struggle, and many things were related to it. In addition, the cultivators of Lusheng City had entered the major defense areas to provide help. Those with discerning eyes had long seen that this was the signal that Tang Zhen was going to take over the believer camp. Although they were very envious of this kind of power, the believers were also clear that they could not be compared to Tang Zhen in terms of individual cultivation or armed forces. All kinds of information about Tang Zhen spread out one after another. The believers knew about the cooperation between him and the Grand Temple and even knew that he had an extremely powerful force behind him. Even the Grand Temple was protected by the cultivators in the city. It could be said that the lifeline of the entire God nation was completely controlled by the cultivators in the city. Under such circumstances, the believers could only obey orders obediently. Even if they had any thoughts, they could only keep them in their stomachs. Tang Zhen, who took over as the commander-in-chief, ordered all the believers to gather in Area 153. Then, they went straight to the sea area guarded by the various skyscrapers. According to the time, they should be able to reach the battle area first and enter the battlefield after the tower launched its attack. It was unrealistic for these believers to fight the sea monster army directly. It might be more suitable for them to follow behind and beat the enemies while they were down. Just as Tang Zhen led the Alliance army straight into the deep sea, the various major defense areas in the rear began to be fully cordoned off and strict prohibitions began to be implemented. Since Tang Zhen had obtained the authority of the commander-in-chief, a team of cultivators from Lusheng City was assigned to each defense area. Their responsibility was to supervise the battle. The sea monster tribe was extremely cunning. They would definitely not put all their bets on the final battle of the Allied forces. Instead, they would take the opportunity to secretly play some tricks. For example, they could launch a sneak attack under the cover of the ocean and launch a fierce attack on a certain defensive area. Even the army of sea monsters carrying the warriors was just bait to attract the cultivators in the city. As for the main force of the allied army of sea monsters, they had already approached the believers' continent quietly under the cover of the ocean. 2243 Defenseless Zone 1. There was very little wind in the God's Kingdom. Whenever the weather was hot, it felt like they were in a steamer. This feeling became even more obvious when they were on the ocean, as if they were in a steamer. In the past, the God's Kingdom was not like this. It was pleasant everywhere. However, as the indigenous gods fell into deep sleep, the environment began to become worse. The spyriders of the Grand Temple could control the weather changes in a small area, but it required the consumption of divine source, so they would never waste it easily. War had never been poetic. Whether it was marching or fighting, they were both mental and physical torture. The believers had no right to protest and could only silently endure it. Tang Zhen stood with his hands behind his back on the command platform of the warship at the forefront. He stared at the sea region in front of him without blinking. On the deck of the battleships around him, fully armed cultivators of Lu Cheng stood silently, like statues. Silence was also a form of cultivation. When it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. The cultivators of Lu Cheng had been to countless battlefields in their lives, and this was just one of them. Regardless of whether it was Tang Zhen or the Lu Cheng cultivators, they were all as calm as usual. They were so calm that it was terrifying. Some people said that cultivators of Lusheng were war machines, which made sense. In many cases, cultivators of Lusheng represented ruthlessness and destruction. Tang Zhen glanced at the floating island of plants behind him. Under the control of the cultivators of Lusheng City, they were arranged in a neat formation and following the warship at the same speed. Even if they opened their eyes wide, they could not see the edge of the team because there were too many floating islands. They were like giant moving monsters of the islands, looking at each other from a distance, appearing extremely spectacular. Each floating plant island was huge, and believers could be seen everywhere on it. Because of the suffocating humidity, many believers had already taken off their armor. After leaving the familiar land environment and entering the ocean to fight the sea monsters, the believers' eyes were full of confusion. As the team continued to move forward, the air seemed to become more and more oppressive. Even breathing became stifling, and it felt hard to breathe. The environment of the Divine Kingdom was special, and there were many places that gave people a strange feeling, which was very unreasonable. The believers had lost their original memories, and their adaptability to the environment had become extremely strong, so they did not feel anything unusual. No matter how you were before, you'll have to adapt to everything here after entering the Divine Kingdom. There was no other choice. The believers had lost their original memories, but their faith in their God was not lost at all. In this case, they became the best tools to be controlled. The number of believers who had died in battle was simply too many, so many that no one would remember them. Furthermore, most of the believers did not even have names, so how could they be remembered? Memory was a good thing. Without it, the believers were more like lonely and unsociable beasts. The indigenous gods were very cold and regarded their believers as ant tools. Their purpose of constantly recruiting believers was full of utilitarian purpose from the beginning to the end. However, things did not develop as the indigenous gods had expected. First, martial artists invaded the Divine Kingdom and completely occupied the martial artist continent. The god nation had lost half of its territory, and even the Divine Hall of Forbidden Extinction had been forced to close for thousands of years. After that, the aboriginal god fell into a deep sleep after being seriously injured. The sea monsters obtained the treasures of the super plane, and their strength was greatly improved. Since then, the strength of the sea monsters had increased unprecedentedly, and they became the real threat to the god nation. The actions of the aboriginal deities were no different from trapping themselves in a cocoon, and they were even a little stupid. In such a harsh environment, the believers began to play their predetermined role, fighting the sea monsters one after another, which had not changed for many years. The environment did not change, but the mentality of the believers began to change. They were no longer as blindly loyal and pure as before. The cold god was no longer their only one. In the beginning, the believers' memories were erased, and they did not have any extra thoughts. However, as time passed, the god's kingdom had become a special society, and the thoughts of the believers had become more and more complicated. They began to have their own ideas and knew what they should pursue. They no longer allowed the Grand Temple to fool them and treat the indigenous gods as their only faith and motivation to survive. If the indigenous gods were awake, they might be able to change the situation and let the believers purify their souls again. However, he had already fallen into a deep sleep and could not even take care of himself. How could he have the ability to care about anything else? As a result, traitors began to appear one after another among the believers of the divine kingdom. Even the masters of creation had betrayed the indigenous gods. These traitors were a great hidden danger. Fortunately, they had fallen due to various reasons. Only the demonic plane's master was left, and he was killed by Tang Zhen in the end. With internal and external troubles, the helpless native gods finally targeted Tang Zhen and thought of ways to reach a cooperation with the cultivators of Lusheng. If he didn't do this, he would become a puppet controlled by the sea monster, a complete worm nest. In this war, the indigenous gods had no way out, and the believers had no way out. Even the sea monster tribe had no way out. Area 745. This was only one of the many defense areas of the kingdom. It was a medium-sized area, and the chances of encountering sea monsters were extremely low. Because this sea area was concave, the overseas army that attacked the continent was basically blocked by the defense areas on both sides of the periphery. Only when there were too many sea monsters would there be a fish that slipped through the two defense areas and attack Area 745. The reason why the defense area was so strange was that when the Believers' continent was attacked in the past, the damage to this part of the sea was particularly serious. It was like a piece of biscuit that had been forcefully bitten off. It was extremely abrupt. In this sea area, there were still remains of huge sea monster skeletons, which were lifted out of the water. There were countless of them. The surface of the skeleton was covered in dust and mosses. From a distance, they looked like a bunch of flower poles. There were many such scenes in the divine kingdom. They were filled with cruel beauty, and all of them were related to death. The bones were crisscrossed in the sea, making the environment under the sea extremely congested, and the large sea monsters found it difficult to move. The sea monsters hated such a harsh environment, so they would avoid it when they fought a war of attrition. Because of the special environment, this defense area had another name, the No Incidents Defense Area, which meant that this place had always been safe. The defenseless area lived up to its name. If the believers here wanted to earn military merits, they could only go to other areas to help or make a living by doing some side jobs. As time went on, it was inevitable that such an unconventional defense area would become lax. There were believers on guard duty on the city wall at all times, but they always looked listless. They stared at the calm sea all the time, and anyone would feel tired. When the supervising cultivators of Lusheng arrived at the defenseless area, they found that the number of believers was seriously insufficient, not even 1/10 of the total. Can you tell me where all the believers here have gone? Facing the stern-looking cultivators of Lusheng, the old believers who stayed behind didn't dare to be perfunctory and quickly explained the situation. Because there hasn't been a battle for a long time, the members here have always been lacking and have never been filled. Even the regular believers in the defense area would usually leave secretly and try to earn battle merits in other defense areas. And NBSP, this time, the believers that stayed behind went out to sea to earn battle merits with Sir Tang Zhen. The rest of them had either just returned or were injured. In short, they couldn't go out to sea for various reasons. Otherwise, the number of people you'll see will be less than half. After the old believer finished speaking, he showed a regretful expression, as if he was depressed that he did not follow them out to sea. This is such a big defense area, and there are less than 500 believers in total. If a bigger sea monster comes, it can probably swallow it in one bite. Did we offend the command center? Why were we sent to such a place? Isn't this just a joke? Qian Chongyun shook his head gloomily and said to Mo Ziqi and Tang Hao beside him after hearing the explanation of the older believer. The two of them shrugged and were equally speechless. 2244 How can I be fine? 1. The mission that Qian Chongyun and the other two received at the command center was to head to the various defensive areas to supervise the battle and prevent the sea monster race from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The cultivators who were competing for the position of the city lord had all accepted similar tasks. They were not allowed to move freely as they had thought before. That would be too inefficient, and there was a possibility of unnecessary danger. Although the participating cultivators were eager to make a contribution, they absolutely couldn't allow them to cause trouble. In case of an unforeseen event, the loss would outweigh the gain. The command center had analyzed the sea monster clan's style of action and believed that the possibility of them launching a sneak attack was extremely high. That was why they had made preparations to defend against a sneak attack while they were heading to the deep sea for the decisive battle. Other than Qian Zhongyan and the other cultivators of Lusheng, there were also a large number of cultivators from Lusheng who came from the cracked territory. Their mission was to go to the various defensive areas to supervise the battle. The cultivators in Lusheng City and Lusheng City, who were in different battlefields, had more opportunities to cooperate with each other because of the war. The Sacred Dragon War Zone had just risen, and the cracked territory had just been established, so the gap between them was not that big. In the days to come, there might not be such an opportunity to work together. Because the strength of the two battlefields was different, the missions they would be involved in would definitely be different. This time, the Sacred Dragon Battle Zone was a cooperative battle. Because of Tang Zhen, they had come here to train their troops and take advantage of the situation. Other than sending cultivators from Lu Cheng to supervise the battle to prevent sea monsters from taking advantage of the situation, the command center also made other arrangements. Light warships were on standby. If the defense area was attacked by sea monsters, they would immediately provide support. With the firepower of these light warships, they could indeed annihilate a large number of sea monsters in a very short time. They could be regarded as a powerful weapon to rescue and annihilate the enemy. However, light warships also had their shortcomings. Their destructive power was not as good as heavy warships, and their continuous firepower was insufficient. It was indeed effective against monsters that attacked and landed on land, but it was not enough against monsters in the sea. It was for this reason that the light warships were not sent to the sea to participate in the war, but were left on land as a mobile force. Qian Chongyun and the other two came to the 7th, 4th, and 5th defense area in high spirits, ready to make a name for themselves. However, they did not expect that this place, which was known as a defense area, only had so few people. Compared to the sea monster army that easily numbered in the millions, the number of people in the defense area was not even a fraction. If they were really attacked, they might not even be able to withstand a wave of attacks. At this moment, Qian Chongyun and the other two hoped that this no-defense zone was really safe. Otherwise, it would not be an opportunity to make a contribution, but an extremely unlucky one. If one wanted to make a contribution, one had to act within one's means. If one still wanted to show off in a situation where one was certain to die, that was seeking one's own death, don't think too much. According to past records, the defenseless zone has only been attacked by sea monsters twice over the years. These two attacks were not targeted at the defenseless area, but were linked to other areas, and they were attacked by small-scale sea monsters. So, the chances of us encountering sea monsters are very low. You said that we might have offended someone, but I think that someone is actually taking care of us. Isn't it a good thing to finish this mission comfortably and earn some battle merits? Mo Ziqi said from the side, but his expression was calm, as if he didn't care about the terrible state of the unguarded zone. Regardless of whether the defensive area was attacked by sea monsters or not, they would be rewarded with military merits at the end of the mission, and the amount was quite generous. After this mission was over, they would accept new missions until the end of the war. The competition had already begun, and what kind of mission they would receive in the future would be decided by their performance in the previous missions. War was not child's play. Those difficult tasks naturally needed more capable people to complete them. Even so, I still feel a little unwilling. This is not the result I want. Actually, what I want to do the most right now is to follow Sir Tang Zhen out to sea and then have a good fight with those sea monsters. While Qian Chongyun and Mo Ziqi were conversing, Tang Hao was staring at the sea in front of them, frowning slightly. What are you looking at, brother Tang Hao? Is there something wrong with the water? Qian Chongyan said with a smile, but his eyes swept across the surface of the sea, looking very carefully. His words and actions seemed frivolous, but when he was carrying out a mission, he would never let his guard down. Have you noticed that the color of the sea is gradually darkening? Tang Hao asked Mo Ziqi in an uncertain tone. I didn't notice that, but the color of the water is indeed a little off. Could it be that there's something else in the water? The trio's expressions were serious. After exchanging glances, Mo Ziqi turned to the elderly believer beside him and asked, You've been here the longest. Look at the color of the sea, is there anything unusual? The old believer took a look and made a soft sound of surprise, as if he had also discovered something wrong. When Qian Chongyan and the other two saw this, their hearts skipped a beat and their expressions turned grave. At such a special moment, no detail could be ignored. Who knew if it was related to sea monsters? What did you see? What's wrong? Mo Ziqi looked at the elderly believer and asked in a serious tone. Well, the color of the sea water is indeed a little off. It's not usually like this. The old believer shook his head with a puzzled look, as if he could not understand what was going on. Mo Ziqi furrowed his brows and turned to look at Qian Chongyan and the other man, wanting to see what they were thinking. The moment he turned around, countless whirlpools suddenly appeared in the sea, and lines that looked like oil paint appeared in the water. It was actually countless tiny things that were constantly condensing and fusing. It was because of their existence that the sea water changed color. When they condensed into the thickness of a chopstick, these things were actually like snakes, slithering towards the defense area. Enemy attack. The old believer's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He had been here for hundreds of years, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation. Something had actually happened in the unprotected area. He subconsciously shouted a warning, and then staggered back a few steps to grab the crossbow beside him. It was just that the crossbow lacked maintenance and many parts had already rusted. It was simply useless waste. Quickly activate the image transmission stone and call all the believers over. The faster, the better. Qian Chongyan shouted and opened his storage equipment at the same time, taking out a weapon that looked like a mobile cannon. From the black turbine-like muzzle, a fire dragon suddenly shot out and swept toward the sea. The fire dragon's temperature was extremely high, and the seawater that came into contact with it instantly vaporized. Those things that looked like insects and strange fish were directly turned into ashes. A sharp, infant-like scream drilled into their minds, causing them to have a splitting headache. It was obvious that the monster's cry was not ordinary. It had the effect of a mental attack, and the believers with weaker strength could not withstand it at all. Qian Chongyan's body trembled slightly, but he still controlled the fire dragon to stop the strange things that were rushing up to the shore. Tang Hao and the mercenaries beside him also rushed to the edge of the city wall and took out their weapons to attack. However, they were too few in number to defend the entire line of defense. It didn't take long for the bugs to climb up the city wall. 2245 The surprise attack of the sea monster. 1. The old believer rolled and crawled, trying to activate the warning function of the image transmission stone. As long as the alarm was turned on, the other defense zones would be able to detect the situation here and provide timely assistance. The sea monsters are attacking the city. Everyone, hurry up and stop them on the city wall. As they ran, the older believer looked at the panicking believers and shouted at the top of his voice. They were just like him, at a loss. For so many years, this was the first time the defenseless area had been attacked by sea monsters. Many believers had been there until they died, but they had never had the chance to see the sea monsters attack the city. It was normal to be flustered and at a loss. After all, no one was mentally prepared. Fortunately, the believers had stopped the sea monsters in other areas and knew how to deal with such a situation. At this moment, there was no need for anyone to command them, and they rushed to the edge of the city wall one after another. They had no way out, because once the city wall was lost, the speed of the monsters breaking through would definitely be faster than their escape speed. If they didn't fight, they would definitely die, but if they fought, they still had a chance of survival. The believers naturally knew what to choose. There were piles of weapons and ammunition on the city wall. The believers who stayed behind had received short-term training and knew how to operate them. However, it was impossible to stop the sea monsters' attack with the current manpower. At most, they could only delay it for a while. The surface of the sea had already turned black. Those strange snake-like insects kept leaping out of the sea, covering the entire beach. We need to call for help. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop the monsters' attack. The old believer thought to himself as he rushed to the Grand Temple. But when he saw the image transmission stone hanging in the air, he was immediately stunned. There were many miniature images on the giant ball-shaped image transmission stone, and each image represented a defensive area. If one wanted to check the situation of the other defense areas, one only needed to zoom in according to the number and they would be able to see the scene they wanted to see. However, at this moment, many of the miniature images were flashing with a piercing red light, which was as shocking as blood. This was the warning function of the image transmission stone that was activated after the defensive area was attacked. The intensity of the red light represented the severity of the danger encountered. Just by looking at the image on the transmission stone, they knew that it wasn't just their housing area that was being attacked. The other defensive areas were also under attack. How could this be? What happened? The monsters that the believers were fighting against were the same as the ones in their own area. They were strange creatures that looked like snakes. After they came ashore, they began to bounce around and climb up the city wall. Because of its speed and agility, coupled with its small size, it was extremely difficult to eliminate it. In addition to mental attacks, these sea monsters could also fuse together like mud and have a larger body. When in this form, the sea monster would possess a terrifying devouring ability and could swallow everything it encountered. After an item was swallowed by a sea monster, it would be digested extremely quickly. If it couldn't digest the item, it would be expelled from the body during the process. It was like a lump of mud, unafraid of being smashed or beaten. The more things it devoured, the larger its size became. Even if he used fire attacks, it would not be as easy as it was at the beginning. He could only burn off a layer of the skin. As long as the sea monster shook its body slightly, its burnt skin would peel off again, and it would continue to attack the believers as if it was not injured. Compared to the previous sea monsters, these mud-like sea monsters were not as ferocious and bloody, but they were more difficult to deal with. The most important point was that the scale of these sea monsters was far beyond imagination, and they came with a menacing momentum. In the past, the sea monsters' attacks were only targeted at a certain area, and they would never be as widespread as they were now. The new species of sea monsters and the overwhelming attack scene caught the believers off guard. There were fires everywhere, so it was impossible for the defense area to receive any help. Seeing this, the old believer could only sigh in his heart, and then he lit up the alarm signal of the defenseless area. The defense area that had been peaceful for so many years was in trouble now. Did this mean that a great calamity was coming? There was no time to think too much. The old believer turned around and rushed toward the city wall, his steps fast and steady. It had been 100 years since he had entered the divine kingdom, and he had always been in a defenseless area. It was already a miracle that he could live for so long with his cultivation. Sometimes, living a long life did not mean happiness. On the contrary, it was a kind of suffering. At the end of the day, this God's kingdom was not a normal world, and one could forget about getting a normal life here. If he kept fighting, he wouldn't have time to think, and he would become more numb. However, once he was free, he would have an indescribable sense of oppression, as if he was a walking corpse. Rather than suffering such torture, it was better to fight to the heart's content, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, the elderly believer's speed became faster and faster, and he soon reached the city wall. A huge mud monster suddenly appeared in front of him. The monster kept wriggling and rolling on the top of the city wall, fighting with more than a dozen believers and mercenaries. The monster's body had already devoured a lot of messy things, including the corpses of a few believers. It kept moving on the ground, leaving behind a stinky liquid that made people want to vomit. Everyone's weapons continued to land on the monster's body, leaving huge wounds, but they would wriggle and heal in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that the believers' full-powered attacks did not cause much damage to the monster. On the contrary, when the monster moved, the believers were so scared that they kept moving and dodging, afraid that they would be swallowed by the monster. Just now, there were a few unlucky guys who were a step too slow when they dodged and were directly swallowed by the monster. The believers around them wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch them struggle and wail in pain in the sea monster's body. Swords and bullets are useless. We can only burn it or use some kind of powerful corrosive method. One of the mercenaries ran out of bullets and turned to shout at the crowd while quickly avoiding the monster's attack. "You guys hold the sea monster, I'll deal with this guy." The mercenary Ah Feng shouted. The auxiliary system in his body had just issued a mission for him to find a way to kill the mud monster. The more monsters they killed, the more rewards they would receive. Ah Feng, who had been stimulated by the generous rewards, had already begun to fight with his life. At the same time, he used his accumulated battle points to exchange for a set of burning bombs. This kind of burning bomb could burn steel. It came from the Myriad World Mall and was a weapon used by a certain technological dimension to deal with mechanical lives. This weapon wasn't magical, but its effect was the key to restraining the sea monster. In a battle where every second counted, it was rare to be able to get the weapons one needed according to one's will. The value of the auxiliary system was also perfectly demonstrated at this moment. The moment he received the incendiary bomb, Ah Feng picked up the spear that had fallen on the ground and stuck the super sticky incendiary bomb to the back of the spear head. With the help of his companions, Feng roared and stabbed the spear into the sea monster's body. Retreat, Ah Feng reminded everyone loudly. Then, a blinding light erupted from the sea monster's body. Then, the sea monster exploded into pieces like a burning fireball. 2246 The situation has been temporarily put on hold. 1. In the violent explosion, the sea monster was blown to pieces, and its flaming body parts flew everywhere. After seeing this, everyone cheered in unison, their eyes shining. This scene made them see hope, and their spirits were lifted. Good job, brother, Mo Zichi turned around and shouted. Then, he quickly rushed in front of Ah Feng and sized him up. What weapon did you use to kill the sea monster? Can you take out more? There was no weapon like an incendiary bomb in the defense area. At the same time, surface combustion could not cause any damage to the mud monster. Only internal explosions would be effective. It turned out that the mud monster's body was filled with highly corrosive gas and liquid. When it came into contact with the flames of the incendiary bomb, it would explode violently. Mo Zichi had discovered the sea monster's weakness. He knew that if he had enough incendiary bombs, the sea monster would not be a threat. At the same time, he also suspected that Ah Feng had a storage equipment. That was why he had asked Ah Feng if he had more incendiary bombs. It should be known that some cultivators like to pile up large amounts of their commonly used supplies in their storage equipment. He was like that, so he put himself in the shoes of others and thought that Ah Feng was the same. Ah Feng was a little hesitant. He didn't want to expose his secret to avoid others coveting. However, he also knew how strict the discipline of the cultivators in Lu City was. They would be severely punished, especially for such things that forsook righteousness for profit. If someone was really up to no good, then as long as he reported it, he would definitely be dealt with. In the auxiliary system, there was also an option to report to ensure the safety of the host. This was because the cornerstone platform was in charge of supervision. It could do its best to ensure fairness and unite the cultivators in Lusheng. However, the current situation was special, and he had just accepted the mission. If he were to hide it, how would he complete the next mission? Gritting his teeth, Ah Feng said to Mo Zichi, I can bring out more incendiary bombs, but I need enough battle credits, and I don't have enough. After hearing Ah Feng's reply, Mo Zichi raised an eyebrow and looked at Ah Feng in surprise. As a cultivator of Holy Dragon City and the descendant of a core figure, Mo Zichi had some understanding of some secret matters. Due to his own abilities, he even participated in some secret experiments, so he could be said to be knowledgeable. Ah Feng's condition immediately reminded him of a secret experiment, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. If Ah Feng's situation was as he had imagined, then it would definitely be a good thing that he couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, other things aside, at least in their team, it would be equivalent to having a moving logistics warehouse. This was also one of the goals of the original experiment. Having such a cultivator in the team was equivalent to having an invisible cornerstone platform, which could solve any material needs. I know what's going on. You're lucky, so are we, Mo Zichi said with a smile. Then, under Ah Feng's confused gaze, he transferred a large amount of battle credits to him. Take it and use it first. If you don't have enough, go find Tang Hao and Xianxia. They should not be lacking in battle merits. After the battle is over, we'll slowly settle the score. In any case, I won't let you suffer a loss. Ah Feng looked at Mo Zichi and guessed that he might know his secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transferred such a large sum of battle credits to him so easily. Although he was shocked, when he thought about the fact that this auxiliary system came from Holy Dragon City, Ah Feng's worries disappeared. It seemed that there were more people who knew about this system than he had imagined. It was ridiculous that he had been so careful before. After thinking this through, Ah Feng let loose and began to exchange for large amounts of weapons and equipment. The incendiary bombs he had bought before actually had a special launcher, but because he was short of money, Ah Feng only bought incendiary bombs. Now that he had become a rich man, Ah Feng was no longer stingy and directly bought the launcher. Only by using professional weapons and equipment could they increase their efficiency in killing monsters, and thus, they could obtain more battle points. He completed the system's mission while Mo Ziqi and the others earned battle credits. Everyone took what they needed. Since that was the case, he didn't need to hide and might as well go all out. Looking at the launcher Ah Feng took out, Mo Ziqi's lips curled into a smile as he waved at him. Ah Feng understood and immediately threw the launcher over, then bought a new set. So it's this kind of weapon. I've used it before. It's especially effective against mecha and tanks. Hearing Mo Ziqi's words, Ah Feng was sure that he had really used it before. Otherwise, he would not have directly pointed out the greatest advantage of this weapon. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City were indeed extraordinary. The novel things he had just come into contact with were actually things that were left behind by others. Mo Ziqi raised the launcher and aimed it at a newly formed mud monster in the distance. He then pressed the firing button. With a flash of light, the mud monster was hit by the burning bomb and exploded into a pile of burnt fragments. That's right. Upload the video to the command post and let the other defense areas know the weakness of the sea monster. I believe they will have a way to deal with it. As Mo Ziqi spoke, the launcher in his hands fired continuously, causing fireballs to explode on the city walls. The mud monsters were killed one after another, and the pressure on the people on the city wall was greatly reduced. They finally had a chance to catch their breath. Mo Ziqi laughed heartily. He had originally thought that they would not be able to defend this defensive area, but who would have thought that things would take a turn for the better so quickly? In the following time, if there were no accidents, defending the area should not be a difficult thing. Brothers, hold on. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive. What you need to do now is to kill as many as you can. The believers on the city wall echoed loudly at the same time, their faces full of fighting spirit. He had thought that he would die for sure, but he did not expect a turn of events. Not only did he save his life, but he also had the opportunity to earn more battle credits. The group of old, weak, sick, and disabled were actually full of vigor and vitality when they fought a favorable battle. It didn't take long for them to clean up the sea monsters that had rushed up the city wall. After regaining the initiative, the battle became easier and easier, and everything finally returned to normal. Above everyone's head, 3 transport ships had already taken off and were firing at the sea monster. At this time, in the defense area, only the transport ship had the strongest firepower and bore the main suppression task. The number of monsters that rushed up the city wall from the coast was less than 1/10 of the total number. Otherwise, the believers on the city wall would have been devoured long ago. However, the fish that escaped the net were still a huge headache. They agilely rushed up the city walls and formed mud monsters one after another. Now that the mud monster was not big, he could barely kill it. If these mud monsters fused again, they would become even more difficult to kill. Fortunately, although there were many of these sea monsters, their destructive power was average. As long as they continued to clean up the area, they would be able to reduce the disaster to a minimum. This was a battle of attrition. They had to hold on until the sea monster was completely defeated, and they couldn't relax at all. Otherwise, as long as there was a gap, the sea monster would take advantage of it and continue to grow stronger, devouring all the believers in the defense area. As long as they successfully took down a defensive area, the sea monsters would be able to flood into the continent and directly attack the Grand Temple. If that really happened, the situation would be like a flood that burst out of the dam, out of control. 2247 Strange Bug Parent Body 1. The crisis in the unprotected area was under control. Xianxia and the others relied on the weapons provided by Ah Feng to suppress the sea monster on the beach. Looking at the casualties, there were only a few dozen casualties. Compared to a normal sea monster siege, this number of casualties was not worth mentioning. Mo Ziqi and the others felt that something was off. It was as if these sea monsters had only appeared to cause trouble. Could it be that these sea monsters attacking the city are just to attract attention? Did they actually have another target? The first place that came to Xianxia and the rest's mind was the Grand Temple at the center of the continent. They would use the army of sea monsters to attract most of the troops, and then use these strange insects to hold back the believers in the major defense areas. If the Grand Temple were to be attacked again, the believers could only watch helplessly without being able to provide any help. If that was the case, the sea monster tribe must have mobilized their elite soldiers. Otherwise, with the current defense strength of the Grand Temple, it would not be able to cause any damage to it. Although they were worried, Qian Chongyan and the others believed that the command center would definitely be on guard and would not let the sea monster succeed so easily. The scale of the sea monster attack this time was extremely large. More than 170 defense areas had sounded the alarm at the same time, all of which were concentrated in the defense areas near the central area. The area under attack was in a tough battle, and the area next to it did not have enough reinforcements because they were also short on manpower. Tang Zhen had brought more than half of his men with him on this voyage, causing the manpower in each defense area to be very tight. Under such circumstances, the believers didn't dare to provide assistance at all, in case their own defense area was also attacked while they were rescuing others. The light warships that were originally used to provide support were also stalled by the endless sea monsters and could not respond to the calls for help from the attacked area. Helplessly, the believers in the various defensive areas could only struggle to hold on, with almost no time to catch their breath. Tang Zhen, who was on the sea, immediately received a report that the defensive area had been attacked. However, he was unable to mobilize his troops to return at this moment. According to his analysis, the attack of the sea monsters would not affect the believers' continent at all. The believers were just caught off guard. When they recovered, they would be able to deal with these sea monsters without any effort. However, he still gave the order to mobilize the cultivators in Lusheng to solve the crisis and strengthen the defense around the Grand Temple. Currently, there were still many cultivators in Lusheng guarding the 153rd defense area. Their mission was to act as a mobile force and fight fires everywhere on the believers' continent. Following Tang Zhen's order, the cultivators of Lusheng immediately began to move. They went straight to the defensive areas that had been attacked. At the same time, cultivators from Lucheng began to explore the sea, trying to figure out the specific origin of these strange insects. It was impossible for such a large number of sea monsters to appear out of thin air, let alone from the deep sea. Such a long distance was impossible for the small sea monsters to cross. They would die of exhaustion. Therefore, the command center determined that the nest of these sea monsters was nearby, and there were many of them. To cure a disease, one had to get rid of the root. To completely resolve this crisis, one had to find the real root. It didn't take long for good news to arrive. Cultivators of Lucheng had found the nest of sea monsters. Just as he had expected, he had found a special super sea monster at the bottom of the ocean not far from the believers' continent. These sea monsters were huge, transparent, and soft, as if they were islands hidden under the sea. The monsters and insects that attacked the defense area were bred by this kind of sea monster, and they would gush out of the sea monster's body at all times. After they were born, they would rush toward the land and continued to grow in the process. Newborn insects were colorless and transparent, and when they were close to maturity, they would have a faint green color. A single bug couldn't cause any harm, but when countless bugs gathered together, they would have a considerable attack power. No matter where this sea monster came from, they couldn't allow it to continue existing. Otherwise, the crisis in the various defense areas would be permanent. After discovering the super sea monster, the heavy warships in Area 153 took off one after another and headed straight to the area marked by the cultivators of Lucheng. When they arrived at their destination, the heavy battleships locked onto the monsters hiding at the bottom of the sea and began to violently clear them out. A huge beam of light fell from the sky and shot straight into the ocean, tearing the super sea monsters into pieces. However, after these super sea monsters were shattered, they did not die completely. Instead, they quickly gathered together and fused into new monsters. After absorbing the seawater, the monster's body expanded rapidly, becoming extremely huge in the blink of an eye. The breeding of strange insects was not affected at all, and countless strange insects were born every moment. Super sea monsters were difficult to deal with, but it was within his expectations. Cultivator Lucheng had encountered this kind of unkillable worm in other planes before. He knew that the best way to deal with this monster was to bring it away from its living environment. For example, the monster in front of them. As long as it was brought to land, the cultivators of Lucheng didn't even need to do anything to destroy it due to the lack of water. The operation plan was quickly formulated. A large number of cultivators from Lucheng arrived one after another and began to cooperate with the operation. The sea monster's body was huge and it was very difficult to bring it on land. Therefore, cultivator Lucheng chose to kill it on the spot. As the sea water was frozen, the sea monster was trapped in the center and could not move around. The sea monster sensed the danger and began to wriggle uneasily, but it couldn't break through the thick ice and escape. It turned out that sea monsters with super reproductive ability did not have any offensive power. They were pure reproduction machines. This was a reasonable situation. Otherwise, the monster's abilities would be too heaven-defying and could easily destroy the world. It would not be allowed by the rules at all. At the very least, a world at the level of a divine kingdom would not be able to contain such a terrifying creature. It was like fire and water, incompatible and impossible for them to coexist. After trapping the sea monster, Lucheng's cultivators worked together to drain the sea water. As the water level continued to drop, water began to flow out of the sea monster's body, and its size also shrank rapidly. The strange insects sensed the danger of their mother and began to attack the ice layer madly, trying to save the sea monster. To the cultivators of the building, these newly born insects posed no threat at all, and they were all easily annihilated. The moment the seawater was completely drained, the water in the sea monster's body was all gone, and it became smaller and smaller. The sea monster that was taken away by the spaceship was only half a meter in size and looked like a piece of soft rubber. No one could have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable thing could actually have such a terrifying reproductive ability. This special ability to reproduce might be related to the super planes items that sea monsters possessed, allowing their descendants to have similar abilities. However, this ability was a weaker version and was far less powerful than the real mother. The dehydrated sea monsters were transported to the land for further research to find a way to deal with them. There must be a closer connection between this sea monster and the real mother. The research fanatics of the Holy Dragon City would never miss such an experimental target. It was even possible to replicate the abilities of these sea monsters and use them in war under suitable circumstances. 2248 The Traitor of the God Kingdom 1. Just as Tang Zhen led his troops to stop the Sea Monster Coalition army and the sea monsters launched attacks on the major defense areas, the area around the Grand Temple also entered a state of martial law. The situation was critical, and the entire Believers' continent was in a state of tension. As the core area, the Grand Temple was naturally the most important defense. From this moment on, no one was allowed to get close to the Grand Temple, regardless of their identity, or they would be killed without mercy. The believers who originally lived nearby were also violently driven away by the cultivators of Lucheng, and some inevitable disputes broke out during this period. The final result was naturally for the believers to leave obediently. Otherwise, the cultivators of Lucheng would not hesitate to slash them with their sabers. The bodies of the believers who had caused trouble last time were still abandoned in the wilderness, and no one had collected their bodies. The cultivators of Lucheng wanted to use this method to warn those who didn't know what was good for them. If they tried to attack the Grand Temple, they would be killed and their corpses would be abandoned in the wilderness. This move was very effective. Now, not even a ghost could be seen in the vicinity of the Grand Temple. It was frighteningly quiet. At this moment, the Grand Temple looked more like a forbidden area, unlike in the past, where it was only a forbidden area in name, but in fact, believers could come and go freely. In fact, a long time ago, the Grand Temple was truly a forbidden place, and believers were never allowed to approach it. The free entry of the believers actually happened after the native gods fell into a deep sleep. In order to win over the believers, the Spyriders had no choice but to lift some of the restrictions. In fact, the indigenous gods cherished their lives very much. In order to ensure that they would not be hurt, they had made a series of arrangements before going into deep sleep. No matter what, he was the creator of the god's kingdom. It would not be easy for the enemy to enter his sleeping place. The existence of the band didn't really matter. However, no matter how strong the defense was, it would be cracked one day. The current situation had proven that to protect the safety of the Grand Temple, it must be completed by the cooperation of believers and cultivators. However, due to the series of changes that had happened before, the credibility of the believers was constantly decreasing. On the contrary, the cultivators of Lucheng who had signed the contract began to have higher credibility. For example, the three masters of creation guarding the Grand Temple had all signed a contract. That if the indigenous gods were hurt, they would also be implicated. Therefore, there was no need to worry that they would neglect their duties. They would be more attentive than the believers and would not be careless in the slightest. As for the cultivators stationed outside the Grand Temple, their duty was to guard the Grand Temple. They would definitely complete the task. On the contrary, the cultivators of Lusheng City were always on guard against the believers who were stationed in the Grand Temple. They had never treated them as real comrades. The believers were also aware of this. Although they felt indignant, there was nothing they could do. After all, there had been traitors among the believers all this time. Even they themselves could not guarantee that there were no traitors around them. They turned to the sea monsters or established secret organizations, betraying their faith and trying to destroy the God's kingdom. If the reason for the betrayal was investigated, the believers could not be blamed at all. They had just suddenly realized it. The problem was that the believers did not realize that once the God's kingdom was destroyed, they would not end up well either. If they had the ability to leave the God's kingdom, they could completely escape the fate of being enslaved. Unfortunately, it was not easy to do so. Only when one's strength reached the level of a creator and could create a new world would one be able to escape the control of the divine kingdom. It was just that it was extremely difficult to do this in a god nation. Even Tang Zhen had only obtained an extremely precious divine source because of their cooperation. There was another way, and that was to use the teleportation channel in the world of Lusheng to enter it. It wasn't easy to do this. Without Tang Zhen's permission, no believer could leave his god nation. Moreover, the transmission channel was a top secret, and the believers in the other defense areas didn't know of its existence at all. They thought that the cultivators in Lusheng City had entered the God's kingdom through summoning, just like them. In the hearts of some of the believers who were determined to leave, if they wanted to leave the divine kingdom, they would have to get rid of the indigenous gods. In that case, the divine kingdom would collapse, and they would have a chance to leave. There were many believers who had this idea. They had established a secret organization a long time ago to plan how to kill the indigenous gods. The weak state of the indigenous gods naturally could not be hidden from these believers. It was for this reason that they believed that the possibility of success was extremely high. The believers were also clear about the benefits of killing a god. Many of them joined the organization because they were tempted by the huge benefits. However, these traitors knew that even if the aboriginal gods were in a weakened state, they still could not kill them as they pleased. Therefore, they chose to keep a low profile and wait for an opportunity. Killing with a borrowed knife was the method they admired. He would use the sea monster to deal with the Grand Temple, then take advantage of the situation to benefit from it, and finally find a chance to leave the God Kingdom. As the sea monster tribe launched a general attack, the secret organization also began to take action and became extremely active. They were like venomous snakes hiding in the grass, constantly observing the surrounding environment, looking for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. In a valley about 100 miles away from the Grand Temple, hundreds of believers had gathered, standing quietly in the open space between the valley. Most of them were wearing long robes and masks to hide their faces to prevent others from recognizing their true identities. Although they were all from the same secret organization, these believers still couldn't fully trust each other. They only gathered together for benefits. It did not take long for a tall believer to slowly walk over from a hidden place in the valley. Just like the other believers, his body was also covered up tightly, leaving no clues, making it impossible to determine his true identity. However, the badge on his waist had already indicated his identity. He was the boss of the secret organization. When they saw the leader, the believers who had been waiting for a long time all turned their eyes to him. The leader of the traitors glanced at the believers around him and slowly walked to the highest point. He was using this method to create a sense of oppression. In the face of a group of believers who did not have much cohesion, some means had to be used to ensure that the plan could be carried out smoothly. I'm sure you're all very clear about what has happened recently, so I don't need to say anything more. The sea monsters were attacking the various defensive areas. Their attacks were very fierce and they fought without caring about the losses. However, according to my judgment, the sea monster race must have another purpose. Attacking the defense area was just a cover. Their real target was the Grand Temple. The last time the sea monsters attacked the Grand Temple, it happened too suddenly. We didn't seize the opportunity, but we must not miss it this time. As long as we seize this opportunity and kill this aboriginal deity, not only will you get out of this cage, but you will also obtain unimaginable benefits. When the surrounding believers heard this, their breathing became rapid, and their eyes flashed with all kinds of brilliance. They had joined the secret organization for this exact reason. Now that the opportunity was coming, how could they not be excited? The leader of the traitors, who was standing on high ground, sneered in his heart, but his expression did not change. I want to remind you that there are at least 3 divine-level experts in the Grand Temple. They belong to the same force as Tang Zhen, and their cultivation is unfathomable. They are the biggest obstacle to our operation. The Sector Lord warriors that attacked the Grand Temple were all killed in one move the moment they got close. From this, we can deduce just how powerful the 3 God-ranked experts are. They're definitely not existences that we can fight against. It's not realistic to break into the Grand Temple by force. We can only continue with our previous plan, using the sea monsters to deal with the guards of the Grand Temple. When both sides are heavily injured, we can seize the opportunity to enter the underground palace and kill the aboriginal deities. 2249 The opportunity comes. 1 After hearing the leader's words, the group of believers fell silent, and the valley was silent. Although no one spoke, everyone was constantly thinking about how to take action. It was a rare opportunity, but it was also a huge risk. The slightest mistake during the operation could lead to failure. There was no need to mention the benefits of success, but if they were to suffer a crushing defeat, then their end would definitely be miserable. They took the risk to make a fortune, but they didn't want to risk their lives. In fact, from the moment they chose to join the secret organization and planned to kill the native gods, they had no way out. No matter if it was the Grand Temple or the cultivators of Lusheng, they would never allow the existence of traitors. Once their identities were discovered, they would not show any mercy. Therefore, when the operation began, he had to either succeed in one fell swoop or find a way to escape from this world. There was no other way out. The traitors were different from sea monsters. Sea monsters wanted to control the bodies of the indigenous gods and, from there, control the divine kingdom. If their plan had succeeded, the god nation would not have collapsed. It would only have had a new master. However, these traitors were different. Their initial goal was to kill the indigenous gods so that they could avoid future trouble. Once the indigenous gods died, the divine kingdom would collapse. It could be said that these traitors were the common enemy of the believers and sea monsters. Whether it was the believers, sea monsters, or the Grand Temple, they would never allow such a thing to happen. If the operation failed, the traitor would be hunted down by 3 parties, and the final outcome was obvious. It's not a problem to take advantage of the Grand Temple's guards fighting with the sea monsters. This is also something we've already decided on. But the problem is that we can't be sure when it will happen. We can't just wait like idiots, can we? It was not particularly eye-catching for hundreds of people to be gathered together, but if they stayed in the vicinity of a sensitive area for a long time, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the guards. If they found out the true identity of the traitor, they would probably be hunted down by the Grand Temple before they could even act. Moreover, their true companions were not the hundreds of people in front of them, but many times more. However, they were all outer circle members who had hidden themselves and would not easily reveal their identities. The hundreds of them were the backbone. Each of them was responsible for contacting a group of believers, and those believers would be responsible for contacting the other downlines. Therefore, one shouldn't underestimate the scale of these few hundred people. Once all the offline members were gathered, the number would be shocking. At that time, how to hide would be the most important thing. The leader of the traitors nodded. This matter was very important and would determine the success of the entire operation. They were different from the believers who had joined the sea monsters. They were an independent secret organization. There was no communication between the two sides, so they naturally could not know the specific time of the sea monsters' attack. Even if he found someone to disguise himself and join the other side, he still could not get much useful information. The believers who sought refuge with the sea monsters would not be truly trusted, and they would not be able to access the core secrets. According to the understanding of the sea monster race, these guys who once had crazy beliefs but had now abandoned their beliefs could do anything. If he could betray her once, he could betray her a second time. It was a habit. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the sea monster had never treated them as its own people. It was always on guard against them, and not only did it assign tasks to them, but it also only gave them support. For example, in the last operation, these believers who had joined the sea monster were used as cannon fodder to test the strength of the Grand Temple's guards. No one would care if they died or lived in the end. As for the believers who were coerced and instigated, they died in a muddled way, and no one collected their bodies even after they died. Therefore, the traders only knew that the sea monsters would attack, but they did not know the exact time. According to accurate information, the believers who have sought refuge with the sea monster have been notified and are currently approaching the Grand Temple. Therefore, it was certain that the sea monster tribe would launch an attack in a short time, and they would try their best to attack before the crisis in the defense area was resolved. Otherwise, once the crisis of the defensive area is resolved, the believers can provide timely assistance, and the sea monster race will be very passive. The group of traders perked up their ears and stared at their leader, afraid that they would miss out on any details. That's why we have to act immediately and inform as many of our comrades as possible so that they can participate in this great moment. I hope that everyone can gather in the shortest time possible and reach the Grand Temple. Then, all of you will enter the secret passage and wait for orders. After the leader of the traders finished speaking, he looked around and waved his hand. Everyone, for the sake of our goal, please do your best. The group of believers saluted each other, then scattered in all directions, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After all the believers had left, the leader stayed in place for a few minutes, then his body turned into smoke and flew through the exit of the valley. During this period, a few figures tried to track him, but he used his ghostly speed to easily get rid of them. 10 minutes later, the leader of the traders appeared in a dense forest. He had already shaken off all his pursuers. The location of this forest was less than 10 kilometers away from the periphery of the Grand Temple. If one looked carefully, they could even see the heavy warships controlled by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. If he continued to advance, he would enter the alert range of the cultivators of Lu Cheng. No matter what identity he had, he would be attacked immediately. The leader of the traders would not go there openly, as that would be equivalent to seeking death. The reason he had come to the forest was because there was a secret passage there. Arriving near a large tree in the forest, the trader leader began to circle around the large tree. The span of each step was as if it had been measured with a ruler, and there was absolutely no error. He was using a special method to activate the runic magic circle and then find the hidden entrance to the passage. After walking around the tree a few times, he turned around and looked at the tree. He could see a twisted gap. The crack was the secret passage that the leader of the traders wanted to use. It was not a real path, but a twisted and hidden space crack. The crack was not naturally formed, but was opened up by the believers using a secret technique, so it was extremely well hidden. The purpose of building this passage was to prevent a day when the Grand Temple was forbidden from entering and leaving. By then, the traders could sneak into the Grand Temple through the crack without anyone knowing. After looking around again and making sure that no one was following him, the leader of the traders walked toward the crack. In the process of approaching, his body began to change, like a dough figurine being squeezed, turning into a thin piece in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace as if he had been sucked into a sewer. The crack wriggled a few times, like a rippling wave, and soon disappeared. 2250. The leader of the rebels won. The square in front of the Grand Temple was originally very lively, with believers coming and going like shuttles. This was the core of the believers' continent, the residence of the gods, and it could complete transactions that ordinary temples could not do. But at this moment, it seemed cold and cheerless. The believers who had once meditated in the square had long disappeared, leaving only the lonely statue of the god. In fact, they would be the incarnations of the indigenous gods. Now that their main bodies were asleep, the statues had become empty shells and useless clay sculptures. Due to the special nature of the Grand Temple, it was not an easy task to get the believers to leave. In the beginning, the believers refused to leave the Grand Temple and even fought with the cultivators in Lusheng. The Lu Cheng cultivators were not afraid of fighting, and they even wanted to fight. This was the best way to solve the problem. It saved time and effort, and the results were immediate. If not for the uniqueness of this place and the restrictions of the contract, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would have killed so many people near the Grand Temple that blood would flow like a river. When the blood was sprayed on the statue, the believers' corpses were carried away one by one. The originally unwilling believers could only obediently leave as requested. The believers knew very well that Lu Cheng was a man of his word and would never let them stay. If he persisted, he would only become a corpse and be thrown into a dry well near the Grand Temple by cultivators of Lu Cheng. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were so determined because they had received reliable information that there were many traders among the believers who meditated in the Grand Temple all year round. Behind the seemingly pious cultivation, in fact, he was constantly collecting information and inquiring about the secrets of the Grand Temple and the indigenous gods. What's the use of keeping such a person with evil intentions? However, among the believers, there were also true believers who were allowed to stay in the Grand Temple. They would also take on the task of guarding the Grand Temple, living and dying with the native gods in the God's kingdom. The core area of the Grand Temple was guarded by these devout believers, and there were some areas that even the cultivators of Lusheng City had no right to set foot in. However, there were still 3 masters of creation guarding them in the dark. If anything happened to these believers, there would be someone to resolve it in time. Obviously, the practice of the indigenous gods was to let the believers and the cultivators of Lusheng keep each other in check. Even if they had signed an official contract, they would not entrust everything to them. As for the real core, the entrance to the sleeping underground palace of the indigenous gods, it was guarded by spyriders and real divine servants, and no one was allowed to approach it. A figure suddenly appeared in the forest by the road. Judging from his clothes, he was the leader of the rebel organization, who had just sneaked into the Grand Temple through a secret passage. He vigilantly looked around. After making sure that no one had discovered him, he quickly changed his appearance. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the rebels had turned into an old and steady white-haired believer, his face full of hardships. No one would have guessed that he was the head of the secret organization just by looking at his appearance. After leaving the forest, the rebel leader walked along the jade-paved road and slowly walked towards a building. This building was the place for the believers to rest. Since the Grand Temple issued a ban and the cultivators in the Tower City sealed off the periphery, this place had become the main area of activity for the believers. After walking for about a kilometer, believers began to appear on the road. They lowered their heads, as if they were indifferent to everything in the world. They were ascetics, and every once in a while, they would come to the statue to pray. This matter would not be delayed by wind or rain. Even if a blade or axe were to strike him, he would not be affected. The old believer stood by the road and saluted the ascetics, as if he had known them for many years. Most of the believers in the divine kingdom did not have names, not even code names. They would never use their names when communicating with each other. Since he had already lost everything about the past, there was no need to leave a code name and stay in other people's memories again. Furthermore, most of the believers would stay in a fixed defense area from life to death. For various reasons, they would not easily come into contact with outsiders. He knew more than a dozen people. In this case, names became more and more meaningless. Therefore, even after many years of lecturing, the relationship between the rebel leader and these ascetics had always been limited to nodding. But to them, this was enough. After greeting each other, the leader of the rebels continued to move forward. Soon, the figures of a group of cultivators from Lu City appeared on the road ahead. These cultivators were fully armed and guarded near the exit of the buildings, sizing up each believer with cold eyes. The reason why Lu Cheng was here was naturally to monitor the believers and prevent any accidents from happening. The Grand Temple trusted these believers, but the cultivators in Lusheng would not let their guard down. Who knew if there were any hidden dangers among the selected believers? If these guys came out to cause trouble at a critical moment, they might cause a very serious accident. Therefore, from the very beginning, Lu Cheng did not hold back and stared at the believers as if they were thieves. Even if the believers were extremely unhappy, the cultivators in Lusheng didn't care. They continued to interrogate every believer who entered and exited. If any believer dared to refuse to cooperate, cultivator Lu Cheng would take action directly and let the other party know the consequences of resisting the inspection. After a few conflicts, the believers became well-behaved and cooperated with the inspection. An arm can't win against a thigh, not to mention that Lu Cheng's cultivators were following an edict, so any believer must cooperate unconditionally. In fact, the believers were also very clear that if it were not for the existence of the contract, with the strength of the cultivators in Lu Cheng, it would be easy to raise the Grand Temple to the ground. Even if all of them joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for cultivator Lu Cheng. Under such circumstances, how could the believers dare to be too presumptuous? The leader of the traitors looked at the cultivators of Lusheng and calmed himself down. Then, he slowly walked over. "Stop. We're going to inspect you." Cultivator Lu Cheng blocked his way and said in a calm voice. At the same time, he sized him up. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through one's heart. The cultivator from Lu Cheng was quite strong, but he was still weaker than the leader of the rebels. However, he did not dare to take him lightly. The leader of the Defiance even felt a little guilty under the other party's gaze, afraid that he would give himself away. Through this period of contact with the rebel leader, he had a better understanding of the cultivators of Liu Cheng. He knew that their combat quality was extremely strong, and their equipment was also quite excellent. They were by no means comparable to ordinary believers. There was no lack of such elites among the believers, but the cultivators in Liu Cheng were all like this, which was the most terrifying thing. It was not an easy task to do this. Even if the cultivators in the building were selected from many layers, they must have a large number of cultivators. There was another point that proved the strength of Liu Cheng's cultivators, which was the 3 hidden god-grade experts. There were many restrictions to becoming a divine-level expert, and the difficulty was also extremely high. Many planes were unable to produce such experts. Any plane that could give birth to god-level cultivators was basically very powerful, even not weaker than a divine kingdom. For this operation, Liu Cheng had sent out 3 god-grade experts. If they included Tang Zhen, the lucky one who had advanced in the god nation, there would be a total of 4 god-grade experts. This was a rather shocking number. Although it couldn't be compared to Scandinavia at its peak, who could be sure that these 4 god-level experts were all the trump cards of the cultivators in Lusheng? 2251 The undercurrent under the Grand Temple. 1. Your Excellency, can I pass? The leader of the rebels asked calmly under the watchful eyes of Liu Cheng's cultivators. This was an old fox who knew what to do at what time. It could be said that he was watertight. To be able to become the leader of a rebel organization, how could he be a simple person? Being calm in the face of danger was the most basic quality. Under such circumstances, he must not panic, or it would easily arouse the suspicion of the cultivators in Liu Cheng. He thought that there were no flaws and that the other party would not notice anything unusual, but he still felt a little guilty. Where have you been? Cultivator Liu Cheng asked. At the same time, he glanced at his boots and narrowed his eyes. I went to the woods. What's the matter? The rebel leader had already cleaned up his body to ensure that he would not bring in a single trace of dust from the outside world. Even the contaminated aura had been cleaned up, otherwise there might be flaws. As expected, he was right. The cultivators of Liu Cheng suspected that he was out, but they didn't have concrete evidence. Otherwise, what awaited him would not be questions, but the black muzzles of the guns and the all-out attacks of the cultivators in Liu Cheng. No problem. You can leave now, but try not to go to remote places. Cultivator Liu Cheng retracted his gaze and gave a faint warning, indicating that he was already suspicious of the leader of the rebels. However, in the absence of concrete evidence, the cultivators of Liu Cheng would not make things difficult for the leader of the rebels, because they also had rules. The eyes of the Liu Cheng cultivators were no longer as sharp as before. They were so dim that there was no light at all, as if everything that had happened just now was an illusion. However, the villain leader knew that this should be a secret technique that had the ability to detect. In just a short time, cultivator Liu Cheng had already checked him thoroughly and didn't miss anything. This was only a superficial investigation. There must be cultivators from Lusheng who had locked onto him in the dark. Once he showed any abnormal reaction, they would kill him directly. Thank you. After thanking the cultivators from Liu Cheng, the leader of the rebels lowered his head and continued to move forward along the empty road. As he advanced, the leader of the rebels could still feel the eyes of the cultivator from Lusheng City sweeping over him. What's going on? Did I expose myself? The leader of the rebels was full of doubts. If that was the case, why didn't the cultivators of Liu Cheng attack directly? According to the style of Liu Cheng's cultivators, they would not let any hidden danger remain. If the other party really found out his secret, how could he let it go? Or perhaps he discovered his own secret, but wanted to cast a long line to catch the big fish and destroy the organization. Although he felt that it was impossible, the rebel leader still felt a sense of urgency. I must act quickly to avoid any more trouble. The Defiance leader began to worry. He was afraid that something would happen to him before the plan could be carried out. If that really happened, then all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he might even lose his life. The leader of the rebels felt a sense of anxiety rising in his heart. In their original plan, there were no cultivators in Liu Cheng. Although the existence of the cultivators in Lusheng City had increased the success rate of the traitor's plan, the risk had also increased. If he had a choice, the leader of the rebels would rather the cultivators of Liu Cheng never appear. In that case, they would only have to face the sea monster. Unlike the cultivators from Liu Cheng's side, the determined sea monster was easier to use. The more the leader thought about it, the more tired he felt. However, he could not show it in front of the members of the organization. There was no point in being anxious. He could only wait passively and pray that the sea monster would come soon. At that moment, everything would have a result. Compared to the cultivators of Lusheng City who were waiting for the battle and the sea monster tribe who had the initiative, the rebels who tried to fish in troubled waters were actually in a very awkward position. With complicated feelings, the rebel leader arrived at the front of the building. He took a few turns and arrived at the door of a house. The area of the buildings was huge, and the believers who were qualified to stay behind lived in these buildings. It was rare to see them during normal times. With access restricted, the believers were not willing to wander around. Instead, they stayed quietly in the house and cultivated. In the event of a dangerous situation, these believers would immediately provide assistance. After all, they were also the guardians of the Grand Temple. Creak. The rebel leader pushed the door open and entered the room. It was silent, but there was still someone inside. 4 believers, who also looked old, were sitting quietly in the middle of the hall like statues. The rebel leader walked over and waved to his side. Then, light swirled and the space they were in was completely sealed. "Everyone, how's the progress of the matter you're in charge of?" The leader of the rebels sat down and asked the 4 believers. "The entrance to the underground palace has been set up," one of the believers said slowly. "We can activate it when the opportunity comes." Just as he finished speaking, another believer spoke. "When the sea monsters attack, our people will pretend to be the spies of the sea monsters and create chaos with the believers who have really joined the sea monsters, leading the sea monsters to fight with the cultivators in Lusheng." After the second believer finished speaking, he looked at the third believer, who also said, "The item that killed the gods has been secretly kept. When the operation begins, we will escort him into the underground palace." "The long-distance teleportation circle has been set up," the last believer said. "Whether we succeed or fail the mission, we can use this teleportation circle and be teleported to the edge of the Divine Kingdom. That place is located at the peak of a mountain 10,000 zhang high, and it's a desolate place where few people tread. It won't be discovered in a short time." The 4 believers spoke one after another, and the content of their conversation was obviously related to the murder of the indigenous gods. There were already specialized personnel in charge of the operation and the retreat. It was obvious that the secret organization was not as simple and loose as it seemed. The rebel leader was the boss outside, but he was only a core member here. For some reason, the secret organization had to have a leader on the surface, but the real decision-makers were the 5 believers present. Just by looking at their appearances, one could tell that they were all veteran believers who had stayed in the Divine Kingdom for God knows how many years. By right, the chances of betrayal for believers like them should be very low, but the truth was not so. The real traitors who had hurt the foundation of the God's kingdom were the veteran believers, such as the divine servants who had betrayed the indigenous gods and almost destroyed the foundation of the God's kingdom. The 5 believers who had participated in the plan also had the strength of a sector lord, and were considered the top cultivators among the believers. Even such cultivators had betrayed them. From this, it could be seen how wise it was for the aboriginal deities to cooperate with the cultivators of Lucheng. 2252 Flooding the Grand Temple. After the rebel leader listened to everyone's report, he frowned and thought for a moment. He felt that he had not missed anything. In such a long time, everything that needed to be prepared had been prepared. It was impossible to have missed anything. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Most of the time, they were actually gambling on their luck. Everyone knew this, but after years of hard work, how could they give up so easily? "I've already given the order for the members of the organization to gather at the Grand Temple and wait for the arrival of the final moment." The rebel leader looked at the crowd and said in a calm tone. The other 4 members nodded lightly. The most crucial moment was about to arrive. Whether the hidden believers had revealed their identities or not was no longer important. It wouldn't take long for the rebel organization to officially appear. Of course, it would only be one time before it would be completely over. The rebel leader's tone was heavy as he said, "From now on, we have to observe the situation closely. We can't let go of even the slightest movement." He had to keep a close eye on the believers in the temple who had joined the sea monsters. Once there was an abnormal reaction, it meant that the sea monsters were about to take action. When that time comes, we must also react immediately without any hesitation. The 4 believers nodded at the same time. After they left, they still had to pass on the order to their subordinates. The battle that belonged to them had already begun. After the discussion was over, the believers left one after another and began to carry out their respective tasks. The rebel leader came to the courtyard and looked at the sky above him. He always felt a sense of oppression. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, watching all the things he had done. For some reason, he felt a little guilty, and even a faint sense of fear. The traitor shook his head, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He would never allow himself to have such weak emotions. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm only living for myself. I can't continue to be fooled. I'll only be a worthless tool until death. The rebel leader muttered to himself. The ferocity in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, almost on the verge of exploding. Ever since he had used a vast amount of battle credits to exchange for his own memories, he had developed an extreme disgust for divine kingdoms and native creatures. He wanted to leave this place, to leave this environment that had almost made him collapse. This thought had never changed for many years since it was born. On the contrary, it became more and more intense as time passed. The respect they had for the Aboriginal gods had long since disappeared, and what replaced it was a deep hatred. However, if he could kill the Aboriginal deities and leave after obtaining sufficient benefits, it would naturally be a better thing. Everything he had done over the years was to achieve this goal. Only he knew how much effort he had put in. Forbearance, killing, and many near-death experiences. The majority of the rebel organization's current scale was due to his efforts, and he did not acknowledge the efforts of others. Under such circumstances, how could the leader of the rebels be willing to share the fruits of victory with others? The problem was that snatching food from the tiger's mouth was not something one person could accomplish. So even if he was unwilling, he could only silently bear it. However, the world was unpredictable. Before the last moment, who knew what the outcome would be? Just as the rebel leader was deep in thought, a dozen believers were gathered in another building not far away from him. Unlike the leader of the rebels, who was worried about personal gains and losses, the leader of the believers could not suppress the excitement on his face. I've just received news that the divine-level experts of the sea race have already disembarked and are rushing towards the Grand Temple. According to my calculations, it shouldn't take long for them to reach us. The Ocean Emperor has personally ordered that when the experts of the sea race launch an attack, we must coordinate with them from the inside and launch an attack on the Grand Temple. Of course, with our strength alone, we are definitely not the Guardians' match, but we can delay them. The Sea Tribe had sent out a large number of experts this time, determined to kill the Creator God. They wouldn't retreat easily if they didn't succeed. According to my calculations, the success rate of this operation is extremely high, so everyone must do their best. As for the benefits I promised you, I will also fulfill them after the matter is completed. I will not miss out on anyone, the leader of the believers said excitedly. He secretly looked at the crowd, wanting to see their reaction. In the end, the believers' reactions were calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. The red-robed leader's expression sank slightly when he saw this. He was completely loyal to the sea monster race and hoped that the other believers would be as loyal as him. The reason why he was so loyal and hardworking was that he was a race similar to sea monsters before he entered the Divine Kingdom. He had a natural affinity with the sea. They didn't reject the Sea Tribe at all. Instead, they chose to join them wholeheartedly as if they were their own people. The sea monster race also saw this, so they chose him as the leader of the traitors. Perhaps he was not the most powerful, but his loyalty was absolutely not a problem. However, these believers were different. They chose to join only for the sake of benefits. Although he had known this for a long time, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He always felt that this group of people deserved to die. Stupid guys, you will regret your disloyalty sooner or later. The kingdom of God only belongs to the great Poseidon. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he began to seriously assign tasks, because now was not the time to care about these problems. In the deathly silent Grand Temple, two hidden forces had already begun to move stealthily, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Time slowly passed. In the sky around the Grand Temple, a circle of dark clouds actually slowly floated over. There was no need for wind and rain in the Divine Kingdom, so there were very few clouds in the sky, so this dark cloud was very conspicuous. The cultivators guarding the Grand Temple noticed the abnormality at the first moment and immediately sent cultivators to investigate. As a result, when Lu Cheng's cultivators approached, the dark cloud began to expand rapidly at an amazing speed. The cultivators of Lu Cheng who were close enough had already seen that the dark clouds floating in the sky were not fog, but seawater of an indescribable size. This was a flowing ocean. The water was surging in the air, and it was constantly approaching. It would not take long for them to arrive above the Grand Temple and completely cover it. The cultivators in charge of intercepting the attack were shocked, thinking that the sea monsters were crazy. They actually wanted to flood the Great Temple. This situation was really unexpected and caught the cultivators in Lusheng off guard. When the sea monsters fought in the water, they would be like tigers with wings, while the cultivators in Lu Cheng would be severely restricted. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were stunned for a moment before they started to think of ways to stop the sea water. They couldn't let the sea water get closer. However, when they launched their attacks, they were shocked to find that the black clouds formed by the turbid sea water were far more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. When they used guns and cannons to attack, the dark clouds would burst like a balloon, and huge water pillars would constantly fall. He tried to block it with ice, but the result was that there were huge icebergs all over the ground. When he used fire, the sky was filled with water vapor. The surrounding scenery was partly hidden and partly visible. It looked like a fairyland, but in fact, it was full of killing intent. Up until now, not a single sea monster had appeared, but the cultivators of Lu Cheng could already feel the danger. Those races from the deep sea might be hiding in the water, ready to attack at any time. 2253 Predicament 1. If one were to look from a distance, they would see that the Grand Temple was surrounded by darkness, and the rolling dark clouds had gradually surrounded the place. This apocalyptic scene shocked the onlookers, and they subconsciously wanted to escape. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to hide. The dark clouds continued to move forward, and finally formed a ring, surrounding the Grand Temple in the center. The sea water surging in the dark clouds formed a river in the sky, as if it would fall down completely at any time. The attacks from the cultivators in Lusheng City had created many holes of various sizes, turning the sky into a sieve. Giant waterfalls fell from the sky, and the water flowed on the ground like a giant beast, swallowing a large area of land in an instant. The waves seemed to be under his control, raising waves dozens of meters high and heading straight for the Grand Temple. Looking at the momentum of the sea, it would not take long for the Grand Temple to be completely submerged. The current battlefield environment was very advantageous to the sea monsters. If the sea water could not be controlled, the Divine Kingdom would turn into a vast ocean. At that time, the believers would no longer have a place to stand, and they could only live in fear under the pursuit of the sea monsters. Not to mention the future, just the current situation was quite unfavorable to the guardians of the Grand Temple. They were trapped on an isolated island and were like turtles in a jar. The vast ocean not only isolated the Grand Temple, but also blocked the possibility of reinforcements coming close. The ocean was the world of sea monsters, and if believers wanted to get close to rescue them, they would have to pay a huge price. The sea tribe took advantage of the battlefield and could attack or retreat at will. As long as they could break through the defense of the cultivators in the building, they could easily rush into the Grand Temple or even directly reach the underground palace. It could be said that the sea monster race had planned far ahead for this surprise attack, and they definitely would not only have these means. As the core of the God Kingdom, the Grand Temple would not be easily submerged. The moment the sea water approached, a transparent energy field appeared out of thin air, isolating the sea water from the outside. This invisible wall of air also protected the vicinity of the Grand Temple, and no one could enter. The current Grand Temple was already like an old turtle hiding its head, firmly protecting itself. As long as it didn't show its head, it would be difficult for the enemy to hurt it. When the indigenous gods were in deep sleep, they had left more defensive means. However, there was not much meaning in doing so, because the water level was constantly rising and would eventually swallow the Grand Temple. Only by cutting off the source of seawater could the safety of the Grand Temple be guaranteed, but it was easier said than done. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were a little scared now and didn't dare to attack the dark clouds. The more they attacked, the faster the water would leak. If they were to attack with all their might, it would not take long for the nearby area to be completely turned into a vast ocean. What's going on? The cultivators in Lusheng were all confused. They had tried everything they could, but it didn't work. This seawater should be moving in another layer of space. Our attacks can penetrate the spatial barrier, but we can't completely clean up the seawater. The fiercer the attack, the larger the damaged area, and the more seawater that flowed out. Most importantly, the seawater should come from the deep sea. It's impossible for it to be drained. An older cultivator from Lucheng observed for a long time and said his guess, which was almost the same as the truth. After listening to his analysis, his companion couldn't help but be surprised. If that was the case, the sea water was really endless. Are we just going to sit back and watch? I suggest we try to see if we can plug the hole. A young cultivator from Lucheng said in a slightly anxious tone, his face full of eagerness. This young cultivator from the cracked territory was participating in a dimensional war for the first time, and he was eager to make a contribution. Young man, this kind of hole created by the plane barrier can only be fixed by the masters of creation. So, it's better for you to stay here obediently and wait for the next order. Can't you see that the three masters of creation have yet to make a move? I'll tell you the truth, even if the Grand Temple is flooded, it's nothing. With the methods of a master of creation, he only needed to think about it to make all the seawater disappear. The ones we really need to be on guard against are the sea monster powerhouses who have yet to show themselves. They are the most dangerous. The older Lucheng cultivator turned to look at the younger cultivator and said in a light tone, a battle between masters of creation isn't something we can participate in. Even watching from the side could cost us our lives. Once that happened, the commander would order a retreat and try to avoid the battlefield. Don't try to show off when the time comes. If you're drawn into the battlefield, no one can save you. Seeing the serious expression of the older cultivator, the young cultivator Lucheng nodded. No matter how eager he was to make a contribution, he would not disobey orders. Otherwise, no matter how great the contribution points were, it would not be enough to make up for the loss of disobeying orders. Just as the two of them were conversing, the water level outside had already become higher and higher, and a high wall of water had been set up around the Grand Temple. The surging sea water set off huge waves, constantly surging outside the transparent barrier, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. At this time, a blurry shadow began to appear in the sea. It was the sea monster nest that had come along with the sea. After arriving at the Grand Temple, the sea monster nest began to create cannon fodder monsters with all its might. Black shadows kept pouring out of the sea monster nest. The sea monster army that attacked the Grand Temple was naturally not cannon fodder used in a war of attrition, but specially created elites. After they were born, it only took a very short time for them to grow into complete bodies covered in scales. It was nearly 10 meters long and had sharp fangs and claws. One look and one could tell that it was a weapon of war. However, on this battlefield, they were still cannon fodder. They didn't even have the right to participate in the real battle. As soon as the sea monster cannon fodder appeared, they began to attack the barrier around the Grand Temple. They were like moths to a flame, constantly hitting the energy barrier. Even though his head was bleeding, he still continued to attack as if he didn't know pain at all. In fact, this kind of cannon fodder that was born to kill would not feel pain and would only attack according to instructions. The Grand Temple's protective barrier was extremely strong, and these cannon fodder sea monsters couldn't break through it. Their current actions could only be considered as constant harassment. Just as the cultivators in Lucheng were waiting, they saw a flash of light in the sea, followed by a deep voice. An extremely huge sea monster slowly appeared in the flood. Because of its size, the flood could not cover its body. A young man was standing on the head of the super sea monster. He was staring at the Grand Temple with cold and greedy eyes. Behind this giant sea monster, many more sea monsters walked out one after another. They were all unusually huge, and each sea monster had a powerful sea monster cultivator on it, who was full of killing intent. 2254 The confrontation in front of the temple. 1. The sea monster race looked rough, but they were actually very cunning. Otherwise, the sea monster would not have used the method of cannon fodder to persistently consume the number of believers, so that the believers would never have a chance to catch their breath, and it would be difficult for them to truly grow. On the surface, this method of doing things was equivalent to losing 1,000 enemies and 800 of one's own. There was nothing to be proud of. But in reality, there were countless sea monster cannon fodders, and the cost was pitifully low. They didn't care about such a small loss at all. On the other hand, the believers' continent was getting weaker and weaker due to the continuous fighting and consumption day and night. It was suppressed by the sea monster tribe until it could not lift its head. Due to the weakening of the influence of the indigenous gods, the number of fanatical believers in the planes connected to the divine kingdom had been decreasing. One day, the source of believers would be cut off, and by then, the divine kingdom would have no one to continue. As such, the sea monsters were no longer afraid of the believers, and the defense zone was just a decoration. The ordinary believers were not strong enough, the middle-level believers suffered heavy losses, and most of the top-level believers had disloyal hearts. The number of believers who secretly contacted and defected to the Sea tribe was far beyond imagination. Even in a core area like the Grand Temple, there were also believers who defected to the Sea tribe. Because of their existence, nothing on the believers' continent could be hidden from the sea monster tribe. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely easy for the sea monsters to attack the believers' continent. Neptune had not taken any action before because he felt that the time was not right. He still wanted to wait for a while. He didn't trust the native gods, and he was afraid that the rumor of them sleeping was a trap for him. However, with the entry of the Lu Cheng cultivators, the situation had changed greatly. Neptune, who had originally wanted to take things slowly and steadily, had to change his mind at the last minute. Although the decision was a little rushed, the sea monster tribe had been prepared for a long time, and the efficiency of the operation was still shocking. They first roped in the martial artist continent to participate in the war. Then, they used the martial artist army as bait to force Tang Zhen to lead the main army to fight. If they did not accept the battle, the warriors, Alliance army would charge straight into the believers' continent. If they were to fight, the cultivators of the Lusheng kingdom would definitely suffer great losses, but the sea monsters would not suffer much. On the contrary, it was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone by getting rid of the hidden danger of the martial artists with the help of the cultivators in Lu City. Then, the sea monsters used the cannon fodder sea monsters to attack and hold back the believers in all the defensive areas. The real main force of the sea monster tribe appeared in the core of the believers' continent in an unexpected way. At this moment, from the giant ocean, the sea monster clan's warriors kept appearing. They all had the strength of a sector lord, and brought a heavy pressure to the people. As if they were very confident in their own strength, the powerhouses of the sea monster clan surrounded the Grand Temple at a steady pace. It didn't take long for them to completely block the surroundings, not leaving a single gap. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, staring at the Grand Temple that was like an isolated island, wanting to swallow it up. The cultivators and believers guarding the Grand Temple had all entered the battle and were confronting the sea monster across the barrier. Looking at the current situation, a battle could happen at any moment. However, the masters of creation of the sea monster race still hadn't appeared. People couldn't help but wonder if there was really a creator-level powerhouse among the sea monsters. With the special abilities of the sea monster race and their many years of management, it was almost impossible for them to not have a creator-level powerhouse. At the very least, the strongest of the sea monsters, the Sea Emperor, who had a super plane item, had the power of a creator, and he had a close relationship with the indigenous gods. In the private conversations of the believers, there were many legends about Poseidon, some of which sounded very interesting. For example, some people said that Neptune was actually the original body of the indigenous god, but he had fallen into a deep sleep because of an accident. The doppelganger took control of the body and suppressed the main body at the same time, becoming the new aboriginal god. After the god nation was established, the clone suppressed the main body at the bottom of the sea because this was the only way to prevent the main body from ever rising again. This was the origin of the divine kingdom's ocean. Otherwise, when the indigenous gods created the world, there was no need to create the ocean, which would cause so much inconvenience to the believers. However, God's plans always fell short of man's. The avatar of the indigenous god did not expect that the original body would transform into a special life form suitable for living in the ocean. Then, by chance, he obtained an item from the super plane and possessed a terrifying reproductive ability. After obtaining greater strength, the main body began to plan to snatch back the body that originally belonged to him. The rumor was so convincing that many believers believed it and even went to the temple to verify it. However, this was a secret. No matter if it was true or false, how could the believers get the answer? In addition, there was also a saying that the Sea Emperor was the inner demon of the indigenous gods, but he had hidden so deeply that the indigenous gods had not discovered him. In the end, the moment he became a god, his inner demon suddenly appeared and wanted to take the opportunity to become a god. As a result, after a fierce battle, the native god won in the end, but the inner demon also gained a lot of benefits. The indigenous gods were unwilling to give up and tried to snatch back what was theirs. In the end, the inner demons used the ability of creation that they had obtained to create a boundless sea. The entire divine kingdom was swallowed by the sea, leaving only 2 pieces of land, which were the 2 continents of today. The price to pay for restoring it to its original state was too high, so the indigenous gods gave up on repairing it and allowed the ocean to exist in their divine kingdom. Because of what had happened back then, the indigenous gods had been trying to find a way to solve their inner demons and heal their hidden injuries. It was for this reason that he suffered even more serious injuries when he was exploring the super plane. However, the inner demon had accidentally obtained an item from the super plane, and its strength had increased rapidly. It was becoming more and more of a threat to the natives. On the contrary, the injuries of the indigenous gods were getting more and more serious. Even though they tried everything they could, they still fell into a deep sleep in the end. The hatred between the indigenous gods and the inner demons was irreconcilable. Once they seized the opportunity, they would not let each other go. That was why the native gods turned to the cultivators of Lusheng for help, hoping that when the inner demons came for revenge, the cultivators of Lusheng would help them block the disaster. This saying was widely spread among the believers of the Grand Temple and was acknowledged by many believers. However, they did not spread it, so not many believers in the outside world knew about it. Of course, no matter what the truth was, it had little to do with the believers. Neither side would compromise, and the war was inevitable. At this moment, the confrontation was still going on. Lu Cheng's cultivators stood at the front, while the believers were slightly behind. Looking at the aggressive sea monsters, some devout believers had already begun to chant scriptures and were ready to sacrifice themselves. Behind them was the Grand Temple, the holy land of the believers, the sleeping place of the indigenous gods. Due to some special reasons, the indigenous gods had lost their ability to fight. At that moment, the believers had to take on the responsibility of protecting the gods. Although the believers had been fighting to protect the kingdom since they entered it, it was incomparable to this time. Because this battle would determine the life and death of the god nation. 2,255 besieging one surrounded by the sea monsters, only the sound of chanting could be heard from the believers' camp. Because the surrounding space was sealed, the chanting sounds reverberated and intertwined, making people feel a little excited. It was like a battle song that kept playing in his ears, causing his blood to boil. Some of the believers looked calm and were ready to fight, even if death came at them the next moment. Some believers' eyes flickered as they kept looking around. No one knew what they were thinking. A great disaster was the best test of human nature. No one knew if their comrades from the same camp would suddenly cut them at the critical moment of the battle. The believers knew that there was a traitor, but they didn't know who it was. If they knew, they would have killed him without hesitation. The traitors were also aware of this, so they hid even deeper and did not dare to reveal the slightest clue. The members of the Defiance organization were especially cautious. Compared to the believers who had sided with the sea monsters, their actions were even more despicable. Damn it, what are these sea monsters trying to do? The rebel leader's eyes were gloomy. He looked at the sea monsters swimming in the surrounding sea. As the water level continued to rise, the sea monsters were already more than 30 meters above the ground. The water level was still rising, and the sea monsters almost filled up all the gaps, like goldfish in a huge fish tank. But then again, in the eyes of the sea monsters, they were also imprisoned animals. Right now, they were being admired by the sea monsters, and then they would be slaughtered at the right time. The sea monster's unexpected attack was beyond the rebel leader's expectations. He did not know if he should continue with his original plan. In this monstrous flood, it was unknown whether the believers hiding in the secret passage were safe or not. Could the allies who rushed over after receiving the news find a way to get close to the Grand Temple in the monstrous flood? The Defiance leader was not worried about the safety of his believers. Instead, he was afraid that the operation that he had painstakingly planned for so many years would be lost because of the monstrous ocean. Therefore, there must be no problems with every step and he had to be extremely careful. There were many members in the rebel organization, but compared to the number of cultivators in Tonglo City and the number of believers, they were not worth mentioning at all. At the beginning of the battle, facing the endless sea monsters, they wouldn't even be able to make a splash with their manpower. The final moment had not yet arrived, and yet such a huge change had occurred. The leader of the rebels was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The problem was that there were only a few hundred people in the Grand Temple. Although they were all elites selected from thousands of people, which one of them was weak in the battle camp at the moment? Can they really take advantage of the situation and kill the aboriginal deities with their small number of people? The more the rebel leader thought about it, the less confidence he had, and his mood began to become irritable. Now that the situation had changed, would the original plan also have to change? It's best for me to complete the mission of assassinating the aboriginal deities personally. This way, the success rate will be higher. This thought quickly flashed through the rebel leader's mind, and it became difficult to suppress. At this moment, the only person he could trust the most was himself. After confirming his thoughts, the rebel leader looked at the back of the team, where a believer in black armor was. The other party was a member of the organization and held a very important position. Whether or not they could kill the indigenous god would have a lot to do with this believer. It turned out that there was an item hidden in this believer's body that could kill the lives of the natives. It was a treasure that the rebel organization had spent many years and poured in all their resources to create. The core of the weapon alone was an extremely precious treasure, not to mention the large amount of resources consumed during the forging process. It was said that it was a fragment of a treasure from a super plane, which was accidentally discovered by a strong believer, and then known by the leader of the rebels. In order to obtain this item, the leader of the rebels had painstakingly planned to secretly kill the powerful believer and snatch this treasure. Any believer who knew about this matter was secretly killed by him to ensure that the secret was only in his hands. Without it, no matter how confident the rebel leader was, he would not have dared to try to assassinate a native god. However, in order to activate the weapon, the user had to sacrifice their life. The rebel leader would not do that. Therefore, the traitors' organization, out of goodwill, specially trained an executioner. When the opportunity came, he would take the initiative to sacrifice himself to assassinate and humiliate the gods. Because this task was very important, with the accumulation of resources, the executioner's strength was not weak. However, there was something wrong with this guy's brain. He had to command from the side at all times, and he only listened to the instructions of 3 believers. The orders of the rebel leader had the highest authority. Once the executioner accepted it, he would execute it without hesitation. However, at this moment, the rebel leader was worried that the executioner would be killed by the sea monster race before the last moment. We must protect the executioner. We can't allow such a thing to happen, or all our previous efforts will be in vain. The task of assassinating the aboriginal gods should still be handed over to the executioners. Otherwise, even if the aboriginal gods were killed, it would have nothing to do with me. However, I must be the one to protect him. I can't trust anyone else. Thinking of this, the rebel leader immediately approached the executioner, ready to act as his guard and ensure that the operation plan was carried out strictly. Seeing the rebel leader slowly approaching, the commander beside the executioner had a faint look of doubt in his eyes. He was one of the 4 believers who had participated in the meeting earlier. He did not have any contact with them on normal days to avoid suspicion. That was why he couldn't understand what the leader of the rebels was doing. Why would he take the initiative to get close to them in this situation? Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by the cultivators in Lusheng? The guards did not realize that the severity of the situation had exceeded their expectations, and the rebel leader could not care about anything else. It didn't matter even if they were exposed. After this battle, one side was bound to be completely defeated. What he had to do now was to gather his companions as much as possible. Otherwise, when the battle began, they would be easily scattered and disrupted. At that time, he would not even be able to protect himself, let alone assassinate the aboriginal deities. Just as the members of the rebel organization gathered together, the believers who had secretly defected to the sea monster race had extremely complicated feelings. They looked at the surrounding seawater that was rising higher and higher, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They did not know if they could survive in the chaotic battle when the battle began. Before the operation, they had been given an item that could release the aura of the sea race to prove their identity. However, in this chaotic environment, even their companions couldn't take care of each other, so why would the crazy sea monsters care about these things? The sea tribe would not change their battle plan just because of them. They did this just to avoid any accidental injuries. In fact, these believers knew very well that in the eyes of the overseas tribes, the lives of these traitors were not much better than the cannon fodder of the sea monsters. 2256 Poseidon's appearance 1 inch. Who can tell me what these sea monsters are doing? Why haven't they attacked yet? As if unable to stand the oppressive atmosphere, a believer asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a trace of confusion. Unlike the disloyal believers, Most of the believers who stayed in the Grand Temple retained their absolute loyalty to the indigenous gods and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect them. They weren't afraid of death, but the situation in front of them confused the believers who were prepared to sacrifice themselves. What was going on? Was the sea monster going to persuade them to surrender and then take down the Grand Temple without shedding any blood? If that was the case, it would be too laughable. The believers and the sea monsters were irreconcilable, especially the loyal believers. It was even more impossible for them to surrender to the sea monsters. Everyone knew that if the sea monster tribe won, they would definitely not allow the believers to continue existing and would definitely carry out a purge. Keeping the purity of the divine kingdom and not allowing other races to exist was the style of the sea monster race. The believer's voice was not loud, but the surrounding believers heard it clearly. No one could answer his question, because they didn't understand what the sea monster was doing. With a simple estimation, he knew that in this short period of time, the number of sea monsters around him had exceeded 1 million. Even the cultivators and believers of the city couldn't compare to the number of sea monsters. The disadvantage was quite obvious. This wasn't all of the sea monsters, as they were still increasing in numbers and couldn't wait to bring all the monsters in the nest over. In the surrounding eye of the sea monsters continued to appear. The Sea Emperor, who was determined to get the body of the indigenous god, had done his best in this battle. With the sea monsters' advantage, they could easily crush the Grand Temple. If they were really afraid of the masters of creation, they might not have dared to come. Now that they had arrived and adopted such a large army to suppress the border, it showed that they were not afraid of the creator who guarded the Grand Temple. The sea monsters, which were supposed to attack in one go, chose to surround them instead of attacking. This made people wonder if the sea monster race was bluffing, or were they secretly plotting something, while the believers were kept in the dark. At this special moment, no one dared to make a conclusion. Everyone kept silent. At the same time, some people were curious why the 3 masters of creation guarding the Grand Temple had not made a move yet. Only the more powerful cultivators could faintly sense that there were actually a few flashes of chi clashing in the dark. These auras were rather obscure, and their sharpness was concealed. However, if one overestimated their own strength and tried to sense it, they might be seriously injured. Without a doubt, this was a test between the masters of creation. It was invisible but extremely dangerous. Although they hadn't officially fought yet, they had already begun to probe each other in certain aspects. To the masters of creation, appearing on the battlefield and confronting each other had no meaning. At their level of cultivation, their fighting style had become even simpler and purer. Sometimes, life and death could be decided in an extremely short time. However, the current situation seemed to be very disadvantageous to Lu Cheng's cultivators. Even ordinary believers knew that there were 3 masters of creation guarding the Grand Temple. It was impossible for these sea monsters to not know. Since they dared to use such a tactic, they must have a way to deal with it, and that was the truth. Based on their current auras, the sea monster race had 5 artisans. The 5 masters of creation were almost twice the number of cultivators in Lu Cheng. Even if they had just entered the god grade, they were still not to be underestimated. God knew what method the sea monster race had to produce so many masters of creation. If there were no restrictions to this method, it would be a disaster. If this continued, the overseas returnee race of masters of creation would continue to appear, and even the tower world would be no match for them. Such a heaven-defying thing should not exist. One had to know that a creator was a forbidden existence. They could exist, but not without limit. In the unseen world, there were actually laws that governed everything. Those things that didn't conform to the rules were destined to never exist. They wouldn't even have the chance to appear. Therefore, there must be a problem with the creator of the sea monster race, and a big problem at that. As such, the masters of creation guarding the Grand Temple were fearless. One could sense their strong will to fight through the aura they released. The masters of creation of the sea monster tribe felt this fearless aura, so they didn't attack. They now had a good understanding of the abilities of the cultivators in Lu City. They knew that even if they had the advantage of numbers, they might not be able to win. Neptune was very concerned about the outcome of the war, which was why he was very cautious. He knew that if they couldn't win this battle, it would be the time for the cultivators in Lu City to counterattack. These outsiders were different from the believers, and they couldn't be bought over. The current situation was actually very advantageous to the sea monster tribe. Because the martial artist alliance had pinned down Tang Zhen, he couldn't return in a short time, allowing the three masters of creation of the Grand Temple to receive help. All the major defensive areas were also being attacked by the sea monsters. Although the attacks were not very strong, they still held back many believers. In such a situation, even if the believers received the news that the Grand Temple was under attack, they still could not provide timely and effective assistance. If the believers left the defense area to provide support, the sea monsters would occupy the defense area, causing the entire defense line to collapse. Next, the sea monsters would land. They would either attack the other defensive areas from behind or chase after the believers and head straight for the Great Temple. From this, it could be confirmed that the sea monsters had a very detailed plan before they launched the attack. On the other hand, it was obvious that the believers' continent was not well prepared. After the war began, they were in a passive position everywhere. The Grand Temple was busy with its own affairs, and the believers could not unite. If it was only the cultivators of Lusheng, the outcome of this war was still unknown. However, such a deployment could only hold a temporary advantage. If the time dragged on, the sea monster race's advantage would become weaker and weaker. The cultivators of Lusheng City were not without a source of water. Ever since the operation began, more and more troops were sent to the Divine Kingdom. After a period of intelligence gathering, Neptune had a general understanding of the world of Lusheng. He knew that in terms of overall strength, he could not compare to it. If Lu Cheng's cultivators were given enough time, they would be able to control the Divine Kingdom completely. By then, the sea monster tribe would not have any chance to breathe. Therefore, the confrontation was only temporary. The sea monsters would not waste time and would definitely take the initiative to attack. There was actually another reason why he was biding his time. In the silent atmosphere, the eye of the sea behind the sea monster suddenly began to shake violently. After sensing this fluctuation, the sea monster powerhouses who had sealed the Grand Temple showed an excited expression. The cultivators in Lusheng, who were waiting for the attack, had a change of expression. They knew that something big was going to happen. The sea monster's delay in attacking might be related to this. In the black hole where seawater was constantly gushing out, a real giant eye appeared, and it was looking around with a cold and bloody gaze. When the giant eye locked onto the Grand Temple, an aura of greed and desire spread in all directions. This aura seemed to be contagious. The sea monsters, who were originally calm, suddenly became restless. In their eyes, there was also a flash of greed, like a starving wolf seeing the most delicious food. The next moment, the ocean eye was torn apart, and the space around it seemed to tremble. An indescribably terrifying monster forced its way out of the black hole, taking up a large area of space. Its body was already more than 10,000 meters long, and it kept letting out muffled thunderous roars, its huge eye fixed on the Grand Temple. 2257 The start of the war. 1. It wasn't rare to see things that were 10,000 meters long, but most of them were dead or plants. Living creatures that were 10,000 meters long were very rare. There were some in the void, but they only existed in the void and rarely appeared in the real world. An ordinary world could not bear such a life form, and a slight carelessness would lead to the destruction of the plane barrier. For a living being to reach such a size, it meant that it had already surpassed the limits of ordinary life and had entered a different life form. This form was the Creator. If the masters of creation wanted to, they could grow to 100,000 meters or even 1,000,000 meters. Of course, this required a huge amount of energy to support it. Otherwise, even a creator-level expert wouldn't be able to maintain this form for a long time. So even if they were promoted to a creator and could enlarge their body countless times, most of them would maintain a normal body size to avoid unnecessary energy consumption. As the lord of the sea monsters, Poseidon had super strength. He also had a treasure from the super plane, which gave him an abnormal reproductive ability. The sea monsters that were attacking the Grand Temple were all his second or third generation, or even dozens of generations of descendants. Even the sea monster cannon fodder that had been casually sacrificed were also descendants of the Sea Emperor. The only difference was that they were born in the sea monster nest, separated by countless generations. In fact, strictly speaking, these sea monsters were not the descendants of the Sea Emperor. At most, they were his works. Neptune had the ability to create things, and with the treasures of the super plane, he could naturally produce sea monsters in batches. Therefore, these strange sea monsters were more like products of an assembly line and had little blood relationship with the Sea Emperor. Most sea monsters were created out of thin air with the Sea Emperor as a template. Many sea monsters had all kinds of problems with their bodies after they were created. As such, they were used as cannon fodder. While they consumed their believers, they also became Neptune's experimental subjects. The sea monsters that were attacking the Grand Temple were the elite sea monsters that had emerged after countless tests and eliminations. Through Neptune's help, they could become official members of the sea monster race and have the right to reproduce. Without a deep understanding of the sea monsters, one would never realize how far the Sea Emperor's plan was. His goal was clearly not just the divine kingdom, but the wider world outside. He was only accumulating strength now. Of course, before this goal could be achieved, Neptune had to defeat the indigenous gods and take complete control of the divine kingdom. Otherwise, no matter how perfect the plan was, it would only be a fantasy and had no possibility of being realized. That was indeed the case. They were not qualified to fight Poseidon at all. Once they fought, they would be killed in seconds. The gap in strength and realm was there. No matter how many people there were, it wouldn't have much effect. What really caught the guards' attention were the violent sea monsters. They had already begun to attack the energy barrier. Water ripples flickered in the air around the Grand Temple. Once they broke through the barrier, the sea water would surge in, and the real battle would begin. Their anger suddenly turned into nervousness. The guards, who were ready for battle, unsheathed their swords and their bodies were full of killing intent. At this moment, a voice rang out, reverberating around the Grand Temple. "Cultivator Liu Cheng, this has nothing to do with you. It's a personal grudge between me and the Grand Temple. I can give you all a chance to retreat from the battlefield immediately. That way, you will be able to retreat safely. If you continue to protect that idiot hiding in the temple, then don't blame me for being impolite." The voice was cold, and it kept circling above their heads. The believers with weaker willpower had already begun to tremble. In the face of such a terrifying god's pressure, it was already quite difficult for them to persist and not collapse. There was an inextricable relationship between the indigenous gods and the Sea Emperor. When the believers saw him, it was equivalent to seeing the indigenous gods. The admiration and respect that came from the bottom of his heart would burst out at this moment and could not be suppressed at all. If Neptune wanted to, he could even use this special ability to persuade the believers who guarded the Grand Temple to surrender and make them willingly lay down their weapons. Of course, it would take enough time, and it could only be used on ordinary believers. The divine servants who really guarded the core of the Grand Temple would never be bewitched by him. Of course, with Neptune's strength, he would not do such a thing. What's more, what he really needed to deal with was not the believers, but the cultivators in Lusheng. The war had broken out early because of the cultivators of Liu Cheng. If they were willing to retreat, they could have easily taken down the Great Temple. After Neptune's voice was heard, the cultivators in Lusheng fell silent. No one responded. In the camp of the believers, there were some who were ready to make a move. They had been intimidated by Neptune's aura, or perhaps they had ulterior motives. "You undeveloped guy, don't talk big here, aren't you afraid of the wind cutting your tongue?" A rough voice suddenly rang out, reverberating around the Grand Temple. After hearing this voice, some cultivators in Lusheng City smiled faintly. When Neptune heard the sound, his huge eyes turned and looked at the position above the Grand Temple. "We've already signed a contract with the master of this place and promised to protect him. No matter what happens, we will not leave. So I advise you to get lost as soon as possible, as far as you can. It's best if you go back to your old nest and hide. If you insist on doing things your way, then no one can save you. I estimate that it won't take long for your deformed head to be chopped off and kicked like a ball." Zan Kuang's words were not polite at all, directly touching on the Sea Emperor's wound. If it was someone with a thin face, they would have immediately turned hostile. As expected, when the Poseidon heard Zan Kuang Lord's taunting, he immediately became like a wild beast, roaring angrily at the sky. The surrounding space also trembled, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Its ugly and ferocious appearance had always been a pain in Neptune's heart. Perhaps it looked majestic in the eyes of the sea monster, but Neptune knew in his heart that it was just a lie. This was a taboo, and no sea monster would dare to mention it. Now that the Berserker Lord had revealed it in front of everyone, it was like a slap to the face. Neptune, who was flawed in all aspects of his body and personality, completely erupted at this moment and gave the order to attack with a roar. "Kill! Kill them all! Kill them all!" As the roar echoed, the energy barrier around the Grand Temple began to tremble violently. The sea monster tribe was enraged and finally displayed their true strength. They began to attack the Grand Temple. "Come on, I want to see how much you can do, monster." The cultivators of Lu Cheng were fearless. The warships waiting in the air opened fire at the same time, clearing the sea monsters as if they were mowing grass. In the blink of an eye, the seawater turned blood red, and broken flesh and organs were everywhere. The sea monster was not to be outdone. The energy barrier around it exploded like a glass wall at the same time. In the rolling sea water, mixed with countless sea monsters, like a collapsed mountain, they smashed towards the Grand Temple. 2258 No way to retreat 1-inch brothers, defend the front line. We can't let these sea monsters enter the temple. This is our mission, we must stick to it no matter what. From now on, if I don't retreat, you're not allowed to either. Hold on until the last moment and fight to the death with the enemy. The commander of the cultivators guarding the Grand Temple loudly gave the order to defend to the death, his tone unusually firm and steady. His voice echoed around the Grand Temple, sonorous and powerful, completely suppressing the sound waves created by the sea monster. The 100,000 cultivators guarding the Grand Temple were silent, waiting for the commander to give the final battle order. Although the current situation seemed dangerous, all the cultivators in Lusheng knew that the 153rd Defense Area would not sit by and do nothing. They would definitely send troops to help them. Perhaps, at this moment, the reinforcements had already arrived. In fact, even if the reinforcements didn't come, the cultivators in Lusheng City had no fear. In the wars of the major plains, such scenes would appear from time to time. The cultivators of Lusheng City who could stand here were all strong cultivators. Even in the face of such a terrifying scene, they were still fearless. The commander of Lu Cheng's cultivators looked around with a satisfied expression. Then, he raised his hand and pointed forward. "I won't say much. Brothers, kill." The Lu Cheng cultivators' response to him was the sound of iron fists hitting armor, which was deafening like muffled thunder. The life or death of the aboriginal deities had nothing to do with them. The cultivators of Lu Cheng only cared about their own tasks. Guarding the Grand Temple and not allowing any dangerous people to enter was their responsibility. Even if the enemy was a creator-level powerhouse, they would not be afraid to fight. If the enemy really entered the Grand Temple, they would have to step over the corpses of the cultivators in the building before they could move forward. With the order to attack, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Many cultivators of Lusheng City who only had swords and guns quickly got into battle formations. They took out powerful individual weapons and combined them to lock onto the monsters that were charging at them. There had not been an official battle before, so many weapons had not been taken out at all, because some things, once taken out, were bound to see blood. Firstly, it was to keep it a secret. After all, there were too many traitors, and it was simply impossible to guard against them. Moreover, it was also to ensure the element of surprise and catch the enemy off guard. This way, he could obtain a better effect. Seeing these strange and hideous weapons, the believers were dumbfounded. They didn't know what they were. In fact, these strange weapons were the upgraded versions of single-soldier turrets, which could be used by a single person. The weapon's firing rate could reach 1,000,000 times per second, and it could switch between live ammunition and laser beams. Both modes had extremely high lethality. As long as there was enough energy, a single cannon could raise a city to the ground. When testing the weapon, when the muzzle was pointed at the mountain peak, only smoke and dust could be seen, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It didn't take long for the surface of the mountain to be smashed into pieces, and a rocky passage was dug out. With just a single weapon, it already had such terrifying destructive power. If they were to form a defensive formation, the destructive power they possessed would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, the ground troops formed by the cultivators in Lusheng could not be underestimated. When they were fully armed, they formed a steel defense line. As the order was given, the cultivators around the temple opened fire at the same time. Together with the heavy warships in the sky, they started the flesh harvesting mode. A blinding light flashed, turning the Grand Temple into a dazzling sun, shooting out rays of death. Since the Grand Temple was built, it had never been so dazzling. It was unknown if this magnificent scene was the last brilliance. As the sea water surged, the sea monsters stepped on the waves and charged over aggressively. However, the battle between the two sides did not really begin. Instead, it was the cultivators of Lu Cheng who opened fire. The Grand Temple's energy barrier did not disappear completely. Instead, it reappeared after it was shattered and continued to block the sea monsters' advance. An NBSP, how could the core of the divine kingdom be so easily invaded? That was just too unrealistic. The Grand Temple's area was huge. If the sea monster wanted to reach the true core area, it would need some distance. The sea monsters were trying their best to break through the energy barrier, and at the same time, they had to withstand the attacks from the guards. The death rate was terrifyingly high. As the two sides exchanged fire, this area had become a forbidden land of death. Countless lives were lost every second. The weapons of the Lu Cheng cultivators crushed the approaching sea monsters, and their flesh and blood formed rivers and merged into an ocean. Before they even got close to the Grand Temple, the waves in the surroundings became as thick as mud, completely made of flesh and blood. The sea monsters were not afraid at all. They had long been used to this tactic, which always used their lives to consume the enemy's resources. No matter how many of them died, they were not afraid. As long as they were in the divine kingdom, they did not have to worry about extinction. Because of Neptune's deliberate actions, these sea monsters were mentally unsound. They were stubborn and crazy, and would not hesitate to follow Neptune's orders. Even if there was a meat grinder in front of them, the sea tribe would still bravely move forward and not worry about their own safety. It was a headache to encounter such an enemy on the battlefield. The believers who participated in the battle trembled as they looked at the sea monsters that were still swarming toward them despite their incomplete bodies. They had fought with sea monsters and killed countless of them, but it was the first time they had seen such a bloody scene. This kind of madness made the believers extremely frightened. The arms holding the weapons kept trembling, and even sad thoughts appeared in their hearts. No matter how hard they tried, the outcome seemed to be set in stone. They were no match for the sea monster. However, there was no way out now. The only thing they could do was to fight to the last moment, until they fell. At that time, he would also die without an intact corpse. His remains would be mixed with the flesh of these sea monsters and eventually become indistinguishable. They were mortal enemies when they were alive, but their flesh and blood were mixed together after death. It was ridiculous to think about it. Of course, at this time, no one cared about these things. The more they thought about it, the more they were bound. Friend, you and I have known each other for so long. Today is the day we part forever. In the camp where the believers gathered, an old believer suddenly opened his mouth and shouted at the believers standing next to him when he saw the sea monster surging toward him. The believers beside him were stunned for a moment, then came to their senses and nodded with a smile. It's not an eternal farewell. You and I will still fight together, and maybe our flesh and blood will still be mixed together after death. This way, they would never be separated. However, I still have to remind you that before I fall to the ground, you are not allowed to fall. After hearing his companion's answer, the believer who had shouted earlier laughed and then nodded solemnly. 1,000 words couldn't compare to helping each other on the battlefield. This was true trust, the pride of living and dying together. The other believers were the same, either laughing or singing loudly. After drinking the last drop of wine in the pot, he let out a long roar to the sky without any scruples, venting all his emotions. Looking at the sea monsters advancing step by step, the believers knew very well that their final battle was about to come. But at this moment, the traitors hidden among the defenders suddenly started to attack. Their target was the cultivators of the Lusheng kingdom, who were at the forefront. Under their attacks, the casualties of the sea monster tribe were getting heavier. The sudden turn of events left the believers dumbfounded. In the next moment, they were like an erupting volcano, gritting their teeth and charging towards the traitors. 2259 AMS 1 A great battle broke out. Facing countless sea monsters, the cultivators and believers of Lusheng City had become one. They had a common goal, and that was to fight to protect the Grand Temple. Even if they were unhappy before, it was because of the mission. When they cooperated in battle, they would naturally see each other as partners. At this moment, everyone was the same. They were surrounded by sea monsters and had no way out. They could only rely on and trust each other. Although they didn't say it, most of the believers were very grateful to the cultivators of Lusheng. Because of their existence, the Grand Temple was better protected. Otherwise, if the Grand Temple was destroyed, wanderers like them, who had lost their faith, would definitely end up in a miserable state. The cultivators of Lusheng seemed to be guarding the Great Temple, but they were also protecting the believers and preventing them from a series of disasters. Under such circumstances, the traitors' sudden attack on the cultivators of Lu Cheng would undoubtedly provoke public anger. Cultivator Lu Cheng didn't trust these believers to begin with and didn't completely leave his back to them. Therefore, after being attacked, he immediately reacted. The trader's sneak attack was not effective, but it allowed the sea monster to take the opportunity to advance a distance. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. "You damn bastards, go to hell." Before the cultivators of Lu Cheng could retaliate, the surrounding believers rushed forward and attacked at the same time, surrounding the traders who participated in the sneak attack. "You bastards, go to hell." Without any hesitation, the believers launched an attack on the traders, even though there were some familiar faces among them. In fact, this was the most heartbreaking thing. He didn't expect that at this time when they needed to work together, someone would betray him and stab him in the back. To deal with such a traitor, it would not be too much to cut him into pieces. The traders were also shocked, their expressions nervous and ferocious. They didn't expect the reaction of the believers to be so intense. They seemed to be even angrier than the cultivators in Lusheng. The surprise attack just now was not effective, and they were now surrounded, so there was no way they could escape smoothly. If this situation continued, they might not even be able to hold on until the sea monster's reinforcements arrived before they were torn to pieces by the furious believers. "Let's move faster and break through the believers' defense. We need to retreat to our allies. As long as we retreat there, we'll be out of danger. In the future, we can follow the Great Sea Race to conquer the world, and the entire Scandinavia will be under our control." Even at this moment, he was still bewitching the people and treating the Sea tribe as their saviors. When the traders heard this, they did not dare to hesitate and rushed out of the believers' blockade. A massacre began among the believers, and all of them were fighting with their lives. However, even if they broke out of the believers' blockade, there was still a blockade in front of them, and that was the cultivators of Lu Cheng who were fighting against the sea monster. When these traders broke out of the encirclement and gathered together with great difficulty, a beam of light suddenly shot down from above, stirring the crowd like chopsticks. Before the traders could celebrate their escape, they were cut into pieces by the beams of light, and the broken pieces of their bodies piled up on the ground. Those traders who were lucky enough to survive were all scared to the point that their faces turned ashen, and they scurried around to avoid the attacks. As they fled, they looked up, afraid that the light beam would fall from the sky again and cut them into pieces. His initial excitement at seeing the Poseidon was now replaced by fear. If he were to die like this, he would have to bear the infamy for nothing. "Your Excellency, please save us." The leader of the traders, who was being besieged by a group of believers, shouted at the top of his head not far away. There was a group of oceanic species experts fighting with Lu Cheng's cultivators at close range. The Grand Temple's energy barrier wasn't all powerful. The stronger the enemy, the less affected they would be. After the sea monster launched its attack, it had already rushed in. However, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were prepared and immediately intercepted it. The two sides fought in the air. The sea monsters had the advantage in number, but the quality of the Lu Cheng cultivators was better. The current situation on the battlefield was like a group of farmers besieging well-equipped soldiers. Although the fight was a mess, it could still be seen that the Lu Cheng cultivators had the upper hand. On the other hand, the Sea tribe cultivators were more like a motley crew. Their formation was chaotic, and they only knew how to fight and rush. Without any foundation or inheritance, they could only rely on their innate abilities to fight. The sea monster was no match for the powerful cultivators of Lusheng and couldn't even raise its head. Following the sounds of killing and screams, corpses would fall from the sky from time to time, like dumplings. When they heard the trader leader's cry for help, the sea monster experts just glanced at him and didn't bother to respond. The strength of the cultivators from Lu Cheng had far exceeded the expectations of the sea monster experts. They blocked the way and did not let the enemy take half a step forward. Under such circumstances, the oceanic species experts were too busy to even look after themselves, so why would they bother with the trader's request for help? Moreover, to the sea monster powerhouses, these traders were nothing more than lackeys. Now that they had invaded the Grand Temple, these guys were no longer of any value. No one cared if he was dead or alive. Seeing that his request for help was ignored, the leader of the traders was stunned at first, then endless grievances and anger rose in his heart. He felt that he had already paid a huge price for the interests of the sea monster tribe and should not suffer such unfair treatment. However, at this moment, no one could reason with him. He could only suppress the grievances and depression in his heart and find a way to escape from the pursuit of his believers. More and more believers gathered around him, and the traders who followed him were cut down one after another. The believers hated these traitors to the extreme. Even after they fell to the ground, there would still be believers who would stab them in the back. By the time the crowd dispersed, the corpse was already in a terrible state, and it was impossible to tell what it originally looked like. The furious believers were obviously venting their anger through this method. Those believers who were lucky enough to survive were all scared out of their wits. They knew that if they were captured under such circumstances, they would end up in a miserable state. The cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't pay attention to the traitors. They were focused on stopping the sea monsters and didn't care about these clowns. However, if the traitor was seeking death and rushed to the front of the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they would not mind killing him. And NBSP, just as these traitors were running around like stray dogs, another group of traitors carefully gathered together and moved towards the Grand Temple. Because there were many believers nearby, no one noticed their abnormal behavior. Even if someone did see it, they would not care at all. At the moment of life and death, the believers would consider more things, and they would definitely be related to themselves. However, when they approached the core area of the Grand Temple and wanted to enter the gate, they were intercepted by two believers. At this moment, everyone was fighting against the sea monsters, but these guys were sneaking into the core area. This was too abnormal. Seeing this, the leader of the rebels secretly gave his companions a look. Then, two rebels suddenly attacked the two believers who were guarding the door. The speed of the sneak attack was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the two guards standing at the door were killed without a sound. 2260 The battle in the void. 1. The two believers, eyes instantly dimmed, looking gray and misty. They wanted to warn the police, but no sound came out when they opened their mouths. His final expression was one of confusion and despair, as if he could not understand why such a situation had occurred. Unfortunately, he would never get an answer to this question. I'm sorry, Yingluo. After killing the two believers, the traitors immediately took their places, and the bodies were hidden in storage equipment. Under normal circumstances, the actions of the rebels would never be as smooth as before. They would probably be discovered as soon as they made their move. However, the situation was chaotic and there were wars everywhere. The Grand Temple's defense system had already collapsed. The believers in the core area were still defending. The rest of the believers had already rushed outside the temple, ready to fight the sea monster to the death. To them, there was no longer any meaning in staying in the temple. If he really wanted to protect the Grand Temple, he should have gone out to fight, not stay where he was and wait for death. It was for this reason that the Grand Temple's interior was empty, allowing the traitor to take advantage of it. Compared to the sea monsters, these believers with evil intentions were actually more dangerous and chilling. Just like the two believers who were guarding the door just now, they had died in the hands of the traitor. They did not expect to lose their lives in such a muddled way. Let's move quickly. Once we enter the core area, we'll immediately hide. We can't be exposed in advance. This is our only chance. There's no need to mention the benefits of success, but if we fail, everyone who participated in the operation will die. The rebel leader's tone was stern and cold, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. If anyone dared to ruin his plans, he would kill them without hesitation. He had been waiting for this day for many years. He cared about this more than anyone else, and he would not allow any mistakes. The group of traitors did not say a word, but they knew very well that there was no turning back. They had no way out. Only by trying their best to succeed would they have a chance to leave this place alive. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. After seeing the performance of the organization's members, the rebel leader nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand gently. Move out. The group of rebels quickly disappeared, leaving only the leader looking at the sky with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The divine-level experts have already exchanged blows. I believe that the victor will be decided very soon. I just wonder who will be the final winner. Normally, the sea monster race had the advantage in numbers. They had 6 masters of creation, which was twice the number of cultivators guarding the building. On the surface, the sea tribe had a higher chance of winning, but who could guarantee that the Lu Cheng cultivators didn't have a trump card? Were there really no god-level servants among the sleeping indigenous gods? The more the rebel leader thought about it, the more he felt that both sides seemed to have trump cards. It was not the most critical moment yet, so both sides had not shown their trump cards. The following battle would probably be far more exciting than he had imagined. At this moment, in the void, there was a constant flash of light and shadow, tearing the darkness into pieces. Due to the special environment, Sound couldn't travel at all, or it would be deafening. This was a battle between masters of creation. They had tacitly avoided the Grand Temple because they were worried that if the battle was too intense, it would trigger the Grand Temple's protection mechanism. Up until now, the Grand Temple had only activated the energy barrier, and had yet to display its true defensive means. After all, it was the place where the gods slept. It was not an easy task for the sea race to occupy the Grand Temple. The only fear was that when the situation became dangerous, in order to make sure that they did not attack the core area, the Grand Temple would activate a self-destruction mode. Or they could escape into an unknown space and wait until the crisis was over before reappearing in the Divine Kingdom. When that happened, it would affect the native gods or cause other changes, which would be a big problem for both sides. The Lu Cheng cultivator wanted to ensure that the aboriginal deities did not die, while the Ocean Emperor wanted a complete body. Therefore, not letting the aboriginal deities get hurt was the result that both sides wanted. It was for this reason that the battle between the group of masters of creation did not affect the Grand Temple on the ground. However, in the void, they were already locked in a stalemate. Of the 3 masters of creation guarding the Grand Temple, 2 of them were present. They were the 2 lords, Zan Kuang and Star Elf. As for the other master of creation, he was guarding the entrance of the Grand Temple to prevent the sea monsters from entering. The Ocean Emperor was also in the void. His huge body was like a mountain, and he stood in front of the 2 masters of creation. The single eye glared at Zan Kuang Horde leader, its eyes filled with hatred. When the aboriginal deity was advancing, this guy came out to snatch the opportunity, but he only got half of the opportunity. After becoming a demigod, he had an incomplete version of the ability to create things. His personality and other aspects were the same. This was the eternal pain in Neptune's heart. Snatching the body of an aboriginal deity might not necessarily be without the thought of making up for his regrets. The battle-fanatic lords taunting earlier had infuriated Poseidon. His twisted heart was filled with hatred for the battle-fanatic lord. The 5 creators from the sea monster race had already received orders from the Sea Emperor to teach Zan Kuang Lord a lesson. Hence, as soon as the 2 sides clashed, 3 of the 5 masters of creation charged towards Zan Kuang Overlord with overbearing momentum. The remaining 2 masters of creation blocked the Star Spirit Lord to the side, and their attacks were equally fierce. Ha ha ha, at least you think highly of me. I suddenly realized that I kind of like you, ugly freak. Zan Kuang Horde leader's maniacal laughter could be heard from the void. Facing 3 masters of creation, he didn't show any fear. Instead, he laughed out loud to express the joy in his heart. At the same time, he continued to provoke Neptune with his vicious mouth. Bastard, you're looking for death. The Ocean Emperor was so angry that he was jumping in anger. He kept roaring in the void and ordered the 3 masters of creation of the sea race to attack with all their might. They had to kill Zan Kuang tribal lord. The 3 masters of creation of the sea tribe were actually special avatars of the Sea Emperor. They had their own minds, but they were extremely loyal to the Sea Emperor. In order to nurture these 5 masters of creation, Neptune had spent countless resources and spent 1,000 years before they finally turned into useful materials. In the past, had never launched an attack on the Grand Temple, and this was also one of the reasons. Without a creator-level powerhouse, it was impossible to take down the Grand Temple smoothly. Of course, the initial plan wasn't just 5 masters of creation. There were 10 or more. This was because there were far more than 10 masters of creation in the Grand Temple back then. If the Ocean Emperor wanted to fight with the indigenous gods, he had to have an advantage in this aspect. In the end, things changed, and the divine servants with the strength of masters of creation betrayed him one after another, which made Neptune very excited. If not for this reason, Neptune would have to wait another 1,000 years before he could launch an attack on the Grand Temple. Neptune vaguely guessed that he had snatched all the luck of the native gods back then. Otherwise, he would not have become a demigod and everything would have developed in his favor. The aboriginal deities were injured, their god kingdoms were invaded, and they fell into a deep sleep helplessly after being deserted. However, he had a smooth-sailing life and created a race that was strong enough. He had the capital to sweep across the divine kingdom. The body of a native god was destined to belong to the Ocean Emperor. He was the real master of the divine kingdom. 2261 1 against 3 1. The sea race's experts were most skilled in using their innate abilities to launch attacks and charge forward. Many years of attack and defense had proved that the sea tribe was an expert in destruction. A strong physical body was the strongest weapon of the oceanic species, experts. They could tear the void apart with just a raise of their hand. Therefore, among the sea race, armors and weapons were extremely rare items, and very few sea monster experts would use them. In this way, the sea race saved a lot of energy, and in exchange, their population continued to increase. Otherwise, with the shallow foundation of the sea tribe, they would not be able to support this mode of war at all. Just the daily consumption of resources and equipment was enough to cause the sea tribe to fall into a state of collapse. Not only did the sea tribe pay attention to physical strength, but even the believers were also restricted by the rules of the divine kingdom. They focused on the development of physical strength and were not very interested in the use of energy. The two continents of the gods' kingdom were barren of energy. The situation on the ocean was slightly better, and the energy that escaped from the hole could be extracted, but it was also extremely thin. Even if the sea monster wanted to absorb energy, it would use a special method to do so. It would absorb energy through holes, not from the world. In such a special environment, focusing on the improvement of the physical combat power naturally became the mainstream cultivation of both sides. Of course, when comparing the two, the physical strength of the sea race was still better. This was their specialty, and after they advanced to the creator level, they were able to display it to the extreme. In fact, these 5 masters of creation from the sea tribe all had a secret that no one knew about. They didn't have the ability to create. He had the aura of a creator, but he didn't have the power of a creator. He was a strange existence. As the lord of the sea monsters, the sea emperor only had an incomplete ability to create things. The descendants that he had raised naturally could not surpass him in this aspect. In fact, this was also deliberately done by Neptune. The 5 masters of creation were only responsible for the battle and did not need to participate in other matters. If these 5 masters of creation held power and participated in the affairs of the sea race, then the sea emperor's supreme authority would be affected, which was definitely not the result he wanted. Thus, these 5 puppet-like masters of creation of the sea tribe were pure war machines, and they lived up to their names. The most important point was that the difficulty of cultivating 5 true masters of creation was far greater than the incomplete version. However, it was precisely because of this that these oceanic species, experts, were even more terrifying. Their seemingly crude and brutal fighting style actually had a rather terrifying offensive power. Especially when they were working together to attack the same opponent at the same time, no one would be able to take it. The battle fanatic lord was not afraid at all. In the instant they exchanged blows, he had already made an accurate judgment of the enemy's situation. The battle fanatic lord had encountered countless enemies, and among them were enemies like the sea race. He had accumulated a lot of experience. Against these creator-level enemies who didn't have the strength of a creator, Battle Maniac Lord was 100% able to kill them in a one-on-one battle. From the beginning of the battle, it had already entered a state of white heat. The battle fanatic horde leader held a malevolent-looking broad-bladed axe in his hand as he continuously hacked at the 3 oceanic species, experts. The creator goddesses were extremely powerful, and they no longer relied on weapons. However, the battle maniac overlord still preferred this kind of combat style where he wielded a weapon. The giant axe seemed to be swinging wildly, but in fact, it was very organized. The sea monster experts kept attacking, but they couldn't hurt him at all. On the contrary, when he tried to attack, he was swept by the giant axe's blade, and his wound was like smoke, wriggling and unable to recover. This was the battle maniac lord's ability. Once the enemy was struck by his giant axe, they would not be able to recover. In the end, they would be cut into 8 pieces and then be at his mercy. Ha ha ha, you 3 are interesting. I didn't wait for so long in vain. Zan Kuang horde leader's killing spree was getting more and more intense, and the 3 marine race experts were equally ferocious. The 3 masters of creation of the sea tribe launched a suicidal attack because of Neptune's order. They tried to create an opportunity for their companions by sacrificing one of them. However, they didn't know that the battle fanatic lord was the type of person who grew stronger when he encountered a stronger opponent. This was also the origin of his title. In a desperate situation, he could explode with combat power that far exceeded his usual combat power. During the battle, a marine race expert took advantage of the fact that his comrades were holding off Zan Kuang horde leader and launched a sneak attack from behind. Zan Kuang tribal lord sensed the sneak attack and was about to dodge it. However, another marine race expert suddenly rushed forward and blocked his path. The coordination between them could be considered flawless, and they had actually managed to trap the battle maniac lord. Haha, you want to take me down with you? You're not qualified. Even after such a sudden turn of events, Lord Zan Kuang's expression did not change, and he continued to mock the enemy. This was obviously his habit. Not only did he attack his enemies in battle, but he also mocked them with his words. Not only did they have a good time talking, but the enemy could also be furious and lose their composure in the battle. Perhaps, as long as he had a chance, he could turn defeat into victory. Although the Berserker Lord's words were unforgiving, he would never be the slightest bit careless when he was in action. Compared to his rough appearance, they were two extremes. If the enemy were to make a deduction based on his performance, the conclusion would definitely be ridiculously wrong, because this was also a method that the battle fanatic lord used to scheme against the enemy. Zan Kuang Lord laughed coldly. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he might as well not avoid it. It was a good opportunity to launch a fatal attack and end this battle as soon as possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the cultivators in Lusheng. Go to hell. The battle axe in his hand slashed horizontally, splitting the body of the Sea Tribe expert in two. Then, he swept with his backhand, beheading the enemy. The marine race expert's head was filled with shock, as if he didn't expect to be killed so easily. Fortunately, his sacrifice had paid off. The marine race expert who had launched the sneak attack had successfully pierced the battle maniac lord's body with his forearm bone blade. The bone blade pierced through the battle maniac lord's body, causing black smoke to rise from the wound. Black venom seeped out from the bone blade and entered the battle fanatic lord's body through the wound, causing continuous damage. Even if the battle maniac lord didn't die, it would still leave behind endless hidden injuries. The longer it took, the more difficult it would be to heal. The battle maniac lord groaned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Then, he suddenly turned his body to face the sea monster that had ambushed him. The sea monster was shocked to see the warlord suddenly face him, but it still gritted its teeth and launched a second attack. The bone blade on his other arm also pierced into the battle fanatic lord's body, almost cutting it in half. The other oceanic species, expert at the side, followed closely behind and moved forward, wanting to launch an attack with his companion. The battle fanatic lord's situation had become extremely dangerous. However, at this moment, the Berserker Lord laughed out loud. The wound on its body instantly closed, and it bit down on the sneak attacker's arm. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He grinned hideously and bit at the oceanic species, expert. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The sea monster that had its arms locked was swallowed by the Berserker Lord and chewed on. 2262 Void Creature, 1. In the blink of an eye, the two marine race experts had been killed by Zan Kuang Tribal Lord as if he was chopping vegetables. There were no invincible existences in the world. The reason why one felt that some existences were undefeatable was because they did not have the corresponding strength. If they were evenly matched, there was a possibility of defeating him. If they had the upper hand, they could easily kill him. Even the masters of creation weren't immortal. Of course, there weren't many existences that could kill them, and the battles between masters of creation were even rarer. Therefore, only by becoming the strongest and no longer having any enemies could one be eternal. Seeing his companion being bitten to death by Zan Kuang, then chewed and swallowed, the remaining oceanic species expert's expression changed. He retreated without hesitation. Even the brutal and bloodthirsty oceanic species experts were frightened by Zan Kuang's appearance. They felt that he was a complete lunatic. This form of Zan Kuang Lord had indeed exceeded the expectations of the sea race. At this moment, they suddenly realized that perhaps the cultivators of Lusheng were far more brutal than they had imagined. After the shock, it was a wave of fear. The three creators had worked together, but they were still unable to kill Zan Kuang. Instead, Zan Kuang had killed two of them. Now that he was the only one left, it was impossible for him to be Zan Kuang Lord's opponent. If he didn't retreat now, when would he? Damn bastard, who told you to retreat? The Ocean Emperor, who was watching from a distance, was so angry that he shouted and ordered the marine race expert to continue attacking. The marine race expert ignored him and continued to retreat. If he continued to attack, it would be the same as courting death. Although he was controlled by Poseidon, he was not a real puppet. He would not do such a stupid thing. Bastard, attack with me. After Neptune cursed, his huge body suddenly moved forward, and at the same time, he spat out a stream of flames from his mouth. In an instant, the area around the Berserker Lord turned into a sea of fire. The flames were so thick that they were like liquid. This was a real sea of fire. Any object thrown into it would instantly turn into ashes. Small tricks. Zan Kuang Lord laughed coldly as he advanced through the sea of fire. The flames could not harm him at all. His target was the powerful sea monster who had just left the battlefield and was now fighting with the Sea Emperor. However, Poseidon was faster than him. Before the Berserker Lord could get close to him, Poseidon had already rushed over. Zan Kuang Lord roared. The giant axe in his hand actually exploded with 1,000 zhong of light, forming a semi-transparent axe blade. Wherever the axe passed, it left a black mark, as if it had cut the void. Neptune could not dodge in time, so he could only brace himself and charge at the giant axe shadow. In Neptune's opinion, this attack might not be able to hurt him, so he just wanted to test the strength of the battle maniac lord. Bang! The giant axe shadow and Poseidon's huge body collided. Poseidon did not move, but the battle fanatic lord was like a bullet that was shot out, and he was knocked back a long distance. The toughness of Poseidon's body had already surpassed the level of a divine weapon. The battle maniac lord's axe should not have caused much damage. However, this was not the case. At this time, a huge wound had appeared on Neptune's head, which looked shocking. The giant axe contained a strange energy that prevented the wound from healing. At the same time, it would bring indescribable pain. Ha ha ha, you're the first one to receive my axe with your head. You're really stupid. The battle fanatic lord that had been sent flying had already rushed back while laughing loudly. At the same time, his body was rapidly growing. If he relied on his current size, he would not be able to fight Neptune normally. It must be known that no matter how sharp a sewing needle was, it could not be used to kill a giant dragon. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the body of the battle maniac lord was flickering, as if it would collapse at any moment. It was obvious that the previous attack had caused him a lot of damage, and he could no longer suppress it. However, Zan Kuang was just like his name. The more dangerous the battle, the more serious the injuries he suffered, and the higher his combat strength. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed again. The Berserker Lord, who was thousands of meters tall, was fighting with Poseidon. The battle was so intense that even the void around them was torn apart. Countless cracks of different sizes appeared in the sky above the Grand Temple. Then, countless lava dragons fell from the sky. This scene was like the end of the world. The cultivators and sea monsters who were fighting all dodged by accident. Otherwise, they would be turned into ashes instantly if they were hit by the heavenly fire. The sky and the ground were in chaos. The battle was getting more and more intense. Space was being madly torn apart and was developing towards chaos. This was a sign that the battle was too intense, and space was about to collapse. Such situations often occurred in the planar battlefield. If the damage was too severe, the broken planar barrier would simply be unable to be repaired, and it would ultimately leave behind a permanent injury. Such a plane could collapse at any moment or be attacked by void monsters. The void monsters were the truly terrifying things. Ordinary creatures were no match for them at all. The thing that these monsters were best at was to devour an entire plane bit by bit. What he was afraid of happened. Just as Zan Kuang Horde Leader and the Ocean Emperor were fighting, and Star Spirit Horde Leader was being held back by the other two sea monsters, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from far away in the void. The two sides that were fighting in the void subconsciously released their spiritual power to scan the area, and then their expressions changed at the same time. You bunch of idiots, what have you done? Zan Kuang Horde Leader cursed. He no longer had the heart to continue fighting, and at the same time, he quickly retreated to reinforce Star Spirit Horde Leader. Compared to these sea monsters, what they were going to encounter next was the real trouble. Poseidon was also stunned. He had no time to pay attention to Zan Kuang Lord. His huge single eye was staring into the void in the distance, and there was an indescribable depression in his eyes. Damn it, how did I encounter these things? Although the void in front of him was dark, Neptune could sense that countless special creatures were approaching. These things that were wandering in the void were the void monsters that made cultivators pale. They left only a void in their wake. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a void monster to discover the existence of a plane, just like how a fish could not see water and a human could not see air. However, when the dimensional barrier was shattered on a large scale, the void energy would mix with the dimensional barrier and produce a special aura. At that time, the originally hidden dimension would be completely exposed to the void, and then it would be detected by the void monsters. What happened next was needless to say. The void creatures would devour the exposed planes like piranhas. At that time, even if Neptune really obtained the body of the indigenous god, he would lose the entire god's kingdom. Having lost the most crucial god's kingdom, the body of the indigenous god was almost useless, even worse than his current deformed body. At the thought of the trouble that would follow, Neptune felt a headache. He had thought that he had stolen the good luck of the indigenous gods, but now it seemed that he was not. First, the cultivators of Lusheng City had interfered and completely disrupted his plan. He had no choice but to attack. Neptune used his incomplete authority to open up a passage to the deep sea and directly killed his way into the core hinterland of the Grand Temple. Because of his previous plan, both the cultivators in Lusheng and the believers in the major defensive areas had fallen into Neptune's trap. Although there were some unforeseen circumstances when he fought Lu Cheng, Neptune still thought that he had won. But now, it seemed that the situation was still very bad. It was not what he thought at all. How was this good luck? It was clearly bad luck, the extremely unlucky kind. 2263 Common Enemy, 1. Although the void monsters had yet to approach, it was certain from their way of moving that these monsters had discovered the location of the divine kingdom and then gathered by following the aura. The entire void was filled with monsters. The sea monster race's greatest advantage was their large numbers. They could slowly weaken the Grand Temple's power by fighting a war of attrition. However, compared to the void creatures, they were insignificant and not even worth mentioning. The reproduction of void creatures could easily reach billions. They relied on the plane as their food and could grow into extremely huge bodies in a very short time. Neptune's body was over 10,000 meters long, which was already quite terrifying. However, in front of a truly mature void monster, he could only be a grandson. For example, the biological battleship that Holy Dragon City had modified was a super beetle that looked like a moving land. However, among the void creatures, there were many monsters of this size, but they could not be modified. The reason for this was that the void was boundless, and there was no limit to the size of the monster. As long as it did not die, it would not stop growing. From this, it could be seen how abnormal the void monster was. In fact, it was quite normal to think about it. The void was a land of death. How could an ordinary creature survive in the void? Every time they devoured a plane, it would be the time when the void monsters would reproduce. In the process of continuous devouring and reproduction, the population of the void monsters would grow larger and larger. It was precisely because he understood how terrifying void creatures were that the battle maniac overlord was so angry and even a little helpless. He had thought that he would be able to defeat Poseidon easily with proper planning. Neptune was just a frog in the well and did not understand the power of Lu Cheng's cultivators. He was too arrogant. The scheme that he had racked his brains for was extremely laughable in the eyes of Tang Zhen's group. Neptune's ultimate goal was to take down the Grand Temple and then snatch the body of the indigenous god. As long as the cultivators of Lu Cheng knew this, they could make the corresponding arrangements and win. However, the world was unpredictable. This sentence could not only be used to describe the Ocean Emperor, but also the cultivators in Lu Cheng. They thought that victory was already in their grasp and did not even need to use their trump cards. However, they did not expect these void creatures to interfere. With that, the situation was completely out of their control, and even the cultivators of Lusheng were caught off guard. At this moment, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were still fighting the sea monster, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. Even when he had been heavily injured by the two marine race experts, he had not revealed such an expression. From this, one could see the severity of the situation. Just as he was looking around, a figure appeared in front of Zan Kuang Horde Leader. It was Star Spirit Horde Leader, who had previously fought with the two sea monsters. At this time, he was still elegant and graceful, and there was no trace of fighting on his body. There was not even a bit of dirt on him. Only the long sword in his hand was stained with a trace of dirt. It was obvious that it had drunk the blood of the enemy. On the other hand, the battle fanatic lord's body was covered in blood and filth. There was still some juice flowing out from the corner of his mouth as he chewed, making him look quite ferocious. What's going on? Why did the void monsters suddenly appear? The Star Spirit Lord's expression was also unfriendly. The appearance of these void monsters completely disrupted the original plan and made things more critical. These void monsters were not sea monsters. If they invaded the divine kingdom, the Grand Temple would be swallowed by these monsters. These monsters weren't picky with their food. They ate whatever they encountered. The cultivators of Lusheng City and the sea monsters were also on their menu. How would I know? It's probably related to these sea monsters. Otherwise, how could these monsters appear so coincidentally in such a big void? The Star Spirit Lord said indifferently. It was obvious that he also thought that this matter was related to the sea monster. The two of them had the same idea. After all, Lu Cheng's cultivators were very experienced and knew the dangers of the void monsters. Therefore, during the process of teleportation and movement, they would try their best to take defensive measures to avoid attracting the attention of such monsters. On the contrary, these sea monsters did not realize how dangerous the void monsters were, so they might have done something stupid. In the end, he harmed both himself and others, causing the God Nation to encounter a real crisis. Let's make preparations first and stop the void creatures from attacking the Grand Temple. At the same time, inform Tang Zhen to make preparations. The Star Spirit Horde leader's expression was still calm, but his brows were slightly furrowed. It was obvious that he was thinking of a way to deal with this. I'm afraid that Tang Zhen already knows about it. However, he definitely won't be able to return. After all, those martial artists are also a problem. That's why we still need the three of us to guard the Grand Temple. If we really can't do it, we'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For reinforcements, we can't let anything go wrong with the quest. After the two masters of creation finished their discussion, they immediately began to act. The situation has changed. The void creatures are attacking. Get ready to face them. The Lu Cheng cultivators who were fighting the sea monsters suddenly heard the notification and their expressions changed. Compared to these sea monsters, the void creatures were obviously more terrifying. They were also one of the most powerful opponents that the cultivators of Lu Cheng often encountered. They were like a swarm of flies, following the Lu Cheng cultivators and appearing on the opposite battlefield from time to time. Cultivator Lu Cheng even suspected that these void creatures had a special ability that could sense where he was. Perhaps the void monsters also knew that as long as they followed the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they would not have to worry about food shortage. Of course, most of the time, the cultivators in Lusheng City were too lazy to care about these void monsters. Most of the broken plains that they had conquered were left to these non-picky guys. However, it was different now. The God country could not be lost, and it could not be devoured by the void monster. Since that was the case, he could only fight them head-on and get rid of these void creatures that were trying to invade. As for these sea tribes, if they continued to pester him, he would just exterminate them all. Lu Cheng's cultivators retreated while keeping a close eye on the sea monsters to prevent them from taking the opportunity to invade the Grand Temple. But at this moment, the sea monsters suddenly stopped their attacks and turned their eyes to the cracks in the sky. Because at this moment, Neptune had also issued the same order to stop the battle with the cultivators in Lusheng and stop the invasion of the void monsters. The ordinary members of the sea tribe had limited knowledge and naturally did not know what void creatures were. However, Neptune was very clear about it, and NBSP, encountering this kind of sudden event, he could only admit that he was unlucky, and the matter of taking over the Grand Temple had to be put aside. Although Neptune was determined to obtain the bodies of the indigenous gods, he also knew the importance of this. This was his divine kingdom, and he would not allow these monsters to destroy it. The intense and bloody battle suddenly stopped in the blink of an eye. It was so abrupt that it made people feel a little strange. However, everyone knew that they would soon face even more powerful monsters, and the battle would be even more intense. At the same time, Cultivator Lu Cheng also informed his believers and explained the information about the void monsters. Void monsters were different from ordinary monsters. After entering a plane, they would appear invisible. If the monster didn't move, you wouldn't be able to discover its existence. However, if you discovered it, it was very likely that it would have already rushed in front of you and swallowed you in one bite. After being devoured by a void monster, the chances of survival were close to zero. After all, this was an existence that could even devour a plane. Moreover, this kind of monster could not be detected, and could only be observed and searched using a relatively stupid method. Once a large area of space collapsed and disappeared, it meant that there was a void monster nearby. At that time, he could mobilize energy to attack and use special means to force the sea monster to reveal itself until it was killed. It was easy to say, but it was very difficult to do. According to known records, almost no plane that had been invaded by void monsters had survived. The real danger had suddenly descended upon the divine kingdom without any preparation. 2,264 heavy losses. 1. The void crack near the Grand Temple had become larger and larger. At the same time, because the shattering was too serious, it had reached the point of no recovery. This was the source of disaster. The void creatures were attracted by these broken gaps and then swarmed in. As the Star Spirit Lord had speculated, the culprit of this incident was actually Neptune, who had a screw loose in his head. His self-righteous surprise attack method actually had a fatal hidden danger. It was just that Poseidon was so eager for success that he did not pay attention to it. Of course, there was another possibility. He had no experience in this area and did not know what his actions meant. Experience and knowledge would never appear out of thin air. The hidden dangers of the greater world were definitely beyond imagination. Neptune had high standards but low standards. He had shot himself in the foot by lifting a stone. To put it bluntly, it was actually very simple. As he was one with the indigenous gods, Neptune also had a certain authority to change the rules of the divine kingdom. Because he was not the real owner, the process was extremely difficult, and the success rate was not very high. Creating an ocean in the divine kingdom was already the limit of his ability, and this was because the indigenous gods had not repaired it. Otherwise, the ocean in the divine kingdom would not have existed at all. Before the indigenous gods were asleep, Neptune rarely used this ability for fear of exposing too much and causing trouble. At most, they could use this ability to steal the energy to maintain the operation of the gods' kingdom and increase the number of the sea tribe. Neptune knew very well that the gods' kingdom was the territory of the indigenous gods. If he angered them, they would definitely hunt him down at all costs. The wisest way was to obediently hide in the deep sea and become a pig for the indigenous gods, making them mistakenly think that they could be slaughtered and harvested at any time, but in reality, they were secretly accumulating power and looking for a way to kill the indigenous gods. When the indigenous gods fell into a deep sleep, Neptune began to slowly let loose and used this ability more and more often. In this surprise attack on the Grand Temple, Neptune had used this ability to build a transmission channel between the deep sea and the Grand Temple. The cultivators of Lusheng City had put a lot of pressure on Neptune, so he had no choice but to launch a surprise attack in order to end the battle as soon as possible. The key problem was that the transmission channel could not be built inside the God Kingdom. It could only be built on the outer layer. The outer layer of the Divine Kingdom was naturally a void. Neptune had quietly built the passage, thinking that he had hidden it from everyone, but he did not know that there were great hidden dangers in his method. The void monsters had an abnormal sense of smell. Even if they were extremely far away, they could still capture the unique aura of a plane and quickly gather and approach. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Neptune did not notice this. When he began to move, the void monster was already close to the area where the divine kingdom was. At this time, Neptune had also realized that it was his stupid behavior that had led to this change. Neptune was conceited and would never admit that he had done something wrong. However, when he discovered Liu Cheng's behavior, he immediately issued the corresponding order. The sea race gave up on attacking the Grand Temple and focused on defending against the attacks of the void creatures. The intense battle came to an abrupt end the moment the leaders of both sides gave the order. The cultivators of the Liu Cheng clan were professional, while the sea monsters were absolutely obedient to their mother. The surroundings became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the sky above their heads, at the fire dragon lava that fell from the sky. Compared to before, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Some of the cracks were like waterfalls of lava falling from the sky. They fell into the turbulent ocean, and when they came into contact with the sea water, mist began to boil and spread everywhere. After the boiling hot lava cooled down, it turned into a black mountain and continued to grow. Or it could be said that islands appeared out of thin air, rapidly expanding under the impact of the waves, and then connected into a whole. Neptune had spurted lava in the void and accidentally tricked his subordinates again. The sea water was boiling due to the high temperature, turning into a big pot of boiling water. The sea monsters that couldn't stand the high temperature jumped out of the sea one after another. Most of the sea monsters were not strong enough and did not have the ability to stay in the air. After leaving the sea for a short time, they quickly fell back. The weaker sea monsters, including those who were dead or heavily injured, had their shells turned red from the heat. They floated on the surface of the sea in layers. The nauseating smell after being cooked mixed with the mist and the smell of blood, seemed to be the most effective emetic, making people feel nauseated. Many of the believers had ugly expressions on their faces, and some had already started to vomit. They dared to swear to the native gods that they had never smelled such a disgusting smell. At this moment, another change occurred. A wave-like fluctuation suddenly rippled near the crack in the sky. Then, the sky, which was originally riddled with holes, completely shattered. Violent fluctuations spread out like an earthquake, causing people to be unable to stand steadily. The originally clear sky had become too horrible to look at. The void outside the divine kingdom could be seen with the naked eye. The planar barrier in this area had already lost all possibility of being repaired, and it would only get worse as time passed. The value of such a damaged god's kingdom had been greatly reduced, and it was possible that it would be attacked by outer world creatures at any time. Liu Cheng didn't mind. Their mission was to protect the native god. As long as this guy didn't die, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the contract. The ones who had truly suffered losses were the believers of the divine kingdom and the countless members of the Sea tribe led by the Sea Emperor. Even Tang Zhen would suffer huge losses. The divine kingdom that was in ruins would only cause his original plan to fall through. I'm afraid Tang Zhen has already gone mad with anger after knowing that the void monsters have invaded. Seeing the changes in the sky, the Star Spirit Lord said in a calm tone, and it was hard to tell if he was happy or worried. Zan Kuang Lord nodded his head. He also felt that Tang Zhen's luck wasn't good. It was important to note that the operation this time was the work of the cracked territory, which was the price for the benefits. He had already obtained the benefits of the cornerstone platform. However, the benefits that Tang Zhen wanted could only be obtained bit by bit after he had pacified Scandinavia. However, looking at the current situation, it was likely impossible for Tang Zhen to reap the expected benefits. Even if the sea monster was annihilated and the void monster was successfully intercepted, they would have to pay a considerable price. At that time, the divine kingdom would also be shattered and would no longer have any value to speak of. Although Tang Zhen had suffered losses, he could only silently endure it. After all, this matter itself carried a great risk. Actually, Tang Zhen didn't suffer any losses. At the very least, he completed his advancement in his divine kingdom and became a creator. Only by becoming a creator would one be qualified to participate in the real affairs of the fifth battle area. Otherwise, one would never be valued and would never be able to come into contact with the real secrets. Moreover, based on my understanding of Tang Zhen, he's the best at finding opportunities in adversity and obtaining unexpected benefits. Similar things had happened more than once. Tang Zhen had relied on this heaven-defying luck to rapidly rise from being insignificant and have the qualifications to stand side by side with you and me. I just don't know how he's going to resolve this crisis. Will he be able to obtain unexpected benefits like before? The Star Spirit Lord turned to look at the ocean with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. After calculating the time, Tang Zhen should have already arrived at his destination and had officially started fighting with the Martial Artist Alliance. There was no need to mention the strength of the cultivators in the Lusheng Kingdom. With the cooperation of the Lusheng Kingdom, defeating the allied martial artists, who were only acting as bait, was simply an easy task. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Tang Zhen would appear in the Grand Temple and think of a way to solve this real crisis. 2265 The void monster's arrival. The lava that was rolling down from the sky was suddenly stopped and disappeared into thin air. The members of the Sea tribe who had been tortured by the boiling lava but had nowhere to hide heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. If this situation continued, they would end up being cooked by the boiling water. To be boiled by the boiling sea water, and made into soup, such a bizarre way of dying was really terrible to the extreme. However, the sea monster didn't know that this wasn't the end of the disaster, but the beginning of a new one. The true catastrophe that belonged to the divine kingdom had now officially arrived, not far above their heads. Everyone, be careful. The void monster is here. It was unknown who shouted this, but soon after, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. As if it was being painted by an invisible brush, it began to disappear in patches. The void was revealed, like an abyss, making people tremble. If one looked from a distance, one would be able to clearly see the traces of insects crawling, winding and spreading in all directions. That was the void monster devouring. Everything in the God Kingdom was a delicacy for the void monster, and they were fighting for it crazily. At this moment, The void monster was like a pack of wolves, crazily devouring everything it encountered. Due to the large number of monsters, the speed at which the monsters devoured was astonishing. Every second, a large area of space would disappear and then be replaced by the void. It gave people the feeling that an exquisite painting was being destroyed one after another, revealing pieces of the void. The void monster was huge, and its appetite was also huge. Although there were times when it was full and rested, it had to wait for a long time. It was obviously not a good idea to wait for the void monsters to rest and then besiege and kill them. Therefore, the wisest thing to do was to lock onto the void monsters and launch an area of effect attack when they swarmed over. He would kill as many as he could. Once they missed this opportunity, it would be much more difficult to focus on eliminating the void monsters. Everyone, listen up. Attack immediately. Don't care if you can see the target. Just attack the sky. The battle maniac lord's voice resounded in the air above the grand temple. His voice was firm. At the same time as he gave the order, the battle maniac lord swung his battle axe with all his might, slashing towards the crack in the sky. It was like a giant rock falling into the water, constantly splashing waves, and in the meantime, countless sea monsters were hit and killed. In this battle, the ordinary members of the sea race were really unlucky. They had been tricked by the Sea Emperor. Cannon fodder was cannon fodder. In this chaotic situation, no one cared about their lives. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately began to shoot at the position that the void monster said. Energy beams swept across continuously. It was as if countless fireworks were shooting up from the ground at the same time. It was an exceptionally beautiful sight. In particular, the light beams shot out by the heavy warships were as dazzling as the sun, forming a sharp contrast with the dark void background. However, this beautiful scene represented a fatal killing intent that was enough to destroy any living creature. Although the monsters in the void were terrifying, the attacks of the cultivators in the city were even more powerful. The weapons created by the combination of the cultivation civilization and the technology civilization were created for destruction from the very beginning. Very quickly, a water-like image appeared in the sky. The beam attack was blocked by an invisible object. There were countless monsters in the air. After they were hit by the energy beams, they revealed their huge bodies as if they were electrified. It was like a jellyfish in the deep sea that was illuminated by strong light. Although it was faintly visible, it could still be seen clearly. In fact, there was no way to describe the appearance of the void. Monsters with words, because every monster had a different body shape and appearance, and they were growing freely. It was obvious that these monsters didn't rely on their appearance to determine their identity, but on their unique auras. No matter what they looked like, these monsters all had one thing in common, which was that they had a terrifying mouth that was like a vortex. Its mouth was full of runes, and it kept swimming in the vortex, flashing with a flickering light. It was by relying on this special mouth that the void monster could devour everything it encountered, not even leaving a speck of dust behind. As the cultivators of Lu Cheng attacked, these void monsters immediately became flustered. The sky was like a boiling pot, as if it would fall down at any time. They were like a flock of sheep that had been hunting for food and had suddenly run away in all directions when they encountered danger. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages was the instinct of living creatures, and so was the void monster. Although they could live in the void and treat the plain world as food, it didn't mean that they couldn't be killed. They also experienced life, aging, sickness, and death, but the process was very long. After all, to the void, time was actually the most worthless thing. Although they had special physiques and long lives, they had not reached the level of super life. When they start devouring a plane, the form of their bodies will change and gradually assimilate with the devoured plane. Therefore, the void monsters that destroyed countless dimensions were not truly invincible. They also had flaws and weaknesses. At this time, energy and physical attacks could also be used to kill them. Of course, the premise was that the power of the attack was enough. Otherwise, to the void monsters, it would be just like scratching an itch. After all, their size was obvious. The large void monsters were like giant mountains, and they were not afraid of ordinary attacks. However, the number of void monsters and the aftereffects of their devouring of the plane were the real headache. There were many dangerous things in the void, and when a plane world was exposed to the void without any protection, it would face these dangers directly. If they were unlucky, they might only need a void storm to sweep through the dimension and kill all the creatures in the entire dimension. Under the constant devouring of the void monsters, the native creatures were like trapped on an isolated island, and their living space would become smaller and smaller. As time passed, the environment would worsen, and survival would become more difficult. At that time, even if the void monsters did not eat them, the indigenous residents would die on a large scale for various reasons. That was why the planes that were attacked by the void monsters were destroyed one after another. It was because of this series of aftereffects. Even a special kingdom like a god's kingdom would also face a rather dangerous situation after being attacked by void monsters. Of course, most of the time, the god nations created by the masters of creation would never be attacked by void monsters. And NBSP, this was because the owners of divine kingdoms would think of all sorts of ways to hide themselves, or perhaps find a way to move to a safe place when danger came. As the indigenous god had already fallen into a deep sleep, he could only bear the attacks of the void monsters and could not move at all. This also made the cultivators in Lu City extremely passive. If it weren't for the restrictions of the contract, they would have abandoned the divine kingdom long ago to avoid meaningless sacrifices. They would not be like now, risking their lives to attack the void monsters in order to slow down their devouring speed. The only thing the cultivators of Lu Cheng could do was to delay and then think of a way to move the Grand Temple. They could not drive away the void monsters completely. This was because their past experience told them that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to achieve this. 2266 The fierce battle in front of the Grand Temple. The void monsters had a unique talent. Ordinary cultivators could not sense them with their eyes or spiritual power, so they naturally could not judge how many there were. However, through other methods, he could still make a rough judgment. At this time, the sky near the Grand Temple was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and what replaced it was a dark void. It was pure black and glossy, rolling and wriggling like a living creature. When the void came into contact with the aura of the plane, such a situation would occur. One look and one would know that it was dangerous. The god's kingdom, which had never had a dark night, was now beginning to turn dark. However, this darkness was different from the dark night. More often than not, it represented destruction. The dark night would be replaced by light sooner or later, but once the darkness of the void appeared, it would never dissipate. Although it was impossible to accurately determine the number of void monsters, one could tell that there were a lot of them based on the speed at which they devoured. From the looks of it, there were at least 100,000 of them, and they were all mature. In the void, who knew how many more monsters were coming? The most worrying thing was that after these void monsters entered the god's kingdom, they did not just stand there and wait to be beaten. Instead, they scattered in all directions. Firstly, they could avoid the attacks, and secondly, they could snatch food. All the void monsters were gathered together, so they were too slow to eat at all. The god country was huge, and it allowed these void monsters to move freely, going wherever they wanted. Due to the ability to become invisible, the void monsters would instantly disappear without a trace once they left the battlefield. This was the real headache, and it would cause endless trouble. If he caught up with the void monster, who had eaten and drunk to its heart's content, and hid in a corner to rest, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find the monster again. Although he knew the disadvantages, he had no way to prevent it and could only let the situation develop. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the battlefield was in a mess and there were countless void monsters. Even if the cultivators of Lusheng wanted to kill them, they could not. As for those believers, he could not count on them at all. The things they could do now. As for how many void monsters they could kill, no one cared at all. In fact, with the current density and number of void monsters, as long as they attacked the hole in the sky, they could guarantee that they would hit the void monsters 100%. Of course, most of the attacks would only hit the target, but they would not kill it. Among the monsters that were killed, 90% of them were killed by the cultivators in Lusheng City, and less than 10% were killed by the believers. In the sea near the Grand Temple, there were already a large number of void monster corpses piled up. At the same time, there were many half-dead monsters struggling in the sea. The marine race members took the opportunity and began to attack the void monster. They were like a group of ants, fearlessly killing their way up. From the moment they attacked the Grand Temple, they had been suppressed and were beaten by the cultivators of Lusheng. The brutal sea monster had been suppressing its anger for a long time, and it was on the verge of exploding. Now that they had found a target to vent their anger on, they naturally attacked crazily, not caring about the difference in their body sizes at all. Void monsters could devour planes, so their strength was naturally not weak. Ordinary sea monsters could not be compared to them. Therefore, even if it was an injured void monster, it was still like a sick tiger that could easily bite the wild dog to death. At this moment, the entire ocean was boiling, and there were scenes of killing and fighting everywhere. The void monsters that had revealed their traces due to their injuries were covered with sea monsters. Because of their special physiques, the void monsters appeared and disappeared from time to time, which also made the sea monsters seem to be suspended in the air. As the void monster rolled and turned, countless sea monsters were crushed into meat paste, and the sea water had become completely viscous and turbid. The huge eye of the sea that was originally suspended in the sky was still flowing out seawater continuously. However, it was discovered by a few void monsters. When they approached, they opened their big mouths and swallowed continuously. The sea monsters that came along with the sea water were swallowed by the void monsters, and they lost their lives inexplicably. The source of the seawater was cut off, and the seawater that was about to drown the Grand Temple began to drop. The scattered corpses that had been floating before had piled up as the sea water receded, layer by layer like a hill. The sight of corpses strewn across the ground and blood flowing was simply shocking. As if they had sensed the smell of the corpses, the void monsters actually rushed to the ground and began to devour again. On the muddy ground, a pitch-black mass began to appear, indicating that there was nothing left. Such an area was extremely dangerous. It didn't have any conditions for normal life to survive, and the temperature was frighteningly low. If one accidentally fell into it, there was a 90% chance of losing one's life, even if one was a cultivator. This was also the most detestable aspect of the void monsters. They simply devoured everything and left behind traps, causing countless natives to lose their lives. In the chaotic battlefield, this kind of void trap was even more impossible to guard against, and one would fall into it if they were not careful. If they were lucky, they would be able to return in a short time. However, if they were unlucky, they would be lost in space. In such an extremely special environment, trespassers would lose their sense of direction and then lose their lives in a short time. After death, they would become mummies and wander around in the void. The soul was the same, and eventually, it would wear down and collapse over a long period of time. For low-level cultivators, the void was a forbidden place. If it was not necessary, they would not step into it easily. This forbidden land would always be a playground for the strong. For example, Zhang Kuang and the others could come and go as they pleased. The Lu Cheng cultivators knew about this situation, so they would try their best to avoid the traps. Otherwise, even with their skills, they would have to spend a lot of effort to leave. The void monster turning from the air to the ground was expected, but the Lu Cheng cultivators' expression became more and more serious. Based on the current situation, it would not take long for these void monsters to approach the Grand Temple and swallow it whole. To void monsters, be it air or other things, they were all one of their food. They were not picky at all. Depending on the food it devoured, it would receive different nutrients. If a void monster devoured a native god, it would probably become a demigod-level existence directly. Of course, the possibility of such a thing happening was very small. No matter if it was the cultivators of Lusheng or the divine servants guarding the Grand Temple, they would never allow such a thing to happen. As more and more void monsters approached the ground and the defensive line of the cultivators in Lusheng kept shrinking, the Grand Temple, which had been silent for a long time, finally moved. A blinding light flashed, and then a loud noise suddenly came from the temple in the central area of the Grand Temple. The shrine bloomed like a lotus flower, and the light was coming from it. What was surprising was that the light was as thick and dazzling as honey, as if it contained infinite vitality. This was a pure energy that was close to divine source. To cultivators, it was definitely the most precious treasure. The surrounding believers were attracted by the aura and turned around in surprise. When they saw the strange phenomenon in the Grand Temple, their faces were filled with shock and desire. They knew very well that as long as they could snatch and absorb this energy, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Some of the believers who already had no thoughts began to become restless, and their eyes became dangerous. 2267 The transfer of the underground palace. 1. The scene in front of them was shocking, but if one had some understanding of the Grand Temple's defense system, they would know what was going on. When they encountered an irresistible crisis, the core underground palace of the Grand Temple would be moved to a safer place. As for the underground palace where the aboriginal deity was sleeping, it was actually a huge coffin hidden at the bottom of the underground palace. As for the power to arouse the greed of the believers, it was not a deliberate show-off, but to prove that the state of the indigenous gods was extremely bad. Under normal circumstances, the omnipotent experts would not leak any energy at all. The stronger one was, the more this was the case. However, because the aboriginal god was injured and in a deep sleep, the divine source generated in his internal world would inevitably lose control and leak. Unless divine source was specially preserved, once it left the body, it would be transformed into the purest form of world energy. After a cultivator consumed it, it could directly increase their cultivation strength and could be called a true treasure of heaven and earth. It was the energy that was constantly leaking from the underground palace that made the Grand Temple a holy land for cultivation. Believers would come here to comprehend and cultivate as long as they had the opportunity. Because it could not be controlled, it could only be regarded as a benefit for the believers. Of course, the biggest beneficiaries were the divine servants who guarded the underground palace. Under the nourishment of the energy for many years, they all had quite powerful strength, and they were only one step away from becoming a creator. However, without the help of the native gods, they would always be divine servants and would never be able to take the last step. The dissipated energy that could not be absorbed also accumulated more and more, and finally changed to a shocking degree. That was why when the Earth Palace appeared, there would be such a strange phenomenon, attracting many greedy eyes. Of course, they only thought about it, and not many of them dared to take action. This was because the guards of the underground palace were too strong, and it was not easy to break through them. A few slender and majestic strange creatures surrounded the huge underground palace. They were clearly guardian beasts raised by the native gods. In addition to the guardian beasts, there was also a group of divine servants in golden armor. Their bodies were completely wrapped up. They looked like metal puppets, neatly arranged around the underground palace, not leaving any opportunities for the enemy. These were the true core guards of the Grand Temple, extremely loyal to the native gods, and would never betray them. In front of the underground palace, this was the image that the spiritualist had transformed into. He was originally one with the underground palace, so at this moment, he naturally had to move along with it. The moment the earthly palace appeared, the defensive circle of the cultivators in the city tower shrank again, covering the sky and the ground tightly, providing cover. The concentrated attacks were like a heavy downpour, spraying in all directions. They did not aim to hit the void monster, but to prevent it from approaching. Void monsters had an extremely keen sense of smell for things like treasures. When they were devouring, they naturally chose such items first. With the appearance of the underground palace, the void monsters seemed to have gone crazy as they swarmed over. Their goal was the same, which was to devour the underground palace. The sudden increase in pressure made the defending believers cry out in pain, but they could only brace themselves and resist. However, their firepower was limited and could not be compared to the cultivators in the city. Their defensive formation was like a cake that was continuously gnawed at by the void monsters. The marine race was even more unlucky. From the moment the battle began, they had been suppressed. Faced with the void monsters that were rushing over madly, they were even more powerless to resist and could only use their lives to stop them. However, the sea monster was fearless. It continued to rush toward the void monster like a moth to a flame. It was not afraid no matter how many casualties there were. This alone was enough to make them qualified cannon fodder. Sitting in the sky, Neptune looked coldly at the Grand Temple with his huge blood-red eye. Of course, he knew that this was the scene of the Grand Temple preparing to move when it encountered danger. If not for the appearance of the void monster, he would have sent people to intercept at the first moment, not allowing the Grand Temple to leave his sight. However, at this moment, he did not dare to do so. This was because after snatching the body of the indigenous god, it would take a period of time for conversion and fusion. During this process, he had almost no defensive ability. Before he could do that, he had to defeat the cultivators and believers of Lusheng and take control of the entire Holy Kingdom. Otherwise, if there were any changes, his losses would be irreparable. The original opponent had yet to be dealt with, and now there were void monsters. The plan that had been planned for many years was completely ruined. Neptune was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Now, he could only let the underground palace move. He would not stop it, and he would think of a way after this matter was over. No matter how the underground palace was hidden, it would eventually be within the boundaries of the Divine Kingdom, so there was no need to worry about not being able to find it. The most important thing at the moment was to find a way to eliminate these void monsters or cover the transfer of the underground palace. They must not be devoured by the void monsters. When he was done with the matter at hand, he could look for the location of the underground palace again and continue to snatch the bodies of the indigenous gods. The cultivators of Lusheng and the Sea tribe began to work together to fight against the void monsters. The same was true for the believers, who did their best to protect the Grand Temple. However, in the center of the Grand Temple, a group of believers was hidden, staring at the slowly rising underground palace. While the other believers were fighting for their lives, they were hiding like cold venomous snakes. These believers were the traitors who had sneaked into the Grand Temple and were waiting for an opportunity to assassinate the indigenous gods. According to their original plan, they would take advantage of the battle between the cultivators of Lusheng City and the sea monsters to enter the underground palace and complete the assassination. However, no one had expected that the void monster would suddenly interfere when the cultivators of Lucheng and the sea monster had just started fighting. In order to resist the void monsters, Lucheng's cultivators and the sea race stopped fighting and began to fight against these void monsters together. The opportunity that the traitors had been waiting for had disappeared. The change came too suddenly, and it was beyond the expectations of the rebels, catching them off guard. If things were allowed to continue, not only would they not be able to realize their original plan, but they might even all die at the hands of the void monsters. I have to act as soon as possible without any hesitation. Otherwise, if I miss this opportunity, it'll be too late for regrets. The rebel leader's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at the huge underground palace that rose slowly like a crystal. Everyone, get ready. Once you hear my order, attack the underground palace at the same time. After hearing the orders of the rebel leader, the organization members could not help but hesitate. Their plan was to loot a burning house, not to take the initiative to attack. With the strength they had, it was impossible for them to complete such a difficult task. Taking the initiative to attack a divine servant was no different from courting death. Unless they used some special means, but if they really did that, they would probably lose their lives. However, if they chose to disobey, the consequences would be very serious. The leader of the rebels might personally kill the members of the organization who dared to disobey the order, thus ensuring that the order would be strictly carried out. However, if they didn't do it, the organization members would be very unwilling. After all, they had paid a huge price for it. The leader of the rebels frowned. He could tell that everyone was worried, so he continued to explain in a low voice, "Let's put aside all the distracting thoughts and only think about how to act. We don't have a choice anymore, so we can only choose to take a gamble. I have a way to attract the divine servants' attention. You just need to hold them back so that I can take action. This is our only chance. Everyone must do their best, or else you should know better than me what kind of ending you will have." After hearing the warning from the rebel leader, the members of the organization no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then let's start immediately. 2268 A strange move. 1. In such a chaotic environment, it was undoubtedly a difficult task to attack the heavily guarded underground palace. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators in the city or the sea monsters, although they were blocking the void monsters, they still paid a bit of attention to the rising underground palace. Everyone knew that the aboriginal deities were sleeping in the underground palace, and guarding the underground palace was equivalent to guarding the aboriginal deities. None of the three parties would allow anything to happen to the underground palace, or all their efforts would be in vain. It would be much more difficult to assassinate a native god now, and it was easy to be hunted down by three parties. He had to make a decision. The rebel leader had no other choice. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late to regret it. Since the rebel leader dared to make a move in such a situation, he naturally had a trump card. He had originally planned to use it to save his life and would not use it easily. But now was different. If he didn't use it, he would never have the chance to use it again. After giving the order, he took the lead and rushed into the underground palace. At the same time, he threw out an item. It was time to show the trump cards that he had accumulated over the years. The item looked like a bottle with runes all over it. It exploded as it flew towards the underground palace. An item jumped out of it. It was like a black meatball that would grow rapidly upon contact with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded by who knew how many times and smashed towards the underground palace. The divine servants in charge of guarding the area immediately launched an attack. As a result, the black meatball easily exploded and turned into countless powders. In the next moment, the powder absorbed the energy overflowing from the underground palace and turned into countless black meatballs, completely enveloping the area near the underground palace. The more they attacked, the more numerous they became. Seeing this, the rebel leader raised his hand and threw out another crystal ball filled with purple fluorescent powder. The crystal ball exploded, and the fluorescent powder inside scattered out, contaminated by the black meatball. After the two came into contact, there was an intense reaction. The true function of the black meatball was revealed. From these black meatballs, threads shot out and floated in the air like spider webs. The silk thread looked thin, but it was super sticky. Once it was attached to an object, it would stick firmly. Just sticking it was not enough. The spider silk would continue to extend its branches and firmly wrap around the stuck object. The function of this black meatball was to hide, and the effect was quite good. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of the underground palace were engulfed in darkness, and nothing could be seen. Not only couldn't he see it, but he also couldn't sense it. The only thing safe was darkness and chaos. It was not an easy task to move around in these black balls. As long as one entered them, they would be wrapped up by the silk threads into a sticky ball. If he attacked, it would be completely useless. On the contrary, it would make the situation worse. How could the mission items that the rebel leader had prepared for many years and carefully selected perform badly? At least in the short term, no one would be able to get rid of these black meatballs, and he could take the opportunity to complete his mission. The moment the rebel leader launched his sneak attack, the members of the rebel organization also moved at the same time, attacking with all their might. They didn't need to attack the divine servants, they only needed to attack the black meatballs to ensure that their numbers would increase rapidly. As long as those divine servants were guarding the underground palace, they would inevitably be attacked and then trapped by the black ball. If the divine servant left the underground palace, he would be able to create an opportunity for the rebel leader. If he didn't leave, he would only be passively beaten. In the blink of an eye, the center of the Grand Temple was in a mess, which attracted the attention of the surrounding believers. Seeing countless dark things wrapping around the underground palace, the believers immediately realized that something had happened. "Hurry up, send reinforcements." And NBSP, some believers shouted. After all, the goal of their battle was to protect the gods of the natives. They could not afford to lose. However, the situation was urgent, and most of the believers were held back by the void monsters. Only a small number of believers rushed over and fought with the rebels. "Follow me in, hurry up." The Defiance leader waved his hand at his subordinate and threw out a handful of powder. He then sneaked into the area covered by the black ball and moved forward silently. The other traitors also squeezed into the black ball. Because of the powder on their bodies, the black ball automatically gave way, and the thin threads could not stick to their bodies. The group of rebels was overjoyed. They protected the expressionless executioner and quickly moved forward. The leader of the rebels was the vanguard. He held a black short sword in his hand, which squirmed gently like a living creature. A figure flickered in front of him, and a believer rushed into the black ball, stopping right in front of the rebel leader. Because of the threads' entanglement, his movements were hindered. He was tearing and burning with flames, but it had no effect. Without any hesitation, the leader of the rebels attacked immediately. His black short sword was thrust at the believer. The other party did not even have time to react before he was hit in his vital spot. Then, the black dagger expanded like a tree root, spreading countless roots in his body. In the blink of an eye, the believer's blood essence was sucked dry, and he became a dried corpse. The corpse had turned into ashes, but vein-like patterns appeared on the black dagger. A part of the hilt had already been connected to the body of the rebel leader. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary item. This was indeed the case. This weapon was the rebel leader's secret weapon. Back then, he had snatched 2 fragments of the super planes item. A shard was carefully refined and implanted into the executioner's body. It was then nourished by the executioner's own flesh and blood, constantly accumulating power. It could be said that from the moment the executioner was chosen, he was forged as a human weapon. In order to ensure that there were no unforeseen circumstances, he was not allowed to kill sea monsters. The daily battle points required were also provided by the organization. At the same time, various materials to improve strength were also given to the executioners at all costs. In the rebel organization, the executioner was the most important person. He must not be harmed in any way. This was because it was a one-time use weapon, and its mission was to launch a fatal blow to the indigenous gods at the critical moment. However, to be on the safe side, the rebel leader had secretly crafted a spare weapon without anyone knowing. He couldn't let anyone know about this, and he couldn't sacrifice himself to be an executioner, so he sacrificed one of his arms to cultivate this spare weapon. He didn't dare to show it on normal days and only fed it with his blood essence in secret to avoid suspicion from the organization members. As for the reason for using it now, one was to let the weapon drink fresh blood, so that it could burst out with the strongest power when used. In addition, the black ball could provide the best cover, so that his companions could not find out his secret. No one knew that he had another hidden hand. At a critical moment, the leader of the rebels who had this weapon could very possibly turn the tables. The rebel leader was looking for a target to kill, and the members of the organization were still moving forward. It didn't take long for them to reach the edge of the underground palace. The divine servants in golden armor immediately sensed someone approaching and attacked the traitors. The bodies of these divine servants were also covered in sticky silk threads, making their movements extremely inconvenient. The black ball blocked the threads, so he couldn't use his spiritual power to sense it. He couldn't see the enemy's direction at all. These divine servants were originally a whole and could cooperate with each other in battle, but because of the black ball, they were completely separated. But even so, these divine servants still remained in their original places, not moving at all. Their duty was to protect the aboriginal deities, and the underground palace was the most important place, so no one was allowed to approach it. Even the most loyal of believers would be attacked mercilessly by the divine servants when they approached the underground palace. 2269. A series of unforeseen events. When the black meatball was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Even fire, ice, corrosion, and suppression could not destroy it easily. The stronger the attack, the faster the black meatball reproduced. It was simply abnormal to the extreme. Even a world overlord cultivator wouldn't be able to get rid of this thing in a short time. Although it didn't have much offensive power, it was perfect for delaying the enemy on the battlefield. The group of divine servants were also affected. It was as if they had fallen into mud and couldn't use their full strength. The more they struggled to get rid of it, the more they were bound and squeezed, and in the end, they couldn't even move an inch. The believers who had come to help were also trapped in it. Those who came later did not dare to continue approaching and could only watch from a distance. It didn't take long for the entire Grand Temple to be enveloped by the black meatball, and it began to spread in all directions. Under the sea of black meatballs, a large number of cultivators were hidden. The battle between them became more and more intense. Because of the special powder, the members of the rebel organization were not affected much. They could move freely in the black meatball. Using the special environment, they actually had the upper hand and gradually suppressed the divine servants guarding the underground palace. There were many trapped believers, and once they encountered traitors, they would be killed directly. After they chose to betray, they became abnormally crazy. At this moment, their eyes were red with killing intent. The operation was getting smoother and smoother, and the traitor was overjoyed. If this situation continued, they might really be able to achieve their goal. However, at this moment, a long howl was heard. The guardian beast surrounding the underground palace started to devour the black meatball under the command of the spy riders. Since he couldn't attack the black meatballs, and the more he attacked, the more meatballs he got. He might as well just eat them. As long as the vicinity of the underground palace was cleaned up, the group of 6-winged bird kings hovering above would be able to drag the underground palace out of the Grand Temple. The guardian beast's devouring speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it cleared out an empty space, revealing the underground palace that was covered by the black meatball. The circling 6-winged king bird rushed down and grabbed the metal chain that shot out from the underground palace, flapping its wings fiercely. There were nearly 100 6-winged bird kings, enough to pull up the house-sized underground palace and carry it away easily. The rebels would not allow such a thing to happen. While they fought against the divine servants and believers, they also attacked the 6-winged bird king, trying to stop it from leaving. The black meatballs continued to bounce towards the flock of birds, shaking off more black smoke and threads. Just as the two sides were locked in an intense battle, another unforeseen event suddenly occurred. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the seemingly invincible underground palace, and viscous energy spread out in all directions as if it was free. It turned out that a void monster had quietly approached and bit the corner of the underground palace, swallowing the nearby rebels and divine servants. After succeeding, the void monster fled, avoiding the attack that followed closely. More and more energy gushed out of the gap, and it was as thick as liquid. Within the liquid energy, there were many insect-like things. These were the embryonic forms of advanced life forms. If they had enough time, they would evolve into a complete life form, and it would be a very special kind. To cultivators, it was also a great supplement and was often sought but not obtained. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to these bugs, because everyone was attracted by the scene at the gap. Through the missing corner of the underground palace, one could see countless treasures piled up inside. They all exuded a dense aura, and each of them was worth a city. These rare treasures were all accumulated by the aboriginal deities in the past. They were not ordinary items, but good things with magical effects. This was something that only God-level experts could get their hands on. Even a Sector Lord cultivator wouldn't be able to get it, and wouldn't even have the chance to take a look. However, at this moment, the treasures were piled up in the underground palace, as if they were garbage that could be thrown away at will. Such a situation was not because the aboriginal deities were showing off their wealth, or because they wanted to use these treasures to accompany them in their graves. The purpose of his actions was to absorb the spiritual chi of the treasure to nourish his broken body. To put it bluntly, the purpose of these treasures was to prevent corrosion, in case the indigenous gods woke up one day and found themselves rotten into bones. Under normal circumstances, a divine-level expert's body would be near immortal, and they would not fear being burned by fire or submerged in water. However, the situation of the indigenous gods was special. They were seriously injured and in a deep sleep. The injuries and illnesses were still corroding their bodies, so they had to find a way to suppress it. But even so, it was still unable to completely stop the deterioration of the injuries and illnesses. This was because after the underground palace was damaged, a rotten stench drifted out. The source of the stench was naturally the body of the aboriginal deity. If one looked closely, they would see that there was a crystal dragon coffin in the underground palace, carved with countless runes. Inside the crystal dragon coffin lay a man in black armor. He was tall and sturdy. On his face, there was a large cloud of black chi circling, as if countless black insects had gathered together. The black gas had roots that were connected to the holes on the faces of the native gods, and it was trying to dig deeper. When he saw the black gas, he could feel an extreme evil and an indescribable coldness. It seemed to be swimming on his back and scalp. He didn't need to think too much to know that it wasn't anything good. This black mist was the source of the injuries of the indigenous gods. The aboriginal deity used a special method to turn his injuries into black gas and force them out of his body. The injury he suffered was not a real illness, but had an extremely strange ability to hurt. However, the indigenous gods could transform it into a physical state, which was enough to prove the strength of the indigenous gods. However, the black gas was extremely stubborn. Even though a part of it had been driven out, it still refused to leave the body of the indigenous god. Furthermore, there was even more black chi in his body, causing his injuries to be unable to heal. Inside and outside of his body, there were many festering places that emitted a foul smell. However, no matter how pathetic the aboriginal deity was, he was still the creator of the divine kingdom, the true master of the entire divine kingdom. If it existed, the divine kingdom would also exist. If he died, the divine kingdom would instantly collapse. The trader's eyes turned red. He rushed to the gap in a frenzy, trying to enter. They were originally worried about how to break through the defense of the underground palace, but they did not expect the void monster to break through the defense directly and help the traders solve their biggest problem. All they needed to do now was to enter the underground palace, rush to the aboriginal deity, and kill him. The divine servants guarding the underground palace quickly gathered and blocked the gap, desperately trying to stop the rebels. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the hidden void monster floated over again and opened its mouth to bite the underground palace. The bite just now had given the void monster a taste of sweetness, and it could not wait to devour the underground palace. "Bastard, go to hell!" The spiritual envoy standing in front of the underground palace suddenly roared. Then, he directed the guardian beasts of the underground palace to bite the void monster. The believers who quickly gathered also launched their attacks at the same time, locking onto the faintly discernible void. This void monster was hundreds of meters long. Among the void monster population, it could only be considered the smallest. It was because of its small size that it was able to break through the blockade of the cultivators in Lu City and sneak into the core area of the Grand Temple without being noticed by anyone. However, it was also because of its small size that the bite just now did not completely swallow the underground palace. Otherwise, the aboriginal deity would have entered the stomach of the void monster at this moment, and there would be no possibility of awakening. Countless cultivators would risk their lives to protect them, and that would become a complete joke. 2270 Treasure Beast in the Void. 1. The void monster was just that terrifying. There was nothing it couldn't gnaw with its vortex-like mouth, and it could ignore defense. If it took another bite, the aboriginal deity would die without a doubt, and it would be impossible to save him. This matter concerned the survival of their god nation, so how could the cultivators allow it to continue gnawing at them? The moment the void monster appeared, they all launched an attack at the same time. The void monster was quite alert. Sensing the approaching danger, it quickly entered stealth mode and fled into the distance. It was obvious that this void monster's intelligence wasn't low. After realizing that it was being attacked, it immediately fled the battlefield. However, the void monsters were only temporarily retreating. They would soon return with their companions and devour the underground palace. With this thought in mind, the void monster ran faster and faster, afraid that if it came back late, the underground palace would disappear. Who knew that at this moment, a figure would suddenly appear and block the path of the void monster? When the void monster saw this, it opened its mouth and bit. Without hesitation, trying to destroy the insects blocking its way. To it, these insect-like things were not a threat at all. In the end, a silver light flashed and slashed at the void monster at an unbelievable speed. The void monster could not dodge in time and was directly struck by the silver light. It then let out a shrill scream and tried to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help from its companions. Although it did not die immediately, the body of the void monster had actually been split into two. The attacks from all directions kept hitting the body of the void monster, as if whipping its corpse. Boom! The void monster's body suddenly exploded, and countless light balls shot out, scattering in all directions. The surrounding cultivators immediately locked onto the ball of light. However, when they saw the true appearance of the ball of light, they couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that the scattered light balls were all colorful energy gems. At the same time, there were also treasures that fell into the monster's stomach after devouring the underground palace. From the aura these items exuded, one could tell that they were all valuable items that could only be found by luck. But now, it was like rain, falling from the sky above the Grand Temple, making the ground crystal clear and bright. There seems to be something wrong with this void monster. The Star Spirit Horde leader was sniping the void monster. Seeing this, he was slightly stunned and asked in a slightly puzzled tone. I've seen a similar void monster a long time ago. He was in the dark, and the outline of his body could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of purple gold eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. His name was Golden Eye, and he was an old master of creation in the 5th battle area. He usually kept a low profile. When the sea monster army and the void monsters attacked, he didn't do anything. He just watched quietly. This was because he knew that with his current defensive power, he could completely solve the crisis. He was the final hidden trump card. He must not act rashly unless it was a critical moment. When the rebel organization attacked the underground palace, he still did not make a move, but he was ready to fight. He had already sensed that the rebel organization was not friendly and was likely to cause a fatal crisis to the indigenous gods. In the end, before the traitor could make a move, the void monster bit the underground palace first, and even he didn't notice it. This made the golden-eyed overlord feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was his mission to guard the underground palace, but now something unexpected had happened. Although it was not fatal, it greatly increased the danger factor. The originally invulnerable underground palace was now in imminent danger. Under such circumstances, the golden-eyed overlord naturally couldn't continue to hide. Instead, it immediately attacked the void monster. The golden-eye lord was stunned when he saw the void monster explode and the treasure scattered all over the sky. A hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Hearing Star Spirit Lord's question, Golden-Eye Lord answered and stared at the underground palace below. The battlefield was in chaos, but the two masters of creation were chatting leisurely, as if victory was already in their hands. Oh, then why don't you tell me what's going on? The Star Spirit Horde leader casually grabbed a few energy gems scattered on the ground and took a quick glance. To a creator, this kind of gemstone that was condensed from pure energy wasn't of much use. As long as they were willing, the creator could create any manifestation at will, at most consuming some energy. However, to low-level cultivators, it was a rare treasure. It was used to assist in cultivation and an excellent material for forging divine weapons. This kind of void monster can be said to be very rare. It is called the void treasure beast. After devouring treasures, they would accumulate in their bodies instead of growing in size after digestion. Although they weren't very big, they were extremely fast and cunning, far smarter than ordinary void monsters. If one were to pick the smartest void monster, then the void treasure beast would definitely be ranked at the top. When a certain number of treasures were accumulated in its body, this void monster would go into hibernation and then absorb the energy contained in the treasures to evolve into a more powerful creature. If you could see a light in the void, it was very likely to be this monster. They were looking for food everywhere, specifically looking for treasures to devour. Ordinary planes could no longer satisfy them. However, I must remind you that if you encounter such a monster, it's best to run as far away as possible. Because in the eyes of this monster, a creator was also a treasure, and it was the kind of treasure that was extremely valuable. Once you were targeted by them, you had to be prepared to escape for a long time, because they would never give up on their target easily. If we're even more unlucky, it's not impossible for us to be killed by this monster. Hearing the Golden Eye Lord's explanation, the Star Spirit Lord frowned and took another look at the energy gem in his hand. According to what you said, the Void Treasure Beast is very powerful after evolution. Is there an evolved body among this group of void monsters? If there was such a terrifying evolved monster among this group of void monsters, he had to make preparations in advance to prevent an even worse situation from happening. The Golden Eye Lord shook his head. He didn't know much about the Void Treasure Beasts, so he couldn't be sure if they would appear. I've also encountered such a void monster by chance, and I inquired about the relevant information through the Cornerstone platform. According to my guess, that evolved being is of a higher level and will only be with its own kind. The ones attacking the God's Kingdom are all ordinary monsters, so there shouldn't be any evolved ones. However, nothing is absolute, so it's best to be careful. The Star Spirit Lord nodded. This was a matter of great importance, and he would not let his guard down. As a result, just as the two sides were chatting, another void monster broke into the vicinity of the Grand Temple and was directly blown up by the heavy warship. Treasure light filled the sky. It was another void treasure beast. The Star Spirit Lord was stunned when he saw the dazzling gems on the ground. He turned to look at the Golden Eye Lord. Your Excellency Golden Eye, do these special treasure beasts also appear in groups? Maybe something like this will happen, but the probability is not high. The situation in front of us is probably just an accident, Wang Yao said. Before the Golden Eye Overlord could finish his sentence, he saw another flash of treasure light. Two void treasure beasts were blown up by the heavy battleship. This by the Golden Eye Lord was speechless. He had just said that void treasure beasts were rare, but they appeared one after another. In my opinion, the void treasure beasts must have sensed the aura of the treasure, so they swarmed over. It seems that before they evolved, these void treasure beasts also liked to live in groups and had the ability to find treasures. The Star Spirit Horde leader looked at the energy gemstones scattered all over the ground, his eyes filled with surprise. He slowly revealed his guess. Hearing this, the Golden Eye Lord nodded. This should be the reason. Otherwise, there was no other way to explain the situation. Perhaps it was really attracted by the treasures in the underground palace, which was why the void treasure beasts kept appearing and then being blown up by the heavy battleships. On the ground near the Grand Temple, there were countless energy gems scattered. If it were not for the intense battle at the moment, the believers would have been fighting for them. 2271 The lucky cultivator of Lusheng City won. In the following time, more and more void treasure beasts appeared and were directly blown up. In addition, there were also ordinary void monsters. The largest one was thousands of meters in size, and after it was blown up, a large area of buildings collapsed. The ground was a mess, and in this short period of time, countless void monsters had died. Between the flesh and blood, treasure lights kept flashing. In some corners, the energy gems had already piled up into a small mountain. The cultivators who were lucky enough to see this scene all sighed in their hearts. When did treasures become so worthless that they could be piled up everywhere? The Star Spirit Horde leader and the Star Spirit Horde leader were still conversing in the air. The cultivators in the cracked territory who participated in this war have gotten a great deal. They won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a long time. There was a hint of envy in the Star Spirit Lord's tone. They had encountered so many void treasure beasts in a defensive battle, and the ground was covered in energy gems. Such good luck really made people envious. In fact, no matter how good the treasure was, it was just an external object and Star Spirit Lord might not be interested in it. However, through this matter, it was sufficient to prove that the rumors were not false. Tang Zhen's luck was indeed shockingly good. Because of his good luck, his enemies basically didn't have a good end. This was something that had already been proven. Otherwise, Tang Zhen might not have reached this step even if he were to risk his life. According to the Golden Eye Lord's understanding, Tang Zhen would not fight for profits with his subordinates. The gemstones dropped by these void treasure beasts would eventually be distributed to the cultivators of Lu City who participated in the battle. If there were enough void treasure beasts, it would be a great harvest. The cultivators of Lusheng City were more than happy to receive additional income while obtaining battle merits. During the whole process, Tang Zhen didn't have to pay any price, but he could still get the cultivators in Lucheng to dance and celebrate. Since that was the case, why not? From the looks of it, there should be quite a number of void treasure beasts. If they continue to appear, Tang Zhen will have made a huge profit. The Star Spirit Lord said with a smile. His tone was very casual, and he didn't really care about the energy gems that were everywhere. He and Jin Tong were both Warzone Lords and had countless cultivators under them. They would naturally try their best to improve their subordinates' strength when they encountered such an opportunity. Unfortunately, the commander of this battle was Tang Zhen. The cultivators from Lu Cheng also came from the cracked territory in the Sacred Dragon War Zone. They were the main participants of this battle. As for the three of them, they had only accepted the mission of the Cornerstone Platform to protect the native gods. Strictly speaking, their mission had nothing to do with Tang Zhen at all. They could also not interfere with each other. And that was indeed the case. From the beginning until now, everything the three masters of creation had done was their job. They didn't participate in the battle of the cultivators in the outer towers. Firstly, they didn't need to, and secondly, it had nothing to do with them. Under such circumstances, how could a creator-level expert have the nerve to share the benefits? If word of this got out, it would be laughed at by others. How could a creator be so shameless? As the two of them conversed, they did not forget to monitor the entire battlefield, keeping a firm grasp of the situation. If there were any accidents, they would act as firefighters to ensure that nothing would go wrong. As for the battle fanatic lord, he was currently staring at Poseidon, his face filled with provocation. He didn't care about the treasures, he only liked to fight. Halfway through the battle, void monsters had already scattered the battle. This made the battle maniac lord extremely depressed. Before this, he had already made preparations for a great battle, even using the tactic of trading injury for injury. The arrow was already on the string and had to be released, but now it was stuck and could not be released. At this moment, he felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest, but he couldn't find a chance to vent it. It was simply making him feel like he was about to collapse. The battle maniac lord looked at Poseidon and wanted to punch him in the face. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he glared, he did not get a response, which made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Neptune deliberately avoided the battle maniac lord's gaze. He was a little afraid of this guy who fought without regard for his life. The cultivators of Lu City were all lunatics who fought wars with no regard for their lives. The current situation was complicated, so it was best not to make a move and try to preserve his strength. With his men blocking the void monster, Neptune did not need to participate in the battle. He had now placed his main focus on the underground palace. Just now, the void treasure beast had destroyed the underground palace with a bite, which had really frightened Neptune. If the indigenous god was killed, he would have nothing left. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm, and the situation was not particularly bad. Neptune secretly heaved a sigh of relief and his emotions stabilized a little, but he began to feel anxious. In fact, even if the underground palace was attacked, he wouldn't dare to act rashly because there was more than one master of creation watching him. Now, as long as he dared to make a move, at least two masters of creation would attack him to prevent him from threatening the underground palace. The masters of creation that he had cultivated were all for show, and their combat strength was on a completely different level from the cultivators in Lu Cheng. At this time, Neptune had realized that he was in a very awkward situation. It could be said that he was in a dilemma. What he needed to consider was how to break out of this situation. Unless, there was a flash of ruthlessness in Neptune's eyes. If he could leave with the body of the indigenous god and complete the fusion in a short time, all the problems could be solved. The problem was that it wasn't an easy task to achieve this. The first step was to snatch the body of the indigenous god, then break through the blockade of the cultivators in the city and escape to a hidden place. Then, they had to complete the fusion in a short time, obtain the control of the god's kingdom, and expel all the enemies. After that, he would move the location of his god kingdom to avoid the void monster's pursuit, and then slowly recuperate. The more Neptune thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He had wanted to do this before, but the conditions were not met. Now, it was not impossible. Thinking of this, Neptune looked at the churning sea of black meatballs. He knew that there was still a group of people who had their eyes on the underground palace. That group of traitors should be of some use. Just as he thought of this, a violent wave suddenly erupted near the underground palace, blowing away all the black meatballs nearby. The ground was covered with corpses, and dozens of rebels gathered together and rushed to the divine servants blocking the opening of the underground palace. After the rebels fought, only these people were left, all of them covered in injuries. However, they looked very excited, because they were only one step away from victory. There were only 3 divine servants and 1 guardian beast left. The rest had fallen to the ground, their stomachs bulging strangely. They had swallowed the black meatball earlier, but they did not manage to digest it. Instead, they were poisoned to death. The spiritualist looked a little dispirited. In this short period of time, he had used up a lot of energy to protect the underground palace. Looking at the traitors who were like dragons and tigers, madly rushing to the gap, the spirit envoy was filled with grief and indignation. In order to maintain the operation of his god's kingdom, he had never owed these believers anything, but he did not expect to raise a group of ungrateful wolves in the end. 2272 Life on the line. 1 Sirs, how much longer do you want to wait? Do you really want to see my master get killed? The spirit's voice rang out. There was a trace of grief and indignation in his tone as he looked up at the sky. There were a few figures there, monitoring the entire battlefield from above. The people he was questioning were naturally the cultivators who had signed the contract, Star Spirit Lord and the other 2. According to the requirements of the contract, the cultivators of Lu City had to protect the safety of the indigenous gods and could not let them be attacked by the enemy. Of the enemies he expected, the first one was naturally the Sea Emperor, who was born from the inner demons of the indigenous gods and the source of all changes. The second-ranked enemy was the descendants of the martial artists from the martial arts continent, the uninvited bandits. They were the descendants of the void bandits, and once they contacted their ancestral land, they might also target the indigenous gods. The essence of bandits was to plunder. Guarding a great treasure like the indigenous gods but not doing anything for 1,000 years, these descendants of warriors were really not as good as their ancestors. The last thing he needed to be on guard against was some believers who harbored evil intentions. After the betrayal of a group of core believers, the indigenous gods no longer dared to trust these believers, because the invincible image in the hearts of the believers had collapsed. The more powerful a believer was, the more they would understand the secrets of the divine kingdom. The trace of devout faith in their hearts would be polished clean. They understood that they were being used, so when they considered the problem, they would also consider it from the perspective of benefits. Under such circumstances, as long as there were enough benefits, betrayal was inevitable. As for the void monster, it could only be considered an accident, but the danger level was far higher than the first 3. This monster came with a menacing momentum, and if they could not resist it, it would completely annihilate the god kingdom. The accidents that the aboriginal deities were worried about had all come together, which made the situation extremely dangerous. The spiritualist knew very well that the Grand Temple's original defensive power would not be able to withstand this catastrophe. At this moment, the Lu Cheng cultivators were still needed to resolve the crisis. However, since the start of the battle, the 3 cultivators in charge of guarding the Grand Temple had no intention of making a move. The spirit envoy didn't understand what the other party was thinking, but he knew that the native gods were in danger. As the most loyal servant, the spiritual envoy was extremely anxious, which was why she had questioned him at the critical moment. It was a matter of life and death. He had no time to care whether his actions were rude or not. After hearing the spirit envoy's words, the Golden Eye Lord's gaze turned and slowly fell on the spirit envoy. In an instant, the spiritualist felt an immense pressure, as if his body would shatter at any moment. How powerful! The spiritual envoy was shocked. At this moment, she could truly feel how powerful the Golden Eye Lord was. Compared to the god-grade cultivators he had seen before, the Golden Eye Lord in front of him was clearly on a higher level. He even had a feeling that this god-level expert hidden in the shadows was not much weaker than his master. You're joking. How is that possible? The spiritualist shook his head, feeling that this idea was ridiculous. Its owner was not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary divine-level expert, but an existence of an even higher level. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish a god nation and have a group of god-level servants. Just this point alone was enough to prove his strength. Unfortunately, no matter how strong a master was, there would be times when he would be unlucky. The aboriginal deities were just more unlucky. I reckon that this cultivator will soon reach the level of a mid-tier deity, the same level as master. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to give him such a familiar feeling, as if he had seen his master back then. This world of Lusheng was indeed powerful. The strength of cultivators was incomparably strong, and they could easily encounter such an expert. No wonder master would rather pay a huge price to sign a contract with Lu Cheng's cultivators. He clearly knows how strong they are. Thinking of this, the spirit envoy had a trace of hope in her heart. If this was the case, did it mean that the indigenous gods were safe? Who are you to question me? The Golden Eye Lord asked coldly, making the spiritual envoy feel as if she was in the middle of winter. Although the spiritualist felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain, he was neither servile nor overbearing. As the master of the Grand Temple, he naturally had a certain bearing manner. Compared to the other divine servants, Spyriders had higher authority and could be considered half a master of the god nation. If he wanted to, he could mobilize the divine source stored in his storage at any time and become a creator-level expert. Of course, doing so would lead to a series of hidden dangers, so he had been in charge of the Grand Temple for many years, but he had never done so. However, in terms of status and mentality, the spiritual envoy did not think that she was inferior to the Golden Eye Lord. Therefore, she did not feel inferior at all. While fending off the rebels, the spirit envoy looked directly at the Golden Eye Lord and spoke clearly. I've signed a contract with all of you in my master's place, so I'm his representative. While my master is in a deep sleep, as his closest servant, I naturally have the right to supervise you as you fulfill the agreement. And NBSP, now that danger was everywhere, master had to move to a safe place as soon as possible, or else he might be killed. Thus, I hope that you can help my master with the transfer. Otherwise, if an accident really happens, you will also suffer losses. The spiritualist was not exaggerating. According to the agreement they signed, the cultivators of Lusheng had to be responsible for the safety of the indigenous gods. Once the indigenous gods were injured, they would also suffer the corresponding punishment according to the contract. Don't think that this contract doesn't have any binding force. The more powerful a cultivator is, the more they know how to respect, and the more they have the spirit of the contract. Once a contract was signed, one would try their best to abide by it. This was especially so for a contract signed by a god-ranked cultivator. Its binding power was not something ordinary contracts could compare to. Even the Golden Eye Lord couldn't say anything about the contract, but he wasn't someone to be manipulated. The Golden Eye Lord coldly glanced at the spirit envoy and said, I know better than you what we should do. Do you think that by moving the underground palace, your master will be able to avoid danger? I can tell you that this is a very stupid move, and it will only put your master in a greater danger. If you don't transfer it, I can guarantee that your master's life will not be in danger, even if he has to face a void monster. However, at this moment, you have to face more and more enemies, and all of this is caused by your stupid decision. The most important thing is that the real crisis has yet to be resolved. I have an ominous feeling that something big will happen soon. Upon hearing the Golden Eye Lord's reprimand, the spiritual envoy remained silent, and her expression was slightly gloomy. His actions were indeed a little impulsive. However, what exactly was the danger that the Golden Eye Lord had mentioned? Just as this thought rose in his mind, a figure suddenly appeared among the crazy rebels. While the divine servant was being held back, the figure was like a ghost, directly attacking the gap in the underground palace. Then, the cultivator suddenly roared and his flesh burst apart. He turned into a black lightning bolt and shot toward the sleeping aboriginal deity. The whole process was extremely fast. By the time the Spyriders reacted, the black lightning had already flown in front of the indigenous god and was about to attack. No, master. The spiritual envoy cried out in sorrow. She turned into a stream of light and rushed forward desperately, trying to block this fatal blow for her master. 2273 Successful interception. The ambusher was extremely fast, so fast that even the Golden Eye Lord, who had been prepared, was a little slow to react. However, he was an experienced creator after all. He didn't lack experience and strength. Therefore, he had already reacted the moment the change occurred. Those who dared to take on this task alone naturally had enough strength and were confident that they could guarantee the safety of the indigenous gods. Little thing, I've been waiting for you for a long time. There was a hint of excitement in the Golden Eye Lord's voice, as if he had won a prize. He had actually seen the scene in front of him long ago, but he was unable to confirm it. The Golden Eye Lord's eyes were quite extraordinary. He could see the changes in something in the future and make preparations in advance. The ability to predict the future was a terrifying ability, and very few people had it. Ordinary divination spells were only a kind of deduction and estimation based on luck in the current situation. They did not really see the future. Of course, this could also be done in some special planes, because everything in those planes was a continuous cycle. An ordinary life might have gone through dozens or even hundreds of reincarnations, but it did not know about it. It was like a play that was played in a loop. Every life was an actor, repeating the events that had happened. The cycle of a play could very well be millions of years. There would be minor changes in every cycle, but the overall trajectory would not change. Due to the incompleteness of the rules, knowing what was about to happen in the future or being reborn with the original memories were very likely to happen. In such a plain world, there would occasionally be some people who had been reincarnated and missed. They regarded themselves as the protagonists and constantly stirred up storms. There were also those who were gifted with the ability to receive information from parallel planes, which was why they could see and predict the future, but it was always intermittent. What he had seen and predicted actually came from another plane. The general trajectory was the same, but the details were different. If he followed her instructions, he might be killed at some point in time. This was because such a method was considered prying into heaven's secrets. The plane's rules did not allow it, and it would try to kill them. However, this kind of thing usually happened in low-level planes. The higher the level of the plane, the more complete the rules would be. If there were no loopholes in the rules, or if it was extremely difficult to exploit loopholes, then this kind of thing would be completely cut off. Especially for high-level cultivators, divination was just a joke. It was useless. They could conjure anything, even worlds, so how could their fate be seen through? However, the eyes of a Golden Eye Lord had a magical ability that allowed them to see what was happening. When he observed and locked onto a target, anyone's thoughts that were related to it would be seen by the Golden Eye Lord in the form of images. The thoughts in a living being's mind were complicated and varied, changing almost all the time. Many of the thoughts were messy and useless. It was even more so when it came to a certain object. For example, there were countless people who had thoughts about this underground palace. The images formed by these thoughts were intertwined and could not stay for long. The Golden Eye Lord found the information he wanted from them. This was a very difficult thing to do. Fortunately, he had already mastered this ability and could complete the filtering in a short time while filtering out the information that was useful to him. During a battle or a mission, Golden Eye Lords would use this ability to lock onto their targets and observe them, thus being able to predict the future. When he had locked onto the underground palace, he had seen a figure appear in many images of thoughts. The figure's appearance was blurry, but it had appeared more than once. The images formed by the will were attacking the indigenous gods. These images were enough to prove that among the enemies present, there were a few who knew of the Black Shadow's existence and had high hopes for him. Combined with the current situation, the Golden Eye Lord had reason to be sure that the traitor had a rather powerful killing technique in his hands. In the minds of these traitors, they should be able to use this method to assassinate the indigenous gods, and the success rate was quite high. This situation immediately attracted the attention of the Golden Eye Lord, who began to wait patiently, looking for traces of the Black Shadow. After waiting for a long time, the Black Shadow finally appeared. He was indeed like the images formed by those thoughts, turning into a human-shaped weapon after self-detonation, which had a rather terrifying destructive power. Because of its extremely fast speed, the spyriders and divine servants guarding the underground palace had no time to defend. They could only watch the Black Shadow rush into the hole in the underground palace. At this moment, their hearts were like dead ashes. However, the Golden Eye Lord was different. Since he had already expected this to happen, he would not let his enemy do as he pleased. In that case, not only would he fail the mission, but he would also lose face. With a cold snort, 2 rays of light shot out of the Golden Eye Lord's eyes and landed between the Black Shadow and the Aboriginal deity. The Black Shadow's attack had just landed. It seemed to be silent, but everyone could feel the terrifying power contained in the weapon. Or rather, the Black Shadow itself was a weapon. The Black Shadow was the present, and the white skeleton was the hilt of the sword. Under the command of a will, the sword was stabbing at the indigenous god. Once the Aboriginal deities were hit, they would be severely injured, if not killed. Who knew that the moment the light beam appeared, the black longsword, which originally exuded a sharp aura, would suddenly stab into empty air. The blade of the sword pierced through the head of the Aboriginal god, but it did not cause any damage, as if it was just an illusion. The shadow of the executioner seemed to be a little confused, not understanding what had happened. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he launched another attack. The momentum of the attack this time was far less terrifying than before, as if the executioner had used up all his strength. The spiritual envoy, whose heart had been hanging in the air, heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he pounced over with a face full of killing intent. He didn't understand what the Golden Eye Lord had done. He had helped the Aboriginal deities escape a calamity. The only thing he had to do now was to tear the fellow who had attacked his master into pieces. A ray of silver light appeared and shot out from the spiritualist's hand. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the Black Shadow. The power gathered in this attack was enough to kill a god-grade powerhouse. It could be seen how furious the spirit envoy was. With a muffled sound, the Black Shadow formed by the self-explosion of the executioner was instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing that the attacker had been dealt with, the spiritual envoy heaved a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. However, at this moment, 2 figures, one big and one small, rushed toward the underground palace. They obviously came with bad intentions. 2274 Neptune's self-destruction, you're courting death. A low roar came from the sky. It was the battle maniac lord, who had been silent for a long time. However, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. He had thought that Poseidon was afraid to fight and would not dare to continue. But now, it seemed that things were not as he had thought. This guy still did not give up on the body of the indigenous god. He wanted to take advantage of the situation when the Aboriginal deities were attacked. He was simply an evil person. However, the more this was the case, the more the battle fanatic lord liked it. Since Poseidon wanted to die, he would give him what he wanted. He would beat him until he was scared. Don't block the way, or else die. Seeing Zan Kuang horde leader in front of him, Neptune's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although he was afraid of the strength of the Lusheng cultivators, it did not mean that he did not dare to fight them. Those who dared to block his opportunity were his mortal enemies. Once they fought, they would definitely not hold back. Hearing Neptune's warning, the battle fanatic lord laughed instead of getting angry. He liked this kind of opponent. The more savage and fierce he was, the happier he was. It felt so good to see his opponent cry for his mother and father after being beaten. The distance between the two sides wasn't very far, but in the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. A loud sound rang out, and the sky shattered inch by inch under the shock wave, revealing a series of dark and sinister cracks. The Divine Kingdom's plane barrier was now riddled with holes, unable to withstand such an attack. Some void monsters took the opportunity to poke their heads out, but they were instantly crushed by the shockwaves of the battle. The battle between masters of creation was just that terrifying. Neptune's huge body trembled slightly, but he seemed unaffected. He continued to rush toward the underground palace. It could be seen that he had already made up his mind to not give up until he succeeded. If you want to go over, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me if I agree first. Compared to Poseidon's massive body, the battle maniac lord's body was smaller than an ant's. Even so, he was still able to block Poseidon's path. It was clear that, at times, body size didn't represent one's true strength, especially for these god-ranked cultivators. Perhaps Neptune's sneeze could cause him a lot of trouble, all because of the difference in size. After the battle fanatic lord's brief contact with Poseidon, its body grew rapidly, reaching a height of nearly 10,000 meters again. At a glance, it was a super mountain. With a thunderous roar, the battle maniac lord rushed forward and collided with Poseidon again. Neptune was flustered and exasperated, cursing in his heart, but he had no choice but to fight. Just as the battle maniac lord had said, if they wanted to get close to the underground palace, they had to get past him first. Bastard! Crazy! Seeing the giant axe coming at him, Neptune cursed and twisted his body to dodge, but he was still a step too slow. The huge axe left a huge wound on his leg. It was a ghastly sight. Because it couldn't heal, it felt like it would fall off at any moment. It was even more inconvenient in battle. Damn it! Damn Yingluo! Neptune was exasperated. This was the first time he felt that his huge body was a burden. With such a huge target, it was impossible for it to get close to the underground palace quietly, let alone snatch the body of the indigenous god. Perhaps shrinking his body size would make things a little easier. At least, he would not be as eye-catching as he was now. There's no other way, so this is the only way. The Sea Emperor was determined to get the body of the indigenous god and was willing to pay any price for it. Now that the huge body had become a burden, it was time to abandon it. With this thought in mind, Neptune did not hesitate any longer. His huge body used all its strength and slammed into the battle maniac lord. Before he abandoned his body, he wanted to give the battle fanatic lord a good taste of his own medicine. He wanted to let the lord know what it felt like to be constantly pestered. What the hell is this old man doing? Looking at Poseidon, who was charging at him with all his might, the berserker lord was a little confused. Such an all-out attack was actually a great taboo on the battlefield. If there were any changes, they wouldn't even have the energy to turn around. Could it be that the old fellow fainted from anger? That's why he's doing this. A trace of doubt flashed across battle maniac lord's heart. While he raised his guard, his fierce attacks did not slow down at all. Since he had already launched this attack, there was no need to take it back. He hated the feeling of not being able to fight to his heart's content the most. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the entire world began to shake violently. The two huge figures collided, almost collapsing the nearby space. The shattered crystal wall of the plane flew everywhere, and the energy slurry caused by the collision flowed freely. A huge vortex appeared above the battlefield in an instant. Explode! Following Neptune's roar, his body suddenly exploded, and the sky was filled with broken flesh and blood. The flesh and blood seemed to be alive, wriggling in the air. Then, countless thin and long tendrils extended out and stuck together. Just like the black meatball, Neptune's flesh was extremely difficult to deal with. Once entangled, it would absorb nutrients like a parasite. Some unlucky believers were stained with blood and flesh, and their bodies looked like they had a huge squirming tumor, which was extremely disgusting. For a short period of time after being infected, the Neptune's flesh would penetrate the body of the infected person and quickly complete the transformation, becoming a part of the other party's body. Then, in an extremely short period of time, the infected would be assimilated by the flesh and blood, becoming a complete member of the sea race. This alone proved that the Poseidon's flesh was far more difficult to deal with than the black meatball. One could only cause chaos and trouble, while the other could cause large-scale infection and turn the infected into another race. The destructive power of the two was not on the same level at all. It wasn't strange for the flesh and blood to have such an effect. In fact, it was only natural. Back when Neptune was fighting for the opportunity, there was a deviation in the result, which eventually led to him becoming a deformed person. This abnormality was not only limited to his appearance and abilities. Even his flesh and blood were affected, and he had some special abilities that only the creator had. This ability had great limitations, but the effect was particularly disgusting. Once contaminated, it would be very difficult to remove. For low-level cultivators, once they were contaminated by this thing, it would be a nightmare. The sudden self-destruction of the Ocean Emperor had thrown the battlefield into chaos. Whether it was the cultivators of Lusheng or the believers of the Ocean Tribe, they were all inevitably affected. Even some of the hidden void monsters had revealed their original forms in a panic and kept struggling as they were attacked by the broken flesh. The void monster was extremely repulsed by this kind of change. It was as if it had been demoted from an emperor to a beggar. Therefore, it desperately twisted its body, trying to stop this from happening. The battle maniac lord, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, was now wrapped in countless pieces of flesh and blood. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. The battle maniac lord, who had a violent personality, was so angry that he kept roaring. Being trapped by such a method was worse than being stabbed twice. However, The purpose of Neptune's self-destruction was to trap the battle maniac lord and buy himself time to act. Since battle fanatic lord was trapped, it would be impossible for him to break free in a short time. At the same time as Poseidon self-destructed, he hid his body in a piece of broken flesh and shot straight in the direction of the underground palace. 2275 The hidden danger gradually disappeared. 1. The flesh and blood danced in the air, and the nearby cultivators dodged in fear of staining their bodies. The sky above the Grand Temple was already completely covered in pieces of flesh and blood, forming a flesh barrier in a short time. Its wriggling form was extremely terrifying. This wasn't a stain that could be wiped off after being stained. It was better to avoid it as much as possible. This chaotic environment created an excellent opportunity for Neptune to use the broken flesh as a cover to quietly approach the underground palace. No one noticed that Neptune's real body was hidden among the pieces of flesh and blood as he quickly approached the underground palace. The battle fanatic lord did not believe that Poseidon had died, but he could not pinpoint his location in such a short time. Helplessly, he could only focus his attention on the vicinity of the underground palace to see if he could find any clues. At least one thing he was sure of was that Neptune would not give up so easily. He would definitely try to snatch the body of the indigenous god. At the same time, the Golden Eye Lord had also successfully stopped another sneak attack. It was the leader of the rebels, who had been hiding for a long time. After seeing the failure of the executioner, the rebel leader finally could not hold back and chose to take the risk. It would be best if he succeeded, but if he failed, he could just leave the god's kingdom and make plans later. The barrier of the god kingdom was now riddled with holes. As long as one had the ability to fly, they could enter the void. As for whether they could survive in the void and find a new dimension before they ran out of energy, it would depend on their luck. Of course, to most cultivators, the void was a huge graveyard. The moment they stepped into it, they were prepared to die. As for the ordinary cultivators, they were unable to step into the void, so they would be trapped in the cage and eventually destroyed along with the world. The rebel leader naturally had the ability to cross the void, which was why he had tried to test his luck. However, after he took action, he realized that he shouldn't have this kind of mentality. It was completely seeking death. The golden-eyed lord, who had successfully intercepted the executioner, had already locked onto the space around the underground palace. Any target who dared to approach the underground palace would be attacked mercilessly by him. Under such circumstances, anyone who was close to the underground palace would definitely have ulterior motives. He didn't need to consider the enemy and friends, he just needed to attack. Therefore, as soon as the rebel leader took action, the Golden Eye Lord arrived in an instant and punched. This punch seemed ordinary, but how weak could a master of creation's attack be? Smashing a mountain with one punch was nothing out of the ordinary, but the consequences of smashing a body of flesh and blood were simply unimaginable. Sensing the imminent danger, the rebel leader's expression changed drastically. While he quickly dodged the attack, he also felt regret in his heart. I was too greedy and shouldn't have gotten myself involved in this. It seems that there's no possibility of success at all. The Golden Eye Lord did not know the identity of the leader of the rebels. He only regarded him as a greedy person who overestimated his own abilities and wanted to kill him at will. Yingluo, the rebel leader did not manage to dodge the attack, and more than half of his body was blown to pieces. Like a dead leaf being swept away by a strong wind, he kept swaying in the energy vortex. Why, I can't accept it, Yingluo. The leader of the rebels finally realized how big the gap between him and the cultivators of Lucheng was. He couldn't even resist the casual attack of the Golden Eye Lord. He originally wanted to fish in troubled waters, but now that he thought about it, it was laughable. His group of people had planned for so many years, but in fact, they were just presumptuous. In front of a true powerhouse, there was no possibility of success. The leader of the rebels felt sorrowful, but at the same time, he felt extremely indignant. The anger in his heart gathered together, causing him to explode with his strongest power in an instant. The arm that was hiding the fragment of the Supreme Plane's treasure was broken by the rebel leader's roar. It then turned into a black lightning bolt and went straight for the indigenous god. Damn it, why is it this kind of thing again? Seeing this, the Golden Eye Lord frowned. He had used a special technique to help the indigenous god block the fatal blow of the executioner, but he did not expect the executioner to have something similar in his hands. This weapon had a special ability that could severely injure the indigenous gods. However, it was too late to stop them now. Sure enough, as soon as the thought came to his mind, the black light had already touched the body of the indigenous god and pierced into it, ignoring its defense. The aboriginal deity didn't react at all to the sudden fatal attack. It was obvious that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Previously, the Golden Eye Lord had helped the aboriginal deities temporarily turn illusory, allowing them to avoid the attacks of the executioners. But at that moment, the aboriginal god was not so lucky. The rebel leader's attack had actually opened a big hole in his body. The black gas that was originally above the head of the aboriginal deity suddenly increased in size by several times. Then, black gas in the shape of small snakes rose from his body, as if they were going to wrap his entire body. Master! The nearby spiritual envoy cried out in grief. He knew that this was a sign that his injuries were worsening. If he couldn't withstand it, his master might really die. Why is this happening? And NBSP, the spiritual envoy looked at the Golden Eye Lord with unconcealed anger. He knew that the other party had not used his full strength. Otherwise, his master would not have suffered such heavy injuries. As masters of creation, they were responsible for guarding the underground palace. How could they let their master be attacked time and time again? The attack of the void monster could only be considered an accident. However, the Golden Eye Lord could definitely intercept the attacks of the executioner and the rebel leader. However, the Golden Eye Lord seemed to be a beat slower in both attacks, which was clearly unreasonable. The Golden Eye Lord was too lazy to pay attention to the spy riders. He had indeed done it on purpose. This was also a plan that he had long had. A powerful aboriginal deity was definitely not easy to control. Before certain things were done, it was better for the aboriginal deity to just sleep. With the strength of the fifth battle area, it was not difficult to solve the hidden danger in the indigenous gods. However, when both sides signed the contract, they did not mention this matter. It was unknown whether the indigenous gods did not believe in the power of the world of Lusheng or they had other plans. Therefore, even though they had signed the contract, the cultivators in Lu Cheng had always been on guard against the native god to prevent him from secretly causing trouble. Besides, the aboriginal deity would only be injured, but he would not really die. The Golden Eye Lord would not let this guy die. As for the rebel leader who had launched a last-ditch attack, he had already exhausted all his strength. When he confirmed that his attack had been effective, a strange smile suddenly flashed across his face. Hee. Ha 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 ha. The rebel leader let out a carefree laugh, then his broken body was hit by dozens of believers, and he turned into ashes in an instant. With his death, the rebel organization was completely annihilated, and the plan to assassinate the native god was completely ruined. In fact, if it wasn't for the interference of Lu Cheng's cultivators, the plan of the rebel organization might have succeeded. However, on the battlefield, anything could happen, and victory and defeat were common. The loser's head and liver were scattered on the ground, just like the leader of the rebels, and finally died without an intact corpse. 2276 Moving the underground palace. 1. The rebel organization had been completely annihilated, and there were no more enemies around the underground palace. The believers quickly gathered and formed a defensive circle. Even if some of them had ill intentions, it was not an easy task to break through the defensive circle set up by the believers. The underground palace was safe again, but the spiritualist's expression was grave. He didn't feel relaxed at all. Not to mention whether there were any traitors among these believers, just the fact that Neptune was secretly coveting them at the moment. This was the mortal enemy of the indigenous gods, the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. As long as there was a chance, they would definitely attack. As for the previous explosion, as well as the blood and flesh flying in the air, they were all just illusions. Those who did not know the truth might believe it, but the spiritualist would never believe that Poseidon would die so easily. He self-destructed because his body was too big and he couldn't get close to the underground palace. Every time he tries to get close, he will be blocked by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. The longer he is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. This Poseidon is a ruthless man. He chose to self-destruct to confuse the crowd and achieve his goal. This sinister fellow is hiding in the dark and can attack at any time. We must be extra careful. One thought after another kept flashing in the spirit envoy's mind. This made him secretly anxious, and at the same time, he thought of a solution to the problem. At this time, the danger had not been resolved yet. Whether it was the sea monsters or the void monsters, they were enough to pose a threat to the indigenous gods. If the aboriginal deity was hit again, he would lose his life instead of just getting more injured. There's no time to lose, it's better to move as soon as possible. The spirit envoy made up her mind and no longer hesitated in her actions. Everyone, get ready. We'll continue moving the underground palace. We'll start immediately. He roared towards the sky, summoning the six-winged king bird that was circling in the sky. His voice was a little rushed. The six-winged king birds that had been circling in the air all this time let out a cry and quickly gathered. He grabbed the ropes that were floating in the air and dragged the underground palace away from the ground. The remaining two divine servants were covered in wounds, but they still stood in front of the hole in the underground palace, looking around vigilantly. Although his loyalty was commendable, his image was too miserable, and people could not help but sigh. After a bloody battle, the core defensive power of the Grand Temple had completely collapsed. Other than the spy riders and the two divine servants, there was no one else that could be used. Looking at the two divine servants who were barely holding on, the spiritualist looked hesitant, as if he was troubled by something. As the underground palace flew off the ground, the spiritual envoy suddenly spoke, and his voice spread throughout the entire battlefield. The divine kingdom has encountered a catastrophe, and there are endless internal and external troubles. It may collapse in an instant. The only one who can change the crisis is the God of creation that we believe in, because he is omnipotent. It's a pity that the God of creation has fallen into a deep sleep for some reason and is unable to lead the believers through the calamity. This is something that we don't want to see. But don't worry, as long as there is enough time, the God of creation will definitely wake up and lead us to overcome all difficulties. In order to ensure that the Creator God wouldn't be harmed and could recuperate in peace, I decided to immediately move the underground palace. If there are any believers who are willing to escort, please immediately gather 100 meters away from the underground palace and take on the responsibility of guarding. Let's work together and escort the God of creation to a safe place. After he recovers, we will fight the enemy to the death. Spirit summoned her believers with a tone full of anticipation, but only he knew how helpless he was at that moment. After the battle just now, the divine servants guarding the underground palace had all died. With their current strength, they simply couldn't protect the underground palace. Even if the traitors had been cleaned up, the biggest hidden danger still existed. He couldn't be careless. If the void monster launched an attack, the spiritualist would not be able to resist at all. It might even be swallowed in one bite. It didn't matter if he died, but the native gods must not be damaged, or there would be no hope for the divine kingdom. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, they had to make some compromises. Therefore, even though he had just experienced the betrayal of his believers, he could only continue to summon believers and form a group of guards to stop the void monsters. As for why he didn't summon cultivator Lu Cheng, it was because he didn't have the authority to do so and he didn't trust him. The spiritualist had seen what had happened earlier. The Golden Eye Lord had clearly injured the aboriginal deity on purpose. The other party would definitely not admit to such a thing, and the spiritual envoy would not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Too much either. This was because the Golden Eye Lord did not violate the rules of the contract by doing so. Or rather, the other party was using the rules to do something that would harm the native gods, but they would not be punished. The spirit envoy felt that things weren't so simple. Why would a master of creation do such a thing? Clearly, there was a reason behind this matter that he didn't understand, and it even involved some conspiracy. But even so, he had no right to interfere. The purpose of the spy riders was to maintain the operation of the Grand Temple and to protect the safety of the bodies of the indigenous gods. As for the other matters, he was absolutely not qualified to participate in them. Otherwise, he would be severely punished, and at the same time, he might make simple things complicated. As for the reason why he chose to leave now, it was indeed to avoid injury and prevent the void monsters from causing harm to the indigenous gods. He left the battlefield to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, so that their group urgently needed monsters, and the spy riders temporarily evacuated with their believers. In this way, the Grand Temple could still preserve enough defensive power, and he would not become a commander of light. He was probably using his power to increase his ability to protect himself, and it was reasonable. Upon hearing the summons of the spy riders, the believers who were fighting the void monsters retreated from the battlefield without hesitation. After they gathered in the underground palace, they quickly formed a defensive formation and looked around with vigilance. At this moment, their mission had become to guard the underground palace. The cultivators in Lusheng City took a glance and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they continued to block the void monsters. From the beginning of the battle, both sides had been fighting on their own and did not get mixed up. Although the withdrawal of the believers from the battlefield was a little tricky, it did not cause much trouble for the cultivators in Lushang. The main reason was that the number of believers was not at an advantage, and in terms of firepower output, they were far inferior to the cultivators in Lushang. Their role on the battlefield could not even be compared to a heavy warship. They were completely dispensable. Seeing the remaining believers retreat from the battlefield and gather near the underground palace, the Golden Eye Lord couldn't help but snort. He could naturally see the spirit envoy's plan. It was obvious that she was on guard and did not trust the cultivators of Lushang. However, the purpose of their cooperation was to make use of each other. Because of the previous incident, it was natural for the spy riders to be vigilant. Because they were on the weaker side, the spy riders appeared to be very passive. Even if they felt that the matter was unfair, they did not dare to protest. However, if he had the upper hand or was much stronger than the Lu Cheng cultivators, his attitude would definitely not be like this. Instead, he would be bossy and domineering. It was precisely because his strength did not allow him to do so that the transfer of believers away from the battlefield was the greatest protest he could make. As for whether the cultivators of Lu Cheng would follow Yuan Shi, they wouldn't take the initiative to ask, as that would make them seem too weak. However, both of them knew very well that cultivator Lu Cheng would never let the natives' nerves die. Therefore, even if the underground palace changed its location, cultivator Lu Cheng would definitely follow it. When it was really dangerous, they still needed the help of the cultivators in Lushang to solve the crisis. As all the believers gathered, the six-winged king bird flapped its wings at the same time, lifting the underground palace up into the air. Because of the cultivators in the city, the sky was still relatively safe. There were no void monsters that came out to cause trouble. The believers guarded the surroundings of the underground palace, forming a huge ball. The protection was flawless. Golden Eye Lord glanced around and turned to look at Star Spirit Lord, who was not far away, and said softly, "These guys don't believe us and would rather take the risk to move. We really can't do anything to them. I'll follow them and take a look. I'll leave this place to the two of you. I'm sure it won't be long before reinforcements arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Eye Overlord turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. 2277 The Cornerstone Platform Scheme 1 As the underground palace gradually disappeared, the Star Spirit Lord fell into deep thought. Since the self-destruction of his body, Neptune had not appeared. He was probably afraid of making a mistake, so he hid and waited for an opportunity. Through the previous exchange, he had a better understanding of the Lu Cheng cultivators' strength. He knew that if he failed, he would not have another chance to attack. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. In the Star Spirit Lord's opinion, although Neptune was a little crazy and paranoid, his ability to endure was indeed very strong. He had actually used a long period of time to create a race to fight against the native gods. If he didn't get rid of it, it would be a disaster sooner or later. Of course, this was only for the indigenous gods. For the cultivators of Lushang, the death of Neptune did not affect the overall situation. As long as the aboriginal deity woke up from his deep sleep, Lu Cheng's mission would be considered over. As for the grudge between him and Neptune, he could deal with it himself. To a Star Spirit Lord, the transfer of the underground palace was a good thing. The further away from the battlefield, the better. In this way, the Lu Cheng cultivators had no scruples and could fight without restraint. He did not need to guard the area where the Grand Temple was located carefully to prevent the invasion of void monsters like before. If the situation was not right, the cultivators could change the battlefield at any time or even enter the void to block and obtain a better combat effect. That damn bastard, where is he hiding? While Star Spirit Horde leader was thinking, Zhongquang Horde leader's voice suddenly rang in his ears. He had just broken free from the restraints of the flesh prison, and his face was filled with anger. Seeing the densely packed, squirming flesh on his armor, the battle maniac lord let out a loud roar and his entire body was wrapped in flames. He was using high-temperature flames to remove the flesh and blood on his body. His method was simple and direct. He shook his body in the flames and the flesh and blood were scattered in the blink of an eye. The Star Spirit Lord shook his head and chuckled. It was simply a torture for a hot-tempered person to deal with the mess of flesh and blood. It was for this reason that Zhongquang Horde leader hated the Ocean Emperor to the core, and his heart was filled with boundless anger. If Neptune dared to appear in front of him, the battle maniac lord would not hesitate to rush up and tear him into pieces like a furious lion. Zhanquang tribal lord was so angry that he gritted his teeth. His face was extremely dark, and his gaze seemed to be about to devour someone. There's no need to look for him anymore. If I'm not wrong, Neptune must be hiding around the underground palace, waiting for the opportunity to strike. If you really want to teach him a lesson, then quickly catch up to him and then slowly wait. However, I advise you to hide and wait for an opportunity. If you and the Golden Eye Lord were both here, the Sea Emperor would definitely not make a move. Instead, he would continue to hide. Hearing this, the battle maniac lord immediately raised his head and looked in the direction where the underground palace had disappeared. His gaze seemed to have pierced through the barrier of space and locked onto the moving underground palace. After a minute, he retracted his gaze and shook his head. Forget it. It's more important to stop the void monster. If this guy is lucky and doesn't get killed by the Golden Eye Lord, I'll personally take his life. Looking at Battle Maniac Lord's expression, he was still brooding over it. The Star Spirit Lord chuckled and said in a light tone, "You should know how powerful the Golden Eye Lord is. If he wanted to, why would the Sea Emperor hide in front of him?" "You're right, why didn't the Golden Eye Lord do anything?" Zhanquang Horde leader nodded. He had also noticed this point. It seemed that during the previous battle, Golden Eye Horde leader had been a step slower. Even the spiritualist could tell that something was wrong, so how could he not? According to my estimations, the Golden Eye Lord's actions should be related to the Foundation Stone platform. The real purpose was to prevent the indigenous gods from waking up too early, so as to not affect the subsequent plans. This aboriginal god was nothing, but he knew information about a super plane. For the 5th battle area, it was a key to opening a treasure vault. If he was allowed to wake up freely and regain control of the god's kingdom, no one could be sure how the situation would develop in the future. If I were a native god, I would definitely take my god's kingdom and go into hiding immediately after my abilities are restored, running as far away as I can. I'm sure you're well aware of how difficult it is to find a god-ranked cultivator who's hiding his tracks. This aboriginal deity isn't weak, and he's even stronger than you and me. If he wants to hide, it's impossible for the two of us to find him." When Zhanquang Lord heard this, a look of deep thought appeared on his face, followed by an expression of sudden realization. "So, according to what you mean, the cornerstone platform intends to destroy the divine kingdom and then bring the indigenous gods back to the 5th battle area, thus achieving indirect control." The Golden Eye Lord nodded. "That's right. This is the cornerstone platform's idea. However, it's not good to do it openly. Firstly, it was because of the restrictions of the contract and it wasn't good to go too far. Secondly, it would harm Tang Zhen's interests. Although Tang Zhen had just been promoted to Overlord, this person's potential was very great. Many Overlords were very optimistic about his development, not to mention that this mission was originally accepted by the cracked territory. If the cornerstone platform secretly tampered with it, it would easily cause Tang Zhen's disgust. The cornerstone platform is acting in secret. It's obvious that they don't want Tang Zhen to have a barrier with the 5th battle area because of this matter and think that the cornerstone platform is going back on their word. Zhanquang Horde leader was a forthright person and had never thought about such things. Hearing Star Spirit Horde leader's analysis, he felt his head spin. After some thought, he asked in a hesitant tone, "I can see that Tang Zhen is also very smart. Even if we don't say anything, can't he discover that there's something fishy about this?" Hearing this, the Star Spirit Lord said with certainty, "Tang Zhen must have noticed that something is wrong. He deliberately didn't participate in the battle in front of the Grand Temple this time because he wanted to see the result of the battle. If all the hidden dangers were resolved smoothly and the indigenous gods were safe and sound, it would prove that everything was normal. However, if things changed, like the series of events that had just happened, then Tang Zhen was certain that someone was behind this. Judging from his personality, he definitely won't swallow his anger. I reckon that after this matter is resolved, he'll definitely find the cornerstone platform to reason with it." Battle Fanatic Lord thought for a moment and said in a slightly unwilling tone, "If that's the case, then wouldn't Tang Zhen have misunderstood the two of us and think that we're also involved in this matter and are just hiding it from him? So what if it's a misunderstanding?" Star Spirit Lord sneered. "We're going to take the blame anyway, and we can't explain it. This time, even I can't stand the actions of the cornerstone platform. It's probably because the battle zone rankings are about to be released, so they have no choice but to use such an emergency method. Therefore, not only Tang Zhen, but also you and me, and all the cultivators in Lusheng City who participated in the battle were kept in the dark. Zan Kuang Lord felt a little wronged. He frowned and thought for a moment, then said in a hesitant tone, "In fact, it's not that we didn't contribute much after the battle. It's just that there were too many changes. Putting everything else aside, the appearance of the void monster was never expected. This is an accident, right?" The Star Spirit Horde leader chuckled and looked at Zan Kuang. Horde leader, do you think it's difficult for the 5th battle area to lure a group of void monsters to attack the kingdom of God with their strength? The battle maniac lord kept his mouth shut. Based on his understanding, the 5th battle district was indeed capable of this. Was it really as the Star Spirit Lord had said? From the moment they accepted the mission, they were destined to be unable to protect the Divine Kingdom. 2278 The arrival of the reinforcements. 1. With the golden-eyed lord in charge of guarding the underground palace, Zan Kuang Lord and the other lord didn't need to worry. Everything was under their control. As long as there were no major changes, the indigenous gods would definitely not die. After all, the current mode was equivalent to close protection. As for the Ocean Emperor, who was secretly spying on them, it was destined that he would not have a chance to succeed unless the Golden Eye Lord deliberately returned to fish out the Ocean Emperor. If that really happened, Poseidon would be in deep trouble. In the following time, the two lords also split up and fought alongside the Lu Cheng cultivators. The task of the Lu Cheng cultivators was to stop the void monsters as much as possible and prevent them from causing more damage to the God country. Unlike before, after guessing the Cornerstone Platform's plan, the two lords no longer tried their best. Since that was the case, there was no need to fight to the death with the void monster. He could just adapt to the situation. As for the army of cultivators stationed in the Grand Temple, they still maintained a steady output of firepower and did not change their tactics even with the addition of the two creators. These cultivators belonged to Tang Zhen's territory. The two lords had the right to make suggestions, but they didn't have direct command. Thus, even though they knew that the God country could not be defended, the two lords did not order the cultivators to retreat. They only followed them. Even if it was just for show, he had to slow down the speed of the destruction of the God's kingdom as much as possible, otherwise it would not make sense at all. As for the sea monsters that were attacking the Grand Temple, they had fallen into a state of complete chaos because they had no leader. Some sea monsters were fighting fiercely with the void monsters, while others were swimming along the water, and no one knew where they had escaped to. Most of the sea monster powerhouses had been killed, and the rest were just minions. After losing their commander, the sea monsters were like a pile of loose sand, no longer able to affect the overall battle. The void monsters were still invading, and their numbers seemed to be endless. The sky above the Grand Temple had been completely torn apart, leaving only a dark damage. It was like a huge painting that had been splashed with countless ink, appearing extremely filthy. Those huge void monsters appeared and disappeared in the air. From a distance, they looked like a school of fish. Because of their strong resistance to attacks, killing them was not an easy task. Only the precise attacks of the heavy warships or the concentrated fire of the cultivators in the city could guarantee that the void monsters could be killed in a short time. The real trouble would start from here. If the void monster did not devour it, it would be difficult to discover its existence even if it was close at hand. However, once he activated the Devour skill, it would be like an exploding bomb, and no one knew how far it would spread. Only the heavens knew how many void monsters had infiltrated their lives since the start of the battle. Even if the cultivators of the city gate had continuously blocked and attacked them, there were still countless fish that had escaped. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for the hidden danger to completely erupt and cause the Divine Kingdom to collapse in an extremely short time. When that time came, even if the aboriginal deities were to awaken, they would be powerless to reverse the situation. If things were really as the Star Spirit Lord had guessed, and everything was part of the Cornerstone Platform's plan, then this method of using the void monsters was simply impeccable. Whether they were willing or not, they had to accept this fact and watch as the void monster devoured their god's kingdom. Just as the area in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and even the ground was beginning to be devoured, the reinforcements from Area 153 finally arrived. Because of the appearance of the reinforcements, the cultivators guarding the Grand Temple finally had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. The communication channel immediately became lively. The cultivators of Lusheng who were familiar with each other asked why they had not sent reinforcements until now. The reinforcements were also helpless. It wasn't that they didn't want to come earlier, but they had been ordered to help the other areas. It turned out that when Neptune launched an attack on the Grand Temple, countless sea monsters suddenly appeared and launched suicide attacks on the major defense areas. These sea monsters were just cannon fodder. Their purpose was to cooperate with Neptune's plan, so that the believers in the defense area could not support the Grand Temple. As the main forces of the various defensive areas had been mobilized to the sea to participate in the battle, under the frenzied attack of the sea monsters, many defensive areas had fallen one after another. The heavy fleet that was originally prepared to go to the Grand Temple had to be immediately split up and sent to various defense areas to provide support. Because there were too many fallen defense areas, the heavy battleships simply turned on long-range attack mode. After locking on the position of the major defense areas, they directly started carpet bombing. All the major defensive areas that were targeted by the attacks immediately fell into a sea of fire. The sea monsters that rushed ashore were swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. In the face of the terrifying energy weapons, the ferocious sea monsters were like rotten wood, unable to withstand a single blow. A wave of attacks had cleared countless monsters, but when the flames dissipated, countless monsters from the ocean continued to surge up to shore. Like a walking corpse, he had no ability to think and only knew how to attack crazily. The Ocean Emperor's purpose in creating the sea race was to fight against the Grand Temple. Now that the decisive battle had been launched, he would naturally put all his forces in. The ocean of the Divine Kingdom was vast and boundless, and the number of sea monsters it bred was uncountable. Once all of them were gathered and thrown into the war, one could imagine how terrifying the number would be. Poseidon's plan was well thought out. The cultivators in Lusheng City had been constantly scouting, but they had not found any unusual movements from these sea monsters. When Tang Zhen led the army into the deep sea in an attempt to stop the cultivator army, countless sea monsters had already sneaked to the designated area. With an order, the sea monster launched an attack, and the believers in the major defensive areas could not resist at all. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for the various defensive areas to fall one after another. The heavy warships were supporting the major defense areas, but they were delayed by countless sea monsters and could not rush to the Grand Temple at all. At the same time, the elite troops, led by Neptune, had successfully arrived at the Grand Temple. As for what happened after that, it was indeed beyond Neptune's expectations. He never thought that a void monster would suddenly attack the kingdom of God. Neptune was extremely vexed about this and had to change his plan at the last minute. He was even forced to self-detonate his body. He didn't realize that he, like many cultivators in Lusheng, had fallen into a well-planned trap. A massive war had finally turned into a mess. Poseidon, who had carefully prepared and was determined to win, had not been able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. When Neptune chose to self-detonate, the controlled sea monsters suddenly lost control, and the crisis in the major defense areas was resolved in an instant. After confirming that the sea monsters had dispersed, the scattered heavy warships gathered again and headed straight for the Grand Temple. Compared to the beginning, the battlefield environment had become much simpler. All the believers retreated from the battlefield, and the sea monster army collapsed and retreated one after another. Only the cultivators in Lusheng City continued to defend and stop them. The commanders of the two legions communicated with each other and assigned their respective tasks. The cultivator legion stationed in the Grand Temple continued to be responsible for stopping the void monsters that entered the God's kingdom. The heavy fleet that had come to reinforce them directly entered the void and launched an attack from the outer region of the God's kingdom. The two sides cooperated to attack, and the efficiency of clearing the void monsters was greatly improved. In a short time, they had completely controlled the situation of the battlefield. 2279 The raging void monster, the sky and the ground launched attacks at the same time. The void monsters that entered the God's kingdom were covered by the dense firepower and began to flee in all directions in a panic. The void monsters that were successfully killed kept falling from the sky. Because they were already dead, their corpses also turned from half-void to solid. That terrifying body shape was full of visual impact. Just looking at it was shocking. It was impossible for such a huge creature to appear in a normal plane world. It could only appear in the void. The ground was covered in blood and flesh, and countless corpses were piled up. The scene was extremely tragic. This was truly a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Large and small corpses piled up like hills and mountains, stretching out for a long distance. As the war continued, the height of the mountain of corpses continued to increase. This terrifying scene could be seen from far away. To be able to do this, the Lu Cheng cultivators' contributions could not be ignored. They had already used all their strength to launch attacks, not giving the void monster any chance to breathe. If this situation continued to develop, it might not take long before they could completely stop the void monster. If the void monsters were unable to enter the divine kingdom, then the destruction would stop, and the speed of the plane's collapse would be greatly reduced. If the devouring stopped, there might still be a possibility of recovery when the indigenous god woke up. As expected, it did not take long for the army of void monsters that surged into the god's kingdom to be cut off by the violent firepower. Seeing this, the fleet commander immediately gave the order to launch the most powerful attack. They must not let the void monsters enter the god kingdom again. As the strongest attack was launched, the entire sky was filled with a piercing light. The violent energy serum was like a sea wave, constantly rippling and stirring. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it successfully blocked the attack of the void monsters and completely blocked them out of the void. The next thing to do was to continue blocking in the void and prevent the void monsters from re-entering the god kingdom. If possible, it was best to move the battlefield further away to prevent the flames of war from affecting the plane barrier. As for the void monsters that had already entered the god kingdom, he could only send people to search quickly and try to find and kill them all before they caused more trouble. This was not an easy task, because the void monster only needed one bite to create a terrifying void hole. If the void monster was allowed to devour freely, who knew how much of the god kingdom space would disappear before it stopped devouring, and how many places of death would be created? After the space disappeared, trouble would follow. The aura of the plane would leak out, exposing the location of the divine kingdom and attracting other void monsters. For example, the void monster could only enter the god kingdom through the hole that had appeared in the god kingdom at this moment and then gnaw on it from the inside. Even if they were half a meter away from the hole, the void monsters were unable to gnaw at the god's kingdom because they were not in the same dimension. The hole in the god's kingdom that appeared in the void was actually flat. It would only become three-dimensional after entering it. If this hole was fixed, it would disappear from its original spot and could no longer be found in the void. Therefore, after the void monsters discovered the dimension's aura, they would swarm over because such an opportunity was indeed very rare. Under such circumstances, if there was a void monster infiltrating the plane, and its kind existed in the nearby void, that would be the most dangerous thing. And NBSP, even if the cultivators in the city blocked one of the gaps, other gaps could appear in other parts of the divine kingdom. The void monsters that had yet to enter the divine kingdom could make a detour and enter the divine kingdom again through the gap. It wouldn't take long for a new hole to be gnawed out, causing more void monsters to surge into the god kingdom. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, it was impossible to guard against. Anyone who had some understanding of the void monsters would know that the use of this method was only to delay the collapse of the god's kingdom. There was no other effect. It was almost impossible to completely eliminate the hidden danger of the void monsters. In the process of fighting each other, the void monsters would slowly devour the entire world. Even though they knew the result, the cultivators of Lu Cheng still continued to attack. They would not leave the battlefield before a new order was given. As the battle continued, the number of void monsters did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The things that he was worried about before also happened on a large scale at this moment. The void monsters that had entered the divine kingdom began to create holes everywhere, gnawing the divine kingdom until it was full of holes. The void monsters that were blocked by the cultivators of Lusheng and were unable to enter the god kingdom also began to disperse rapidly and enter the god kingdom through other gaps. Like a leaking ant's nest, the dam completely collapsed, and the torrent flowed for 1,000 miles. This situation had to be contained, but Lu Cheng was short of manpower and firepower, which couldn't alleviate the crisis. Although the heavy battleships had strong firepower, there was a limit to the number of them. It was impossible to split up and chase after these monsters. On the other hand, the cultivators in charge of the ground battle had a slight chance to catch their breath. At this time, they were just being mobilized to clear the void monsters. In a very short time, the cultivators of Lu Cheng formed small teams and spread out around the Grand Temple. Their mission was to find the void monster and kill it as much as possible to prevent it from causing more harm. The hidden void monster was not to be outdone either. It used its innate ability to scurry around. While avoiding the cultivators in the city, it would also bite them from time to time. With one bite, there was a black hole. If it was a normal plain world, the void monsters might not be so active, but the bad thing was that the world created by the indigenous gods was filled with rare treasures everywhere inside the divine kingdom. These treasures were of all sorts and looked extremely beautiful, making the environment of the divine kingdom extraordinarily beautiful. This was the lair of the indigenous gods. No matter what, it had to be built beautifully, even if it meant wasting more power of the origin. Living in such an environment for a long time was naturally a form of enjoyment. This was also one of the benefits that the indigenous gods gave to their believers. But for those believers, with their memory loss, they had lost the ability to appreciate beauty. Because there was no way to compare, no matter how beautiful the scenery of the divine kingdom was, it was meaningless to the believers. As these treasures were not useful for cultivation, they were not destroyed by the believers and were basically maintained in the state when they were created. However, to the void monsters, these were the most delicious food. Driven by their nature, they could not control their desire to devour. These void monsters that had sneaked into the god's kingdom began to devour madly, leaving a mess wherever they passed. The situation became even worse. A large number of void monsters entered through the hole and devoured all around the divine kingdom, spreading over a larger and larger area. The Lu Cheng cultivators in charge of the pursuit had no choice but to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help from the 153rd Defense Area in the hope of sending more people. The problem was that the Divine Kingdom was currently in chaos, and the number of cultivators in Lusheng was limited. The chances of getting reinforcements were not very high. To the cultivators' surprise, they received a reply as soon as they sent out the message. The cultivator army led by Tang Zhen had already successfully completed their mission of blocking the sea and easily defeated the martial artist alliance. After regrouping the team, Tang Zhen had already left the battlefield with the other buildings and headed straight for the Grand Temple. They would soon arrive on the Believers' Continent. 2280 Victorious Return 1. The coastal area of the Believers' Continent. There were no waves on the surface of the sea, but the countless vehicles on the water created continuous waves that surged forward. In the sky, huge buildings the size of celestial mountains were also scattered and lined up, following the various ships on the sea. The sky and the ground merged into one and continued to push forward. Anything that dared to block the team's advance would be torn to pieces in an instant. This was the army of believers who had returned triumphantly, and they were preparing to return to the land at the fastest speed to provide support. Tang Zhen, who was the commander, was currently standing on top of a building and looking at the Believer Continent in front of him. He squinted his eyes and pondered. "Your Excellency, this is the battle report from the Grand Temple." A cultivator from Lu Cheng approached and reported the situation to Tang Zhen. "You don't have to say anything, I already know," Tang Zhen softly said. His tone contained a trace of coldness. Cultivator Lu Cheng nodded and asked, "On behalf of Patriarch Megacity, the Wind Lightning Patriarch hopes to negotiate with you and receive better treatment." They were willing to leave the martial arts continent and accept employment from various major cities as mercenaries. However, before they left, they needed enough time to prepare. After all, after this battle, the number of ownerless lands on the warriors' continent would increase greatly. "This is the best time to plunder resources, Yingluo." Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he heard his subordinate's report, after which, he gently nodded. "Good, then tell him to come see me." It didn't take long for the old ancestor of Wind Thunder City to appear. He looked slightly nervous. "We pay our respects to Your Excellency Tang Zhen." After seeing Tang Zhen, the Wind Thunder City's old ancestor immediately bowed and saluted. Putting aside his current status, just Tang Zhen's cultivation realm alone was enough for him to bear such a bow. When he recalled how Tang Zhen had killed countless oceanic species experts and a dozen patriarchs of the megacity with a single move, the Wind Thunder Patriarch felt a chill run down his spine. The strength of a master of creation was indeed terrifying. Even if the patriarchs of the giant city were to join forces, they were no match for Tang Zhen. In addition to the floating super cities and countless cultivators, it was a piece of cake to crush the warrior continent. Thinking of this, the Wind Lightning Patriarch couldn't help but rejoice. If he didn't know how to judge the situation and secretly contact a group of patriarchs of the giant city to surrender after negotiating the conditions with Tang Zhen, his current situation would have been extremely bad. Whether or not he could stand here alive was still an unknown. It was precisely because they had followed Tang Zhen's request that when the two sides fought, the martial artists from the huge city, who had made marks, were able to escape from the violent attacks. As for the warriors of the giant city who were unwilling to cooperate and even made up their mind to join the sea monsters, they were all annihilated by the cultivators of the Lusheng kingdom. That terrifying scene, which was like the arrival of the end of the world, still made people tremble with fear when they thought about it. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere, and it was impossible to tell if they were warriors or sea monsters. The wails and screams combined to form an extremely terrifying tone. The entire ocean had turned blood red, and the seawater had become sticky and greasy, unable to cause any waves. Patriarch Megacheng, who had decided to cooperate with the cultivators of Lusheng because he felt that the sea tribe had evil intentions, was also secretly glad. If it wasn't for the mark, they would have also been listed as targets, their torn flesh and blood mixed together with the corpses. The battle started without warning, and the intensity was far beyond imagination, but it was a one-sided slaughter. Facing the violent attacks of the cultivators from Lucheng, the marine race had no ability to fight back at all. They could only wait to be slaughtered. Before the enemies could recover from their shock, the cultivators of Lusheng City had already descended from the sky and started their close-range attacks. The terrified forefather Thunderwind immediately called out to his allies, telling them not to act rashly. If they were judged to be hostile, they would implicate their companions and lead to disastrous consequences. The martial artists of the megacity who had formed an alliance with the Wind Lightning Patriarch in advance had long been stunned by the storm-like attacks of the cultivators in the Lusheng. Even if the Wind Lightning Patriarch hadn't warned them, they would never have dared to attack. As for the giant beasts of the sea tribe that they were riding on, they didn't need to worry at all, because these marked giant beasts had been killed first in the wave of attacks just now. There were terrifying holes on their heads, and they couldn't be more dead. Seeing that the cultivators of Lucheng and the sea tribe were fighting each other, the Wind Thunder Grandmaster rolled his eyes and immediately ordered his warriors to attack the sea monsters nearby. Since he wanted to surrender, he had to show enough sincerity. At this moment, the battle on the battlefield was so intense that it would be too unreasonable for them to just stand by and watch. Seeing the martial artists of Wind Thunder City take action, the martial artists of other megacities also came to a sudden realization and attacked one after another. Being attacked from the front and back by the cultivators and warriors of the Lusheng sect, the cultivators of the sea tribe were in a miserable state. They were treated as cannon fodder, so they were no match for the cooperation of the two sides. Even if they dove into the deep sea, they would still be no match for the attacks of the cultivators in Lucheng. To cultivators, seawater was not a big problem. If there was a need, even if he had to dry the ocean, he could definitely do it. There was no longer any suspense about the final outcome of the war. The cultivators of Lucheng didn't kill all of them, nor did they pursue the sea monsters that had escaped. Tang Zhen had once given the order that as long as the martial artist alliance was defeated, the battle would immediately end. The real battlefield was still on the Believer's continent. The biggest threat was the Sea Emperor and the Sea Pearl army that he had carefully cultivated. The martial artist army was only a bait. It did not require too much energy. Tang Zhen did not even need to make a move. The Sacred Dragon Warzone was filled with talents and countless generals. There were also many people who surpassed Tang Zhen in terms of commanding troops. But even so, Tang Zhen still personally led the troops and did not go to the Grand Temple to help with the defense. Just as Star Spirit Lord had guessed, Tang Zhen had indeed felt that something was wrong before the battle. The 5th battle region had only sent 3 masters of creation despite knowing the danger was present. This was extremely unreasonable. Perhaps according to normal understanding, it would not be a problem to send 4 masters of creation to guard a small god's kingdom. However, the situation in the divine kingdom was different. The level of the indigenous gods was not low, and the divine kingdom was constantly plagued with internal and external troubles. It was by no means comparable to an ordinary dimension. According to Tang Zhen's previous guess, the 5th battle region should send a sufficient number of experts to solve all the problems once and for all. However, the development of the matter was completely different from what Tang Zhen had imagined. After the 5th battle district signed the contract, other than the 3 masters of creation, they didn't send any other cultivators. As for the cultivators in Lusheng in the cracked territory, they were under his jurisdiction and had nothing to do with the cornerstone platform of the 5th battle area. After sensing that something was amiss, Tang Zhen naturally wanted to think of a way to figure out the whole story. After all, this matter was closely related to him. He did not want to be kept in the dark. Although he was a member of the 5th battle area, if the Foundation Stone platform schemed against him in this matter, Tang Zhen would definitely not let it go. 2281 The martial artists, heart of home. 1. The Wind Lightning Patriarch's attitude was extremely respectful. It was an attitude that had never been seen before. The change from arrogance to respect all stemmed from strength. After witnessing the power of the cultivators from Lu Cheng, he no longer had any illusions. He was glad that he knew how to judge the situation and not be used by the Sea tribe. If he really did not come to his senses and continued to fight with the cultivators of Lusheng, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, the Wind Lightning Patriarch was smart enough not to make such a low-level mistake. He had already known what he should do from the beginning. As it turned out, he had made a wise choice. The battle had ended, but the oceanic species, experts had yet to appear. This was already enough to explain the problem. They were the sacrificial pawns, and their purpose was to attract the enemy's firepower. They deserved to die. Even if the cultivators of Lusheng City didn't kill them, the Sea tribe wouldn't let them go. They would definitely try to get rid of them all. This group of damned guys had done things that were far more despicable than the enemy. They wanted to break the foundation of the martial arts continent and not leave any way for the martial artists to live. At the thought of this, the Wind Lightning Patriarch gritted his teeth in hatred. If he was given a chance, he would definitely teach the Sea race a lesson. Although according to Tang Zhen's request, it was very likely that the martial artists would leave this world, it might not be a bad thing after thinking about it carefully. The fact that the powerful Sea tribe was no match for the cultivators of the Lusheng kingdom was enough to prove their strength. If the warriors of the giant city chose to follow them, they might be able to develop better. This world was too small and had too many limitations. As the descendants of the Void Bandits, martial artists naturally yearned for a wider world. From his understanding of the cultivators in Lusheng, he discovered that they were actually similar to Void Bandits in some ways. Such a powerful force might be more suitable for martial artists like them. At this moment, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the Wind Thunder Patriarch. Under Tang Zhen's gaze, the Wind Lightning Ancestor actually panicked. In order to not appear too miserable, he could only lower his head even more. Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed and said when he saw this, "Your request isn't too much, and I can give you enough time, but not now. The Believer's continent is under attack by the Void monsters and is in urgent need of manpower to alleviate the crisis. Since you're already in the team, you'll naturally have to participate. After all, this matter is also related to you. It won't be long before the warrior continent is also affected. At that time, not only will you not be able to get the resources you want, but you will also lose your home." The Wind Lightning Patriarch nodded, but he was a little worried in his heart. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would let the martial artists fight the Void monster alone. The Void monster was very powerful. If an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner were to fight it, it would be no different from sending themselves to death. Tang Zhen seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He said to the Wind Lightning Old Ancestor, "There is one thing you can rest assured about. I will not use you as cannon fodder like the Sea tribe. You're only here as support. You won't be of much use on the battlefield." Patriarch Thunderwind nodded in thanks again, his face full of gratitude. This was what he and the other patriarchs of the megacity were most worried about. They were worried that they would be used as cannon fodder after seeking refuge with the cultivators of Lusheng. To those who surrendered, this was the greatest tragedy. Their dignity and freedom would be completely lost. By then, the warriors would not even have the ability to resist or regret when facing the powerful cultivators of Lu Cheng. Even if they really resisted, the final outcome was destined to be a tragedy, because the strength of the two sides was not on the same level. After hearing Tang Zhen's promise, the Wind Lightning Forefather heaved a sigh of relief. The words of an expert like Tang Zhen carried enormous weight. Since he had said so, he would definitely do so. His subordinates would also strictly follow his orders and would not go against him. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. He naturally would not lie to the Wind Lightning Ancestor. The Holy Dragon Warzone did not need cannon fodder, and the same was true for the cracked territory. When martial artists joined the battle, they only carried out auxiliary tasks and rarely participated in official battles. This had nothing to do with the trust of the warriors. The quality of the cultivators in Lusheng City was extremely high. Many of the tasks seemed simple, but ordinary warriors could not do it. If he were to forcefully replace her, it would only increase the trouble and not provide any help. Under such circumstances, it was naturally the wisest choice to honestly carry out the logistics support mission. If these martial artists were active in improving themselves, then at the right time, they would also be qualified to become true cultivators of Lusheng. The world of Lusheng was extremely inclusive. Even if they were former enemies, they could cooperate with each other and step onto the battlefield together one day. Tang Zhen knew what the Wind Lightning Ancestor was thinking when he saw his expression. He knew that the Wind Lightning Ancestor was only truly relieved at this moment. After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen continued, "When this mission is over, I'll give you enough time to return to the martial arts continent and make preparations. If anything happens, I won't let you suffer any losses and will make up for it in other ways. Cultivator Lu Cheng will never mistreat his companions, so you can rest assured." While he was speaking, Tang Zhen's mind had already shifted to the Believer's continent. He was checking the information that had just been sent over. In fact, in Tang Zhen's eyes, the Martial Artist Alliance was not even worth mentioning. They could not even be considered an opponent. His attention was always on the Believer's continent, paying attention to the wind blowing and the grass moving there, wanting to see if his guess was correct. Although he was not there, the cultivators who were stationed on the Believer's continent were all his eyes and ears. If there was any movement, he would naturally be the first to know. Tang Zhen had felt that something was amiss since the beginning of the battle. As the battle officially unfolded, that feeling became increasingly intense. It was as if there was a pair of large hands in the dark controlling everything and deliberately going against him. All sorts of unforeseen events occurred one after another, but they were controlled within a reasonable range, and there would not be a situation where things went out of control. By the time the Void Monster appeared, Tang Zhen could basically be sure that there was a conspiracy behind this matter. Although the number of Void Monsters was not small, the Void was so vast that, even if they deliberately searched for them, they might not necessarily encounter them. However, in this battle, the Void Monsters had come to find them so coincidentally, and in such large numbers. If this was really an accident, then it could only be said that the indigenous god was extremely unlucky, and it was destined that he would not be able to protect his god kingdom. However, Tang Zhen clearly knew in his heart that this matter was definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps the three lords are hiding something. This thought flashed across Tang Zhen's mind. Soon after, he coldly laughed. Since the other party had chosen to hide it, even if he asked, he would not be able to get the answer he wanted. Since that was the case, he might as well ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, the cornerstone platform, directly. He believed that he would give him a satisfactory answer. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen handed over the command to his subordinates. At the same time, he ordered all the buildings to follow the action and go to support the Believer's continent. Compared to the super warship, Lu Cheng's killing efficiency was more than double when dealing with void monsters. However, it would also face many dangers. The most powerful weapon of the void monster was its mouth that swallowed everything. Even the energy shield protecting the city could swallow the building in one bite without any effort. Therefore, this battle was actually very risky, and it might also be very difficult. 2,282 landing reinforcements. 1. The Allied army advanced at an extremely fast speed, and it did not take long for them to reach the shore of the Believer's continent. Just like when they left, when they returned, the Alliance army still covered the sea and the sky, as if they had filled the entire ocean. However, at this moment, no one welcomed their victorious return, and no one witnessed this grand occasion. The defense area in front of them was already riddled with holes, and the corpses of sea monsters and believers could be seen everywhere. The surface of the sea was blocked, and the sea water was sticky and blood-red, with countless sea monster corpses floating on it. The pungent smell made people want to vomit. The corpses of these sea monsters alone were a big problem. Once they rotted, the terrible smell was no different from a disaster. Fortunately, the rules of the Divine Kingdom did not allow the existence of plagues. Otherwise, once the disease spread, who knew how many believers would be unlucky enough to be infected? As Neptune self-destructed, the absolute control that was achieved by the power of his bloodline was completely ineffective. The out-of-control sea monsters fled, leaving behind a ground full of wolves. The walls of the defense area were unrecognizable, and there were almost no traces of the original. In addition to the destruction caused by the sea monsters, the heavy warships were also the main responsibility. While cleaning up the sea monsters, Lu Cheng also cleaned up the defense area. If they wanted to repair it, they would need to consume a lot of manpower and resources. If they were to repair the entire line, the amount of resources lost would be even more uncountable. However, looking at the current situation, there was no need to repair the defense area. After this battle, between the cultivators of Lu Cheng and the sea monster, only one side could survive. However, looking at the current situation, the sea race's defeat was already set in stone, and there was absolutely no possibility of a comeback. Since that was the case, there was no need to repair the defensive area, because there were no more enemies to defend. Putting this matter aside, the void monster alone was enough to make the repair of the defense area unnecessary. The entire world had already been devoured and there was no longer a place to stand. What was the point of repairing the defense area? However, most of the believers did not realize how serious the situation was, nor did they know that the time they would stay in the God's kingdom had already entered a countdown state. He had come in muddle-headedly and left inexplicably. He had become a believer of the indigenous gods. He had probably not encountered any good things. These believers should be glad that Tang Zhen was willing to bring them away. Otherwise, this collapsed God kingdom would be their grave. In fact, even Tang Zhen was unable to stop the collapse of his God kingdom. The attack of the void monster was an unsolvable situation. No matter how strong Tang Zhen was, it was impossible for him to stop the void monster's devouring. If it could be easily dealt with, the cultivators in the building would not have avoided it. The cultivators of Lusheng only plundered the plain, while the void monsters devoured the entire plain. When comparing the two, the void monsters were naturally more ruthless. When faced with void monsters, the cultivators of Lusheng rarely fought them head-on. Instead, they seized the time to plunder resources and then retreated as quickly as possible. It wasn't impossible to fight them head-on. They might be able to do it if they mobilized the entire war zone's forces. However, the price paid was not proportional to the gains. Even if they won, it would be meaningless. Under such circumstances, the only thing Tang Zhen could do was to try his best to slow down the speed of this world's destruction. This was also the reason why he was annoyed. In this way, the series of plans he had made could no longer be implemented normally. The losses suffered from this were almost uncountable. In fact, Tang Zhen might not have suffered a loss. One must know that he was the beneficiary of this matter from the beginning to the end. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen was able to stabilize his emotions and didn't directly go to the cornerstone platform to reason with it. However, he had already made up his mind to seek an explanation. After the battle situation stabilized, he would return to the fifth battle area and confront the cornerstone platform. Just as Tang Zhen was frowning and thinking, the division commander who had taken over the command had already started to assign tasks. With each tower as a unit, a sufficient number of cultivators from the tower, as well as the scattered martial artists from the giant city, they advanced in a line toward the Believer's continent. As long as they saw a void monster, they would immediately kill it, and they would not let go of any sea monsters that escaped. Due to the special circumstances, the various skyscrapers could move freely, and the spoils of war could also be dealt with freely. If they were lucky, they could encounter some void treasure beasts and make a fortune. The believers who were originally stationed in the major defensive areas and the cultivators in Lusheng who were responsible for support all joined the team to search for the void monster. There was no need for them to stay in the defense area anymore. They naturally had to follow the large group. Otherwise, no matter if they encountered sea monsters or void monsters, they would not have the ability to fight them. As the order was given, the cultivators of Lu Cheng immediately took action. The long coastline was filled with moving figures. The sky and the ground coordinated with each other, forming a three-dimensional line, like a large net pushing forward. Under such circumstances, as long as the void monster was within the search range, there was no possibility of it escaping. The command center also gave the order that if the void monsters were strong enough that the cultivators in Lu Cheng couldn't fight them, they were allowed to let them go. There were countless void monsters, so there was no need to fight them to the death. If they suffered losses because of this, it would not be worth it. Other than sending a large force to search for the void monster, the command center also mobilized a large number of cultivators to quickly head to the Grand Temple to provide support. Up until now, the damaged area above the Grand Temple was still the main battlefield to stop the void monsters. Because the number of sea monsters kept increasing, the cultivators in charge of blocking the attacks were under great pressure. If they didn't get reinforcements soon, the void monsters would soon break through the defense line. Once the defensive line collapsed, the void monsters would surge in without control, and that would be the real end of the world. Such a situation had to be avoided as much as possible. The resources of the God Kingdom were still considered rich. Even if they were to pack it up and bring it back to the world of Lusheng, it would be better than being devoured by the void monsters. Knowing that they could not do anything, the command center would not act rashly. Instead, they would quickly plunder resources and pack them up along the transmission tunnel. After the plundering of resources was completed, they could leave this world to minimize the losses. All the plans had been formulated. In the following time, he only needed to adapt to the situation. Tang Zhen also followed the reinforcements and headed to the Grand Temple. There were some things that he had to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Star Spirit Lord and the others. The team in charge of supporting the Grand Temple was made up of 5 towers, 10 heavy warships, and a large number of light warships. In addition, there were nearly 1 million believers and warriors who were allowed to go to the outer area of the city tower and follow them to the Grand Temple. The believers and warriors who had just arrived at the city were all shocked. They had never thought that such a magical building would exist in this world. This giant building that could float in the air was a super war fortress. It could attack and defend, and was almost invincible in war. While they were envious, the warriors and believers were also guessing how powerful the world of towers would be if it had these super battle fortresses. Unknowingly, the believers and warriors had an extra sense of anticipation for the world of Lusheng. They wanted to see with their own eyes what this magical world with countless buildings looked like. 2283 Tang Zhen's arrival. The fierce battle above the Grand Temple was still ongoing. Countless void monsters were killed, and their corpses were floating in the void. If these corpses were allowed to drift on, they would remain in their current state even after millions of years. In the vast void, this was not the only strange thing. It was both dangerous and magical. The cultivators of Lusheng had to deal with the void in order to conquer the world. Therefore, they were familiar with such a special environment. Even when fighting in the void, they could deal with it calmly and had corresponding tactics. When the tower was upgraded to the national level, the cornerstone platform would release this information so that the residents of the tower could obtain it for free. The purpose of this was to prevent the Lusheng cultivators from not knowing how to deal with similar situations. Some special towers even had the ability to survive in the void for a long time. They were like lonely boats, drifting in the endless ocean. These lone towers were like void monsters, searching for traces of the plain world in the vast void and plundering it at the right time. This kind of plain invasion was more direct and more efficient, but because it was far away from the tower world, it was difficult to get help in times of crisis. He was like a lone wolf. If he won, he would live. If he lost, he would die. If they encountered the ruins of a city in some plains, it was likely to be a lost lone city. In some aspects, the solitary tower was quite similar to the void bandits, which made the cultivators of many plains change their expressions. When Tang Zhen and the others arrived, the cultivators in charge of defending weren't in a good state. The long-term high-intensity battle had caused the fleet to suffer great losses. The people were tired and the ammunition was scarce, so they could not hold on for long. The arrival of the reinforcements immediately alleviated the crisis, allowing the cultivators of Lusheng to heave a sigh of relief. The line of defense that was on the verge of collapse became stable again. Countless attacks were launched into the void and landed on the monsters that were constantly surging forward. The void monsters that were attacked were in a state of chaos, running around in the group. The originally orderly formation had also become a mess, like a school of fish that had been frightened. Due to the obstruction of the monster's corpse, it was already very difficult for the void monster to continue approaching the gap. However, this did not mean that the crisis had been resolved. The fearsomeness of the void monster had not yet been fully displayed. If a group of giant void monsters appeared and they seized the opportunity to break through the defensive line, it would cause unimaginable losses. The more you worry about something, the more likely it will happen. As expected, the battle didn't take long before dozens of void monsters that were close to 10,000 meters long appeared and charged over with an aggressive aura. One of the void monsters had unknowingly gotten close to one of the towers. It opened its mouth and bit down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, a huge hole appeared in the building, as if someone had taken a bite out of a whole cake. Lusheng, who had been ambushed, immediately retaliated. The dense firepower seemed to have eyes as they all shot at the position of the void monster. The void monster wailed as huge wounds appeared on its body. However, it still charged forward and continued to attack. The larger the size of the void monster, the harder it was to kill it, and the greater the threat it posed. Therefore, The most ideal strategy was to attack the void monster from a long distance and not let it get close easily. For example, at this moment, the tower that was being attacked was in imminent danger, and it could be bitten by the void monster again at any time. The cultivators of the city had all been mobilized and surrounded the void monster. The moving city suddenly launched a fierce attack, and the piercing light pillar directly hit the body of the void monster. Half of the void monster's body was smashed into pieces, and its corpse flew out. If there was no obstruction, the corpse would fly far away, and no one knew when it would stop. After the crisis was resolved, Lu Cheng quickly began to repair the hole, but it did not affect his operation. But at this moment, several void monsters took advantage of the opening and charged straight for the tower. "This bunch of bastards, go to hell!" A furious roar was heard. Then, a cold light flashed and the void monster that was charging over was cut in two. "Bah! Trash!" After casually killing a void monster, the battle fanatic lord's face was filled with excitement. He waved his battle axe and locked onto another void monster. Who knew that this time, just as he raised his battle axe, the void monster opposite him stopped moving forward and suddenly shattered into countless pieces. The battle fanatic lord was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned his head and looked at a position not far away. There was a figure standing there with his hands behind his back. In front of him, there were two rays of light dancing and shuttling back and forth, constantly killing the void monster. Tang Zhen, the battle maniac lord's mouth twitched when he saw the attacker. Although he didn't like people snatching his prey, it still depended on the time. The situation was critical earlier, and it was normal for Tang Zhen to act. After all, it was his subordinates who were in danger. He could not count on others to act. Nodding to Tang Zhen, the battle maniac lord then flew towards the other void monsters. In his battle mode, he had never been in the mood to care about other things. The number of void monsters was uncountable, and it was a good opportunity to fight to his heart's content. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would meet them again? The battle maniac lord was different from the other Lusheng cultivators. He lived for the sake of battle. Other than battle, he didn't have the mood to think about anything else. The fact that the Star Spirit Horde leader was able to notice the abnormality, but the Zhan Kuang Horde leader didn't notice it at all, was enough to prove his character. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not intend to communicate with him. This was because he was unable to obtain the answer he wanted from the other party's mouth. Tang Zhen chuckled and shook his head as he watched the battle maniac lord rush into the void monsters and swing his battle axe left and right. This lord was also a worry-free person. He only did what he liked to do and did not need to care about other things. If you feel it's unfair, then let's fight until one side completely falls. Among the cultivators that Tang Zhen had come into contact with, a simple and pure cultivator like him would often be able to obtain higher achievements. "Lord Tang Zhen, how have you been?" A faint voice sounded in his ears. Then, the Star Spirit Lord suddenly appeared and stood not far away from Tang Zhen. He was still wearing a long white robe. The surface of the robe was spotless, and it fluttered like the clouds. With a smile on his face, he made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, the long sword in his hand destroyed his otherworldly temperament and made him exude a sharp chill. It was obvious that he was still fighting with the void monsters just now, and he had killed countless people. So, it's Star Spirit Lord. That aboriginal deity has already left. I wonder why you're still here. Tang Zhen revealed a trace of doubt as he asked in a faint tone. The Star Spirit Lord chuckled, and the sword in his hand disappeared instantly, as if it had become one with his body. The sharp sword intent also turned to her, but it disappeared in a very short time. With the Golden Eye Overlord following them, the aboriginal deities will definitely not have any problems. Since that's the case, Zhan Kuang Overlord and I will naturally stay behind to help stop the void monsters. The Star Spirit Lord's explanation was reasonable, as if he was helping Tang Zhen. Their mission was to protect the native gods, while Tang Zhen's mission was to protect the safety of the country. Although there was a certain connection between the two, the Star Spirit Lord could decide whether to help or not based on his mood. 2284 It has nothing to do with me. One after hearing Star Spirit Lord's words, Tang Zhen smiled and said, "In that case, this Tang would like to thank you for helping me at the critical moment." The cultivators in Lusheng City were all Tang Zhen's subordinates. Because of the participation of the two masters of creation, the casualties were reduced to the minimum. In terms of morale, it was especially obvious, allowing the cultivators of Lusheng to fight without worry. Under such circumstances, the Star Spirit Lord and the other creator were worthy of Tang Zhen's gratitude. You and I belong to the same battlefront. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. This is just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. The Star Spirit Lord shook his head gently. He knew that Tang Zhen definitely didn't appear here to stop the void monster. Since Tang Zhen already knew that something was amiss, he would definitely figure out the ins and outs of the matter and not remain silent. If that was the case, things would become even more dangerous. If Tang Zhen were to take things too hard and do something impulsive, it would be difficult to deal with him. If it wasn't dealt with in time, it could even affect the 5th battle area and affect the final battle area ranking. Therefore, even though this matter had nothing to do with him, the Star Spirit Lord still hoped that this matter could be resolved satisfactorily. So, do you have something to ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me. Tang Zhen looked at the Star Spirit Lord and saw that he was smiling as if he was waiting for something. A thought appeared in Tang Zhen's mind. He seemed to have thought of something as the corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. That's right, I do have a few questions in my heart, but I should have the answers now. There's no need to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Or not. When Tang Zhen spoke, it was as though a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His entire body revealed a relaxed feeling and was no longer as heavy as before. Seeing this, the Star Spirit Lord smiled and said, "You still have to ask. You can't just guess. You have to hear it with your own ears." Tang Zhen nodded his head. Even if this was the case, he still had to pay it back. "It seems like this matter has nothing to do with you, sir." Tang Zhen's words didn't make any sense, but Star Spirit Lord knew what was going on and nodded seriously. "That's right, it has nothing to do with me, and it also has nothing to do with Zhanquang Lord. We're the same as you, we don't know what's going on. Now that you feel that something is wrong, we also feel that something is wrong. If you didn't ask, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to clarify. Since you asked, you must make it clear. We definitely won't take the blame for this." The Star Spirit Lord had thought that Tang Zhen would treat them as accomplices of the cornerstone platform and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. However, at this moment, he felt that he had released all his anger and was extremely relaxed. However, Tang Zhen frowned slightly as he looked at the Star Spirit Lord and asked, "If it has nothing to do with your Zhanquang Horde leader, then does that mean it has something to do with Golden Eye Horde leader?" The Star Spirit Lord chuckled. He wouldn't speak carelessly about such matters. It was none of his business how Tang Zhen guessed. Tang Zhen saw the Star Spirit Lord's expression and knew what was going on, so he didn't continue to speak nonsense. Since the two lords had nothing to do with this matter, Tang Zhen's purpose for coming here had been achieved. There was no need to stay any longer. He wasn't a stubborn person. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still insisted on doing something meaningless. Therefore, before retreating, Tang Zhen gave an order that the cultivators in Lusheng could adapt to the situation. If the void monster's attack was too fierce, they could give up this position and choose to use guerrilla warfare to continue delaying the void monster's devouring speed. While they were intercepting the void monsters, a series of preparations for evacuation had to be carried out at the fastest speed possible. As for the cultivators in Lusheng who were blocking the void monsters, they had to persist in the battle until the last moment when all of them left the God Kingdom. Hearing Tang Zhen's order, Lu Cheng's cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, they didn't want to do such a meaningless thing. However, before the order was given, they would never retreat from the battlefield, even if they were the only ones left. After arranging the matters on the battlefield, Tang Zhen left the battlefield and headed straight in the direction where the underground palace had disappeared. Looking at Tang Zhen's back, the Star Spirit Lord was silent. "Do you think he'll start fighting with the Golden Eye Lord?" The Battle Maniac Lord had appeared out of nowhere. He was still holding onto his battle axe, and his face was filled with curiosity. "Don't worry, Tang Zhen isn't an idiot. He won't make a mistake in this kind of matter. Even if the Golden Eye Lord knew about it, he was only an executor and not the real schemer. If Tang Zhen wanted to seek justice, he would have to look for the cornerstone platform. In fact, he should be very clear in his heart that this matter was done by the cornerstone platform. What he's doing now is just collecting evidence, hoping to get 90% of the evidence." Zhanquang Lord nodded, then shook his head, a look of deep thought on his face. "These things have nothing to do with us. Since the misunderstanding has been clarified, it's for the best. It's a pity that this world can't be maintained for long, or I'd definitely get the cultivators in my territory to come over and have a good fight. As the battle fanatic lord said this, a trace of regret appeared on his face, as if he was unwilling to give up on a hunting ground like God's kingdom. Hearing this, the Star Spirit Horde leader revealed a puzzled expression and said in a puzzled tone, "Now that the God nation has become like this, it no longer has any value and could be abandoned at any time. Tang Zhen won't say anything even if you tear down the God country now. If you're willing to bring people to kill the void monster, Tang Zhen will definitely welcome you with open arms." Hearing this, Zan Kuang Horde leader's face lit up with excitement. He turned to Star Spirit Horde leader and said, "There's a competition in my territory. Why don't we move the competition venue here?" Compared to the battle between the cultivators in the towers, killing void monsters was obviously more exciting and could also have the effect of actual combat training. It's not easy to encounter a void monster of this scale, at least it's my first time. Since you say there's no problem, I'll immediately find someone to send a message and gather all the cultivators in Lusheng. As soon as the battle maniac lord finished speaking, he disappeared. It was obvious that he was going to make arrangements. Star Spirit Lord was stunned. He had only said it casually and didn't expect Zan Kuang Lord to really summon the cultivators of his territory. Was he not afraid of trouble? However, after thinking about it carefully, it was actually not that troublesome. It was just entering the Rift territory through a long-distance teleportation array, and then entering the God's Kingdom through a transit station. As long as Zan Kuang Lord gave the order, with the speed of the Lusheng cultivators, they would arrive in no time. It's a good thing to use this opportunity to let cultivator Lu Cheng accumulate experience in fighting void monsters. Since that fellow Zan Kuang isn't afraid of trouble, what should I be afraid of? In any case, I just need to give the order. At the thought of this, the Star Spirit Lord took out a scroll that looked like a goatskin and wrote a paragraph of words on it. After he finished writing, he silently chanted an incantation. The words on the scroll flashed with golden light and then disappeared. This was a special method to transmit the text message to the cornerstone platform, and then to his own territory. After receiving the news, the cultivators in the Star Elves territory could take action directly and arrive at the God Kingdom through the teleportation array. Thinking that cultivators from the 3 territories in a low-level battle zone would gather in God Kingdom, Star Spirit Lord felt very interested. It was estimated that it would not take long for the Divine Kingdom to become unusually lively. Many cultivators would launch a special hunt for void monsters in this plane that was about to collapse and disappear. 2285 The hiding place of the indigenous gods. After Tang Zhen left the battlefield, he continued to advance. At this moment, what he saw along the way was already a wolf's den. The once magnificent scene no longer existed. This was all thanks to the void monsters. When they devoured, they did not pick a time or place. Wherever he found pleasing to the eye, he would directly take a bite, and a pitch-black gap in the void would also appear. There was more than one void monster, and there was more than one hole in the gnawing, causing the God Kingdom to be riddled with holes. The cultivators of Lusheng believed that the Kingdom of God was destined to be destroyed for this reason. How could they defend the Kingdom of God that was full of loopholes? Tang Zhen's expression was neither happy nor sad after he saw it. It was as if he did not take it to heart. Since things had already developed to this extent, he could only let nature take its course. There was no need to waste his effort to maintain it. Nothing was perfect, and hard work might not be rewarded. This was a very normal thing. When Tang Zhen executed this plan, he was already prepared for failure. The only thing he didn't expect was that the reason for the failure was actually related to the cornerstone platform. There must be a reason for this abnormal situation. Tang Zhen didn't think that there was any special reason why the cornerstone platform was targeting him. While he was thinking about this problem, Tang Zhen was also carefully searching for the traces left behind. From there, he could determine the true direction of the underground palace's transfer. When the spyriders were moving the underground palace, they had deliberately erased their traces to avoid being tracked down by void monsters and unscrupulous people. The spaces that they passed through in the underground palace were all replaced by spyriders, making them unrecognizable. It was like a floor that had been lifted and put back together. The original traces naturally no longer existed. If it was another person searching for the trail, it might waste a lot of time. However, Tang Zhen was different. He could sense the aura left behind by the Golden Eye Lord. This was something that the other party had deliberately left behind, and every creator could do it. This kind of aura could be left behind if one wanted to, but if one didn't want to, then it would be untraceable. However, the GoldenEye Lord followed the rules and left behind traces so that his companions could track him. It was also possible that he had left it behind for Tang Zhen so that he could find him more easily. Tang Zhen naturally flew forward at a rapid speed with the directions. Unknowingly, he had already flown far away. The area of a god kingdom was extremely large. All kinds of terrains and environments could be created according to one's will, and they could be extended infinitely. As long as he had enough divine source, the difficulty of creating a space in the soil was at the lowest level. After flying over a desert and empty region, a barrier-like substance blocked Tang Zhen's path. It looked like he was going forward, but in reality, he was standing in the same spot and could not move forward at all. Tang Zhen clearly knew in his heart that they had already reached the edge of the divine kingdom. If they were to continue forward, they would only be able to break the crystal wall of the plane. However, that would be equivalent to leaving the divine kingdom and entering the void. The aura left behind by the GoldenEye Overlord was still there, but the underground palace had disappeared without a trace. He had no idea where it was hidden. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He seriously observed his surroundings and searched for any clues that might exist. However, this area was completely clean. There wasn't even a speck of dust, so there was no clue at all. There's no way out. Where did the Spyriders put the underground palace? How could there be no trace? Tang Zhen was surprised in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he faintly had a guess. Tang Zhen quietly stood at his original spot. His mental energy was released and he continued to search the nearby area. It didn't take long for him to capture a trace of spatial power fluctuation, which was extremely hidden and subtle. However, for Tang Zhen, just a trace of abnormality was enough to cause him to feel fear. In the next moment, he had already appeared at the abnormal position. Then, he stretched out his hand and tore it with all his might. It was violent and direct, but very effective. The space there was torn apart, revealing the secret hidden behind it. This was actually a tunnel-like tunnel. Due to it being blocked by a special method, Tang Zhen did not discover it earlier. Strictly speaking, this tunnel was also part of the god's kingdom, just like a branch that extended from a tree trunk. However, the tunnel was not hidden under the mountain, but in the void, very similar to the Eye of the Sea built by Neptune. It was still a divine kingdom, but because of its special way of existence, it was very difficult to be discovered. If not for Tang Zhen following the aura left behind by the GoldenEye Lord and tracking it all the way to this location, it would be impossible for him to discover the traces of the tunnel. It seemed that in order to hide their tracks, the Spyriders had really put in a lot of effort. That was all the Spyriders could do. There was really nothing they could do about the destruction of Scandinavia. Tang Zhen took a step into the tunnel and continued to fly forward. After entering, he discovered that the tunnel was filled with traps to prevent the enemy from tracking him. These were all small problems that Tang Zhen could remove with a wave of his hand. The Spirit Envoy's actions were more of a warning. Following the winding tunnel, they flew for more than 100 kilometers before the view opened up. An endless mountain range suddenly appeared in front of him. The mountains, rivers, birds, and flowers were all beautiful, like a paradise. At the foot of the mountain, there was a large city. The buildings in the city were dense, and the streets were filled with people. It was a very prosperous city. This was not the God Nation, but it was closely related to the God Nation. When Tang Zhen first arrived in the God Nation, he had entered a place like this. After the believers were summoned, they would first descend in such a place. Only when the time was right could they enter the God's kingdom through the teleportation portal. Due to his previous experience, Tang Zhen was able to recognize with a single glance that this was a small world that was attached to the divine kingdom. The Spyriders thought that the divine kingdom was not safe, so they had hidden here. However, because the indigenous gods could not leave the divine kingdom, they had left the tunnel behind. In that case, this subsidiary small world would be equivalent to merging with the God Kingdom, and the native gods would not have left the God Kingdom. The spiritualist must have been helpless as well. The unconscious aboriginal deity had left him with no other choice most of the time. The instant Tang Zhen stepped out of the tunnel, countless figures surrounded him from all directions. They held weapons in their hands and glared at Tang Zhen like tigers watching their prey. Looking at their appearance, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, and the arms holding the weapons were trembling. At this moment, Tang Zhen was wearing a battle armor and was floating in midair. He was like a god that had descended into the world, and he gave off an extremely great pressure. Before entering the god's kingdom, most of the believers were not very strong, at most just a little stronger than mortals. It was simply impossible for them to be a match for such a Tang Zhen. Naturally, they felt uneasy and frightened in their hearts. Tang Zhen was too lazy to bother with these believers. Instead, he turned his gaze to the front before it finally landed on the tallest building in the city. A figure stood on the roof of the building. It was the Golden Eye Lord that Tang Zhen was looking for. As if sensing Tang Zhen's gaze, the Golden Eye Lord slowly turned around and looked at him. "I knew you would come, so I've been waiting. If you want to know what's going on, then go straight to the cornerstone platform." After the Golden Eye Lord finished speaking, he did not say anything else. Instead, he continued to look at a certain spot in front of him. Tang Zhen followed his line of sight and looked over. He discovered that there was indeed something unusual in that place. Something should be hidden there. Tang Zhen was also very clear about what it was hiding. He laughed in his heart. This Neptune was extremely unlucky. He had planned for so many years, but in the end, he was interrupted by the cultivators of Lusheng. Now that he had self-destructed his body and followed them, he was waiting for an opportunity to take action. However, he was targeted by an old creator. Under such circumstances, Neptune could lose his life at any time. It was simply delusional to want to seize the body of the indigenous god. Perhaps there was a special reason why he had not been killed yet. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive until now. Tang Zhen cupped his hands toward the Golden Eye Lord and returned to the tunnel under the doubtful gazes of his believers. He didn't want to return to his god's kingdom, but to return to the fifth battle area. He wanted to hear how the cornerstone platform would explain this. 2286 Encounter on the Road 1. After passing through the tunnel, Tang Zhen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he immediately contacted the cultivators in Lusheng and mobilized heavy warships to guard the area. The spiritualist probably wanted to do the same, but he was powerless. At this time, he could no longer find anyone he could use in the divine kingdom. Since this was the case, Tang Zhen would help him make some arrangements to prevent any more unforeseen circumstances. No matter if it was Tang Zhen or the cornerstone platform, they did not wish for the aboriginal deity to die. They naturally had to ensure his safety as much as possible under the circumstances where it was within their capabilities. Everything else aside, the contract alone was enough to make the indigenous gods rest easy. After issuing the order, Tang Zhen modified the entrance of the tunnel and arranged a runic magic circle. If a void monster were to approach, the runic magic circle would automatically attack and kill the void monster in an instant. In fact, judging from the secrecy of the tunnel, the chances of it being discovered by the void monster were very low, and the runic magic circle might not be useful. It should be known that most of the void monsters were not picky with their food, so it was impossible for them to track them all the way here just to take a bite of the indigenous deity. However, if they were targeted by the void treasure beast, they could only blame the poor luck of the native gods for encountering such an unlucky thing with an extremely low probability. Tang Zhen's actions were just to be on the safe side to prevent any unexpected situation from happening. After everything was arranged, Tang Zhen went straight to Defense Area 153 and prepared to return to the world of Lusheng through the teleportation channel. On the way back, Tang Zhen met several teams of cultivators from Lucheng who were chasing after the void monsters. They had encountered more than one void monster, and some of them had even formed teams. Such a group of void monsters was extremely dangerous, and their destructive power would be multiplied. Among them, the largest void monster was tens of thousands of meters in size. It was like a ball of thick ink that fell into water, constantly creating a dark void. The cultivators of Lucheng tried to kill it, but due to the lack of firepower, they were unable to pose much of a threat to the void monster. In the process of killing, it angered the void monsters and they started to kill the cultivators in the city. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had encountered them and saved them in time, allowing the cultivators of Lu City to escape. As for the giant void monster, it was also killed by Tang Zhen on the spot. Its huge corpse fell to the ground, not much different from a mountain. A special creature like the void monster was not completely useless. Many of the items on its body were of use. This was especially true for the insides of the void monsters' bodies. Although they couldn't accumulate all kinds of treasure crystals like the void treasure beasts, there would still be a lot of treasure residue left. As long as one had enough patience and slowly rummaged through the trash, one would always find something satisfactory. Therefore, after killing the void monster, the cultivators and believers in Lusheng didn't waste their resources. Instead, they collected as many precious materials as possible. At this time, the cultivators of Lusheng became the object of envy of the believers. Not only were they powerful, but their equipment was also quite excellent. With a storage equipment in each hand, they could take away all the spoils of war, unlike the believers, who could not take away all the good things even if they got them. Looking at the piles of treasures, but not being able to take them all away, this was undoubtedly a painful thing. The longer they worked with Lu Cheng, the more the believers could feel the gap between them. They were not on the same level at all. When they heard that they would have the opportunity to follow cultivator Lu Cheng to a new world if the kingdom of God was destroyed, the believers began to look forward to it. Being able to follow such a powerful force was a lucky thing in itself. It was very likely that they would obtain more opportunities and have the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. As for the indigenous gods, because of a series of changes, the faith in their god kingdom had completely collapsed. After his lie was exposed, the believers' attitude towards him had slowly become indifferent and sick of him. In fact, if it wasn't for the existence of the war achievement exchange system, which made the believers feel that they were not simply being deceived, but that they had obtained real benefits, there would probably be believers who had joined the ranks of the crusade against the indigenous gods. After helping to deal with the void monster, Tang Zhen continued to move forward. As a result, he met another acquaintance on the way. Qian Long's descendant Qian Zongyan, Mo Ran's descendant Mo Ziqi, and the cultivator from White Creek Town, Tang Hao, who had the same surname as him, were also hunting void monsters. The young man with the mercenary support system, Feng, was also in the team. Looking at his current state, it was obvious that he had become a core member and was highly valued by the cultivators of the Three Brightness building. It was not strange for such a situation to occur. Based on Tang Zhen's understanding of this system, it was equivalent to a combat staff officer and a mobile warehouse. Relying on the system's assistance, the strength of a cultivator could be multiplied, even more so in a team. After understanding the benefits of the system, it was only natural for Ah Feng's position to rise in the team. Perhaps they were too lucky, but Qian Chongyan and the others encountered the void treasure beast more than once while they were chasing the void monster. In addition to the battle merits they deserved, they also received a large number of energy gems. Now, they were rich. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, all the cultivators were surprised and happy. They didn't expect that they would have a chance with Tang Zhen. "We pay our respects to your excellency Tang Zhen." The group of cultivators could not be bothered to clean up the treasure beast in the void. They hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Tang Zhen. "You're welcome, I was just passing by and came to take a look." Tang Zhen still had many things to do and could not waste all his time here. After chatting with Qian Chongyan and the rest for a while, he was about to turn around and leave. "Sir Tang Zhen, may I know if you have any extra storage equipment? Can you lend it to us?" Qian Zongyan hurriedly asked when he saw that Tang Zhen was about to leave. At the same time, he had a trace of uneasiness on his face. Opening his mouth to borrow something from Tang Zhen was something that he had never thought of before. However, the current situation was special. He could only brace himself and open his mouth. The relationship between his family and Tang Zhen was extraordinary. This was why he dared to ask. Even if Tang Zhen was unwilling, he would definitely not make things difficult for him. The other cultivators also revealed an expression of anticipation. They looked at Tang Zhen nervously as if they were afraid that he would reject them. In that case, they would have to abandon a large number of treasures, and they would probably be heartbroken to death. "If you're borrowing storage equipment from me, it means that your storage equipment is already full, and you still have a lot of treasures you don't want to give up. If that's the case, you've made a fortune this time, and this trip is definitely not in vain." Tang Zhen's eyes swept over everyone as he softly laughed. His tone was slow and calm. Qian Chongyan and the rest laughed. Clearly, the matter was as Tang Zhen had said. They had gained quite a lot this time around. All of his storage equipment had been filled to the brim, and there were no more spoils of war. There was no other reason for him to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to lend him his storage equipment when he coincidentally met him. There was no need to hide these things. With Tang Zhen's identity and strength, he would not be interested in these gains of theirs. If you guys can't do it, can't he do it too? Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed at Ah Feng as he spoke with a slightly strange tone. Feng's heart jolted when he heard this. However, he quickly recalled Tang Zhen's identity and knew that he had no secrets in Tang Zhen's eyes. Even his fortune was given to him by Tang Zhen. He should be grateful. Sir Tang Zhen, my authority level is not high enough. Therefore, I am unable to exchange for it from the market. After hearing Ah Feng's explanation, Tang Zhen suddenly came to a realization. So this was what happened. Tang Zhen casually took out a ring and threw it to Xianxia. He said with a faint tone, I've used this equipment for a period of time. The space is enough for you all to use. It won't be a problem even if you store the entire void monster inside. I'll give you the equipment. All of you work hard. I hope that one day, I'll be able to see you lead your troops into battle. When the cultivators heard this, their expressions turned serious. Then, they shouted, I won't disappoint your expectations. Very good, I'll be waiting for that day. Tang Zhen laughed out loud when he saw this. He used an encouraging gaze to sweep over everyone. After which, his body soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. 2287 Returning to the scarred territory. 1. The battle was coming, and everything had changed. Everyone they saw along the way was in a tense state. The 153rd defense area was even more so now. The huge defensive area had changed its style. Items that were filled with the style of the technology plane appeared in this world that had no connection with technology. The dozens of meters high jelly-like protective wall seemed to be trembling slightly with the wind. It seemed to be easy to break, but in fact, it had a very strong defensive ability. Be it energy or physical attacks, it could easily resolve them. It could even directly devour the enemy who tried to attack. After the enemy was swallowed into the wall, they would be digested in a very short time and become the growth nutrients of the jelly protective wall. This included all kinds of energy attacks, which were also nutrients for the jelly's strong defense, allowing it to grow better and faster. Similar strange war equipment would appear in front of them from time to time, and it was a refreshing sight. Many of these special items were still in an experimental state. If they were proven to be useful, they would be further developed. If they were of no use, they would be eliminated immediately to prevent further waste of resources. The innovative ability of the Lu Cheng cultivators in the Sacred Dragon Warzone was ranked among the top in the 3000 warzones. They were not pure martial artists. While they were invading the major plains, they were also actively excavating the plains' resources and looking for items with various magical abilities. This wasn't an indolence, but rather a rather positive state of constantly improving one's combat strength. For example, the resources collected in the Divine Kingdom also included these items. Just like the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they could all be classified as treasures. The 4-winged birds and the 6-winged bird king that were frequently used in the various defense areas were all trapped by energy chains and stuffed into huge cages. It wouldn't take long for them to enter a new world where the sky was much wider. As the base of Lu Cheng cultivators in the Divine Kingdom, the defensive area 153 was naturally much stronger than other places. Previously, when the sea monsters were charging madly, defense area 153 was one of the few places that did not fall. They even turned around to chase the sea monsters. As for the number of sea monsters killed, it was impossible to count. From the beginning to the end, no sea monster had successfully landed. In the face of the cultivators of Lusheng City, these monsters, which relied on their fangs and claws as weapons, had no ability to resist at all. This was the suppression of strength. If there were no special reasons, it would be easy for Lu Cheng's cultivators to destroy the Divine Kingdom. With the appearance of the Void Monster, all the defensive weapons in the defense area had been activated. As soon as they discovered the trace of the monster, they would immediately attack. During this period of time, the cultivators in Lusheng City naturally had to race against time and try to complete the material collection before the Void Monster arrived. Therefore, when Tang Zhen returned, what he saw was a busy scene with all kinds of vehicles shuttling back and forth. According to the command center's request, Lu Cheng had already mobilized people and started to collect precious materials. The cultivators of Lu Cheng would definitely not be interested in the ordinary materials, so they would naturally collect more precious things. The Lu Cheng cultivators had a lot of experience in searching for such materials, and they also had a variety of methods. The efficiency of the collection was amazing. From the surface to the core, from the sky to the ocean, there was absolutely no area that was missed. It could be said that after the cultivators of Lu Cheng had searched through the place, they would not miss out on any treasures. The cultivators of Lu Cheng might not even be interested in the remaining treasures. After returning to the defense area, Tang Zhen went to the command post and browsed through the battle situation information that was sent back. The situation was not looking good. There were more and more void monsters inside the Divine Kingdom, and it had reached a point where it was out of control. At the outer region of the God Kingdom, there was also a sea of void monsters gathered, and they were constantly pouring into the God Kingdom. According to the speed of the void monsters devouring, it will take at most a month for the God Kingdom to completely collapse. The matter has already been settled, and there is no possibility of salvaging it. The only thing we can do now is to try our best to recover our losses, Yingluo. As Tang Zhen spoke, a group of cultivators from Lu Cheng stood around him. All of them were quite strong. They were the commanders of this war. They could make plans and strategies, and they could also go into battle in armor. It could be said that they were well versed in both literature and military. Although they led thousands of troops, these commanders were all very respectful in front of Tang Zhen. Whether it was strength or status, Tang Zhen was an existence that they looked up to. Not to mention, most of the cultivators in Lusheng City were old subordinates who had followed Tang Zhen in all the battles. They could trust each other unconditionally and even trust each other with their lives. There was a special person in charge of the Divine Kingdom battlefield, so Tang Zhen did not need to worry about anything. Therefore, after a short stop, he returned to the fifth battle area through the transmission tunnel. As a result, just as he walked out of the transmission passage, Tang Zhen saw a large group of cultivators from other territories. They were walking towards the passage in a hurry. In the teleportation square of the cracked territory, the long-distance teleportation array kept flashing, and groups of cultivators walked out. From the badges on these cultivators, it was easy to determine their origins. They were all cultivators from the territories of Star Spirits and Zhanquang. They had rushed over in a hurry. It was obvious that they were going to enter the Divine Kingdom through the transmission tunnel. This caused Tang Zhen to be slightly surprised. At this moment, the God Nation was in a mess. After these cultivators entered the God Nation, they would inevitably have to fight with the void monsters. Don't tell me they're gathering people to help me. This thought appeared in Tang Zhen's mind, but he immediately rejected it. This was because the fate of Scandinavia had already been determined. There was no need to salvage it. Even he had given up on his God's kingdom and was ready to leave the battlefield. How could the two lords not see this? They must be using this opportunity to learn how to fight void monsters and accumulate actual combat experience. Tang Zhen couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of this. As expected, he had come across an opportunity to take advantage of others. Even a dignified creator wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, this was also good. At least before the kingdom of God was destroyed, it could provide the cultivators in Lu City with a chance to learn how to fight. It was a good thing. After quietly observing for a while, Tang Zhen entered the tower and went straight to the Cornerstone Hall. At this moment, there were a few cultivators exchanging in the Cornerstone Hall. However, when they saw Tang Zhen enter, they saluted and left. If their lord was in trouble, they naturally had to avoid him and didn't need to be reminded. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. He waited until all the cultivators in the building had left before slowly walking to the front of the Foundation Stone platform. Foundation Stone platform, I'm Tang Zhen. After his consciousness connected to the Cornerstone platform, Tang Zhen called out to the Cornerstone platform and requested to have a direct conversation. After waiting for a few dozen breaths, the sound of the Cornerstone platform rang out. It was still filled with an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. 2288 The reason and compensation. 1. Lord Tang Zhen, the reason you took the initiative to contact me this time is to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About Scandinavia, right, from the moment Tang Zhen summoned it, the Cornerstone platform knew Tang Zhen's intention. He must have discovered the secret of God Nation. The Cornerstone platform did not play dumb. This matter was nothing to it. If he wanted to find out the reason, he had to let Tang Zhen understand it and not have doubts and resentment. From the tone of the Cornerstone platform, it's obviously waiting for me to come and ask. It seems that the situation isn't as bad as I thought. Tang Zhen's thoughts were actually different from the judgment of the Cornerstone platform. At this moment, he had already thought things through. What had already happened was destined to be irreversible, so there was no need to make everyone unhappy. Although he still wanted an explanation, it didn't mean that it had to be reasonable. As long as it was reasonable, it would do. It was a perfunctory explanation. It could be said that the cornerstone platform did not inform him in time after making the decision. Of course, such an explanation was too perfunctory. Since the Golden Eye Lord knew about this, how could he not have time to tell Tang Zhen? In the end, they were still afraid that Tang Zhen would not agree to this matter. Therefore, they temporarily hid it from him and carried out the plan. After the plan was successfully executed, even if Tang Zhen knew what was going on, he would choose to deal with it calmly after knowing that the matter could not be reversed. If they didn't find anything, that would be great. The cornerstone platform would even save the trouble of explaining. Of course, the possibility of this happening was very low. Not every lord was like the battle maniac lord, who did not like to use his brain to think about problems. In fact, Zhan Kuang Lord wasn't stupid, and Tang Zhen wasn't stupid either. Everyone was an understanding person, so there was no need for any nonsense. The cornerstone platform's direct inquiry was within Tang Zhen's expectations. According to his understanding, the cornerstone platform had always been a straightforward person. To it had no scruples at all, and it did what it should do. This was the confidence brought by great strength. For the cornerstone platform of the 5th battle area, there was no problem that it could not solve. That's right, I did find something amiss. For example, the Golden Eye Lord's abnormal behavior and the void monster that appeared out of nowhere. I want a reasonable explanation for these unreasonable situations. Tang Zhen's expression was indifferent, and one could not see the slightest anger. When one's cultivation base reached the level of a creator, one's mental state was already close to neither sadness nor joy. Moreover, this incident didn't have much of an impact on Tang Zhen. There were endless opportunities, and if one missed it, there would be a next time. If the Holy Dragon Warzone wanted to develop and grow, the harvest of a divine kingdom alone was far from enough. The reason we changed our plan at the last minute is that the aboriginal god is not weak, and he also knows information about a super plane. I don't know if you know anything about the super planes, but if you've come into contact with them, you'll know that all items from the super planes have extremely wondrous abilities. Although the 5th battle area was powerful, they were still very concerned about this extremely rare super plane. If they could enter the super plane and obtain enough treasures, it would be of great help to the battle zone's strength. It's rare to come across information about super planes, so we can't miss it easily. The indigenous gods are the key to all this. Tang Zhen nodded. Before he entered God Country, his understanding of the super plane was limited. It could even be said to be very vague. However, after obtaining the little bird from the fire rock and the strange item that could manifest the heart's devil, he already had the most direct understanding of the effects of the treasures of the super plane. It wasn't unrivaled, but its ability was quite strange, making it impossible to guard against. It was just an item from a super plane, yet it had such a terrifying ability. One could imagine how mysterious and powerful the mysterious super plane was. The more powerful a plane was, the more benefits one would obtain after conquering it. This was an undisputable fact. The nature of the world of towers was to constantly plunder other planes and obtain resources to strengthen itself. Encountering such a super plane, he naturally wouldn't easily miss it. Instead, they would think of ways to conquer and plunder it. It would be abnormal if he remained indifferent. The cultivators of Lusheng City were never cowards, so how could they miss such a fat meat that came to their door? Tang Zhen involuntarily shook his head when he thought of this. He secretly sighed at his lack of consideration. When they knew that the native gods were involved with the super plane, they should have immediately realized whether the cornerstone platform would be interested. Perhaps the cornerstone platform had already noticed this when he was the middleman and made the two sides reach an agreement. It was laughable that he was still fulfilling the contract and did not know that the cornerstone platform had no intention of leaving behind a divine kingdom from the beginning. Looking at the current situation, the first step of the plan had been completed, and the aboriginal deities would enter the world of Lusheng sooner or later. This was only the simplest part. The truly difficult part was how to attack the super plane. To conquer such a high-energy world was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Every step had to be taken seriously. If necessary, they might even mobilize the entire war zone's power to attack the superior plane. Tang Zhen revealed a pondering expression. The voice of the foundation stone platform sounded once again, explaining the reason for continuing this matter. In this case, the aboriginal deities have become very important, and we must have them under our control. If he were to wake up and regain his original strength, he would definitely be able to easily escape from the control and hide, making it very difficult to find him again. After realizing this, the elders in the war zone finally decided to destroy the divine kingdom and take complete control of the indigenous gods after an emergency discussion. Only by leaving him in the fifth battle area could he ensure that the indigenous god could not escape, and then find a way to obtain information about the super plane from him. This is the cause and effect of this entire matter. Because this decision will damage your interests, the Elders' Council decided not to inform you so that you won't be unable to accept it and obstruct it. Tang Zhen could not help but laugh involuntarily when he heard this. In the eyes of these elders, this new lord was so insensible that he would go against the decisions of the warzone just because of the loss of his interests. If that was the case, he, Tang Zhen, might not have been able to reach this step today. Because after this plan is carried out, it will affect you lords who have signed the contract, so the cornerstone platform will make up for it in certain aspects. Because you've suffered the greatest losses, I can make the decision to give you another portion of divine source as compensation. This compensation is already quite sincere, and it will definitely not be less than what you can get in Scandinavia. I wonder if Lord Tang Zhen is satisfied. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. Soon after, he gently nodded his head. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The foundation stone platform actually compensated him with a portion of divine source. This had exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. One must know that this item was extremely precious and was enough to make countless sector lord experts fight over it. Having one more of such an item was equivalent to having another creator in the Holy Dragon battle zone. This was simply a good thing that they could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, only by reaching the level of a native god could one use their own divine source to help a sector lord become a creator. Tang Zhen's realm wasn't high enough and he couldn't help the sector lord level up. The Golden Eye Lord was still one step away and couldn't do it either. There were masters of creation in the fifth battle area who could do it, but they had to pay a great price and would not provide help easily. If this was the case, Tang Zhen's trip to the Divine Kingdom this time could already be considered as a huge profit. How could he have suffered any loss? 2289 Zone Ranking Battle Point 1. The compensation that he received had already greatly exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. He naturally had no more complaints. From this, it could be seen how rich the cornerstone platform was. The things that Tang Zhen thought were extremely precious were directly taken out by the cornerstone platform as compensation. The richness of the family's wealth was simply unimaginable. Although the compensation from the other masters of creation might not be more than Tang Zhen's, it might not be worse. The native god would never have dreamed that the cornerstone platform would have such courage. Even at the risk of breaking the contract, it would find a way to firmly control him. From today onwards, although he was saved from death, he was destined to have no freedom. As for the punishment for breaking the contract, there were actually many ways to avoid it. Compared to the compensation, it was not even worth mentioning. This matter could basically be considered to have come to an end. What Tang Zhen had to do next was only to deal with the aftermath. However, there were some things he still had to figure out. After all, this matter was related to the Supreme Plane, and he might have a chance to participate in it. If the cornerstone platform rejected his participation, then Tang Zhen would think of a way himself and would definitely not miss this opportunity. If we obtain accurate information about the Supreme Plane, when will the war zone take action? What are the requirements for the participants? Don't expect things like benefits to come to you on their own initiative. Instead, you should fight for it as much as possible. Otherwise, you clearly have a chance, but because you don't take the initiative, you will eventually miss it. Everyone wanted opportunities, and it was impossible for them to only be in love with you. Only those who were extremely lucky would have good things coming one after another. However, for cultivators who were free from the restrictions of the rules, luck had little effect on them. The masters of creation would try their best to avoid contact with luck that they couldn't control. If he could be affected by good luck, he could also be affected by bad luck. If he thought about it carefully, he would feel that the disadvantages were greater than the benefits. As for the question raised by Tang Zhen, it actually involved the secrets of the fifth battle area. The cornerstone platform could completely refuse to answer. Tang Zhen had only casually asked, but he did not expect the cornerstone platform to give him the same answer. It was as if it had already expected him to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. This question, we can't rush this matter. According to the Elder Council's discussion, it's best to take action on the super plane after the war zone rankings are over. One had to know that occupying a super plane wasn't something that could be done overnight. If they took action now, they would definitely take up a large number of people. When the war zone rankings are released, the people attacking the super plane will be unable to be transferred back, which will definitely have a major impact on the entire war zone. This was actually better, as it would give him more time to prepare. Otherwise, if he rushed into battle, he might not gain anything. After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen asked again, the war zone rankings are about to be released. As a member of the 5th battle zone, I naturally have to do my part. If there's anything you need me to do, can you tell me in advance so that I won't be caught off guard? Tang Zhen didn't have much interest in the war zone rankings. He had always held the attitude of a bystander. Although the cracked territory could also get the benefits of being ranked at the top of the war zone, there were not many. Only those old territories and foundational platforms cared about this ranking. This was a matter of glory and reputation, as well as the benefits of being ranked higher. It was far more important than a plain invasion. Cultivators loved to fight, and when they encountered such a situation, they would definitely do their best to fight for it. You've just joined the 5th battle area, and it hasn't been long since you became a cultivator, so I guess you don't know much about the battle area ranking battle. It's even possible that in your heart, you'll think that you have little to do with this matter, so you'll just look on coldly from the side. Tang Zhen was slightly startled. He frowned as he looked at the foundation stone platform. His expression was slightly gloomy. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to pry into your thoughts. I've seen too many similar situations. I can tell you clearly that the Warzone rankings are not unrelated to you, but are closely related. When the Battle Zone rankings begin, new members like you will have to participate. When that time comes, you will be shouldering the entire war zone's honor and disgrace. The responsibility you bear is incomparably heavy. Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel slightly surprised when he heard the cornerstone platform say this. He even faintly felt that it was inconceivable. Although Tang Zhen was very confident in his own strength, he wasn't a conceited person. Did he know that there were many cultivators in Lusheng who were stronger than him? At the level of a creator, he was just a newbie. He hadn't even stabilized his realm yet. Under such circumstances, having him compete with those old-school masters of creation was simply sending himself to the door to be abused. This kind of thing had to be made clear, or else it would be like a sharp blade hanging over one's head, making one feel uneasy. Why do you want a newbie like me to participate in the battle? Are the old masters of creation just watching from the side? Tang Zhen was very puzzled as he asked the cornerstone platform. Lords who are stronger than you will naturally participate in the competition, but they are of different ranks and won't have much interaction with each other. No one was a fool, so why would they give it away to their competitors? Therefore, even if you participate in the competition, the opponents you meet will be of similar strength to you, and there won't be too much of a difference between them. In the 3,000 battlefields, the creator-level powerhouses were all concentrated in the top 1,000 battlefields. The strength of the masters of creation in these battlefields is basically similar to yours, and they belong to the level of low-level gods. Your competitors are naturally these cultivators. What's the point of the competition between low-ranked deities when there's a high-end combat force? Tang Zhen asked again. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this kind of competition was completely dispensable and could not prove anything. Of course it's meaningful, the cornerstone platform said. If the lower-ranked battlefields want to advance, they must rely on competition. The purpose of your participation is to create pressure for those Lucheng cultivators in the low-level battlefields. It's definitely not an easy thing for them to improve their ranking in the battlefields. At the same time, you have to compete with the higher-ranked battle zones and try to defeat the cultivators in those battle zones to get a better result. Therefore, don't think that you're dispensable. Perhaps it's because of you that the entire battle zone's ranking rose or fell. The tone of the cornerstone platform was very serious, which made Tang Zhen immediately realize that this matter was definitely not a joke. However, he still didn't quite understand. The content of the competition was completely different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't he command an army to invade the plane and then choose the final winner? When Tang Zhen raised such a question, the cornerstone platform immediately gave an answer. It seemed to be very patient. There are thousands of Lusheng participating in the ranking competition. What kind of plane do you think can withstand the full attack of the entire world of Lusheng? Tang Zhen could not help but laugh involuntarily when he heard this. Even the super plane, which he was afraid of, was nothing in front of the entire world of Lusheng. If the chosen target was a raw egg, then the battlefield was thousands of bullets. Thousands of bullets were fired at a fragile raw egg at the same time. It was even more excessive than killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. 2290 The unknown competition, 1, so that's how it is. It seems like I was wrong. Tang Zhen's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. It turned out that the battle zone's ranking competition wasn't the kind of bloody killing that he had imagined. Thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. Fighting on the battlefield was the forte of Lu Cheng cultivators, so there was no point in competing. Furthermore, they were all on the same side, and they were all masters of creation. It was not good for them to fight each other. In the process of fighting, if a cultivator was injured and formed a grudge, it would not be worth it. The cornerstone platform continued its introduction. Tang Zhen was a newcomer, so there were some things that he had to know. No one knows about the content of the battle zone ranking competition beforehand. Even the foundation platforms of the various battle zones have no information. Therefore, the only thing the participants had to do was to wait quietly until the last moment. As a contestant who must participate in the competition, I suggest that you cultivate your body and mind for a while and don't make any big moves to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, once the competition starts, and you're not in a good state, it will definitely affect the final result. Although the cornerstone platform said it was a suggestion, it was actually a warning. It was estimated that in the near future, the cracked territory would not be able to receive any missions from the cornerstone platform. With Tang Zhen's strength, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten him if he didn't go to a dangerous place. Tang Zhen was indifferent. It was merely a few years' time. He could afford to wait. And NBSP, he could use this time to stabilize his foundations and build up his own divine kingdom. This was the foundation of the Masters of Creation, and it would have a great impact on the later stages of the cultivators in Lusheng. They definitely couldn't be perfunctory. As for the other things, he could put them aside or take his time to do them. I understand. Thank you for answering my questions. After softly thanking him, Tang Zhen cut off the connection with the cornerstone platform and turned to walk out of the cornerstone hall. The problem with the divine kingdom had yet to be resolved. There were still many things to be dealt with. Tang Zhen had to return to the battlefield. Following the transmission channel and entering the middle turn plane, he saw countless cultivators gathered there, many of whom were believers from the divine kingdom. They looked at their surroundings in shock. They never thought that they would be able to leave the divine kingdom one day and come to the outside world. The Lusheng cultivators from the other two territories had already entered the divine kingdom and were ready to meet up with their lords. Near the exit of the plains passage, Lu Cheng's cultivators also deployed a large number of troops to prevent void monsters from rushing out of the passage. Of course, the possibility of this was very low. It must be known that if a void monster wanted to enter the plain channel, it must first break through the 153rd defense area. When that time came, even if the cultivators of Lu Cheng closed the passage, they would never let the void monsters come over. Tang Zhen had also thought about it before. What kind of scene would it be if the void monster entered the tower world? After thinking about it, he still felt that the possibility was not high. With the strength of the cornerstone platform, it would not give the void monsters any opportunity to take advantage of it. Even if the void monster really entered the god's kingdom, it might not be a disaster. Such a terrifying creature that could destroy countless worlds might be hunted down by the cultivators in Lusheng. The Lusheng cultivators from the other two territories rushed to the god kingdom excitedly just to accumulate experience in fighting void monsters. It was obvious that they did not take the void monster seriously. Otherwise, they would not have such an attitude. The cultivators in Lusheng City made such a big commotion that it alerted the indigenous people near the transfer station. They gathered outside the huge wall with pious expressions on their faces. In the eyes of these indigenous people, the cultivators in the city were the messengers of the gods, the objects of their worship. However, they didn't know that the god they believed in, as well as the god's kingdom that was described as incomparably beautiful, had now fallen into a state of collapse. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. As for the god they believed in, he was in a deep sleep and might lose his freedom forever. The world that truly belonged to the gods was definitely not as beautiful as one would imagine. It was even terrifyingly cruel. Those beautiful things were just the imagination of the weak. Once they stepped on the real road of cultivation, they would find that the reality was completely different from their imagination. But even so, there were still countless mortals who were like moths to a flame, stepping on this path without hesitation. All he wanted was to change his fate, or to control his own fate. He did not want to be like an ant, silent from life to death. When Tang Zhen's figure appeared in the sky, the indigenous people outside were first stunned. After which, they let out excited exclamations and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging. Listening to the content of their words, it was nothing more than begging Tang Zhen to take them on the road of cultivation and was willing to pay any price for this. Tang Zhen's gaze swept over the aboriginals outside the wall. He gently shook his head and entered the passage. The cultivation aptitudes of these pleading indigenous people were pitifully poor. Even a believer warrior in the divine kingdom far surpassed them. Tang Zhen had originally planned to give them a chance. However, from the looks of it now, there was really no need to do so. After passing through the plain channel, Tang Zhen entered the 153rd defense area. As soon as he left the passage, he saw a group of cultivators gathered in the huge square in front of him. These cultivators belonged to the three territories in the Sacred Dragon War Zone. At this moment, they were all gathered together and got along well with each other. This was also one of the commendable advantages of the cultivators of Lu City. Even if they did not know each other, as long as they were together for a mission, they could work together without any worries. At this moment, they weren't on a mission. Instead, they were watching an auction. Everyone, come and take a look. This void treasure beast is fat and its belly is round and bulging. It's obvious that it has eaten a lot of good things. A void treasure hiding beast like this would definitely have a lot of treasures in its body, but no one could be sure of the exact number before opening it. If anyone wants it, then join our auction. Whoever offers the most battle merits will get this void treasure beast. Under the gazes of the cultivators in Lu City, Xianxia pointed at the corpse of the void monster on the square and introduced it loudly like a merchant. Beside them, Mo Ziqi, Tang Hao, and the others were guarding a pile of energy gems. They told the onlookers that these gems had all come from the void treasure beast. In fact, even without their introduction, the cultivators in Lusheng City knew about it because the news about the void treasure beast had already spread among them. The cultivators of Lusheng City who had stopped the void monsters at the Grand Temple earlier had picked up a large number of energy gems and were now rich. The cultivators who didn't get it were naturally envious and jealous. At the same time, they also hoped that they would be lucky enough to encounter the void treasure beast while they were fighting the void monster. Unfortunately, these monsters were very rare and very cunning, so it was not easy to encounter them. At this moment, a group of cultivators from Lusheng City was auctioning off the corpse of the void treasure beast. This naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators from Lusheng City and they gathered around subconsciously. 2291 Encountering a treasure beast at the auction on the way. 1. Looking at Xianxia, who was trying his best to promote the void treasure beast like a peddler, Tang Zhen felt that it was especially interesting. After killing the void treasure beast, these guys didn't open the chest to take the treasure, but chose to auction it on the spot. It was obvious that they were desperate for battle merits, so they chose to use this method to obtain them. This situation was most likely related to the mercenary support system on Afeng. It was a bottomless pit that devoured battle achievements. It might be more appropriate to call it a pay-to-win system. While it provided high-quality services, the fees were naturally not cheap. After going through a series of intense battles, Xianxia and his men's battle merits had probably been used up. The auxiliary system didn't have the function of recycling, so they could only watch as their battle credits were constantly consumed without being able to replenish them. As for the battle achievements obtained from the mission, they could only be calculated after the mission was completed. It could be said that distant water could not quench present thirst. Exchanging treasures for battle credits was their only choice. Although they could also exchange energy crystals for battle credits directly, not everyone had such a need. Moreover, this method of transaction was time-consuming and laborious. After thinking about it, this method of auction could be exchanged for the most battle merits, and it was also the simplest and most convenient. The cultivators in Lu Cheng actually liked this kind of gambling activity very much. This could be confirmed by their current attitude. When he saw this scene, Tang Zhen could not help but recall the days of the Holy Dragon City's stone gambling auction. In order to obtain a piece of spirit jade, the participating competitors were truly willing to spare no expense. Tang Zhen's state of mind had also become extremely relaxed because the overall situation had already been decided. At this moment, he had encountered such an interesting matter. Naturally, he would quietly become a spectator. As Qian Chongyan announced the base price, the cultivators in Lusheng City quickly shouted out new prices one after another. The atmosphere immediately became heated. The cultivators of Lucheng, who didn't know each other before, all opened their eyes wide and began to bid. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were watching whispered to each other, their faces full of interest. Qian Chongyan, who was in charge of the auction, was even more excited. He stood on the head of the void treasure hiding beast and raised the atmosphere with a loud voice. This brother from the Star Elves territory has bid 550,000 battle credits. Are there any higher bids? Seeing that the cultivators of Lusheng didn't bid, Qian Chongyan reached out his hand and grabbed the ground. An energy gem fell into his hand. Qian Chongyan raised the egg-sized energy gem and showed it around. He continued to shout, I don't think I need to say more. You all know that the stomach of the void treasure beast is full of these energy gems. Perhaps to all of you, this item is no longer of use, but to your subordinates and juniors, this is the best tool to increase their strength. But here, as long as you dared to invest, you could get a lot of power gems. It was definitely worth it. If we don't want to take the risk, we will also sell them at a clear price. However, the quantity is limited, and the price is not cheap. If anyone wants it, don't hesitate. Once you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't be able to encounter such a good thing again. As soon as Qian Chongyan finished speaking, a cultivator from Lusheng City raised his hand and made a new bid. 1 million, I'll pay 1 million. Good things never had to worry about being sold, not to mention the fact that energy gems were rare. These cultivators from Lucheng were very knowledgeable, so how could they miss such an opportunity? Compared to buying it with a clear price tag, they were more willing to bet on it. Perhaps they could make a big profit. As long as the bidding was controlled, even if the beast didn't have that many power gems in its stomach, they wouldn't lose much. After an intense bidding war, this void treasure beast was successfully traded and was won by a group of cultivators from Zhanquang's territory. This group of people had a rough personality, and the auction was like a war. As long as someone competed with them, they would immediately open their eyes wide and offer a higher price. As expected of the subordinate of the battle maniac lord, such a temperament was very similar to that of the lord. Alright, brothers and sisters, this void treasure beast already belongs to these friends from Zhanquang's territory. If you wish to obtain a void treasure beast, please pay attention to the relevant information at all times. We will be auctioning another void treasure beast here in 50 hours. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. These friends from the territory of Zhanquang, do you want to directly take away the void treasure beast, or do you want to open its chest and take the treasure on the spot? The cultivators from Battle Fanatic's territory heard this and immediately waved their hands, indicating that they would be taking the treasure on the spot. This was more convenient. Besides, they didn't have such a large storage equipment that could store a void treasure beast that was hundreds of meters long. The storage equipment that Tang Zhen had given him was extremely rare even in the Tower world, and it could be considered a precious treasure. Even if ordinary cultivators in Lusheng had storage equipment, they would not have such a large storage space. When they heard that they were going to open the chest to get the treasure, the cultivators of Lusheng, who were about to leave, gathered again with interested expressions. After the intense auction, they all wanted to see what kind of treasure was hidden in the stomach of the void treasure beast. At the same time, he wanted to confirm whether the auction price was worth it and satisfy his curiosity. Brothers, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to help you get the treasure? Qian Chongyan was all smiles as he looked at the huge amount of battle merits that the other party had transferred to him. He then asked in a very enthusiastic manner. Due to their good luck, they encountered a group of void treasure beasts and successfully killed them all. In this process, Ah Feng's contribution could not go unnoticed. Through the system he had on him, he had managed to exchange for a lot of useful equipment in time. Of course, if one wanted to exchange for items, they had to have enough battle credits. In order to kill this group of void treasure beasts, Tang Hao and the others had used up all their battle credits. While they were happily collecting the spoils of war, they had met Tang Zhen by chance. After that, the matter of Qian Chongyan borrowing his storage equipment happened. At that moment, Qian Chongyan already had the idea of auctioning them off, but he couldn't bring the bodies of the void treasure beasts away. Tang Zhen's appearance could be said to be a great help, allowing the follow-up plan to be smoothly implemented. At this moment, he still had a few void treasure beasts in his storage equipment. He was going to auction them all for battle credits. After they exchanged for enough battle merits, they had a bigger plan to carry out, and the purpose of this was naturally to obtain more rewards. You don't need to do it, we can do it ourselves. The cultivators of Battle Maniac's territory looked at the treasure beast in the air, deep in thought, as if they were trying to figure out how to deal with it. They didn't know much about the void treasure beast, and they didn't know where the power gems were hidden in such a huge body. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately explained, this beast's body is covered in scales with natural runes. There's an area on its abdomen where the scales are very bright. The spatial treasure bag of the void treasure beast is in this area. As long as you break the skin here, the spatial treasure bag will automatically jump out because of the pressure. Xianxia said as he gestured. After killing a group of void treasure beasts, they were now very experienced. Upon hearing this, a few cultivators from Battle Maniac's territory immediately followed Xianxia's instructions and cut open the outer skin of the beast. With a flash of light, a huge meatball bounced out of the hole. The moment it flew out of the void monster's body, the meatball seemed to be overwhelmed and suddenly shattered. Piles of energy gems suddenly appeared in the air and fell down. Lu Cheng, the cultivator from the Battle Maniac territory, stared at the energy gem that buried him in the ground with his eyes wide open. Then, he burst into laughter. They had profited greatly from this deal. 2292 Xianxia's big plan. Wow, there's such a huge pile of energy gems. It's like a small mountain. These barbarians from the Battle Fanatics territory are really lucky. They've definitely earned a lot. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have continued to raise the price. Now, I've let these guys have it easy. There's no medicine for regret in this world. There's nothing I can do even if I miss it. I can only wait for the next auction. Looking at the pile of energy gems on the ground, the cultivators in Lu Cheng started to discuss among themselves. There were simply too many energy gemstones, so many that the cultivators in the building were surprised, which was why they were sighing. Some people were envious of the buyer's good luck, while others felt that Xianxia and the others were out of their minds. Based on the number of power gems they had, they were definitely at a disadvantage. Fortunately, it wasn't a particularly bad loss. If this pattern continued to develop, the more void treasure beasts were sold, the more losses Xianxia and the others would suffer. Anyone could have thought of this, could they not have? When the cultivators of Lu Cheng thought of this, they subconsciously sized up Xianxia and the others. They realized that these guys were all very smart and didn't look like fools. It could only be said that the buyer was not as good as the seller. No matter how he calculated, the seller would definitely not lose money. As for how Xianxia and the others were going to make a profit, he probably didn't think of it or he had other plans. No matter what, this auction was worth it. If there was a next time, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would definitely participate. A few cultivators from the Battle Fanatic territory were so happy that their teeth could not even be seen. They excitedly picked up the energy gems on the ground and exclaimed that this trip was not in vain. They had just arrived in the God's Kingdom, and they had already encountered such a good thing. This made them full of anticipation for the rest of their journey. If he could fill his storage equipment with treasures, then this trip would be worth it. This was not a pipe dream, but a fact. The Divine Kingdom was on the verge of collapse, and the entire world would be abandoned. All kinds of treasures were in a state of ownerless, allowing the cultivators in the city to plunder them. When the aboriginal deities had built their divine kingdoms, they had invested a large amount of divine source and had materialized them as physical entities through their thoughts. However, when the God's kingdom collapsed, the divine source would be restored, and it could also be transformed into various treasures in special forms. As long as one was lucky enough and encountered one or two treasures, the harvest would definitely not be inferior to killing a void treasure beast. In fact, the reason why Zan Kuang Lord and the others had summoned their subordinates here was not because they did not have the intention of letting their subordinates make a fortune. After all, Scandinavia was about to collapse, and it would be a waste if they did not take it away. Sending the residents of his territory to participate in the war could not only increase his experience in fighting void monsters, but also reap some benefits while at it. He could also earn a large number of battle achievements. Why not do such a good thing? From another point of view, this could also be considered as helping Tang Zhen by slowing down the speed of the void monster's destruction. Even if Tang Zhen knew about this matter, he would definitely not have any opinions. In fact, he would even wish that more cultivators from the two territories would come. As the auction ended, the cultivators in Lu City dispersed, and the huge square began to become empty. Tang Zhen, who was originally standing at the back of the group, had revealed his figure at this moment and was noticed by the sharp-eyed Xianxia. With a hint of excitement on his face, Xianxia immediately walked over and bowed to Tang Zhen. "We pay our respects to your excellency Tang Zhen." Tang Zhen laughed softly and nodded to Xianxia. "No need to be so polite. I see that all of your team members are here and you've killed so many void treasure beasts. It seems that you're quite lucky. The void treasure beast was not weak, and it was very cunning, so it was very difficult to kill it. Xianxia and the others were able to kill it without any casualties, which was already a very lucky thing. As for why their luck was so good to be able to encounter so many void treasure beasts, Tang Zhen was not very clear and did not want to investigate too deeply. Everyone had their own secrets and didn't want others to know. Since that was the case, why should they be the bad guys? He was sure that these young cultivators were dragons and phoenixes among men, and they would be famous in the world in time. Of course, the premise was that he didn't die in an accident. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, he had no value to speak of. As the lord of the sacred dragon warzone, Tang Zhen naturally hoped that his warzone would be filled with talents. The more elite cultivators there were, the better. Therefore, as long as there was an opportunity, Tang Zhen would definitely not be stingy in guiding and helping these young cultivators. He would allow them to have better room for development so that they could walk a smoother path on their cultivation path. It was precisely because of his persistence that the Holy Dragon battlefront and the cracked territory were different from the other battlefields, allowing grassroots and wild cultivators to advance more. Although the cost was huge, the Holy Dragon battle zone also benefited from it. Their strength improved by leaps and bounds, and talented cultivators kept emerging. Without Tang Zhen, the current situation would not be possible, and many cultivators in Lusheng would have their talents buried. Just this point alone was enough to allow Tang Zhen to obtain even more support. No one would be able to shake his position. Xianxia took the opportunity to speak to Tang Zhen. "Thank you for your concern, sir. Our luck this time is indeed pretty good. When we were searching for void monsters, we happened to encounter a group of void treasure beasts that were tracking the underground palace. After that, we used a special method to mark the void treasure beast. Then, we exchanged for suitable weapons and equipment through Ah Feng's auxiliary system. In the following period of time, it was a frightening battle without any danger. We were lucky enough to kill all these void monsters. The last time we met you, we were cleaning up the battlefield. We saw that you had something urgent to attend to, so we didn't explain it to you in detail." Xianxia spoke very quickly as he told Tang Zhen about the origins of these void treasure beasts. At the same time, he explained the reason why he wanted to borrow the storage equipment. "We've used up too many battle merits, so we've decided to use this auction method to sell a few smaller void treasure beasts. When we've gathered enough battle merits, we'll prepare to set up a trap to attract more void treasure beasts. If the plan succeeds, our harvest will double, and we might even be able to capture all the void treasure beasts in the Divine Kingdom." When Xianxia said this, he revealed a confident expression. One could tell from his expression that he was very confident in his plan. Tang Zhen smiled. Regardless of whether the plan of Xianxia's group would succeed or not, just their courage and confidence were extremely praiseworthy. "Then work hard. If there's anything you need help with, you can just let me know." With Tang Zhen's status, he wouldn't make promises easily. But now, he had actually agreed to help Xianxia and the others realize their plan. Xianxia, Mo Ziqi and the rest looked at each other and revealed an expression of being flattered. They then shook their heads. If they relied on Tang Zhen's help and not their own strength to complete this matter, it would more or less make them feel that it was not perfect. Therefore, even if Tang Zhen asked, they would definitely not beg for it. However, they could not help but feel a strong sense of pride in their hearts. To be acknowledged by the lord of a battle zone, a legendary master with a long reputation, this was definitely the greatest reward for them. 2293 The depressed Poseidon. Work hard, but remember not to force yourself. No matter what, you must first ensure your own safety. Otherwise, you'll only become history. You won't have the right to create history, and you'll eventually be drowned by history. Tang Zhen looked at everyone and used a faint tone to remind them. He was afraid that they would be muddled by the momentary victory and do something that would overestimate their own abilities. Qian Chongyan and the others nodded at the same time after hearing Tang Zhen's advice. They had to keep the experience of a master of creation in mind. After chatting for a while, Tang Zhen turned around and left, leaving behind the extremely excited Qian Chongyan and the rest. Once again, they were full of confidence as they started to plan. After leaving Area 153, Tang Zhen didn't go to the Grand Temple but went straight to the hiding place of the indigenous gods. Since things had developed to this point, the transfer of the indigenous gods was a necessary step. Because of the appearance of the void monsters, this approach had become reasonable. On the surface, this was for the sake of the indigenous gods, so it could not be considered a violation of the contract. Even if he was really punished, it would definitely not be too serious. He moved forward along the god's kingdom that was riddled with holes, avoiding the huge void holes that blocked his way from time to time. He would also take care of one or two void monsters that blocked his way. The number of void monsters had obviously increased by more than several times. This caused Tang Zhen to feel a little worried. He wondered if the hiding place of the aboriginal deities had been discovered by the void monsters. When Tang Zhen arrived at his destination, he only saw a few heavy warships floating in the air. The surrounding space was completely silent. As it was too far away, the void monsters that were like headless flies did not wander over. Near the entrance, Tang Zhen had a few words with the cultivators in charge of guarding the gate. After that, he flew into the tunnel. When he passed through the tunnel again and appeared in the subsidiary small world, he found that there were already countless believers gathered nearby. They were fully armed and stood guard near the underground palace, as if they were determined to protect the native gods. Among the originally weak believers, there were now some experts with decent strength. This was obviously the work of the spy riders, in preparation to protect the underground palace. It was just that this method of forcibly instilling power into the believers would cause serious damage to them, and at the same time greatly shorten their lifespans. However, for these fanatical believers, it was the greatest honor to be able to protect the god they believed in. They would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. Now, it was just shortening his lifespan, which was nothing. The moment Tang Zhen appeared, these believers gathered over as if they were facing a great enemy. Some of them had seen Tang Zhen before, but they did not know whether he was a friend or a foe. Before they received orders, the believers would never let their guard down and treat Tang Zhen as a potential enemy. The voice of the spiritualist came slowly, making these believers feel relieved. Although they looked like they were not afraid of death, they did not have any confidence at all. Clearly, they were extremely clear in their hearts that it was useless no matter how many of them there were when facing an expert like Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen stood in midair with his hands behind his back. He did not care about the ant-like believers on the ground. Instead, he looked at the underground palace in the city. The Golden Eye Lord was still standing in the same place, looking at the place where he had looked last time. The Sea Emperor, who had been hiding there, had not moved from his position. At this time, Neptune was extremely depressed. Because he had been locked on by the Golden Eye Lord, he did not dare to make a move. This was because he knew very well that if he took any action, he would suffer a fatal blow from the Golden Eye Lord. His strength was far inferior to the Golden Eye Lord's, and he could only curl up in a corner and shiver like a mouse being watched by a cat. He could even see a hint of mockery in the Golden Eye Lord's eyes, which meant that the other party did not take him seriously at all. The Golden Eye Lord's heart was filled with unwillingness. He really could not understand how things had developed to this stage when victory was clearly in his grasp. After thinking about it, the source of all the changes was Tang Zhen. This made Neptune gnash his teeth in hatred. If he had known this earlier, he would have killed Tang Zhen even if he had to use all the strength of the sea race. When he first received the information about Tang Zhen, although Neptune deliberately waited for a while, he did not take Tang Zhen seriously. He was just a realm lord cultivator. To Neptune, he was nothing. The Ocean Emperor's strength was already equivalent to that of a master of creation. His men were strong and powerful, and he had several masters equivalent to the master of creation realm. Under such a situation, Tang Zhen, who only had the strength of a sector lord, was no different from an ant. The interception and hunting of Tang Zhen were only the actions of Neptune's subordinates. They were not personally instructed by him. Tang Zhen was indeed lucky in this matter. From the beginning to the end, he had not been hunted down by the Sea Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to become a creator and would have died in the god nation. From the beginning to the end, Neptune had underestimated his enemy. He did not expect that an ant he looked down on would completely ruin his 1,000-year-old plan. The more Neptune pondered, the deeper his hatred for Tang Zhen became. It even far exceeded the Golden Eye Lord who guarded the underground palace. It was a pity that Tang Zhen, who had advanced to the creator level, was already evenly matched with him. Furthermore, other than Tang Zhen, there were 3 other creator-level experts that gave him a headache. What Neptune needed to consider now was not how to take the body of the indigenous god, but how to escape from danger. He had already realized that something was wrong. The Golden Eye Lord clearly had the strength to kill him, but he did not do so. Did this mean that he was planning something? With the gradual collapse of the divine kingdom, the indigenous gods would definitely be seriously injured. This was the best time for him to seize and control the body. However, if he thought about it from another perspective, wasn't he the best tonic at this moment? If he were to be absorbed by the aboriginal deities, his severe injuries would definitely heal quickly. Could it be that the cultivators of Lusheng wanted to capture me and then roll me up? Thinking of this, Neptune suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If this was really the case, he had to escape as soon as possible. Even if they had to escape from the divine kingdom and suffer some losses, it would be much better than being killed and devoured. Furthermore, once the god nation collapsed, there would be no point in him snatching the bodies of the natives. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, it would take a long time to heal their injuries. If he really had that much time, even if he slowly cultivated, the benefits he would obtain would not be any worse than snatching the main body. Since that was the case, why should he be so persistent in snatching the body of the indigenous god? Why not leave this troublesome place as soon as possible? All of a sudden, Poseidon came to a realization. He felt that following the underground palace had been a stupid decision. Just as he was about to think of a way to leave, he heard a commotion from the believers. Then, he saw the figure that he hated to the bone suddenly appear in midair. Because of Tang Zhen's arrival, the surroundings were in chaos. Neptune was overjoyed and was about to take the opportunity to escape. Before he could take any action, Tang Zhen, who had discovered him in midair, suddenly looked at the place where he was hiding. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Neptune saw a trace of ridicule in Tang Zhen's eyes, which was exactly the same as the Golden Eye Lord's eyes. 2294 Poseidon's End. 1. Damn it, could it be that my invisibility technique is so bad that even Tang Zhen has already discovered me? Neptune's heart was beating wildly. He had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but now it seemed that he was going to fail. Since Tang Zhen had appeared, it was impossible for him to allow Tang Zhen to escape. With Tang Zhen's interference, Golden Eye Lord could take the opportunity to attack, and he was destined to have nowhere to escape. What do we do? In the face of life and death, Neptune's heart was burning with anxiety, and his eyes slowly turned blood red. When his eyes were completely red, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He believed that only by fighting to the death could he escape from this place. Whoever dared to stop them would fight with their lives, and they would be resurrected after death. After making up his mind, his fear disappeared instantly and was replaced with endless courage. When the Ocean Emperor became a creator, he encountered an accident, and his personality was greatly incomplete. Sometimes, he was cautious, and sometimes, he was extremely paranoid. Now that he had made up his mind, he no longer had any scruples and directly rushed into the space tunnel. Even if Tang Zhen was there, he was fearless. In fact, he was even a little eager to try and see if he could kill Tang Zhen to vent his hatred. At the same time, rolling waves appeared out of thin air and gushed out in all directions. Neptune's ability to create things was incomplete. He could only create a limited number of things, and creating seawater was one of them. Now that he was fighting to the death, he naturally had to release it to boost his morale. The believers on the ground were instantly swallowed by the huge wave. They did not even have the chance to scream. Even if they were fully armed, they were still vulnerable in the face of a strong person like Neptune. The lives of the weak were as fragile as dust. With just a gentle breeze, they would be swept into the whirlpool of death. Kill him. Seeing Neptune's sudden appearance, the spiritual envoy was first stunned, then showed an expression of extreme hatred. If it were not for the Ocean Emperor, Scandinavia would not have ended up in this state, and its master would not have fallen into a deep sleep. His hatred for the Ocean Emperor was like a raging river, and he wanted to pull out his bones and pull his tendons. Now that he saw that the Sea Emperor had chased him to a subsidiary world, the spirit, who had always been calm and low-key, was suddenly enraged and fell into a state of madness. In the spiritualist's eyes, the Ocean Emperor clearly had evil intentions and wanted to secretly harm his master. Since that was the case, there was no need to have any more scruples. Today, they would fight to the death, and one of them would die. When the indigenous gods were in a deep sleep, the Spyriders were his full representatives. Now, they had finally made up their minds to help their masters get rid of future troubles. Of course, the main reason was that Neptune was alone, while they had two masters of creation. In addition, the entire subsidiary world was full of believers of the indigenous gods, so the spiritualist had a 90% chance of killing Neptune. Just after the Spyriders gave the order, the divine servants who had been silent the whole time, as well as the believers who had been forcibly promoted through instilling, rushed to Neptune's position like arrows and surrounded him. "Do you think you can kill me with just trash like you?" Neptune laughed eerily and had already entered a state of madness. Although he had the appearance of a human, his entire body was covered with sharp bone spikes. The surface of his body was also covered with a layer of black bone scales, making him completely impervious to weapons. The weapons of the believers fell on him, but they could not cause any damage at all. Instead, they were easily torn to pieces by him. Even the divine servants' attacks did not have much effect. In an instant, they were killed by Neptune. "Your Excellency, at this point, are you still not going to make a move?" The spiritual envoy looked at the Golden Eye Lord. This was not the first time he had said something similar. If Tang Zhen and the Golden Eye Lord did not make a move, then the divine servants and believers would only die in vain. It would be a fool's dream for the Spyriders to kill the Sea Emperor. The Golden Eye Lord did not care about the Spyriders at all. Instead, he stared at the battlefield as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that the Golden Eye Lord's eyes were flashing with a dangerous light. The Golden Eye Lord had been waiting for the Cornerstone Platform's final decision all this time. In other words, it would depend on Tang Zhen's attitude and whether he would reach a settlement with the Cornerstone Platform. The Golden Eye Lord was very clear that Tang Zhen would return to the fifth battle area to demand an explanation from the Cornerstone Platform. Although he understood what was going on, the Golden Eye Lord could not tell Tang Zhen. If he wanted an answer, he could only let Tang Zhen find the Foundation Stone Platform himself. After all, this matter involved Tang Zhen's compensation. Other than the Cornerstone Platform, no one else had the right to make a decision. When he saw Tang Zhen return, the Golden Eye Lord knew that the matter had come to an end. Hence, he looked at Tang Zhen and said with an indifferent voice, "Lord Tang Zhen, how was your trip?" "Yes." Tang Zhen nodded and softly said, "The matter has been resolved. Everything will proceed according to the original plan." As for what the original plan was, Tang Zhen was actually not particularly clear. It was just that before he left, the Cornerstone Platform had specially instructed him. If the Golden Eye Lord asked, he could answer like this. Sure enough, after hearing Tang Zhen's words, the Golden Eye Lord's head, which could only be seen with its eyes, suddenly revealed a crescent-like mouth. That sinister smile made one's hair stand on end. The next moment, the Golden Eye Lord suddenly made a move and appeared directly beside Neptune. Tang Zhen only felt his eyes blur. Soon after, he heard a miserable cry before there was no more sound. 9 transparent boxes appeared at the place where the battle had taken place. Neptune, who had been crazed earlier, had been torn to pieces and stored in the transparent boxes. The broken limbs wriggled in the box like worms, but they could not break the rune seal on the box. The malevolent head continued to roar in anger. Its blood-red eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. The believers who had fought Poseidon before were now dumbfounded. They did not seem to understand how Poseidon had been cut into pieces. At the same time, some believers were secretly rejoicing. If the Golden Eye Lord had not made a move, they might have been the ones who would have been beheaded in the next moment. "Ha ha ha, thank you for your help, sir." After seeing Neptune's miserable state, the most excited person was the spirit. He rushed over from the underground palace and looked at Neptune's broken body with bright eyes. The excitement in his heart could no longer be described with words. The Sea Emperor was the mortal malady of the indigenous gods and could be said to be the root of all disasters in the kingdom of God. The Spyriders were loyal to their masters, so they naturally hated the culprit to the bone. Now that he had avenged himself, it was only natural that the spirit envoy would be so excited that he would lose his composure. At this moment, Tang Zhen also slowly approached. He glanced at the struggling Poseidon and discovered that he had actually turned back into 9 complete bodies in a short period of time. Its huge body was locked in a narrow space, and it was completely distorted due to the pressure. Its appearance looked extremely ferocious and ugly. When they saw Tang Zhen observing them, the 9 Poseidons in the boxes roared in anger at the same time. Their eyes looked as if they were choosing a person to die. The Ocean Emperor naturally recognized Tang Zhen. It was because of his appearance that he had fallen into such a miserable state. Under such circumstances, Poseidon felt even more humiliated. After all, Tang Zhen was representing the victor while he was a prisoner. His appearance was extremely miserable. However, after a long time at the Poseidon Road, he realized that Tang Zhen did not pay attention to him at all, as if he did not exist at all. Being treated like this by the person he hated the most made Poseidon almost go crazy. His angry roar turned into a bitter smile, and in the end, it became silent. 2295 Neptune is a good medicine. Poseidon no longer roared, his heart was like dead ashes. After being defeated, he was no longer the king of the sea tribe. Instead, he was the prisoner of the cultivators in Lusheng, and his life was in the hands of others. Roaring in such a situation was equivalent to asking to be humiliated, so why bother? After figuring this out, Neptune also became quiet, and the same was true for his 9 split bodies. Although it was silent at the moment, it did not mean that it had given up. If there was a chance, Neptune would definitely find a way to escape. God Kingdom, this land of sorrow, the further away the better. Even if there were no void monsters appearing, he would definitely not return. As for the obsession in his heart, it had long disappeared and could no longer control his emotions. Poseidon was enlightened. Although this was a good thing, it seemed to be a little too late. If the Lu Cheng cultivators wanted him to live, it would not be a problem. However, if they wanted him to die, he would not be able to cause any trouble even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. At this time, the spiritualist had already circled 4 or 5 times around the dismembered body of Neptune. His eyes were full of smiles, as if he was looking at some peerless treasure, and his mouth let out a sinister and strange laugh. He even deliberately looked at Poseidon with a provocative look, trying to mock him. However, Poseidon did not respond. He was as silent as a rock. The spiritualist felt bored, so he shook his head and turned back to the Golden Eye Lord. Your Excellency Golden Eye, why didn't you burn this bastard to ashes? Why did you imprison him? With the sins he has committed, it is not enough to pay with his death. Just killing him is already the greatest mercy. What's wrong? After the excitement, the spiritual envoy's cold face returned. She looked at the Golden Eye Lord and asked in a slightly dissatisfied tone. Because of the contract, he could make some requests that were not too excessive, such as suggesting how to protect the safety of the indigenous gods. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so presumptuous in front of the Golden Eye Lord. That would have been courting death. The so-called fox borrowing the tiger's might, presumably it was like this. However, the main reason was that this spirit envoy's mental state was very abnormal. He was like a completely different person from before. When the Golden Eye Lord heard this, he squinted his eyes slightly. He could not help but feel a little disgusted with this foolishly loyal servant. In order to protect his master, he had become a little crazy and paranoid. As the divine kingdom headed towards destruction, this state became more and more obvious. This was not a good thing, and it was even a little dangerous. If this guy lost control, he would probably be a new Poseidon. Due to its special authority, the danger this guy could cause might even exceed Neptune's. If he came up with an extreme idea after learning about the cultivators' plan, such as killing the aboriginal deity or escaping with him, the whole plan would be greatly affected. As he thought about his next plan, the Golden Eye Lord could not help but think about whether he should kill this guy. In that case, the last hidden danger surrounding the indigenous gods could be completely eliminated. The problem was that it was easy to kill a spiritualist, but there would be endless trouble. This spiritualist was the closest person to the indigenous god and was almost a confidant who had gone through life and death with him. If he were to kill him rashly, how would he explain it when the indigenous god woke up? The native gods were not weak, and they had information about the super planes. If possible, the 5th battle area would naturally try to win them over. If they could serve the 5th battle area, they would have the chance to become a lord and become a member of the 5th battle area. Since that was the case, he couldn't be too ruthless, but he had to leave some leeway. If he killed his loyal servant after destroying his god kingdom, it would be a little unreasonable. At this thought, the Golden-Eye Lord gave up on the idea and turned to look at Neptune. Although he had imprisoned Poseidon, he did not kill him. Before he sent him to the world of towers, he had to keep a close eye on him. Seeing that the Golden-Eye Lord was ignoring her, the spiritual envoy's expression turned slightly gloomy, but she did not say anything. At that moment, he did not realize that the Golden-Eye Overlord had been pondering whether to kill him or not. At this moment, Tang Zhen's voice sounded, "The purpose of keeping Poseidon here is probably to save your master and help him recover as soon as possible. I'm sure you know more about Neptune's background than anyone else here. To put it bluntly, Neptune is half your master, just that he has an independent consciousness. What will happen if you erase Poseidon's consciousness and then merge it with your master?" When the spiritualist heard this, his body trembled slightly. He naturally knew what the result would be. However, it was extremely difficult to do that. The spirit couldn't do it on its own unless the cultivators of Lu Cheng were willing to help. Since Tang Zhen had said such words, did it mean that Lu Cheng had decided to help? When the spirit envoy thought up to hear, she revealed a trace of excitement on her face as she looked at Tang Zhen with hope. Tang Zhen didn't care about the excited spirit envoy and continued, "If you don't want your master to wake up one day earlier, you can kill Poseidon now, and by yourself. Therefore, we will never, ever do such a thing. Do you understand?" Tang Zhen glanced at the spirit envoy and spoke in an emotionless tone, alleviating the awkward situation from earlier. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the spirit envoy was stunned for a moment before revealing a terrified expression. What he had done just now was almost equivalent to murdering his master. If he really wanted to take it seriously, it was simply an unforgivable crime. It was for this reason that the spiritualist felt terrified and uneasy, feeling that he was a sinner. "I'm sorry, I was too muddle-headed. Please forgive me." The spirit emissary only used an extremely short amount of time to adjust his state of mind, before bowing and apologizing to Tang Zhen and the other person. "Forget it, I can't blame you for not knowing." The Golden-Eye Lord only glanced at the spiritual envoy from the corner of his eyes at this moment and spoke in a cold voice. The spirit envoy thought for a moment and asked Tang Zhen, "If I may ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." "Sir Tang Zhen, if my master's injuries recover, is there a possibility of restoring the divine kingdom?" When the spirit heard that the Sea Emperor could be used to heal his master and that the indigenous gods might wake up in advance, a glimmer of hope was ignited in the spirit's heart. Tang Zhen laughed softly when he heard this. However, there was a faint trace of ridicule within his smile. Not to mention the invasion of the void monsters, which was a disaster that could not be resolved, just based on the plan made by the fifth battle area, the god kingdom was destined to be unable to survive. It was even more delusional to expect the indigenous gods to protect their divine kingdoms by themselves after they woke up. The destruction of the god country was not far away. 2296 Unquestionable one. With Neptune's subjugation, the biggest threat had disappeared. No one could pose a threat to the indigenous gods except for the void monsters. However, nothing was absolute in this world. No one could be sure if there would be any changes until the last moment. Therefore, the safest thing to do was to complete the transfer as soon as possible and send the indigenous gods to the world of Lusheng. It was also a necessary step in the plan to take drastic measures and leave the native gods with nowhere to go. The indigenous gods who were in a state of deep sleep had to have a sufficiently safe place to rest. At the very least, they could not stay in the void. Otherwise, before he could wake up, he would be not until not. Even his bones were left. A subsidiary world could not do the same. Although it would not collapse immediately like a god kingdom, without a god kingdom, such a subsidiary world would not be able to exist for long. Unless there was a god-like master in these subsidiary worlds, then they could slowly change their form and become a real world. Otherwise, these subsidiary worlds would wither and die in tens of thousands of years. Without the skin, where would the hair go? However, before doing this, he still needed to get the consent of the spiritualist. After all, he was the full representative of the indigenous god. In other words, he was equivalent to half of the master of Scandinavia. Unfortunately, this master was somewhat incompetent. After running it for 1,000 years, it still ended up in such a state. Although the main reason was still due to the void monster, even without the void monster, the god kingdom was destined not to last for long. Whether it was Neptune's covetous eyes or the use of believers as tools, there were great hidden dangers. It was only a matter of time before he completely exploded. Looking at the spirit envoy who was in a state of deep thought, Tang Zhen said indifferently, "You've seen the current situation of Scandinavia. The void monster is unstoppable, and the destruction of Scandinavia is already a foregone conclusion. For the sake of your master's safety, I suggest you follow our arrangements and send him to my world. Your master can receive effective treatment in our place. Perhaps it won't be long before you and your servant can meet again." Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the spirit envoy's expression was somewhat excited. It had already been over 1,000 years since he had seen his master. Just the thought of it made him extremely excited. In the eyes of a spiritualist, his master was omnipotent. However, the spiritual envoy thought of something else. In the blink of an eye, she hesitated. "Sir Tang Zhen, is it really impossible to turn back the situation? Even you can't protect Scandinavia?" The spiritual envoy's gaze dodged and his tone was slightly unnatural because he had faintly discovered some problems. Through this period of contact, the spiritualist had some understanding of the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng and knew how strong they were. Apart from the masters of creation, even the ordinary cultivators in Lusheng were all elites. All kinds of powerful war weapons, such as heavy warships as mountains and a rune missile that could destroy a sea monster nest, were enough to prove the strength of the cultivators in Lucheng. The tower that had suddenly appeared in the Divine Kingdom was like a war fortress, and the combat power it possessed was even more terrifying. According to the information they knew, the spyriders knew that this was the most powerful weapon of the cultivators in Lusheng. It was also their home. To transform one's home into a weapon of war and enter a state of war at any time and place, one could see how terrifying Lu Chengshu was. Every time he thought of this, the spiritualist rejoiced in his heart. If not for his master's wisdom in choosing to cooperate with the Lusheng cultivators, the Divine Kingdom would have already been wiped out by them. The damage caused would not be any worse than that of the void monster. It might even be more serious. That was why he was suspicious and thought that Lu Cheng did not use all his strength. The spiritualist's question immediately made the atmosphere tense. The Golden-Eye Lord squinted his eyes and turned to look at the spiritual envoy. He exuded a dangerous aura. The cultivators of Lu City were fighting fiercely with the void monsters, and there would definitely be casualties during this period. However, the spiritualist suspected that they had not used their full strength. This distrusting attitude made the Golden-Eye Overlord very uncomfortable. How dare a conjured creation of a god question the cultivators of Lusheng? There were indeed conspiracies among the higher-ups, but the cultivators of Lusheng who followed orders never had any problems. Since they had received the order to fight, they would not be half-hearted and would fight to the death. Being suspected by the person he was protecting after being bathed in blood on the battlefield was the most hurtful thing. "Tell me, do you have the heart?" Before the Golden-Eye Lord could react, Tang Zhen's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at the spiritual envoy and asked in a stern voice. "Sir Tang Zhen, what do you mean by this?" The spirit envoy's eyes flickered. He actually didn't dodge and asked Tang Zhen, "If you had the heart, you shouldn't have said such words. Do you really think you are a character that needs me to put on an act for you with the lives of my subordinates? Perhaps in the eyes of you and your master, the believers who protect you with their lives are just ants and fools. No matter how many sacrifices you make, you won't care. However, I'm different from you, or rather, Lu Cheng's cultivators are different from you. We are a team. Although there are differences between us, we are as close as brothers on the battlefield. If you insult them, it's the same as insulting me, Tang Zhen. If you don't apologize, do you believe that I won't kill you now?" Tang Zhen's tone was stern. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he stared unblinkingly at the spiritual envoy. When the Golden-Eye Lord saw this, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Then, he looked at the frozen face of the spiritual envoy and his sharp cold light flashed again. Just like what Tang Zhen had said earlier, the relationship between the cultivators in Lu City was completely different from the relationship between the indigenous gods and their believers. If Tang Zhen had not spoken first, the Golden-Eye Lord would not have let the spiritual envoy go and would have made him pay the price. The spirit envoy's face twitched. He did not expect that Tang Zhen, who had always been calm and composed, would actually be angered by his words. However, after thinking about it carefully, Tang Zhen couldn't be blamed for being angry. After all, suspecting these Lu Cheng cultivators was the same as suspecting Tang Zhen and the others. He had just solved the biggest hidden danger in the country and imprisoned Neptune in 9 parts. It was really inappropriate for him to say such words. If there were no void monsters appearing, then with the death of the Sea Emperor, the kingdom of God might have regained its peace. It could only be said that Liu Cheng's luck was bad. Just as he was about to complete his mission, he was attacked by void monsters. Not only were the believers caught off guard, but even the cultivators of Lusheng City, who had an absolute advantage in strength and were sure to win, were also in a difficult situation. His efforts were in vain, so he must be angry. If he suspected that Liu Cheng's cultivators didn't do their best, he would be digging a hole for himself. 2297 Transfer 1. Looking at the cold expression on Tang Zhen's face, the spiritual envoy knew that his words earlier had already angered this god-grade cultivator. Tang Zhen rarely got angry. Once he really got angry, the consequences would be very serious. It was very likely that it would make his situation even more awkward. Realizing this, a trace of fear flashed through the spirit envoy's heart. In fact, he himself knew that God's kingdom had already reached the end of its rope, and he was now the only one his master could rely on. If there was a problem here, then the fate of the indigenous gods would be bleak, and he would be unable to escape the blame. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Is it because I'm too concerned, or is there some other reason? As if a basin of cold water had been poured on her head, the spirit immediately became clear-headed, and at the same time, she was secretly surprised. How did she become like this? This state of mind was quite strange. He was stubborn and agitated, which was not in line with his personality. The only explanation was that the collapsing god's kingdom had affected him, but he had not realized it. The divine kingdom was closely related to the indigenous gods, and he was a life created by the indigenous gods. When the divine kingdom was destroyed, would he also be destroyed? An indescribable fear rose from the spirit envoy's heart. He kept reminding himself that he could not die before his master woke up. The only person who could help him now was probably cultivator Liu Cheng, so he must not offend them. Instead, he must protect them as much as possible. Even if he had to endure the humiliation, it was nothing. Please don't misunderstand, sir. I don't mean to target you. It's just that the divine kingdom is too important to me. He was painstakingly built by my master, and his feelings for him are extremely deep. I really can't bear to see it collapse and disappear just like that. When the spiritual envoy spoke, she had a look of fear and trepidation on her face, as if she was sincerely apologizing. I see, I can understand. Tang Zhen's original intention in reprimanding the spirit envoy was to make him aware of his situation. After he felt a sense of danger, he would try his best to cooperate with the Liu Cheng cultivators. The spiritualist did wake up in time and began to worry about his gains and losses, afraid that his actions would make the cultivators of the tower unhappy and affect his master. Tang Zhen secretly sneered when he saw this. A spiritualist with such a mentality would be even easier to need. If you don't have any objections, I'll summon my men to escort your master away. The situation now is different from the beginning. The void monster has already remembered your master's aura. As long as he re-enters the god kingdom, he will definitely be sensed by the void monster. Therefore, in the process of evacuation, it was very likely that there would be a brutal battle, so they had to be prepared. If there are any believers who are willing to follow, they can also follow. If they miss this opportunity, they will not be responsible for their life and death in the future. Tang Zhen clearly stated the conditions. The spiritual envoy didn't have any objections and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll gather the manpower now. Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the Golden Eye Lord. They had a tacit understanding. Both sides contacted their subordinates and began to gather in the vicinity, ready to escort the aboriginal deities away. If they were to move again, they would not be able to rely on the six-winged king bird to pull them, but would need to use heavy warships. Otherwise, the void monster would only need one bite to directly swallow the indigenous deity, and the cultivators in Lusheng wouldn't even have time to react. After that, the cultivators of Liu Cheng would lead the way and escort the aboriginal deities to the teleportation channel until they left the god kingdom. Before they took action, they also needed to seal the indigenous god, in case his body would break apart due to any unexpected circumstances when he left the divine kingdom. At this time, the indigenous gods and the divine kingdom seemed to be one. If they were taken away by force, it would definitely bring unknown negative effects. However, if the spiritual envoy agreed and Tang Zhen and the others took precautions in advance, the negative effects could indeed be reduced to the lowest. The more participants in this matter, the better. Therefore, Tang Zhen sent a message to Star Spirit Overlord and Star Spirit Overlord, asking them to come as soon as possible. They were also part of the plan. At this critical moment, they had to be present. After doing all this, he waited quietly. It didn't take long for the two overlords to rush over and arrive at the subsidiary world through a tunnel. Sir Tang Zhen, what's going on? When the battle maniac lord saw Poseidon, he laughed out loud. He felt as if he had just gotten his revenge. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful that he had not killed Poseidon himself, but that the Golden Eye Lord had taken advantage of him. When the Star Spirit Lord arrived, he directly asked about it in Pond Town and not the Golden Eye Lord. He had worked with the Golden Eye Lord before and knew that the latter's personality was as cold as ice. If it was not necessary, he would not speak easily. He was even more disdainful to explain such things. It would be useless to ask. Knowing that he would hit a wall, the Star Spirit Lord naturally wouldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a rebuff and looked embarrassed. Before you arrived, I had already reached an agreement with the spywriters. They agreed to transfer the indigenous gods to the world of Lusheng. The reason I invited you here is to seal the aboriginal deities and help guard them during the transfer. Tang Zhen gave a simple explanation. There was no need to go into detail as the two overlords should also understand what was going on. Although the two overlords didn't know much about the Cornerstone Platform's plan, they knew a thing or two. Sending the aboriginal deities into the world of Lusheng was the most crucial part of the entire plan. It was enough to know this. As for the details, they would know when the time came. Please work together to seal this aboriginal god and move him away as soon as possible. Tang Zhen did not wish to waste any more time in case something unexpected happened. The two lords had the same idea. They were ready to send away the native gods as soon as possible, so that the cultivators of Lu Cheng could leave the god kingdom at any time. The existence of this fellow would always be a hidden danger. If something really happened, all their hard work would be for naught. In the following time, Tang Zhen and the other lords worked together to completely seal the aboriginal deities in the underground palace. The indigenous gods in the seal would maintain a special state. Even after leaving the divine kingdom, there would be no problems. While the sealing was in place, the cultivators of Lusheng who had been summoned also arrived one after another and were waiting near the exit of the tunnel. The cultivators left the subsidiary world together with the native gods and the suppressed Ocean Emperor. The believers who originally belonged to the subsidiary worlds all looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. They didn't know that the world they were in had already entered a countdown state. Compared to the other subsidiary worlds, the believers of this world were even more unfortunate. This was because the spywriters had extracted the energy of the subsidiary worlds, causing the collapse of this world to speed up. When the indigenous gods were in danger, they stood up to protect them without hesitation, but they didn't know that they had been tricked by the object of their protection. Rivers and mountains were easy to change, but nature was difficult to change. This was the style of the indigenous gods, and the spywriters were also deeply influenced by them, so they were not soft-hearted when it came to cheating their believers. Based on this alone, the indigenous gods deserved what happened to them today. 2,298 layers of obstacles. 1. The moment they stepped out of the space tunnel, a heavy warship quickly approached, cooperating with each other. The spywriters and the others who were guarding the underground palace entered the warship directly without any hesitation. Be on high alert and advance at full speed. Under Tang Zhen's command, a light warship in front immediately opened up a path and headed straight ahead. Around the heavy warships, there were also warships of various sizes, also in charge of guarding. Attacking was secondary, their main task was to act as pathfinders. All the cultivators in the building were on high alert and kept looking around to prevent any void monsters from suddenly attacking. In a concealed state, even a master of creation like Tang Zhen couldn't easily discover the hidden void monster. If one was bitten by it, even a creator might lose his life, because there was an indescribable special space inside the mouth of the void monster. He had never heard of anyone being able to escape after being devoured by a void monster. This was also the main reason why void monsters were so terrifying. Otherwise, it would not be too difficult for a creator to kill such a creature head-on. The team had not advanced for long when a light warship on the left side of the periphery suddenly had an abnormal situation. The light battleship seemed to have crashed into transparent rubber. The battleship stopped moving forward, and the energy shield was activated. Not good. There's a void monster. As the alarm went off, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky ahead and approached the light warship. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of her at an astonishing speed. This black vortex was the terrifying mouth of the void monster, and everywhere it passed was a void. Destroy it, Tang Zhen gave the order. However, he did not personally take action. Instead, he was in charge of controlling the overall situation. As the commander, what he had to do now was to calmly lay out the plan and command, not charge into the enemy lines. On the other hand, the other three masters of creation were the main force. The moment the void monster appeared, the battle maniac overlord had already taken the initiative to attack. Go to hell. The battle fanatic lord didn't advance towards the whirlpool, as that would be equivalent to seeking death. Instead, he teleported to the side of the whirlpool and slashed at the huge figure. The black hatchet dragged out a light shadow that was thousands of meters long. After flying for a distance, it instantly sank into the figure. A scream was heard. The place where the giant axe hit the void monster revealed a huge and hideous wound. The void monster, which was originally in a semi-corporeal state, quickly revealed its true form after being injured, like a mountain covered by thick fog. The heavy battleships, which had long been prepared, suddenly opened fire at this moment, and countless beams of light shot toward the wound. Starting from the wound, the void monster's body was torn in half and fell to the ground with a wail. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud sound, the void monster's corpse smashed through the ground, revealing a large dark hole. It turned out that at some point in time, the ground below had already been devoured by the void monster. It was just that it had not reached the critical point of collapse. These cunning guys, they actually know how to hide underground and devour. I wonder how many are hidden here. As the battle fanatic lord spoke, he was about to charge underground and continue his hunt for void monsters. Don't linger in the battle. We'll deal with these monsters after we complete the escort mission. Knowing Zhan Kuang Horde leader's personality, Star Spirit Horde leader immediately warned him in case he disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had done this kind of thing more than once, and he would not stop until he had killed to his heart's content. What a killjoy. When Battle Fanatic Lord heard this, he had a regretful expression on his face, but he did not hesitate to return to the team. He guarded around the heavy battleship and kept looking at the void in front of him with a gloomy face. This was the attitude of Liu Cheng's cultivators when they carried out missions. No matter what the reason was, they would put the mission first. Even the Zhan Kuang Lord would not act rashly. Even if his qualifications were higher than Tang Zhen's, he would still follow orders without a doubt. If Tang Zhen was in Zhan Kuang's position, he would also take the initiative to obey orders without the slightest hesitation. It was precisely because of this high degree of obedience that the cultivators of Lusheng could cooperate closely in battle, advance and retreat as one, and sweep across the major plains. After quickly dealing with the void monsters, the cultivators who participated in the escort didn't relax. Instead, they became more nervous and serious. They had just set off, and they had already encountered the lurking void monsters. This meant that the monsters had completely spread out. Due to their special innate abilities, the void monsters were particularly sensitive to certain things. After devouring the matter of the divine kingdom, it was equivalent to obtaining information about the indigenous gods. Under such circumstances, they could use their own abilities to lock onto the indigenous gods and try their best to devour them. Any target that was targeted by them would find it difficult to escape their pursuit even if they hid in the void. Therefore, the cultivators in the building were very clear that there would be an endless stream of void monsters coming in the next few days. What they had to do was to defend the indigenous gods as much as possible and keep approaching the dimensional gateway. Only after entering the passage and leaving the divine kingdom would the mission be considered complete. As Tang Zhen and the others advanced, the cultivators and believers scattered across the divine kingdom also began to approach Tang Zhen's path. The total number of people participating in the battle was in the tens of millions. At this moment, all of them had gathered, and the momentum was spectacular. Their mission was to guard the way forward and kill all the void monsters that tried to approach, thus clearing a safe passage. The cultivators in defense area number 153 had already activated their full defense mode to ensure that the void monsters couldn't get close. One by one, balloon-like things were released into the sky by Liu Cheng's cultivators. These things contained a special dying substance and would explode immediately once they came into contact with the void monsters. It was not used to kill void monsters, but to mark them with bright colors. Even if the void monsters were invisible, they could be easily discovered. It didn't take long for the sky near the 153rd defense area to be filled with such balloons. The balloons were blown away by the strong wind created by the cultivators in the city. There were also battleships of various sizes flying toward Tang Zhen's direction. At the same time, they were constantly releasing the urgently developed items. All the cultivators in Lusheng had been mobilized, waiting for the final battle. The void monsters outside the Divine Kingdom were still pouring in. The void monsters inside the Divine Kingdom were all rushing in the direction of Tang Zhen and the others. It didn't take long for the traces of void monsters to appear around the route they were taking. They were immediately attacked by the cultivators of Lu City. Even before the first void monster was killed, more void monsters began to appear. The cultivators in charge of guarding the building also made their moves, trying their best to intercept and kill these void monsters halfway. If these void monsters were allowed to gather together, the destructive power they possessed would be multiplied. The pressure that Tang Zhen and the others would face would also be multiplied. They were the key to the entire plan, and no matter what the reason was, no mistakes were allowed. 2299 Chapter 2304 No Way Out. According to the information we've just received, we've found traces of more than 300 void monsters so far. Only 1/5 of the void monsters were killed, and the rest had all fled. However, according to the habits of the void monsters, they should return soon. According to his observations, there were still a large number of void monsters lurking near the route. These monsters had high intelligence and were probably preparing to ambush them halfway. As they did not know much about void monsters, they could not be sure if there were any leader-level monsters in their group. However, looking at their behavior, this possibility was very high, and it was recommended to be more careful. The team in charge of scouting the path ahead is currently fighting with the void monsters. Before these monsters blocking the way are eliminated, I estimate that more monsters will come. A cultivator from Lusheng City looked at the screen and reported to Tang Zhen. The screen in front of him marked the direction of the void monster. With just a glance, one could tell that the void monsters had already completed their encirclement and were continuously gathering toward Tang Zhen's group. There were void monsters everywhere in the Divine Kingdom, and there was no safe place. How long has it been? The situation has become so serious. This void monster really lives up to its name. Tang Zhen frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. He felt that the situation was not optimistic. As soon as the route was determined, they encountered void monsters one after another. Although it was still within their expectations, it was the worst result. This meant that the void monsters had already sensed the aura of the native gods and were swarming over in an attempt to devour them. The longer they delayed, the worse the situation would become. Under such circumstances, he could not hesitate any longer. He could only let go of his courage and continue moving forward. If he was too afraid, he would miss the opportunity. Tang Zhen had encountered such a dangerous situation more than once. He naturally knew how to deal with it. Although the situation was critical, they were not at the end of their rope yet. If there was a need, they could mobilize more people to participate in the war at any time. There were many void monsters, but the number of cultivators in the building was much more. Ever since Tang Zhen returned to the 5th battle area, this matter was no longer his own business. When he faced difficulties, he would also have reinforcements. Don't be stingy with your ammunition. Bombard the entire way and don't miss any spot. All the buildings quickly approached and opened fire at the same time, responsible for the task of cleaning up and prevention. During the operation, if anyone tries to obstruct or sabotage the operation, kill them all. The plan had already reached a critical moment. Tang Zhen did not want any accidents to happen. Therefore, he decisively gave the order and started a carpet bombing on the route. Even if there were many obstacles in front of them, they would use the fiercest artillery fire to open up a safe passage. As long as the void monster hid within the explosion range, it would suffer from continuous fire attacks, thus completely exposing its hiding place. This was also a preventive measure, so that the void monsters would be afraid and not dare to approach. Or if they got close to the route, they could be discovered by the cultivators in the building immediately. Although the void monster's abilities were terrifying, it would still be torn to pieces when attacked by heavy warships. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have long thought of another method and would not force his way through like this. This order would consume a lot of ammunition, but in this special situation, they had to grit their teeth and bear it no matter how much it cost. Tang Zhen was even a little worried that the output firepower of the cultivators in Lusheng wouldn't be enough to achieve the expected clearing effect. Hurry up. Full speed ahead. The news of the void monster being eliminated came from the front. Tang Zhen immediately gave the order and the team advanced a distance forward again. But at this moment, ear-piercing alarms kept ringing, and void monsters appeared one after another. This time, it wasn't just one or two, but a large group of void monsters. They entered the void through the hole that had just been torn open like venomous snakes. The moment they entered the divine kingdom, these void monsters were attracted by the aura of the indigenous gods. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they rushed toward the escort team. As they had never fought with the cultivators of Lucheng, the void monsters did not know how powerful they were. At this moment, they only had eyes for the native gods and nothing else. For most of the native creatures, void monsters were invincible existences and could be called unsolvable disasters. In the face of the void monsters that were extremely large in size and had terrifying devouring abilities, the indigenous residents of the invaded plane had no ability to resist at all. Because they rarely met a worthy opponent, these void monsters became unscrupulous. After discovering their target, they would swarm forward as if there was no one else around. However, their opponents this time were cultivators of Lucheng, who were also intruders like them. When the void monster attacked, the Lucheng cultivators also opened fire. Ear-piercing rumbles and dazzling spots of light appeared in the sky. The void monster that was charging over suffered a head-on blow, and its mountain-like body was instantly covered in wounds. In the blink of an eye, the void monster's huge body began to shatter, and it fell to the ground while wailing. The battleship in charge of guarding fired at full force and quickly cleared the monsters at the front. Then, it turned its muzzle and locked on to the location of the void breach. From the terrifying hole, more and more void monsters rushed out. They were like a huge brush, painting the sky black. In just a short time, the hole had expanded more than 10 times, and more void monsters had poured into the God Kingdom. Don't worry about those monsters. Let's continue moving forward. We'll stop them while we retreat to avoid being surrounded by the void monsters. When Tang Zhen saw that the situation was not right, he decisively gave the order to retreat and avoid being trapped by the void monsters. If they were surrounded by the void monsters, new void monsters might surround them before they could kill them all. If it really came to that time, Tang Zhen and the others would be tightly trapped, and it would be extremely difficult to break out of the encirclement. The cultivators of Lusheng who had participated in the defense had obviously realized this, so they had almost used all their strength when they attacked. The cultivators of Lusheng were running in front while the void monsters were chasing behind. In front of the escort team, void monsters would jump out from time to time. Even though there were troops clearing the way ahead, they were of little use. There were simply too many of them, and they simply couldn't kill their way through. Under such special circumstances, choosing to fight against the void monster was definitely a rather stupid move. Tang Zhen didn't linger in the battle. He commanded the cultivators of Lusheng to move forward. At the same time, he gathered the cultivators and believers of Lusheng that had gathered and continued to expand the scale of the guards. Although the battle situation was becoming more and more intense, the escort team did not show any signs of chaos under Tang Zhen's command. They were like a hot knife through butter. This was because there were 4 masters of creation, a large number of elite cultivators, and the strongest fighting force of the aboriginal deities. If these experts were unable to deal with the void monster even when they gathered together, Tang Zhen could only choose to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help. 2,300 entering the void. 1. It didn't take long before even worse news came, making the situation even more tense. Even though the path ahead was heavily guarded, they still encountered the attacks of the void monsters. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. Even though the cultivators of Lusheng City tried their best to resist, they were still gnawed into a mess by the violent void monsters. There were holes in the void everywhere, making it impossible to move normally. If one was not careful, they would rush out of the God country and enter the void. Once one entered the void, it would be difficult to return to the God kingdom. It was equivalent to entering the monster's lair. If Tang Zhen was alone, where could he not go? Even though the void was terrifying, he had been able to swim in it more than once and retreat unscathed every time. For a cultivator of his level, the void was not as scary as he had imagined. It was like a mortal crossing the sea. As long as he was well prepared, there would be no problem. However, He was now the commander of the team and was in charge of commanding the entire escort team. He definitely could not take risks easily. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen had been avoiding the void hole. After all, that place was the nest of the void monsters. The harsh environment was extremely disadvantageous to the cultivators in the building. Once they entered the void, they would be restricted in many ways. High-level cultivators would have no problem, but low-level cultivators could very likely die there. It wasn't a problem to lose some people. The vehicles were unavoidable in the war. Tang Zhen was worried that the entire team would be affected. However, since the route had already been set, it could not be changed at the last minute. Otherwise, the whole situation would be in chaos. Knowing that there was a hole in front of them, they had to charge forward without any hesitation. This was the battlefield, and there were many times when it was not up to one's own will. It was not that one wanted to do it, but that one had to do it. Everyone, listen up. The target is the void in front of us. Advance at full speed. Hearing Tang Zhen's order, all the cultivators were slightly stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure. After receiving the order, even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames in front of them, they would charge forward without hesitation. Seeing that they had entered the void, Tang Zhen chose to personally go into battle and guard the heavy warship with the three lords. The battleships of all sizes in the escort team never stopped shooting. All the weapons were activated and were running at full load. Even if there was nothing in front of them, they still plowed with their cannon fire a few times, not daring to be careless. The area that had been destroyed by the void monster was already in a state of chaos, and there was almost no way out. The dark void was like an impassable barrier that completely blocked the escort team. If they wanted to advance, they had to enter. Inside the void, there seemed to be pairs of greedy eyes staring at the approaching team. In the distance, one could see void monsters constantly devouring the leaves like pests, leaving behind clear traces. In the following time, we will directly pass through the void. I would like to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The three suzerains to provide us with guards and timely guidance. The greatest danger of entering the void was the complete loss of sense of direction. Most of the time, as soon as one entered the void, they could no longer find the entrance. Every time this happened, it would lead to a series of changes until one was lost in the void. In the entire escort team, there were less than 100 cultivators who could distinguish directions in the void. To ensure that such a huge team could smoothly cross the void and return to the God's kingdom through the loophole was undoubtedly a difficult task. Therefore, Tang Zhen had specially warned the three feudal lords before he took action. He was afraid that there would be some unforeseen changes. Don't worry, Zan Kuang Horde Lord and Golden Eye Horde Lord remained silent. They only nodded in agreement. Only Star Spirit Horde Lord replied, "In that case, please be on your guard and enter the void immediately." Under Tang Zhen's command, the escort team rushed into the hole in the void without any hesitation. They were instantly engulfed by darkness. The void was pitch black. They could not sense any sound or direction. However, it was not difficult for Tang Zhen and the rest. The moment he entered the void, Tang Zhen's mental energy spread out and connected with the few cultivators around him. The other cultivators did the same and released their own mental power to connect with the other cultivators in Lucheng. It only took a very short time to form a mental power net, and then they could share each other's perception and vision. It was also at this moment that a special image appeared in the minds of the team members who were originally unable to sense anything. It was the void they were currently in. At this moment, they were not the only escort team in the void. There were also countless void monsters. They were like sharks that had smelled blood, and they swam in groups. The formation of these monsters was in a three-dimensional state, and it was impossible to determine how many there were. However, one thing was for sure. Once these void monsters surrounded them, they could easily devour their team. 90% of the cultivators had never seen such a scene in the void. As for the followers who followed them, it was their first time seeing it. Just as the cultivators in the building were secretly shocked, Tang Zhen and the other three lords had already launched their attacks. In the void, there was no need to worry about anything. Therefore, the attacks of the four suzerains were extremely fierce, and they were using all their strength. However, due to the special environment of the void, their terrifying attacks didn't cause much of a commotion. What the cultivators in the building could see was that the void monsters that were surging over had collapsed and dissipated silently. Like dominoes, it continued to spread to the back, and no one knew when it would stop. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding void was filled with countless floating pieces of flesh. The void monster charged over aggressively, but before it could even get close to the team, it was violently torn to pieces. Such a magnificent and bloody scene could not be seen with the naked eye, otherwise it would be unforgettable. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were surrounded were not in the mood to watch the show because more void monsters were coming. Just as they were hesitating whether to attack or not, Tang Zhen's voice was suddenly transmitted into their ears and directly sounded in their minds. Everyone, listen up, do not hesitate and advance in the direction marked. If anyone is left behind during this period, they must be pulled back immediately. Otherwise, once the spiritual network connection is cut off, they may be completely lost in the void. After hearing Tang Zhen's stern warning, the cultivators in the group didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. They quickly followed the group closely and tried their best to maintain a stable connection to the spiritual network. Once disconnected, one could lose their way and be completely devoured by the void. Tang Zhen and the other three lords had already turned into mobile artilleries. They were guarding the four directions of the team. As for the position in front, it was cleaned up by the heavy warships and other frigates, and the dazzling light kept flashing. Although the damage wasn't as high as Tang Zhen's group of four, the frequency of their attacks was high enough, so their efficiency in killing monsters wasn't low. The only safe place now was the direction where the team came from, which had not been filled by void monsters yet. However, there was no turning back. Since they had already moved, it was impossible to turn back. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. The area gnawed by the void monsters was more than 100 kilometers in total, but the Lu Cheng cultivators were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered half the distance. Perhaps after a while, he would be able to rush out of the void and return to the divine kingdom through the hole. 2301 Keep moving forward. One as the escort team advanced in the void, they came across a broken divine kingdom area. The surrounding area had been gnawed away by monsters, leaving only a piece of land with an area of nearly 100 kilometers. A large group of believers were trapped in this sealed area, and their faces were filled with despair. Just when they thought they were going to die, the escort team suddenly appeared and flashed through the broken sky. Help! After seeing the advancing troops, the believers were stunned at first, then they cried for help excitedly. He had thought that he would die for sure, but he did not expect the mountains to be restored and the water to be restored, and hoped to descend. Give them a hand, save as many as you can. When the cultivators of Lu City in the team saw this, they took out ropes and ran straight to the believers. This kind of rope-like equipment was the standard equipment for many cultivators in Lusheng. It could shoot out silk like a spider's silk bag and had super flexibility. Hurry up and grab the rope. If you miss this opportunity, no one can save you. After hearing the warning from the cultivators of Lusheng, the believers did not dare to hesitate and rushed toward the ropes. In a short time, the hanging rope was full of believers, and then it was pulled off the ground. With the traction of these ropes, as long as the believers did not let go, they would not have to worry about getting lost even if they entered the void. The believers secretly rejoiced that they had finally escaped from danger. However, just as he was about to enter the void, the space in front of him suddenly disappeared. A huge mouth swallowed a few groups of believers and then bit towards the escort team. The rest of the believers were terrified. They wanted to dodge, but they found that they couldn't. They were still in midair, and if they let go of the rope, they would be seriously injured if not dead. If they fell into the void, they would also have a slim chance of survival. Most importantly, he would lose the chance to leave and be destroyed along with this incomplete space. However, in the face of the constantly disappearing space and the frenzied attacks of the void monsters, if he did not dodge, the end result would also be difficult to escape death. As for whether this was effective or not, the believers didn't care at all. Since they couldn't escape death, they would die in a glorious way. The cultivators of Lusheng City in the air looked regretful. Although these believers were not true comrades, they should not have died in vain. Due to the obstruction of this space, the cultivators of Lusheng did not notice the void monster, and they were caught off guard after the arbitration. Attack immediately and prevent the monsters from approaching the team. After the order to attack was given, all the cultivators who passed through the incomplete space would attack the void monster. There was no need for complicated instructions. Through the communication of the spiritual network, every cultivator in the team knew what to do. The attacks rained down on the void monster like a storm, and the entire space was shattered. The void monster that was originally hidden was also revealed at this moment. Its size was far larger than ordinary monsters. If the void monsters were also divided into levels, then the void monster in front of them was obviously a king-level existence in the entire race. The violent attacks of Liu Cheng's cultivators didn't cause much damage to it, which showed that it had a strong defensive ability. The void monster was less than 10 kilometers away from the team. It could be said that it could get close in an instant. It's dangerous. Tang Zhen and the others, who were sharing the spiritual network, immediately felt a strong sense of danger. They teleported over in unison in an attempt to stop this unusual void monster. As for the other directions, they could only leave them to the cultivators of Liu Cheng to guard. Otherwise, if the monster got close, the whole team would be completely scattered. Sir Tang Zhen, there's no need for you to act. Please continue to command. As soon as Tang Zhen moved, he heard Star Spirit Lord's warning. As for Golden Eye Lord, he had already rushed forward without a word. The battle fanatic Lord, who had followed closely behind, laughed out loud, as if he was extremely excited. In the face of such a dangerous situation, the other cultivators of Lusheng might be nervous, but the battle maniac Lord didn't care. The more dangerous the environment was, the more excited he would be, and his combat strength would also soar crazily. In the blink of an eye, the two overlords had rushed to the front of the void monster and launched their attacks. The void monster was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and bit at the two overlords, devouring the remaining space. The darkness was like a huge xianxia, directly falling down, with almost no place to dodge. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the vortex, the Golden Eye Lord suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a terrifying giant hand descended from the sky. The void monster was pressed down, like a venomous snake that had its 7 inches pinched, and it kept twisting and struggling in the void. Just by looking at the appearance of this giant hand, one could tell that it was transformed by the Golden Eye Lord. The size of the palm alone was almost the same as that of the void monster. As for its true body size, it must have been boundlessly huge. Even if it did not materialize except for the palm, it was still boundlessly huge. Only in the vast void could such a terrifying body be tolerated. If it were in a normal plane, the entire world might collapse. While the void monster was struggling, the battle maniac Lord's body also expanded rapidly. At the same time, the giant axe in his hand also grew. Slash! A furious roar came from the void. Then, an incomparably huge figure opened his eyes wide in anger and swung his huge axe down. Sensing the fatal danger, the void monster tried to struggle with all its might, but it could not get rid of the giant hand that was pressing down on it. This scene was so similar to killing chickens and dogs. Following that, a blood-curdling screech could be heard. It seemed to be filled with endless sorrow as the head of the void monster was directly chopped off by the giant axe. The two of you have worked hard. Tang Zhen clearly saw this scene through the network constructed by his spiritual energy. At the moment the void monster was beheaded, he directly expressed his thanks through the spiritual network. If the two overlords had not acted in time, the void monster would have rushed into the team and caused great losses. The cultivators of Lu City who had escaped from the disaster also expressed their thanks, and the believers were even more grateful. Lord, look ahead, a cultivator from the Rift territory suddenly warned Tang Zhen loudly with a trace of fear in his voice. At the same time the other party reminded him, Tang Zhen had also shared the other party's point of view and saw the scene in front of him. A sea of gorgeous colors appeared in his field of vision, as if the rainbow and the sunset had fused together. It was beautiful, but it made people tremble in fear. It must be known that this place was the void. Other than black and white, there were almost no other colors. Even the void monsters with huge bodies were black and white, mixed with gray-black and gray-white. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. Since that was the case, the color in front of him might very well represent extreme danger. Just as Tang Zhen raised his vigilance, a tremor suddenly transmitted from his mind. When he understood the reason, he could not help but reveal a surprised expression. At the same time, the imprisoned Neptune also began to struggle desperately, as if he had sensed something. Unfortunately, because he was sealed, his voice could not be transmitted out. Naturally, it was impossible to judge what he had sensed, which was why he acted so abnormally. What the hell is this? It doesn't seem to be a void monster, right? The Star Spirit Horde leader's voice was filled with a hint of surprise. It was obvious that he was also very confused. If I'm not wrong, this should be an item from a super plane. I originally thought that this item had entered the Divine Kingdom, but it seems that that's not the case. Tang Zhen's voice sounded. His eyes flickered with an unusual luster as he looked at the colorful items. No wonder Neptune reacted so strongly. This colorful item had a very close relationship with him, and it was also the root of the sea monsters, crazy reproduction. 2302 The magical cloud. 1. The sea monster race was able to reproduce wildly due to the ability passed down by the Sea Emperor. In a very short time, they could become a huge group. Neptune had this ability, but it was not an item from the superior plane. In the Divine Kingdom, this was not a secret. The Sea Tribe had even deliberately publicized it to put pressure on their believers. However, no one knew that the magical treasure that Neptune had obtained was actually only a part of the colorful cloud. To the colorful clouds, it did not cause much damage, but it benefited the indigenous gods greatly. Even if it was only a small part, it still gave him a terrifying reproductive ability and could pass this ability to his own race. Neptune was straightforward and directly passed on this ability to the sea monster nests, making them crazy reproductive machines. He would create elites and think of ways to improve their strength, making them his trump card. Thousands of years of preparation was nothing in the face of a truly powerful force. At this moment, the gorgeous cloud that was blocking Tang Zhen's eyes was the true body of that special treasure. It looked like a cluster of clouds and mist. After 1,000 years of nurturing, its size had already expanded by who knows how many times compared to when it first started. Tang Zhen was able to know the origin of this multicolored cloud because the two items in his Divine Kingdom had actually transmitted the same information to him. This thing is very important, so don't miss it. That fiery red bird even wanted to fly out. However, it was suppressed by Tang Zhen. The current environment was special, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. It was better to observe the situation first. After knowing the origin of the colorful cloud, Tang Zhen would definitely not miss it even if he did not receive a reminder. This was a weapon that could help a race reproduce, and at the same time, it would not leave any hidden injuries. It was simply magical. This kind of thing was very wonderful. Whether it was for personal use or for trading, there would definitely be no lack of market. There were some races in the world of Lusheng that had very low fertility. If he traded this treasure to them, he might be able to get a very rich return. As this thought flashed across his heart, Tang Zhen prepared to take action and attempt to subdue the colorful cloud, avoid the area ahead and continued to move toward the marked location. Try to leave the void in 1 minute. Tang Zhen had already charged forward when he gave the order. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved it forward. The giant hand formed by world energy moved toward the colorful cloud like a giant pocket, trying to take it in. The colorful cloud seemed to have sensed danger and began to move slowly, preparing to avoid Tang Zhen's capture. You want to run? Tang Zhen increased his speed and controlled the huge pocket to continue closing up, tangling with the colorful cloud. At the same time, a red flame rushed out of his body. It was the Supreme Plane's treasure that had taken the form of a bird. After the bird appeared, it let out a long cry, as if it was summoning its companions. After hearing the cry, the colorful cloud trembled a little, and then an obscure spiritual power swept over. Tang Zhen was clearly aware that this was the colorful cloud's doing. It was trying to confirm the little bird's identity. The other Divine Kingdom item that Tang Zhen had obtained, the special crystal that could conjure heart demons, also emitted waves of special fluctuations that spread out after penetrating the Divine Kingdom in his mind. After the aura of the two treasures appeared, the colorful cloud no longer moved and began to allow Tang Zhen to gather it. This confident approach was undoubtedly showing Tang Zhen that it was not afraid of encountering any danger. Actually, it made sense when he thought about it. To be able to give all kinds of creatures abnormal reproductive abilities, it must have a super strong vitality. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Because the multicolored clouds were extremely compatible, it only took a short time for Tang Zhen to gather them together. The pocket condensed from heaven and earth energy then compressed the colorful cloud until it was only 1 cubic meter in size. After he finished gathering it, Tang Zhen extended his hand and sent it into the Divine Kingdom in his mind. In this short period of time, the escort team had already gone far away, but the spiritual force network was still connected. However, Tang Zhen chose to block it one way. In this case, no one would know what he had done. Tang Zhen did not waste any more time after collecting the colorful cloud. He quickly caught up with the escort team. As he returned to the team, the previously blocked spiritual power network was instantly reconnected. Lord Tang Zhen, have you already collected the colorful cloud? As soon as the spiritual power network was connected, the Star Spirit Lord's voice was heard with a hint of curiosity. That's right, but it wasn't forcefully taken by me. It was voluntary, which is very interesting. Tang Zhen did not expect that the colorful cloud would not show any signs of resistance after sensing the aura of its kind. The process of subduing the multicolored cloud was so smooth that it was a little ridiculous. It had far exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. I heard that this cloud is related to Neptune's reproductive ability. If that's the case, this thing's value is extraordinary. There was a hint of envy in the Star Spirit Lord's tone. He had clearly seen the value of the colorful cloud. However, when they encountered the colorful cloud, Tang Zhen was the first to recognize its origin. After that, he was the first to rush forward. The Star Spirit Lord was a step too slow, so he naturally couldn't fight for it, as it would make others look down on him. Moreover, he did not have as many trump cards as Tang Zhen. Even if he were to face the colorful cloud, he might not be able to successfully subdue it. This thing came from a super plane, so it must have quite a special ability, which was impossible to guard against in many cases. Therefore, other than Tang Zhen, the other three overlords would not easily take action. A thought suddenly appeared in Star Spirit Lord's mind when he saw Tang Zhen subduing the colorful cloud. Sir Tang Zhen, are you sure that this kind of colorful cloud has the effect of increasing one's reproductive ability? In fact, Tang Zhen could not be sure. After all, he had not tested it personally. However, with Neptune's example, there should not be too much of a problem. After receiving Tang Zhen's reply, Star Spirit Lord hesitated for a moment before saying, I have a friend who's also a creator. The problem he's facing now is that his family is not large. If the colorful cloud is effective, I wonder if you can give up a portion of it and let my friend try it to see if it works. If it's useful, the other party will definitely give you a satisfactory return. At the same time, they will remember this favor. The Star Spirit Overlord raised this matter. Not only was he helping his friend, but he was also helping Tang Zhen to accumulate connections. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the premise of everything was that Tang Zhen was willing to part with it and the colorful cloud was indeed effective. After this matter is over, I will try to separate a part of it. If I can do it, I will contact you. Tang Zhen didn't give a definite answer, and the Star Spirit Lord didn't care. The conversation between the two ended there. Look, there's a hole up ahead. We're about to enter the Divine Kingdom. Someone shouted, and the voice spread through the spiritual network. The next moment, the darkness that shrouded the surroundings disappeared. The clear sky reappeared in front of him, but it was also full of holes, like the end of the world. Countless cultivators of Lusheng coordinated with each other and fought with the void monsters. The minced meat on the ground piled up like a mountain, as if hell had descended. 2303 Full evacuation, 1 Speed up. Don't hesitate. Don't fall behind. After sending out a warning through the spiritual network, the huge and bloated guard team was suddenly pulled into a slender snake. The narrow hole in the void was easily passed through, and it went straight for the light. I'm out, ha 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 Yingluo. After they rushed out of the void, all the cultivators in the team heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them even laughed out loud. Although the inside of the God Kingdom was equally dangerous, the cultivators would rather face the ferocious void monsters than the endless darkness. When fighting in the void, cultivators would encounter too many restrictions, and they would not be able to use their full strength. When they had crossed the void earlier, the pressure they had endured was not ordinary. They did not dare to make any mistakes during this period of time. Firstly, the void was indeed dangerous. To cultivators who entered it, it was simply a hopeless situation. The second was the existence of the mental network, which allowed Lu Cheng's cultivators to share their senses and the psychological pressure of the members of the network. Without the spiritual network, the low-level cultivators in the void were no different from cripples. No matter how many of them there were, they would be useless. This was originally a good thing. When the pressure was evenly distributed, it would make those who were originally under pressure feel more relaxed. However, before getting used to this spiritual network, Lu Cheng would feel uncomfortable all over, as if there was a huge stone pressing on his heart. Therefore, when the spiritual network was disconnected, the cultivators in Lusheng felt relieved, as if they had finally climbed out of a swamp. Everyone, continue forward. It was still the same order to move forward, but this time, his tone was more relaxed. The most difficult part of the journey had been safely passed. If there were no accidents, it was only a matter of time before they reached Area 153. The route that was marked at the beginning had been completely cleared, and the cultivators of Lusheng City were trying their best to stop the approaching void monsters. The escort team moved quickly. Everyone knew that even a second's delay could lead to new changes. As for the cultivators who were blocking the void monsters, it was time for them to retreat after the escort team passed. The command center in Area 153 had been keeping an eye on the guards. They gave a new order. All cultivators are not allowed to fight, just follow the group. The final destination of this trip is the 153rd Defense Area. Upon arrival, we will immediately leave the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom was already in ruins. The longer the cultivators of Lu Cheng stayed, the higher the possibility of them being trapped here. This world, which was riddled with holes, was already in a state of being scrapped. Moreover, there was no way to collect resources normally under the interference of the void monsters. Since that was the case, it was better to leave early and avoid unnecessary casualties. After receiving the order from the headquarters, the cultivators of Lu Cheng immediately pulled back their line of defense. After the escort team passed by, they immediately gave chase. Those void monsters were originally just wandering around and didn't have to attack the route they were taking. However, the cultivators of Lu City didn't allow them to get close, so they took the initiative to attack and drive them away. Most of the void monsters that were attacked avoided their path of advancement to avoid being attacked again. However, when the warship carrying the indigenous gods passed by, these void monsters seemed to be stimulated and chased after the team. As mentioned earlier, to the void monsters, the aboriginal deities were the most delicious food. Every void monster was afraid that they would be too slow and the aboriginal deities would be eaten by their own kind. However, they didn't know that this was a poisonous bait. Although they could see it, they were destined not to be able to eat it. Brothers, beat him up. The cultivators at the back of the team naturally blocked with all their might, not allowing these void monsters to approach. As if he was hitting a target, he poured out his ammunition without any worry. He could hit the target without aiming. Along the way, more and more void monsters were being sucked in and chased behind the guards. The corpses of the void monsters that were shot to death were scattered all over the place, as if a mountain range had reappeared. In fact, if time allowed, the corpses of these void monsters might really become a brand new mountain range. However, as the Divine Kingdom collapsed and disappeared, all of this would no longer exist, even the corpse of the void monster. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The entire sky was occupied by void monsters. Everywhere they passed was pitch black, forming a huge void passage. It was like a sharp blade that split the Divine Kingdom in half. It was a shocking sight. The believers who followed Lu Cheng were at a loss. The situation in front of them had completely exceeded their expectations. The ones who destroyed the Divine Kingdom were not sea monsters or martial artists, but these void monsters that had appeared out of nowhere. Their only choice now was to leave with the cultivators of Lu Cheng. There was no other way out. At the thought of the situation that they were about to encounter, the believers and warriors were filled with confusion, not knowing what kind of fate awaited them. Of course, most of the believers and warriors were thinking about how to get through the difficulties in front of them and not what to do in the future. The command center had already given the order for everyone to retreat. At present, other than the teams that were guarding the forward route, the other teams had all retreated to Area 153. There were at least 10 million cultivators and believers in the city. It would not be easy to leave the Divine Kingdom at the same time. The slightest mistake would cause endless trouble. Fortunately, the cultivators in Lusheng were very disciplined and carried out their orders to the letter, so there were not too many problems. As for the believers, they only needed to follow orders. At the moment, they could only rely on the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Furthermore, the aboriginal deities were also being escorted away, so they naturally had to follow closely. Wherever the aboriginal gods were, the believers would follow. After so many years of brainwashing, the believers had long developed a reliance on the indigenous gods. Even if they were angry after knowing the truth, they would still choose to protect them with their lives when danger came. When the indigenous gods woke up, the believers might still follow them and seek new development. Other reasons aside, the strength of the indigenous gods alone was worth the followers. Regardless of whether such a situation would occur or not, it would all be a matter for the future and not for the time being. As they encountered more and more void monsters, the entire battlefield was in chaos. There were violent rumbles everywhere, and huge figures kept flashing in the sky. At this moment, most of the void monsters had already transformed into a physical state. They had all kinds of strange appearances and looked extremely ferocious. They swam around in the sky and played from time to time, completely treating the god's kingdom as an amusement park. After eating and drinking to their fill, some of the void monsters simply floated in the air and entered a state of sleep. When they woke up, they would continue to devour and then fall into a deep sleep. The initial feast of devouring had ended. In the following time, the void monster would slowly enjoy its spoils of war and even use the god's kingdom as a nest for reproduction. Tang Zhen involuntarily rejoiced when he noticed this. It was fortunate that the void monster did not know about the effect of the colorful cloud. Otherwise, it would definitely devour it in a crazy manner. If they could obtain that kind of abnormal reproductive ability, the number of void monsters would once again increase explosively. No one could say for sure how many times it would increase. If that really happened, then the fifth battle area would be shooting themselves in the foot. The void monsters that were reproducing crazily would spread all over the void and become a major threat to the cultivators in the city. Wherever the cultivators of the city tower went, the void monsters would follow. The two of them would compete and kill each other, just like the current scene. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. The fifth battle area had indeed achieved their goal, turning the god kingdom into ruins. 2304 successful arrival 1. The sky above Defense Area 153 was now filled with warships of all sizes, completely locking down the surrounding area. This was an absolute forbidden zone. As long as a void monster appeared, it would suffer a destructive blow. The void monster's devouring ability was too terrifying, and they definitely couldn't be allowed to stay in a certain area. Otherwise, it would only take a very short time for them to gnaw at the space until it was in tatters. The holes in the void that were being gnawed at would become the most dangerous traps. More void monsters would find a way to enter the god's kingdom, and it was impossible to guard against them. The command center concentrated their firepower to seal off the nearby space, so that the void monsters could not stay and approach. This defense method was very effective. Even though the surrounding space was damaged, the area controlled by Area 153 showed no signs of destruction. At this moment, the void monsters had already entered the ocean. They were devouring with great pleasure, and the sea disappeared into thin air. Because of the void's repulsive force, even if there was a hole in the void, the sea still couldn't flow in, but it also made the ocean full of traps. The frightened sea monsters would occasionally charge into the void hole and disappear completely. As the ocean had been completely abandoned, the void monsters could devour as much as they wanted here without having to worry about the attacks of the cultivators in the city. For void monsters, this kind of hunting ground where they could devour leisurely was undoubtedly more suitable for them. It was precisely because of the existence of the vast ocean that the void monsters on the land were less than 30%. Otherwise, Tang Zhen and the others would have to fight a bloody battle before they could send the native gods to Defense Area 153. These ocean monsters had tried to attack the land before, but they were blocked by the cultivators in the city. The other areas could be caved in, but Area 153 could not be lost. There was no doubt about that. After paying a heavy price, these void monsters became smarter and determined not to get close to the defense area. This was actually better, as they could save a lot of ammunition for the final battle. As the teams retreated one by one, the 153rd defense area became lively and full of cultivators. Due to the limited space, most of the cultivators in Lusheng had already entered the teleportation channel and were waiting slowly at the mid-turn. If there was a need, they would return to their god's kingdom to provide support to their companions. The battleships of various sizes that had followed the operation earlier were left behind to form the last line of defense. As they continued to accumulate, the number of battleships increased until they covered the entire sky. The huge and pitch-black cannon muzzles emitted a heart-palpitating aura. With just one volley, they destroyed a group of void monsters. The destructive power was terrifying. The cultivators of Lusheng City had already controlled the intensity of their attacks and didn't dare to use their maximum firepower. Otherwise, the area that was attacked would be directly turned into nothingness. In the center of this super steel fortress was the impenetrable defense area 153, which could be said to be the safest place in God's kingdom at the moment. After identifying the identities of Tang Zhen and the others, a safe passage was immediately opened in the originally sealed space, allowing Tang Zhen and the others to enter. The warships of all sizes in the other areas locked onto the void monster that was following closely behind, and the fierce firepower once again crossed and fired at the same time. The aggressive void monsters seemed to have knocked down an invisible wall and were instantly torn apart. Under the super firepower of the cultivators in the city, the void monsters were unable to advance even half a step and were firmly blocked outside the defense line. After the escort team charged into the defensive area, 4 figures suddenly rushed out. They were Tang Zhen and the other 3 overlords. Previously, in order to protect the indigenous gods, they had been restrained and had been suppressing their anger. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination and the indigenous god had been sent into the portal, there was no need to worry about their safety. Soon, there would be someone in charge of receiving them and bringing the indigenous deities to the world of Lusheng. The mission of Tang Zhen and the others had officially ended. The 4 lords who had completed their mission left the team at the same time and rushed to the periphery of Area 153. Firstly, it was to receive those teams that had yet to return, and secondly, it was to let loose and prepare for a massacre. Only in this way could his thoughts be clear. In the eyes of those void monsters, Tang Zhen's group of 4 were no different from ants. They did not place them in their eyes. However, in the next moment, they experienced the terror of ants. Just one of the cultivators could kill a group of void monsters. The cultivators of Lu Cheng who were watching the battle from afar finally experienced the power of the masters of creation. The terrifying battle scene was far beyond their imagination. It was like sweeping with a broom or painting with a painter's paint. The result was that groups of void monsters kept disappearing. The believers and warriors were also dumbfounded by the battle scene. If it were not for the cultivators of Lusheng urging them, they would have continued to watch. Tang Zhen and the other 3 killed to their heart's content. The corpses of the void monsters fell to the ground and piled up higher and higher. Have you calculated how many cultivators in Lusheng have not returned? When Tang Zhen killed the void monster, he contacted the command center directly. However, the reply he received was not good. Up until now, there were at least 100,000 Lu Cheng cultivators who had not returned. They were scattered all over the Divine Kingdom. As for the number of believers and warriors, it was impossible to count them. Compared to the cultivators in Lu Cheng, there were definitely more. The cultivators of Lusheng advanced and retreated together. It was absolutely impossible for Tang Zhen to abandon his subordinates. Therefore, no matter how critical the situation was, he had to wait for the cultivators of Lusheng to return. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Them again if they need any help. Remember not to force yourself. There were still 3 masters of creation on the battlefield. If they needed help, they wouldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, there were cultivators from other territories among them. Under such circumstances, the 3 lords couldn't just sit by and do nothing. It didn't take long for the command center to send back information. No team has requested for assistance. They said they can handle it and will return at the stipulated time. Tang Zhen and the others were initially stunned when they heard the feedback from the command post. Soon after, they chuckled and shook their heads. Don't tell me that this bunch of fellows are trying to take the opportunity to fight. Looking at the icons on the screen, the teams had already gathered together and were rapidly advancing toward Area 153. Surrounding these teams were densely packed void monsters that were launching attacks at the cultivators in the building. In such a critical situation, the cultivators of Lusheng City didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help. It was obvious that they were competing with each other. Whoever requested for help first would lose. This bunch of guys, always making trouble regardless of the occasion. The Star Spirit Horde leader shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of blame. It was obvious that he did not like to see such a thing happen. Compared to the Scarred territory, the strength of the Star Elves territory and the Battle Maniacs territory were undoubtedly much stronger. Competing under such circumstances would give people the feeling that the strong were bullying the weak, and it would obviously be an unfair victory. Clearly, in Star Spirit Lord's eyes, the cultivators from the Cracked territory and the Sacred Dragon Warzone were no match for the cultivators from the 2 territories. The cultivators in his territory probably had the same idea, and as a result, they angered the cultivators in the Lusheng under Tang Zhen. When a group of extremely capable and unruly guys met together, it was inevitable that they would have a competitive heart. Once they really started to compete, they would only stop after they had determined who was better. 2305 Let's have a competition. Sir Tang Zhen, do you want them to withdraw now? Someone in the command center suggested. After all, the situation was critical now. Where would they find the time to play a competitive game? This group of Lu Cheng cultivators didn't care about their own lives at all, and as a result, they implicated their comrades. If it wasn't for them, more than half of the cultivators in Defense Zone 153 would have already evacuated. However, in order to wait for them, the cultivators in the Tower City could only continue to defend and ensure the safety and smooth flow of the plain channel. Who said that they were inevitably resentful? However, they were curious about the identity of the cultivators in the city. In a situation where most of the troops had already retreated from the battlefield, it was very risky to fight the void monster in a calm and steady manner. If they were not careful, they might be devoured by the void monsters, and not even their bones would be left. Those who dared to do this were either crazy or extremely confident in their own strength. After checking the background of the cultivators, everyone suddenly realized that the cultivators who had not returned to the Holy Dragon battle zone were all contestants who were competing for the position of the Lord of the Lusheng. They wanted to seize this rare opportunity to madly gain battle merits so as not to miss such a good opportunity. They only needed to kill a void monster to exchange for a large amount of battle merits. Where else could they find such a good thing? As for the cultivators from the Star Elves territory and the Battle Fanatics territory, they were bold because of their skills. Seeing that the cultivators from the Sacred Dragon Warzone were not retreating, they naturally did not want to retreat. After all, their battle zone was ranked 5th in the world in Lusheng, which was many places ahead of the Sacred Dragon battle zone. If not for Tang Zhen, the cultivators in the Sacred Dragon Warzone would never have the chance to fight alongside them in their lifetime. This wasn't arrogance, but the truth. The difference in strength between the two battlefields was too great, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to cross paths. It was precisely because of Tang Zhen that the cultivators in Lusheng City of the two territories had never looked down on the cultivators in the Sacred Dragon Warzone. The competition between the three parties was only held in secret and not openly stated. However, after hearing the suggestion from the command post, someone immediately objected. Who cares about them? Let them have a match. This is a rare opportunity, so how can we miss it? The Battle Maniac Lord was the first to jump out, shaking his head and rejecting this suggestion. Although he wasn't involved, he couldn't wait for the cultivators of the three sides to have a good competition. How you all decide is your own business. However, the cultivators of Lusheng in Maizan Kuang territory definitely do not need any reinforcements. So what if it's a void monster? Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to have a good fight and gain more combat experience? Zan Kuang Lord said loudly. His tone was firm, and it was obvious that he had already made up his mind. If he didn't need to guard the rear, he would probably have rushed to the front line to watch the battle after saying this. Before coming to the Divine Kingdom, the cultivators of Lusheng City in the Battle Fanatic territory had been conducting a competition-like activity to achieve the purpose of training their soldiers. Now that they were in the real battlefield, and the enemies they encountered were rare void monsters, how could the Berserker Lord miss such a good opportunity? If he didn't train the cultivators under him and kill the void monsters until their blood flowed like a river, it wouldn't be in line with his character. You barbarian, you're just messing around. Is this the time to show off? The Star Spirit Horde leader had always been a steady and resourceful person. He had worked with Zan Kuang Horde leader for many years, so he didn't hold back when he spoke. Other than feeling that the timing was not right, he was also afraid that Tang Zhen would overthink and cause an unnecessary misunderstanding. We're going to leave the Holy Kingdom soon anyway. It's a good thing to watch a wonderful performance before we leave. Tang Zhen, who was standing not far away, slowly opened his mouth and said. He wanted to give Qian Chongyan and the others a chance as well. Only such battlefields could train true experts. It was a rare opportunity and he should not miss it. That's right, I think so too. If we just leave like this, wouldn't it be very boring? If someone were to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About this mission in Scandinavia, how would you answer? Could it be that he couldn't defeat the void monster, was chased until he peed his pants, and finally fled the God's kingdom in a sorry state? In any case, I won't admit it. Even if I'm really going to leave, I'll have to fight to my heart's content. Zan Kuang Tribal Lord's voice rang out again. However, from his tone, it sounded like he was a young man in a fit of pique. Perhaps this was his true nature, which was why he was so warlike and never afraid of enemies stronger than him. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the Star Spirit Lord didn't say anything more. This was just a small matter and he didn't take it to heart. Show me the data of all the cultivators in Lusheng. I want to take a good look at the combat power of this weapon. The battle fanatic Lord ordered loudly. As soon as his voice fell, an image appeared in the sky in front of everyone, and lines of data constantly refreshed. It's a fierce fight. Tell me, which group will win? Zhanquang Lord looked at the image on the screen as well as the battle points ranking that was constantly refreshing. He suddenly looked at Tang Zhen and the other two and asked. I don't know. Who can say for sure? Besides, the outcome of this competition can't prove anything. It's meaningless. Tang Zhen didn't speak, and it was still the Star Spirit Lord who replied with a hint of disdain. If it wasn't for the large number of void monsters, the Star Spirit Lord wouldn't even be bothered to watch a battle of this level. Who says that this kind of competition is meaningless? That's because you don't know the benefits of it. In the continuous battle, you can discover your own various shortcomings and make up for them in time. As long as one persevered, one's strength would rapidly increase. How could you not know this? I'll say something you don't like to hear, but the Lu Cheng cultivators of your Star Spirit territory may not be a match for the Lu Cheng cultivators of my Zhanquang territory, because we know how to fight better. Under normal circumstances, Battle Fanatic Lord's words would be no different from issuing a challenge. However, the Star Spirit Lord had known him for many years and knew his nature and habits. He knew that there was no malicious intent in his words. But even so, the Star Spirit Lord still laughed contemptuously and did not agree with what the other party said. A bunch of brainless guys who only know how to act rashly. If we really fight, you're not a match at all. The Star Spirit Overlord tone was very calm, but his disdainful attitude was clearly expressed. The Battle Fanatic Lord's personality was one that could not be provoked, especially when it came to matters that concerned victory and defeat. He would never show weakness. After hearing Star Spirit Lord's words, Battle Maniac Lord's eyes immediately widened, looking like an enraged bull. He, why do your words sound so harsh? Since you're not convinced, why don't we have a competition, and see whose subordinate is better? Zhanquang Lord's tone was filled with provocation as he stared at Star Spirit Lord. If the Star Spirit Overlord didn't take the blow, it meant that it was a coward. It's good to have a competition. It'll let you figure out the truth and know your own strength. The Star Spirit Horde leader's words were impolite, but the Battle Emperor Horde leader didn't care. He even laughed out loud. In the past few years, he had been looking for an opportunity to let the cultivators of the two territories compete. However, the Star Spirit Overlord had a cold and arrogant personality. He was not interested in such matters at all. Even though Zhanquang Overlord had mentioned it many times, the Star Spirit Overlord had ignored him. Zhanquang Horde leader had always been concerned about this matter. He had originally wanted to test the waters today, but he didn't expect Star Spirit Horde leader to agree. The reason for his agreement might be related to Tang Zhen. Zhanquang Lord didn't want to figure out the specific reason. As long as they could compete in the previous round, it would be fine. He wanted to take the opportunity to let Tang Zhen and the other two see how strong the cultivators in Lusheng were. 2306 Not giving in to each other. Want my three lords, why don't we make a bet and see which team will win? The Battle Maniac Lord suddenly suggested, looking very excited. The more battle-hungry they were, the more they loved to gamble and were obsessed with the thrilling and exciting feeling. The Battle Maniac Lord was like this. The competitions that he held in his territory were also accompanied by all sorts of gambling bets, allowing the cultivators in the Lusheng to participate in the guessing game. Otherwise, what was the point of a simple competition? Zhanquang Lord had absolute confidence in his subordinates. One had to know that the cultivators who had rushed to the Divine Kingdom this time were all elite contestants. They had passed through many rounds of selection, and none of them were weak. The Battle Maniac Lord was very clear about the strength of these cultivators. He suggested this because he was a gambler and had enough confidence. You're taking a gamble. Are you that confident? Hearing this, the Star Spirit Horde leader glanced at Zhanquang Horde leader with a smile that wasn't a smile. He could guess what the other party was up to. He must be relying on his strong army and strong horses, thinking that victory was in his grasp, so he was so arrogant and confident. This barbarian, do others think he's a fool? Tang Zhen chuckled. At this moment, Spirit Lord Zhanquang's face was beaming with joy, giving off an arrogant feeling. Of course, he wasn't really being arrogant. It was more like a joke between friends to lighten up the atmosphere. Otherwise, he would be too stupid. Spirit Lord Zhanquang wasn't stupid. Although the Star Spirit Overlord called him a barbarian, he had never treated him as a brainless brute. Of course, I'm just afraid that you won't dare to take the bet. Zan Kuang Horde Leader roared as he looked at Star Spirit Horde Leader with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Then, his gaze swept across Tang Zhen and the Golden Eye Lord like a pugnacious rooster, revealing an aggressive aura. Under such circumstances, even if he had no interest in the competition, he could not back down. Why don't you tell me what you're betting on and what the stakes are? Star Spirit Lord's gaze swept over Tang Zhen. Seeing that he didn't have any reaction, it was obvious that he didn't object to Zan Kuang Lord's suggestion. This made Spirit Lord Star feel slightly surprised. One should know that among the three forces, Tang Zhen's subordinates were the weakest. If there wasn't a bet, it didn't matter who won or lost, but if there was a bet, it would be too much of a loss. If he lost the bet, he would have to pay the bet. It was impossible for Tang Zhen not to know this. In this competition, the cultivator from the Sacred Dragon Warzone was only a foil at best. Since this was the case, why did Tang Zhen do this? Don't tell me that Tang Zhen's subordinates still have some hidden methods that give them a chance to obtain victory. Such a thought suddenly appeared in the Star Spirit Lord's mind, but he immediately rejected it. Whether it was the level of the Warzone, the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng, or the various resources that they usually came into contact with, the Sacred Dragon Warzone was far from comparable to the two great territories. Under such circumstances, the chances of victory in the Holy Dragon Battle Zone were slim. Lord Tang Zhen, are you also prepared to bet with this barbarian? The Star Spirit Lord couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Tang Zhen to see if he could figure out what was going on. Although he had only been in contact with Tang Zhen for a short time, he was certain that Tang Zhen was definitely not the kind of person who would act recklessly. There were many times when Tang Zhen's seemingly risky actions were actually done after careful consideration. He would only do it when there was an extremely high chance of winning. Now that he dared to participate in the bet, he must have enough confidence and not give the bet to others for free. How can I miss such an interesting event? Do you think I'm not qualified to participate? Tang Zhen smiled and asked the Star Spirit Lord. Of course, I didn't mean that. It's just that there are some things that I don't understand. How could Lord Tang Zhen not know about this? I think he must have been prepared for this. Tang Zhen shook his head and denied, Star Spirit Lord is thinking too much. This competition is only a last-minute decision. How could I have made any preparations? I'm only here to encourage my subordinates. After all, this is the battlefield of the cracked territory. How can my people not participate? So, you two can let your men compete with each other. As for my men, they'll just be playing with you. Tang Zhen had a carefree expression when he replied. It was as though he did not care about the outcome of the battle. Hee, I don't believe you. The Star Spirit Lord chuckled and didn't say anything else. Tang Zhen was confident, so wasn't he. Since that was the case, then let's see who's better with their own abilities. Then let's see where the Lusheng cultivators with the most battle merits come from after all the cultivators have returned. Zan Kuang suggested. Tang Zhen and the other two didn't object to it. This method of competition was much more simple and fair. Since that's the case, I'll have to inform them so that they won't be lazy. As the battle fanatic Lord spoke, he had already connected to the front line through the command center. His image appeared in the sky. Lusheng cultivators of the battle maniac territory, listen up. I made a bet with the three overlords that you will definitely kill the most void monsters and obtain the most battle merits. Whether or not you can win back your reputation will depend on your performance. I will always pay attention to you, so don't let me down. Spirit Lord Zan Kuang's voice reverberated in all directions. Even though the sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere, it was still unable to drown out his voice. After hearing this voice, the cultivators of the Lusheng Kingdom in Zan Kuang's territory began to roar, their faces filled with excitement. In the blink of an eye, their combat strength had increased by several times, and each of them was like a wolf or a tiger. All the cultivators were trying their best to show their lord how much strength they had. Alright, ha 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 Yingluo, the battle maniac lord, who noticed this, laughed out loud in a carefree manner. He seemed extremely pleased with himself. The performance of the cultivators from the battle fanatic territory was completely in line with his expectations. In front of the three overlords, they had helped him gain face. Ha ha ha, my three lords, how are my subordinates? This kind of open-mouthed behavior was probably in line with his aura. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, the strength of the cultivators from the rift wasn't weak. However, this didn't mean that they would be able to obtain victory in this competition. The cultivators in the Star Spirit territory were not weak, and the cultivators in the Sacred Dragon battle zone had their trump cards, so they were on par with each other. Therefore, there was no way to determine who would win and who would lose. It could only be said that the winning rate was a part of each. Lu Cheng's cultivators from Zan Kuang's territory began to show their strength, and the same went for the Lu Cheng cultivators from Star Spirit territory. They knew their lord's style and would not easily participate in such a competition. Now that they were involved, although there was some special reason, they were not afraid. Since that was the case, they definitely couldn't let their lord lose face. They had to obtain the final victory no matter what. As for Lu Cheng's cultivators in the Holy Dragon battle zone, they remained calm and cooperated with their companions to kill the void monsters. At this time, the cultivators who had yet to return from the Sacred Dragon Warzone were all participating in the competition for the position of the city lord. In order to obtain that precious qualification, none of them were willing to give in. Even if Tang Zhen didn't come out to cheer them on, these cultivators would still do their best to obtain a better result. It would naturally be for the best if he could help Tang Zhen gain face while obtaining battle merits. 2,307 sure to win. One after simply agreeing on the bet, Tang Zhen and the others turned their attention to the battlefield to see how the cultivators in Lusheng would perform. The stakes of Masters of Creation were definitely extraordinary. If his underlings won, they would naturally be rewarded. All the cultivators in Lu City knew that they would gain both fame and fortune if they won this battle. With such a huge reward, there would definitely be brave men. The originally intense battle began to become more and more exciting. At this moment, on the vast plain, there were areas gnawed by void monsters everywhere, and the dark appearance was extremely conspicuous. As the void monster was huge, the area it devoured was naturally large. From a distance, it did not look like much, but when one got closer, one would know how large the area of the damaged area was. The cultivators of Lusheng City had to be extra careful in the process of fighting to prevent themselves from accidentally entering a void hole. Such a battlefield environment was extremely disadvantageous to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. The longer they delayed, the more passive they would be. In fact, the cultivators in Lusheng City were constantly moving towards Defense Zone 153 during the battle. They were also afraid that their escape route would be cut off, and the surrounding space would be gnawed at. If that happened, they would have no way to advance or retreat. Although it was important to obtain battle merits, the prerequisite was that he had to make it out alive. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many battle merits he obtained. As the news of the competition spread, the cultivators in Lusheng who were fighting the monsters were no longer in a hurry to leave. With the four Masters of Creation watching over the battlefield, the cultivators in Lu Cheng could fight without any worries. They didn't have to worry about being trapped in the shattered space. Their already high-spirited fighting spirit was completely boiling at this moment, and they were all fighting to be first. Every cultivator in Lu Cheng had the heart of a strong man and would never admit that they were weaker than others. Even if there was a difference in strength, it was only temporary and did not mean that it would be the same in the future. This competition was an opportunity that was hard to come by. If he could take this opportunity to show his talent, he would definitely be able to achieve better development in the future. There were many cultivators in Lusheng who had similar thoughts, causing the competition to become more and more intense. The brave figures of the cultivators in Lusheng could be seen everywhere, and they were engaged in fierce battles with the void monsters. Cooperative battles were common, but it was not uncommon to see people fighting alone. They were clearly true experts. All the cultivators were fighting each other, afraid that the void monster would be snatched away if they were a step slower. There were more wolves than meat, there was no fighting, there was no way to get it. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Some cultivators in the Holy Dragon battle zone didn't like such competition. Looking at the chaotic scene and feeling that the difficulty of the battle had increased, it was inevitable that some people would complain. Don't worry, the void monsters have started to gather. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill them later. That was indeed the case. As time passed, more and more void monsters gathered, and the battlefield environment became more and more dangerous. This was not a cat or a dog, but a terrifying monster that could devour everything. If one was not careful in the process of fighting, they would end up without even a corpse. From the start of the battle until now, the casualties had been continuing, and most of them were believers and warriors. Even though there were casualties among the cultivators in Lucheng, the number was so small that it was almost negligible. With the increase in the intensity of the battle, the believers and martial artists felt depressed, as if they were forced to die. They didn't want to get involved in such a meaningless battle, but without the help of the cultivators from Lucheng, they couldn't leave the battlefield. He was in a dilemma. When they were chasing after the void monsters, they had followed the cultivators of Lucheng to fight. They did not expect to encounter such a situation. It was their bad luck that the Lucheng cultivator they were following had a special identity. Others would have avoided danger, but they had to face it. The believers were cursing in their hearts, but they could only brace themselves and continued to persist while looking for an opportunity to retreat from the battlefield. In fact, there were believers who had been trying to leave, but without the firepower of the cultivators in Lucheng to clear the way, they couldn't fight the void monsters at all. Once they were attacked by the void monster, they would not have much chance to resist and would be devoured in one bite. Under such circumstances, the believers and warriors did not dare to act rashly. They could only pray in their hearts that the cultivators in the city could evacuate as soon as possible. However, the result was disappointing. Not only did the cultivators in Lucheng not retreat, but they also encountered a few masters of creation who made a bet to see whose subordinates were more powerful. Faced with such a situation, the believers had completely broken down, which then turned into a deep sense of helplessness. This was the sorrow of the weak. They could only obey the decisions of the strong and could not control their own fate. This group of cultivators from Lucheng are all complete lunatics. As the believers cursed, they had already resigned themselves to their fate. If they were unlucky enough to die, the cultivators in Lucheng City would not have a good time either. At the same time, there were also some believers who were very smart and were secretly happy. Under the surveillance of the 4 God-level cultivators, the cultivators in Lucheng City would almost never be in any life-threatening danger. Which lord would watch their elites die while watching a battle? They would definitely provide help at the critical moment. At most, it was done in a more concealed manner and maintained an appropriate scale so that the competition would not be affected. Although the people they protected were not believers or warriors, as long as they were smart enough and followed the footsteps of the cultivators in the city, they could ensure their safety as much as possible. Of course, they couldn't follow blindly either. At this moment, the cultivators in the city were all surrounding and killing the void monsters. If they overestimated themselves and rushed forward, they would probably not be able to escape death. Under countless gazes, the competition between the cultivators of the 3-sided city became more and more exciting. The Lucheng cultivators from the 2 territories indeed had a huge advantage in strength. They entered the battlefield as if no one was there, and void monsters were constantly killed. In comparison, the Lucheng cultivators from the Holy Dragon Warzone were much slower in killing monsters. It was an undeniable fact that the cultivators in the 2 territories were very strong. Therefore, no one would be surprised if such a situation happened. In the eyes of many spectators, the final victor would only be between the 2 territories. The data displayed in the 153rd Defense Zone also proved this point. The cultivators from the 2 territories had firmly occupied the top 100 positions. Because the conditions didn't allow it, this competition couldn't continue indefinitely. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the competition ended. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for the cultivators in the Holy Dragon Battle Zone to enter the top 100 and win the competition. Everyone thought that the final outcome was already decided. Who would have thought that at this moment, a change would suddenly occur? On the leaderboard that didn't change much, 3 cultivators from Lucheng kept rising and finally entered the top 100. The top 100 was nothing. The most important thing was that these 3 Lucheng cultivators were all from the Sacred Dragon Warzone. These 3 little guys look a little interesting. The Golden Eye Lord, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke with a hint of surprise in his tone. Spirit Lord Star Spirit and Lord Zan Kuang also noticed this scene. They looked at the 3 cultivators who were rising in rank and couldn't help but frown. Lord Tang Zhen, could it be that these 3 cultivators are the reason for your confidence in participating in the bet? The Star Spirit Lord suddenly asked Tang Zhen softly. There could only be one final winner, so the top 100 didn't mean anything. Only the top 10 had a chance of competing for the final champion. However, looking at the state of the 3 cultivators, it didn't seem difficult for them to enter the top 10. This was why the Star Spirit Lord had such doubts. If these 3 cultivators were Tang Zhen's trump cards, they must be treated with great importance. If the final result was the Holy Dragon Battle Zone's victory, then he and the Battle Fanatic Lord would not only lose their wagers, but they would also lose face. 2308 A strong reversal 1A smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth as he looked at the refreshed data. Reality had already proven that his guess was indeed correct. Xianxia and the other two, who had suddenly erupted, were heading straight for the champion's position in an unusually fierce manner. Along the way, they overcame all difficulties and trampled on those opponents who were far stronger than them. In a normal battle, Xianxia and the other two might not be a match for the top 100 cultivators of Lusheng, and might even be ranked below the top 10,000. However, in this kind of competition, he could make use of the existing rules and easily defeat the other party with his battle results. Tang Zhen dared to bet because he saw the existence of Xianxia and the other two on the list of cultivators in Lusheng. With the way the three of them did things, they would definitely not listen to orders obediently. Instead, they would try their best to earn battle merits before leaving the Divine Kingdom. Although the cultivators of Lusheng had the same idea and wanted to gain more battle merits, these three cultivators had more trump cards than the other cultivators. Putting his own strength aside, Feng and the team had the mercenary support system, which was quite an amazing thing. It was a mobile shopping center and a combat staff officer. As long as one had enough military merits, there was almost nothing that could not be done. The reason why the three of them had auctioned the Void Treasure Beast was to gather enough battle merits and prepare for a big fight. Although Tang Zhen did not really understand their plan, he knew that since these few fellows wanted to do it, they would definitely persist until the end. When he was watching the battle just now, he specially checked the information of the three people, and in the end, he discovered a very unusual thing. During this period of time, Xianxia and the others had killed very few void monsters, and the speed at which they obtained battle merits was obviously slower than others. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this matter was very abnormal. With three powerful cultivators from Lusheng City leading a large group of subordinates and three warships providing fire support, how could they not get military achievements? Therefore, Tang Zhen immediately confirmed that this group of people's plan was still being executed. Perhaps it wasn't time to close the net yet. However, with the order to retreat, they did not have much time to wait, so they would soon find out. But at this moment, Zhan Kuang suggested a duel and Tang Zhen agreed to it. If Xianxia and the others won, it would be a great encouragement for the cultivators in Lusheng at the Sacred Dragon Battle Zone. In a situation where they were far inferior to the two territories in all aspects, they could actually win against the strong. This in itself was an exciting thing. Of course, this was only a possibility. In a situation where powerhouses were as common as clouds, even if he had a unique skill, he might not be able to win. It wasn't a problem for Star Spirit Lord to suspect that Tang Zhen had a trump card. However, even Tang Zhen couldn't interfere with the effectiveness of this trump card. This was the fun of a wagered battle. No one knew who the final winner would be until the last moment. In fact, even if he lost, it was nothing. Tang Zhen could not afford to lose. He could even use this matter to motivate the cultivators in Lusheng at the Sacred Dragon Battle Zone. In order to prevent such a situation from happening again, they would definitely work hard to cultivate and think of ways to improve their strength. When one's cultivation had reached this level, there were very few things that could stimulate them, so failure was sometimes not a bad thing. Your Excellency Tang Zhen, do you know anything about these three Lu Cheng cultivators from the Sacred Dragon Warzone? Seeing Xianxia and the other two's battle points continue to increase, even after entering the top 100, they still maintained a steady rate of increase. The Battle Maniac Lord could no longer keep his cool. He was the one who suggested this wagered battle, and according to his plan, the final winner would definitely be him. Currently, the number 1 cultivator, Lu Cheng, was from Zhan Kuang's territory. The number 3 and number 5 were also his subordinates. Although it seemed like victory was in the bag, any experienced cultivator would know that no one could guarantee that they would be the final winner on the battlefield. At this moment, the Berserker Lord felt a sense of danger. He was afraid that the fruits of his victory would fall on someone else. If that was the case, it would be too embarrassing. Hearing Zhan Kuang Lord's question, Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. There was no need to deny this matter. That's right. I know a thing or two about their situation. If there are no accidents, they should be together now. Zhan Kuang Horde leader nodded his head. At the same time, he stared at the battlefield, trying to find the position of Xianxia and the other two. However, after looking around, he suddenly realized that there was no sign of these three guys on the battlefield. He also did not know where they were. What's going on? Zan Kuang tribal lord's face was filled with surprise. If Qian Chongyan and the other two were not on the battlefield, then where did the battle points come from? There's no need to look for them. Those three little fellows aren't here at all. They're in another place, the Golden Eye Lord said. He was looking in a direction where no one was around, and his gaze seemed to penetrate through endless space. This was his special ability, and very few people could imitate it. The Battle Maniac Lord was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately contacted the command center and requested to locate Qian Chongyan and the other two. In a very short time, the command post sent a message, indicating that they had successfully locked onto the target. Show me the image. I want to see what these three guys are up to. How can they be so fierce? An image quickly appeared in the sky above Defense Zone 153. It was the battle scene of Qian Chongyan and the others. On another damaged plane, thousands of warriors and believers were gathered together, attacking the void monster. Their weapons and equipment were of excellent quality, and no one knew where they got them from. It was with the weapons in their hands that they were able to deal effective damage to the void monsters. The main reason for the surge in battle merits was that these void monsters were all trapped and were constantly struggling in a huge runic magic circle. No matter how much they struggled, they could not break free from the runic magic circle. Even their special devouring ability could not destroy the runic magic circle. This runic magic circle was obviously designed for void monsters, and it could completely counter their means. Under the intense firepower of the believers, the void monster could only be hit like a target and shattered. It was worth noting that whenever a void monster was on the verge of death, the believers and martial artists responsible for attacking would immediately let it go. After that, Qian Chongyan and the other two would attack one after another, locking onto the severely injured void monster and delivering the final fatal blow. After the void monster died, the battle achievement points would go to Qian Chongyan and the others. This was also the reason why their battle achievement increased so quickly. This method seemed to be a trick and seemed to be against the rules, but in fact, there was no problem. These martial artists and believers were under the command of the three of them, and the weapons they used were also provided by the three of them. It was completely reasonable for the battle merits to be counted to the three of them. The cultivators in the other two territories would also use the help of their subordinates and companions to obtain more battle merits. However, compared to Qian Chongyan and the others who were well prepared, their efficiency was much worse. That was why they were quickly surpassed at this moment. The most depressing thing was that the methods of Qian Chongyan and the others couldn't be replicated at all, and they could only watch helplessly. Firstly, there was no time to set up the runic magic circle, and secondly, there was no place to find so many suitable weapons and equipment, so that the believers, who were originally playing the role of a burden, could also help to gain battle merits. This was also the reason why Zan Kuang and the others were puzzled. They really couldn't understand how Qian Chongyan and the others managed to do this. 2309. Do you need an auxiliary system? Due to the unusual change in the ranking, Qian Chongyan and the other two immediately became the focus of attention, especially the cultivators of Lusheng who were watching from the back. They all focused their attention on them. Everyone wanted to see what they were up to and how they were able to do such an unimaginable thing. It didn't take long for someone to notice that something was wrong, and then they started whispering in private. Lord Tang Zhen, do these three cultivators have any large storage equipment? The Star Spirit Lord, who had been watching the battle, suddenly turned to Tang Zhen and asked. He seemed to have already seen the reason. That's right. I once gave them a storage equipment, and the capacity is indeed very good. Tang Zhen nodded in acknowledgement. However, the Star Spirit Lord still frowned as he felt that something was wrong. Even with a large storage equipment, it was impossible to bring all the required items unless they had made sufficient preparations beforehand. However, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and anything could happen, so it was almost impossible to make full preparations. But looking at these believers again, it seemed that such a phenomenon did not exist at all. It was as if whatever was lacking would come. Under such circumstances, it was no longer strange for Qian Chongyan and the others to be able to kill void monsters so quickly. The few lords had experienced countless wars and were extremely experienced. They understood that such excellent logistics services simply did not make sense. Under such circumstances, the mercenary Ah Feng, who was in charge of providing the supplies, quickly attracted the attention of Spirit Lord Star Spirit and the others. It's him. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. The battle maniac lord pointed at Ah Feng and said in a certain tone, but his eyes were filled with surprise. No one would have thought that the key to all of this was related to an ordinary mercenary. That's right. This mercenary didn't have any storage equipment on him. So where did his items come from? The Star Spirit Lord's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something interesting. If it wasn't for the fact that it was inconvenient now, he would have brought Ah Feng to study him. Ah Feng's secret couldn't be hidden from everyone, especially against these masters of creation. He couldn't hide it from them. Even if he didn't say anything, these masters of creation would definitely be able to figure it out with their abilities. Tang Zhen didn't intend to hide it. He was even prepared to take the opportunity to advertise and let these overlords know about the existence of the auxiliary system. Even the masters of creation had to do some trading in order to get the resources they wanted. Therefore, Tang Zhen cut the long story short and briefly introduced the auxiliary system. Some of its functions, combined with the current situation, were undoubtedly more convincing. After listening to Tang Zhen's introduction, the three lords were surprised. They didn't expect the Sacred Dragon Warzone to have such a thing. For the cultivators of Lusheng, this method might be a bit improper, but it was really good in practical use. For example, at this moment, the three cultivators from Lusheng City, who were not outstanding in strength, could actually crush many powerhouses with the convenience of this system. He would buy whatever he was lacking and get whatever he wanted. Was there anything that he couldn't do? With such a weapon, they would be able to succeed in every endeavor. Otherwise, even if they tied up Qian Zhongyun and the other two, they might not be a match for the top 100 floors. This wasn't to belittle them, but it was the truth. The fifth battle area was famous, and those who entered the Divine Kingdom were all elites from the two territories. Many of the cultivators' strength was unfathomable. Perhaps, it was nothing to Tang Zhen. That was because his cultivation level was there. However, to the low-level cultivators, these cultivators from the two territories were like an insurmountable mountain. They were existences that were worth looking up to. A battle like this one was extremely rare. It could even be said to be a 1 in 100 years event. To be able to experience it personally was a lucky thing in itself. It was even more difficult to beat the other party in battle records. Many cultivators of Lu Cheng understood this, so they were overjoyed when they saw the change in the rankings. They started to cheer for Qian Chongyun and the other two. Even if the three of them couldn't hear it, it didn't matter. The cultivators in Lusheng just wanted to take the opportunity to vent their anger. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Zhan Kuang and Spirit Lord Star Spirit exchanged a look, a helpless smile on their faces. They had thought that they would win the competition for sure, but such an unforeseen event had occurred. It was really beyond their expectations. If Qian Chongyun and the other two won, it would definitely cause a commotion. The cultivators of Lusheng who were originally ranked high would definitely not be satisfied with such an outcome. However, with these two lords in charge, they would definitely not dare to be presumptuous, or they would be severely punished. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. This was the rule of the battle. The two lords weren't the kind of people who couldn't afford to lose. If the cultivators from the Holy Dragon Warzone won by using the rules, they would definitely not go back on their word. It was just a competition, so winning or losing didn't mean anything. Even if they really won, it couldn't represent the true strength of Qian Chongyun and the other two. Lord Tang Zhen, can you tell me in detail what exactly is going on with this auxiliary system? The Star Spirit Lord was obviously very interested. If possible, he was willing to pay a price to obtain an auxiliary system for research. If this system was really useful, he could promote it in his own territory and increase the combat power of his subordinates. These overlords would definitely not reject it. That's right. Tell me about it. I also feel that this thing is not bad. Zhan Kuang Lord shouted towards the battlefield, reminding his subordinates to be careful of being overtaken by Qian Chongyun and the other two. Even if the three Lusheng cultivators were aggressive, the cultivators of Zhan Kuang's territory were not weak. If they used the same method, then their chances of victory would still be very high. In fact, the cultivators in Lusheng City were very clear about the specific operation. It was nothing more than a group of cultivators providing help to ensure that one person would obtain enough battle achievements. Zhan Kuang wouldn't deliberately remind him, but if it was his subordinates who did it, he wouldn't object either. Then, He came to Tang Zhen and wanted to hear Tang Zhen's introduction of this auxiliary system. It was not that the two suzerains had shallow knowledge, but because their experience and heritage of civilization were different from the cultivators in Lusheng in the Sacred Dragon Battle Zone. Some of the things that the cultivators of the Holy Dragon War Zone thought were natural were rather unbelievable in the eyes of the cultivators of the two territories. He had never come into contact with it before, so he naturally had no way of understanding it. Tang Zhen couldn't wait for this to happen. He originally had the intention to promote the auxiliary system, but now he was just pushing the boat with the current. If such an auxiliary system were to be promoted, the Holy Dragon Battlefront, as a manufacturing and operating company, would gain a lot of benefits. When cultivators from other territories used the system, not only could they increase their reputation in the Holy Dragon War Zone, but they could also collect more information about planes and treasures. If necessary, these cultivators who used the auxiliary system could gather at any time to complete some extremely difficult tasks for the Holy Dragon Battle Zone. If the auxiliary system was promoted on a large scale, the influence it could produce might not even be inferior to the cornerstone platform. When that time came, the Holy Dragon Battle Zone would only need to provide logistics services and would be able to obtain a steady stream of rich income. 2310 Evacuation Countdown 1. While Tang Zhen and the rest were chatting, the situation on the battlefield had already turned into a white heat. More and more void monsters were gathering over. As far as the eye could see, there were huge and terrifying figures everywhere, shuttling back and forth in the sky and on the ground. It was like a moving island and mountain, emitting a desolate and decaying aura. Although this scene looked spectacular, it represented a fatal crisis. They surrounded the plain, surrounding the cultivators of Lucheng and devouring the remaining space. As long as this area was sealed off, the cultivators of Lucheng would be like turtles in a jar, unable to escape the fate of being swallowed. To the void monsters, the taste of the cultivators in the city was far more delicious than ordinary items, and they would gain more benefits after devouring them. Living beings that knew how to cultivate were the most delicious nourishments. Void monsters would also retain their memories in the process of devouring and know what was the most delicious. Therefore, the cultivators of Lusheng City were the most delicious bait, attracting the monsters in the void. They wanted to devour the cultivators of Lucheng, but the cultivators of Lucheng wanted to turn them into battle merits. Both sides had their own goals, and the intense battle did not stop. However, Lucheng was more passive in comparison. After all, they were surrounded and their living space was being compressed. This was a war of attrition where one killed the enemy at the cost of one's own life. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater the damage to one's own body. The void monsters were endless, but the number of cultivators in the city would only continue to decrease. If there was no time limit for this competition, the casualties of the cultivators in Lucheng would definitely increase by several times, or even more. This group of powerful and confident guys would not leave the battlefield easily until the last moment. Not only would they lose the opportunity to obtain battle merits, but they would also be showing weakness and would inevitably be looked down upon by their competitors. This was especially true for the cultivators of the battle fanatic territory. They didn't care about anything else during the battle, and were complete lunatics. It would not be an easy task to get them to retreat in advance unless Spirit Lord Zan Kuang gave the order. I have to set a time for these guys. If they are allowed to delay, they will definitely be trapped in the void. It would be more troublesome if we send people to rescue them at that time, and it might even increase unnecessary casualties. Star Spirit Lord was a steady person. When he saw that the Lucheng cultivators were gradually losing control due to their competitive spirit, he immediately gave a new order. Tang Zhen and the others, who were standing at the side, didn't have any objections. If the Star Spirit Lord didn't speak, they would have given the corresponding orders. The premise of the competition was that it must not delay the official business, otherwise there would be no need to hold it. After 30 minutes, all cultivators in Lusheng will retreat from the battlefield. If anyone refuses to retreat, they will be immediately listed as dead. The Star Spirit Lord said in a low voice. Although it was not loud, it could be heard clearly throughout the battlefield. His warning could be said to be very serious. If one was included in the list of deaths, then all the battle achievements obtained would be sealed, which was equivalent to wasting all their efforts. Even if he could restore his normal identity, he would not be able to enjoy the normal rights of the cultivators in Lu City before that. To put it bluntly, this was a method of punishment, specifically used to deal with those who disobeyed orders, thus achieving the effect of complete obedience. Sure enough, after this order was given, the cultivators of Lusheng City who were red-eyed with killing intent immediately became more restrained. Since the time to retreat had been decided, what they needed to do now was to stabilize the results as much as possible instead of continuing to take risks. If they were to encounter any mishaps during this process and get eaten by the void monsters, they would be extremely unlucky. Some cultivators, after looking at the ranking list, chose to continue fighting because they were not satisfied with their own ranking. This bunch of people were bold because of their skills. Even if the number of void monsters increased sharply, VLLVP 100 at the same time, there were some cultivators who decided to leave the battlefield. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. If their way out was blocked, then they would really be crying without tears. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had already prepared for this. He ordered the warships to open up an evacuation channel so that the cultivators in Lu City could return smoothly. Due to the intense firepower, the void monsters could not get close to the passage at all, or they would be torn apart in a very short time. It was because of the existence of this passage that the cultivators in Lusheng City dared to fight without worry. At least they knew that they could retreat at any time. The believers and warriors who had been waiting for a long time saw this and immediately followed the team to retreat from the battlefield. They were not qualified to obtain military merits, so it was meaningless to kill more void monsters. Now that the opportunity had finally come, they naturally had to evacuate as soon as possible. After all, everyone could see that the situation was getting more and more tense. If the void monster really charged in, they would not even have a place to hide. It would be swallowed in a few bites. Haha, you guys, hurry up and retreat. Just leave the task of covering to us. Seeing this, the cultivators from the battle fanatic territory couldn't help but burst into laughter, their tone carrying a hint of ridicule. This bunch of idiots, the Lusheng cultivators of the Star Spirit territory, on the other hand, looked disdainful. The fighting style of this group of people simply made people speechless. They didn't know how to cooperate at all, and they just charged around blindly, as if the entire battlefield was a stage for them to show their strength. The cultivators of the war fanatic territory were all like this, no different from their overlord. You barbarians should continue killing. Just don't be treated as snacks by the void monsters. Some of the cultivators from the Star Spirit Horde sneered at the cultivators from Zan Kuang's territory and joined the retreating group. Not all of the cultivators in Lusheng had to leave, but there were still some who stayed behind. It only took them a very short time to secretly reach an agreement. They would attack the void monster, and then hand it over to a designated person, and the other party would complete the final kill. The way these cultivators did things was very similar to Qian Chongyun and the others, and they had a higher killing efficiency. As long as there was enough time, it would be a piece of cake to take the top spot. No matter what the purpose of this competition was, they would not let the championship fall into the hands of others, especially the cultivators of Battle Maniac's territory. Therefore, they began to think of ways to ensure that their side would win, especially for the key position of the first place. The competition was getting more and more intense. The cultivators of Lu Cheng from the Battle Fanatic territory vaguely noticed that something was wrong. After a simple observation, they immediately understood. You bastards, what are you doing? One of the cultivators from the War Fanatic territory roared at the cultivators from the Star Spirit territory nearby, his face full of anger. I don't want the battle credits. I'm giving them to my friends. What does that have to do with you? The Lu Cheng cultivator who was being questioned chuckled as he looked at the cultivator from the Battle Maniac territory and said with a disdainful expression.